the ball game. 10 strikeouts and a complete game shutout for Logan Webb.
And this is a feeling he'll never forget.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Kruk and Kuip on the call. Of course, Dwayne Kuiper, Mike Krukow, NBC Sports Bay Area. And the Giants survive against the Rockies 1-0. Oh, wait, this is baseball, not soccer. 1-0. Look at Logan, looked at me crazy. Logan Webb, complete game shutout. Good for him. 10 strikeouts there. Maybe got Snell from the All-Star game. It's a conversation we can have here on the Morning Roast on a Monday morning. But good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? Professional dancers, you know the drill. Spinoni, Lubman, Shasky, what is happening? Giants going to the break. Hot, we got a lot going on. Wemby, Chris Paul, Jordan Poole. It's going to be a fun show today.
I'm super excited, absolutely super excited. Everyone losing their minds Friday night about Victor Wembanyama, and it was very interesting because, like, I remember where I was when the first time we watched LeBron James, for example, and like, you know, he was 16, high school game, Dickie Vitale. Oh, he's a type of dandy, baby. I don't know, watching Wembanyama, and it just felt like everybody was ready to jump down the guy's throat. I don't think he's going to be, you know, a superstar from day one, but you could see the talent. It was just,
right.
Man, it was crazy seeing the reaction from him.
Well,
because I had the Giants on the iPad, and then I had Wembanyama on the television, and I was going back and forth on the volume between the two, and then I was like monitoring social media, and people were just crushing him. And he did look overwhelmed Friday night, but it's like, dude, it's his first game, and then you see all these, like, Kobe dropped 30, 29 in his first ever Summer League game.
Who cares? I mean, look, you got to realize a young man has been through a lot. Drafted number one, media tours, being in France,
almost
playing a lot of
Britney
basketball.
Joking.
Well, the Britney Spears thing's just completely jumped the shark.
Well, I feel like it's her trying to get some sort of a boost, doesn't it?
Yeah, she wants to be relevant again. Like, it does not. Britney Spears. But all this stuff, and I think mentally and physically the young man is just drained. Then he bounced back. Yesterday he had 27 points, 12 rebounds. What do you have, 4 or 5 blocks?
Yeah.
We cannot overreact to Summer League basketball games. It's Summer League games where a lot of guys who will not make NBA rosters are trying to make a name for themselves. So we're getting all worked up over Summer League games. The guy's going to be good. The guy's going to be good. Whether or not he lives up to the hype, what's the hype? Being the greatest player of all time? What the guy becomes 10, the 12, the 15-time All-Star, wins a couple championships, wins a couple MVPs. The young man in today's NBA game with a lot of pacing and spacing, he will be solid. He will drop double-doubles left and right. Now, will he bring LeBron James? Will he be Michael Jordan? We're talking about the greatest of the greats.
I mean, can he be? This isn't even slanderous. Can you be Rudy Gobert first before we get to some of those guys?
Can he be Ralph Sampson? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Can he be Hakeem?
Ralph Sampson was like one of those great woulda, coulda, shoulda stories.
Right? Can he be Tim Duncan? But the young man's going to be fine. Everybody's going crazy. I will say I did like Scoot Henderson against Portland. Portland, he looks nice. The Thompson twins looks nice.
Are you worried about Brandon Miller?
A little bit. It
is a little weird because you feel like Summer League would be designed for perimeter players.
Yeah,
because you're not running as many sophisticated sets. I don't know.
The guy I saw at Bama for a couple games, I was like, wow, this guy's legit. He just looked like a man amongst boys. He looked like he had that turbocharge. And whatever happened in the tournament where San Diego State, for example, got physical with him, kind of exposed him. And yeah, I know he was battling some injuries. He was battling some off the court stuff that happened down there in Alabama. I just don't know how it's going to work with LaMelo Ball. It feels like he needs the ball in his hands. LaMelo Ball's going to keep the ball in his hands. I was actually thinking about Charlotte. Said, boy, they gave LaMelo $260 million. He's an all-star. I get all that. But what if they just drafted Scoot and seeing what was out there in the market for LaMelo Ball? Because I don't think they're going to ever win with LaMelo Ball. Well, I just don't.
Well, the LaMelo Ball thing, like, we're all waiting for it. Right? You're waiting for it too, right?
What?
The trade demand. It's coming.
At some point.
Okay, exactly.
At some point.
We know it's coming.
At some point. But, I mean, we got a lot there. We got Wemby. We got Jordan Poole speaking out. Jordan Poole, Chris Paul speaking out.
Beardgate?
Yeah.
Why is everyone's like, so Jordan Poole comes out if you're not paying attention, and they do a lot of like, what is it, like Wizards? It's not even media day, but it's more like announcing the trade or finalizing it.
Yeah.
And Jordan Poole has like a beard going on. Like, I guess that would be described as a beard.
Yeah.
What, you didn't feel it?
It was like the depression beard.
Why'd you say that?
It was one of those beards because there's no haircut. And I've had those beards where you just let it go.
Okay.
You just let it go because you just do not care about anything at the moment. Okay. Now, it looked a little more cleaned up in Vegas than it did in D.C., but it was just like, man.
Walk me through the beard, because don't you have to grow it out to a certain extent before you can trim it?
That beard was all over the place. That beard was just like
I can't
patches here and there. Jordan Poole's a clean-cut guy.
Okay.
We've known Jordan Poole to be clean-cut ever since he came out of Michigan.
So character change.
I don't know if it was a character change. It just did not care. He was just in London and just did not care. Switzerland just did not care. He looked a little depressed. But I don't want to read too much into that. But the beard, listen, I've been there with that type of beard. When I grow a beard like that, that's a depression beard. That's the beard where it's just like, you know what? I don't really care about life right now. That's what that beard is. I've been there.
You know what that is?
What's that?
That's the wife's away for a week or two, and I'm chilling on the couch playing video games.
No, but even then, I shave a little bit if it gets out of control. I don't know, man. By the way, somebody asking me, and this is why Summer League has jumped the shark.
What's that?
650 Comcast Business Text Line. Bye, sir. You worried that all our young Summer League might not even get a single win in Summer League? No, it's not about wins and losses. It's about who's playing well. Lester Quinones, friend of the Morning Roast. He's playing well.
Yeah, he looks good.
Brandon Pajemski. I think he's going to see a lot of Santa Cruz in his future life. Just saying. And that's okay. That's okay. It's a jump from Santa Clara to the NBA.
So the direct route is you got to take 17 from Santa Clara to get to San Francisco.
There you go.
You got to go to Santa Cruz first.
There you go.
Got to go 85 south to 17.
There you go. And there's nothing wrong with that.
As beautiful as Santa Cruz is there any scarier stretch of road when like people are driving like maniacs than 17?
Frightening.
Am I alone in that?
Scary. It's a little scary.
Is Santa Cruz considered part of the Bay Area?
No.
What's the cutoff?
No, they're the Central Coast along Monterey.
Okay, so it's Central Coast.
The cutoff is San Jose, right?
Morgan Hill.
Morgan Hill.
Morgan
Okay.
Hill.
You go Morgan Hill.
Because you get out into the Morgan Hill and it's like you're in the middle of nowhere.
Right. Yeah, you go.
Shout out Coyote Creek.
Yeah. Coyote, I can't wait to see.
Oh, dude, that
Ralph
place.
Coyote
Every time I
Creek.
drive by it, I go, I got to play there. We got to go hit up our boy.
Yeah, I can't wait to go see Ralph down there at Coyote Creek in a few weeks for NBA training camp. But no, Jordan Poole spoke out. We'll play a lot of that. We'll play some Chris Paul, who met the media for the first time yesterday, holding up the number 3, sitting next to Steph Curry, Jonathan Kuminga, GP2. It's kind of surreal. It was a bit surreal. Obviously, the bench conversation, the bench question got thrown at him, and, we'll dissect that. He asked Kendra Andrews whether or not she was a coach. I actually text Kendra. I said, hey, Halloween, you should maybe come to a Warriors practice dressed as a coach. Whether it's Vinny Del Negro,
I like that.
whether it's Doc Rivers, you bring the clipboard and the whistle, like, hey, CP3,
No. Go as Red Auerbach, where you tuck the polo into the sweatpants, like in the old videos.
You had the cigar, too?
Yeah, exactly. Now, this is Pistol Pete Maravich, and he's going to show you how to do a crossover.
So those are fun. So Mully talked about it. He went out there. He goes, Red would grab the opposing players.
Yes.
That day in Boston and go after him. So it's unbelievable.
Those tapes are legendary.
He had Hakeem doing them, Ralph Sampson. He had everybody.
He really did. But the Pistol Pete ones are the ones that live forever because Pistol Pete's hair is just absolutely incredible.
No doubt. So
what a nickname, Pistol. That might be one of the great nicknames in the history of sports.
Pistol Pete Maravich ahead of his time. But you got
wearing
the Giants
number 44.
You got the Giants here. We also got Farhan Sound and Lutman letting everybody know that he was there. I was like, hey, Lutman, Saturday, send me the transcript of the Farhan Zaidi. Oh, yeah, I can send it to you. I was there. It's like, yeah, well, Lutman, we know you were there.
No, you asked if I had it, and then you asked if I could send it. That's when I told you
I
that
said,
I was
do you
there.
have it?
Do they send out a transcript, or do you dictate the transcript using some sort of an app?
I have an app that I upload it onto, and it transcribes it for me.
So do you, when you're doing those scrums, okay, and I'm imagining it now, are you recording on your phone the answers, audio?
Well, I have an audio recorder. So there's this little office in the back of the press box that we all squeezed into. And so we all go in there and everyone just throws their phones and the recorders down at the table in front of Farhan and he talks. That's how you record it. Then later I go upload it to my computer, put it into the app. It's called Otter. Otter or AI, that's what it's called, and it transcribes it everything for you.
Why don't you just use the recording device on the iPhone?
I find that the recorder I have, it's a little bit better quality than the iPhone.
Oh, gotcha.
Amazon
Never mind
Prime
that.
Day tomorrow,
But-
Monte. You can get yourself one.
Well, don't need the EDOs anymore. I haven't been to too many scrubs in quite some time. Hey,
That's what producers are for.
Well, hey, buddy, do you have the full transcript for the Farhad interview? Audio? Yes, I was there for it. And I was like, I know you're there, Sad. You gave us the play-by-play.
There you go. You
Friday.
asked if I had it. There it is.
Yeah, and then you go, yes.
all right.
I was there for it.
Now we're here.
It doesn't matter if you were there for it. I didn't ask if you were
All right,
there.
I have a lot of questions. The Gabe Kapler post games. Have you been paying attention to these?
A little bit.
He's like sitting on this couch.
Yeah.
And I get like mega like chill out vibes. Like the dude has just popped the gummy and he's chilling down. He's about to crack open a bottle of red.
Microdosing or something?
What?
He's microdosing?
Well, I don't know what the hell he's doing, but he's sitting there and he's got his arms on the end of the couch, and I'm sure his legs are crossed just because that's the way his body's postured. It's just, the guy is just a character. I can't get enough of those post game interviews.
What's great is what they don't show is just to the right of the camera is the the shelf of alcohol that he's got right next to that couch.
So-
It's a really impressive little bar he's got there.
Bochy used to have the beers. Bochy would just crack a brew while you go up in there. That's kind of cool.
So okay, there's a couch. Is it a leather couch? What kind of couch
Yeah, it
is
looks
it?
like
And
a
is it
leather
in
couch.
the
It's a leather
manager's
couch.
office?
Yeah, it's right there in the office. You walk in to the left. There's the couch. He's got two other chairs and the coffee table right there.
So you're just standing.
Oh no! Sometimes you go if there's a spot. You'll sit on the couch next to him, or you sit in one of the armchairs there. Or most of the time you're just standing and he's just kind of sitting there, and you're awkwardly towering over him though.
So how many people at any given time do you think are usually standing
All the beat
around
writers.
next to him?
Yeah.
It varies. Sometimes there's a large group. Sometimes it's a small group. There's a large group yesterday, so we were all pretty cramped. But there's other times where there's like 5 or 6 of us in there, and so when the more prominent beat writers, the Pavses or the Susan Slussers aren't there, then it's kind of like the B crew is in there, and that's where maybe I'll mosey over and sit next to him on the couch.
Yeah, no.
Sit on the
it's,
couch, Sam.
Kapler's fun. Kapler's fun up in there. But Farhad, I got to say, man, there's a lot of word salads going on in there. By the way, before we get to Farhad, I got to let everybody know, man, we've been teasing it. We've
What's
been
that?
hyping it. We got the All-Star Week blowout here at 95.7 The Game. It's finally here, the All-Star Week blowout. And you got to know the show. You got to know the show because at 9:20, we're going to ask all the callers, and it's the regular line, 888-957-9570. Everybody's going to call in, and you have to know the show. We're going to give you a question about knowing the show, and you will have a chance to win one of 15 prizes. And I have all these envelopes here. YouTube, Twitch, Good Morning,
Whoa.
Comcast Business Text Line. Got all these envelopes here.
And they have
with all the
numbers on them.
prizes. They have numbers on them. Yep. So you pick a number if you get it right. So we're going to know the show, and if you get it right, you pick a number.
And
7, 15, and whatever it is, you'll get a chance to win either tickets to go see Seinfeld, tickets to a Warriors game, maybe an autographed Klay Thompson jersey, maybe a round of golf with the host here at 95.7 The Game at the Berkeley Country Club. So all this stuff, private jiu-jitsu lessons, fitness, Muay Thai. You got 1 month memberships to Evolve Fitness. You got gift cards. We got it all. So you got to know the show. So you better be listening all day long here in 95.7 The Game for your chance to win during the 95.7 The Game All-Star Week blowout.
This is exciting, and it sounds like you can win all kinds of prizes. So there's a specific prize in each of those numbers.
Yep.
And so if you are listening to the show, we're going to ask you a question in the 9 o'clock hour about something that we said during the show. Is that basically what you're
That's
saying?
basically what I just said.
So you got to just pay attention all day.
Yep, all day long.
And each show's doing their own thing.
Their own thing.
Wow.
And the first person to get it right will get to open an envelope in the studio and win a prize. We'll say, what number? Pick a number, 1 through 15. You pick that number, boom. Boom, 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 boom.
So my family on YouTube's already saying, knowing my luck, I would get boxing lessons with Draymond Green.
Wow.
That's funny.
Wow.
Come on, that's funny.
Those jokes are never going to die. Speaking of which, Jordan Poole is not touching those questions. And here's the thing. I see a lot of this. Why are people still asking Jordan Poole about the punch? Because it is a media member's job. An editor, for example, to CJ Holmes, who we had on the show last week, his editor at the Chronicle, whoever that is, sports editor. Hey, CJ, all right, we got to ask the question. Until it's answered, because you never know if he's going to answer it. You got to ask the question. Got to ask it. If he says no, if he debunks it, it is what it is. Hey, Jordan, man, Any thoughts on how the season ended? Any thoughts on Draymond Green and whatnot? You have to ask the question. If you're not doing your job.
Well, if you don't ask, the answer is always no, right? That's
So
kind of like a saying in life. So I'm with you on that one.
Right.
And also, I think we're kind of like, underselling. If you're in Washington and you just acquire Jordan Poole,
You're going to answer it too. You're going to ask the
first
question.
thing you'd want to know is like, what the hell happened there?
What happened last year at Golden State?
Exactly.
Why didn't it work out?
How are you feeling right now? Are you ready to move forward? Like, there's a lot of questions that I would have on the receiving end, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And he's not going to answer him. That's who Jordan Poole is. He continues to handle it in a mature way. He doesn't want to touch it. And I don't blame him. I don't blame him for not wanting to answer or divulge what happened or break down into detail what happened with Draymond Green last year in preseason. It's going to be a question that lingers over him until he probably speaks up about it. But I don't blame him for not wanting to talk about it.
I mean, Matt Duffy got traded from the Giants, and we asked him about his stupid cat for 10 years long.
Oh, that fat ass,
And
overrated
Don't
cat.
disrespect Skeeter like
Skeeter,
that.
that fat ass cat. That drove me crazy. Everybody was so, oh my God, the cat. Oh my Lord, it drove me insane.
Don't speak ill of the deceased Skeeter. Come on, all right.
Skeeter, overweight ass. Get on the diet, Skeeter. Soda. They got soda for cats, SOTAweightloss.com.
That was a good heckin' chunk.
God, man. I was happy. It actually made me happy that Duffy got traded because then I never had to talk about the cat again. You know how many people used to call it the other station about the cat and Duffy and the cat? Oh my God.
People like cats.
I know they do, but geez, get on a weight plan.
Actually, negligence on Duffy's part. That PETA needed to step in there. That's
seriously.
animal endangerment. He's letting a
Seriously.
cat be that fat. No, it is.
Yeah,
As an
cat
owner of
70
two
pounds.
cats and a dog, come on.
Hey,
Let
it's
your cat
bigger
get that
than
fat.
Heathcliff. Peter Dale or Loco Moco was bigger than Heathcliff. I like cats too. I lived with a couple cats. Aaron Donahoe when we lived in Berkeley, Boba and Baca. I love those cats. They would chase bottle caps. But damn, that cat was so overweight. It was like, dude, stop. Give him a carrot, not a Snicker.
What's the most famous cat in all of pop culture? Is it Garfield? Is it Tom and Jerry? I mean, are those just outdated references?
Felix is an old one,
Felix
too.
the cat.
Felix the cat.
Heathcliff the cat. Garfield was up there.
Yeah.
Garfield was up
I'm trying to think of, is there a more prominent cat?
Cat Stevens.
Carl Anthony Towns, I thought you were going to say.
Cat man, dude.
Please.
Please.
Cat man, dude. I'd rather have a dog. Rather have a dog than a cat. But no, everybody made a big deal about dude Duffy's cat. Oh my gosh.
I would be really so. I was in another work setting one time, and I was going on and on and on and on and on. They were talking about cats, and I was like, I find if you're a man and you live alone and you have a cat, I find that to be weird.
Yeah.
This is what I was saying, okay? And then out of nowhere, one of my coworkers, I have a cat and I live alone, and I was like, damn it. And I totally put my foot right into my mouth because I thought it was weird to have a cat and be a man. And I was making horrible generalizations. And totally regret that one.
Got a little catty there with you.
Yeah, probably kept
Cat
that
had
one
my
tucked.
tongue.
Got to keep that one tucked. You never know what's happening. You never know what's happening out there. All right, we got a lot going on today on the Morning Roast, man. We'll talk some Giants, where they're at the break, how you feeling about them, Farhad anxiety. Should the Giants sell? Should they make a trade? I guess you should screenshot it. I guess they were talking about me on Summer Sundays.
Oh, they were.
Yeah, what did they say?
Well, you had put a tweet out about selling, and Anthony Garcia respectfully disagrees with you, and so does the rest of the panel.
What about Carmen Q? She probably was ready to go crazy.
Yeah.
Me and her go at it over the Giants, so I stopped tweeting. I started tweeting stopped tweeting with Carmen Q about the Giants. It's got a little too hairy.
Yeah.
You back down?
Just know my role. Sometimes it's you can't fight every battle, love me. That's what you learn in life.
Catnip.
That's the lesson of the day right there.
Catnip.
You can't fight every battle. Some battles you just say, you know what, I give in. All right.
The Battle of Bunker Hill.
This was definitely
Don't shoot till you see the whites in their eyes.
This is more so the battle of Brandon Belt.
The Battle of Bonte Hill now, the Bunker Hill reference. I'm just now getting it. That's hilarious. That could be a segment.
Is that not? I mean, your boy is just a historian.
You choose when to respect history. Talk about those 1950 Celtics thieves. All right, man, we got a lot going on. This is going to be a fun show. I'm telling you, man, Mondays are my favorite, man, because you get to recap the weekend. This segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. All week, we bring you the All-Star Week blowout. Do you want to win a signed Steph or Clay jersey? How about a fitness or boxing lessons from Evolve Fitness. That's right. Maybe a $250 gift card to Alexander Steakhouse or Buon Vino. Does that interest you? We got a lot going on here. It goes through the entire week. Every show, every day, you'll get a chance to win great prizes. It's 95-70 Games All-Star Week Blowout. Know the show. Know the show. When we ask you at 9:20, know the show. You got to answer. And we got 15 prizes. Got all the envelopes right here. That's what's coming up in the game. Sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help you.
Willy Wonka? Joey, I was listening to you this morning. Did you say that they're remaking Willy Wonka again?
They're doing like an origin of like a younger Willy Wonka with Timothée Chalamet, I believe, being Willy
I don't
Wonka.
even
Like
know
they
who
did
that
the remake
is.
like 20 years ago. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is Johnny Depp. Didn't really feel
Didn't
that
work.
one. Gene Wilder is the one and true Willy
Of course.
Wonka.
But they're
I
going to
agree.
do a spinoff where Willy Wonka grows up to become Willy Wonka. I'm kind of into that.
It's a little origin story, I think, is what
Yeah,
they're doing.
I can work with that.
Well, as
where
long
he
as it's
gets
not
introduced.
a full reboot.
Yeah, no, I
I'm
don't.
tired of reboots.
Well, the Johnny Depp one was just out of control.
It was
I don't know
weird.
what. It was very, very strange.
He's weird.
It
but
was
it's
Tim
weird.
Burton, so you knew it was going to be weird. He
Well,
does
I
weird things.
felt like I needed to wash that off mushrooms or something like that. It was just too much going on in there.
Timothée Chalamet. Oh, this is the guy from Dune. Okay.
Yeah.
Dune. So overrated. Oh, my
Yeah,
God.
it is very overrated.
Did you watch it?
No, absolutely not. I tried to watch 5 minutes of it, fell asleep. I'm into the Willy Wonka though. I'm into the origin of it. I could warm up
You
to
can
that.
get down with that?
I get down with that.
Gene Wilder
How does one
was
meet
excellent.
Oompa Loompas? That's the big question.
Right? How did you get
the
the
movie?
Yeah. How did you get the Oompa Loompas? Who's the guy who had the gobstopper? Who tried to set up
Everlasting
Charlie?
Slugworth?
Yeah, Slugworth.
Yeah.
How did he meet Slugworth? Who ended up being his boy? I'm
so
into
good.
that.
So good.
That was a great movie.
It really was.
Great movie.
You stole fizzy lifting drinks.
Yes.
You lose.
Willy Wonka over Star Wars, Tyler Miller, all day long.
So is Willy
All day long.
Wonka, do we consider that a musical, correct?
Is it a musical?
Yeah, there's musical elements. Yes, they're singing.
Well, I don't know, because like you got the Sound of
Snosberries.
Music.
Snosberries.
You got Grease. Like, what is that? Is that also considered a musical?
I consider it a movie that has musical elements
Okay.
to it,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
not quite a musical per se, because none of the main, like Grandpa Joe sings, but like, I don't know. Does Charlie sing? I don't even think he sings.
I
does
got
he?
a golden ticket.
Who songs in that song?
Well, but it's Grandpa Joe's song, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
featuring
you're right.
Charlie.
Yeah.
It's a banger. It's still a
such a
banger.
banger. Classic.
It is a banger.
Gene Wilder got hits.
Yeah, Gene Wilder. So him and Richard Pryor did some great
Oh.
collaborations. They had some great collabs.
I
man.
agree with that.
Gene Wilder's rest in peace to him.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Richard Pryor. Those guys are great. Augustus
Gene Wilder's
Gloop,
hair
Minnesota.
actually kind of reminds me of Sam Lubman's.
Yeah, he's got some good hair.
Yeah.
That first scene where he's walking out, he's like limping, then he does a little
So
front
good.
roll. So good. Augustus Gloop needed soda. No, yes, he did. Got stuck in a tube.
That was improvised too. The where he's limping, like he threw off the cameras because the cameras thought that he was actually falling down. The camera's foot like going down with him, but he ended up coming back. So
Oh, he improv
He
that.
faked it out. Yeah, faked out the own
That's
camera.
legendary stuff right
Well,
there.
the reason he wanted to do this was his idea. He wanted to come out and kind of do that little fall down thing because he wanted to set this tone that for the rest of the movie, like you don't know what's true about Willy Wonka and what's not. So that was kind of like a tone setting moment
That's-
that Wilder wanted to have for that character.
That's why this origin of Willy Wonka, I could get down with that. That's original. That's creative.
Dude, his IMDb is
Right.
unbelievable.
That's creative. That's creativity right there. Not remaking White Man Can't Jump with Jack Harlow, who I refuse to watch it. It pops up on the Hulu homepage all the time. Like, I'm not doing it. I'm just not doing it.
Listen to some of these classics that Gene Wilder, Bonnie and Clyde, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, The Scarecrow, Blazing Saddles, Young Frankenstein, The Adventure of Sherlock Holmes'
Yeah.
smarter brother. That's not a great one. The Frisco Kid. I mean, he's in some classics. See No Evil, Hear No Evil. Wow.
What about what's the ones with Richard Pryor?
Alice in Wonderland.
So, yeah, whatever.
See No
Zeno,
Evil,
yeah,
Hear No Evil.
yeah. When they're both one's
Yeah.
blind,
SFA
one's
drummer
deaf.
on the YouTube chat. Augustus Gloop needed the soda weight loss
Yeah.
program.
He did. He got stuck in the tube. Chocolate milk.
Augusta, save some room for later.
Right. Who was a Brazilian guy who had the fraud go to ticket? And they was like, oh, it was a fraudulent ticket.
I forget. What was that kid's name?
What was that kid's name? I
don't know.
forget.
From the 650, the grandpa may be the biggest bum in TV history. He wouldn't get out of bed for nothing until Charlie struck gold.
It was so weird. All four grandparents sitting in the bed, like, why are you just sitting there? Get up. What are we doing?
Eating soup
It's like
all the
$1
time.
Million Baby.
Like, yeah, the little cabbage soup. It looks so
Right.
depressing. He bought a loaf of bread, and it was the biggest meal I've ever had.
So
Like, oh my
imagine now the
God.
4 grandparents lying there, and then Gabe Kapler on the couch. And somewhere Sam Lubman's interviewing all of them.
Jeez.
Come on, that's funny.
Speaking of which, Sam Lubman had himself a weekend, man. He can't get enough of Farhad Zaidi, and I can't get enough of this quote. Giants win over the Rockies yesterday, 1-0. They win the series. Logan Webb, complete game shutout. Alex Cobb, Saturday, 6 innings. Got named an all-star. You got the Rogers brothers in the 7th and 8th. And then, of course, Camilo Duvall in the ninth inning and, starting pitching. We all feel like the Giants need starting pitching. A lot of people believe the Giants still have starting pitching depth. I don't. Shasky doesn't, but here's what Farhan did say about the starting pitching needs. And he says he likes his current options.
I know that a lot's been talked about with our starting pitching. I think we have a lot of depth there. If we have, some of that group, I mean, obviously Cobb and Webb have done a nice job at the front of the rotation. We have a lot of guys that we think are capable of filling the middle and back of the rotation. And obviously we've got Stripling going tonight, Alex Wood, Sean Manaea, these guys we expect better of going forward. And I think we've seen some positive signs with all those guys. Obviously the younger pitchers, Sean Jelly and Keaton Wynn, and even Tristan Beck are all options to start games for us. So if you're talking about kind of a front of rotation arm that becomes available, I think every team with playoff aspirations is going to have interest. You can always fit that, but I don't really see us adding starting rotation depth because we like the guys that we have in that category.
He likes the guys that he has in that category, the Tristan Becks, the Keaton Wynns, Sean Manaeas, the Ross Stripling. It ain't Ross Stripling that same day, Friday, because that's when Farhan Zaidi spoke to the media Friday at about 6 p.m. Well, Ross Stripling goes out there. Does he complete 4 innings Friday night? I mean, he's Ross.
Can I read you some of these
man.
things?
Come
Let me
on.
deal in fact. I wish someone would just, and I'm Sam, I'm not ripping you, but can somebody call this guy out on this? We like our depth. Okay, Logan Webb and Alex Cobb, 2 guys that have had really good runs right now. I wouldn't say they're the elite of the elite, although Cobb got added to the All-Star game, which a part of me is like, okay, we've probably got too many All-Stars if Alex Cobb's getting added to it. But he's had a really good run, and I don't want to diminish him. DeSclafani has started 17 games. He's got a 4.44 ERA. Is that good?
No, it's not
All
good.
right. Alex Wood has started 9 games. He's got a 4.68 ERA. Ross Stripling.
Well, even a whip, real quick. Alex Wood, 1.48 whip.
Yeah.
So base runners are on all day, even though he pitched well Saturday in that role in the middle innings. But still, I get your point. Alex Wood has not been great.
Ross Stripling. Okay, we like Ross Stripling. Now, he's been in 12 games. He started 7. Whether you want to say he's done the opener thing, whatever. But he's a guy that they pegged as a starter. 6.37 ERA. Is that good? No. How about Sean Manaea? Okay, 20 appearances this year, better out of the bullpen, but used, I guess, in a weird way after 1 inning like a starter. He has the 6 starts, but he's been a 5.49 ERA. What is he talking about? Yes, Logan Webb and Alex Cobb have been excellent, all right? I'm not diminishing any of that. They've been excellent.
It, though. I mean, that's basically it. So, he's talking about adding guys, and look, you think about the Giants' history. You go back to... I know we go back to Sidney Ponson. What about Pat Rapp from the Florida Marlins? What about Mike Leake? It feels like Farhan's going to go down that train where he's not going to get the top end starter. He's going to get a tier 4, tier 3 guy who could barely go 5. Now, here's what he said about he's talking about the starters again. He's like, look, I hope to get more for the pitching staff.
I wouldn't quite say it was disappointing, but what we're hoping to see in the next 2-3 weeks leading up to the deadline is a little bit more definition and clarity on the pitching staff. I mean, I think we would love to have, a group of 5 guys that just got the ball every 5th day. And even though we've had success in the bullpen games and we've got guys who are willing to buy in, I think it's just, the most comfortable thing for everybody is just have 5-man rotation and be giving 5 guys the ball every 5th day to try to get deep into games. So that's, hopefully we start seeing a little bit more of that in the next 2 or 3 weeks. I've always, teams that I've been around that have really gotten on rolls, they kind of have that where you've got 5 starters who are sort of feeding off of each other and, keeping a roll going. So hopefully we can kind of move more in that direction.
Who steps into that role? Who steps into it? We'll talk about that on the other side. That'll be brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Now it's time for the closer of the week.
Dun, 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 dun. I love this song. It used to like make me emotional as a kid.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know. He used to do something to me.
So 40-minute quarterback play in the first quarter, zero emotion from Bonte. Gene Wilder singing in the middle of a movie. Your boys teared up. It's interesting.
A little bit. I show a little emotion with quarterback play. Trust me. When Trey Lance was running the ball that first possession, it was like, you're going to get him hurt, Shanny. And next possession, the cart comes out.
The reason we're playing the Willy Wonka sound right now is because
the All-Star Week blowout, baby. We've been hyping it up. It's your chance to win all these great prizes. Klay Thompson autographed jersey. Golf at the Berkeley Country Club. Autographed Steph Curry jersey. Oh, a Steph Curry bobblehead.
Wow.
$250 gift card to Buon Vino and Alexander Steakhouse.
Wow.
And you know how you win? It starts all today. You have to know the show.
Oh.
Know the show, so you better be listening now until 9. Hell, you better be listening all day. But you got to know the show because at 9:20, we open up the phone lines for you to win one of these prizes. And you have to know the show. You have to get it right. So you have to pick up on something that we talked about all throughout the show. And if you get it right, we have 15 envelopes, 15 of these bad boys. And if you get it right, you pick a number. And with that number, we take the envelope, if it's number 3, and we open it up. And that will be your prize.
And that will be your golden ticket.
There you go.
As I go full circle.
Yeah,
you referenced a Steph Curry bobblehead as one of the prizes.
Yep.
Did you hear whose bobblehead was yesterday out at Oracle?
Yeah, Jock Peterson.
Hey, thank you, Gabe and Farhan, for pinch hitting him on his bobblehead day. See, that this it just...
Farhan Zaidi, he was speaking Friday, and he's talking about the pitching depth, and he's like, I hope this comes together. Well, how much do you need to see? This staff is not... You don't have a deep starting rotation. You don't have 5 starters. Anthony DeSclafani is come on, man. We see the numbers. We watch a pitch every 5th day. Alex Wood gives you 5 innings max. And then you got a combination of Sean Manaea and Ross Stripling who can't get anybody out.
3 minutes into the game Friday night, Ross Stripling gave up a 2-run home run.
Right. He couldn't even make it through 4 innings. You're talking about I like where they're at. They're showing positive sides. Well, I'm missing the positive sides. And I'm looking for all the positivity in the world. I don't see anything positive in starting Ross Stripling in your rotation. I don't see anything.
Well, and to make matters worse, the guy that we were hoping might be a solution at some point gets hurt. And he doesn't even get to pitch in the Futures game, and that's Kyle Harrison. And so that kind of sucks. And
Wisenhut didn't go 1 inning.
What?
Wisenhut struck out 2.
Yeah, no, he looked good. Right. There's no doubt. He has the best changeup, they say, in all the minors. I don't know. Time will tell on that. But like the Harrison thing, it feels like to me, at best, he's a late season call-up. And even that feels a little aggressive right now. Like something's going on with the Harrison thing.
Yeah, I don't know. Something's going on with Farhan. Farhan was just talking a lot. And the more you talk about when we used to listen to Bob Myers or John Lynch, they could maybe not say anything.
Yes.
But at least it was compelling when they did say anything. They could go around, beat around the bush here with the best of them, and they will give you something, but at least it was engaging. When I listen to Farhan, it's not engaging. It sounds like he's just trying to let us know that he's smarter than everybody in the room. And so I think about Farhan, I'm thinking, is he the guy for San Francisco?
Well, I'm glad you're bringing this up.
Is he the guy for this regime?
How would you describe, like, if you look at John Lynch, for example, and I'm going to get to this term. I call it unearned arrogance. Unearned arrogance.
Right.
John Lynch, he was a Hall of Fame player.
Yep.
He was a killer broadcaster.
Yep.
He's been a pretty damn good GM.
No doubt.
But there's a level of humility when he's fielding questions that I get from John Lynch. Mm-hmm. And maybe that's just his personality type, and then that's why he is the way he is. Now, I think a lot of people would say that Kyle Shanahan has some arrogance to him, which I think is a fair criticism.
But he's earned it.
Right?
He's earned it.
I mean, you've been to 3 NFC championship games.
He's flipped this program.
Yeah,
he's earned it.
I agree with you. When I listened to Bob Myers when he was the GM, I thought there was a humility to him,
no doubt,
that would come through. Now, you would say, Joe, what about Joe Lacob? He's pretty darn arrogant. I go, yeah, you know what? He's kind of earned it.
He's earned it.
He's kind of earned it.
He's earned it.
Right? When I listen to Farhan, the way it lands on my lap, and people can disagree, I get a sense of unearned arrogance.
Yeah, a lot
and I
of it.
kind of want to be like, what the hell have you accomplished?
And-
Is that fair?
No, it's very fair because I get the same sense. And I'm listening to this presser from Friday. I'm thinking to myself, what the hell is he talking about?
That's what I'm saying.
And just when you add up everything that he said just in the last 6 months about the city, about not believing they could sign Aaron Judge, and then you talk about, well, I like our starting rotation depth. Wait, what? What do you like about it? Because I don't like it. The fans don't like it. You can barely you got Cobb and Webb.
That's it.
That's it. They're carrying the staff.
Yes.
And then you go opener the other 3 days, which you're blowing out arms left and right. Guys don't like doing it. You're sending guys up and down to Sacramento. So this unearned arrogance, and I like that with Farhan Zaidi. My thought when it comes to him is how patient will Giants fans be with
We've
him?
been pretty freaking patient.
That's what I'm saying. Where's this going?
Well, and I've had this conversation. I'm glad you're bringing this up. I had this conversation last night. Garlic Fries and Baseball, guys. Download it wherever you get podcasts. We just dropped a new episode, and Loveman's going on and on and on and on about how there's this nobility. And I've heard Mark Willard say this, and I'll listen to the argument. I'm not saying that they're wrong.
Right.
I'll listen to it. But they've been trying to compete while rebuilding. And my thing is well, the Orioles didn't try to compete while they were rebuilding, and they lost 100 a zillion times in a row, and now look where they're at. So, I get this whole nobility in trying to compete at the big league level, and the sophisticated Giants fan wouldn't tolerate losing. You've had one winning season in the last 7.
And that's the thing, Shasky.
One.
When I look, one winning season.
We've been really patient.
Very patient. But how patient are Giants fans willing to be? Because when I look at next year, and I look at 2024, and I'm saying to myself, well, you got player options with Ross Stripling and Sean Manai for $15 million each. Jock Peterson's going to be off the books for $20 million, but you still got Mitch Haniger. Michael Conforto has a player option for $18 million. Where's Yaz going to be? Where's Lamont Wade Jr. going to be? All right, then you look at your rotation. Okay, Anthony DeSclafani's coming back for $12 million. He's not going anywhere unless you move him, and if you move him, you're not going to get much back for him. All right. You look at the relievers. Okay, you got something there, but where are we at in the process? Are we contending? Are we still rebuilding? Are we playing for something? Because now I look at the division. I said, okay, the Dodgers, they found their footing. Despite losing some arbs, they're ready to roll.
James Outman's starting to break out.
They're starting to roll. The Padres, don't blink, folks. Don't laugh at them.
Machado's
They've
getting
got to
hot.
run in them.
Machado's getting
They've
hot.
got to run in them.
And if you quietly look up, Juan Soto is playing his best ball
He's playing
right
some
now.
damn good baseball. He's playing for that money.
All those OBP numbers are up.
All right, the Phillies, they've gotten hot. The Phillies, Marlins, Braves, and Reds have the best records since what, June 1st?
Yes.
They're rolling right now.
The Phillies right now have a comparable, I think they're 48 and 41 or 47. They're right there. And if you were to bet right now, everything's gone wrong for the Phillies because all this stuff, the Giants are hurt.
Right.
B, has everything gone wrong for the Phillies? Trey Turner got off to the worst start in the last 6 years of his career.
I know.
All right. Castellanos has been on fire, but Bryce Harper missed a ton of time. And then Rhys Hoskins has been out the whole year.
Whole year.
All right. And look up and you're like, oh, they're one of the hottest teams in baseball with very minimal pitching.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
In terms of name recognition.
I just don't know where this is going. I don't. So when I say sell, and look, the Giants don't really have much to sell. If you do sell. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you're going to get back. But also if you buy, I look at it on the flip side. Okay, let's say if the Giants go out there and buy because they're 8 games over 500.
Yeah.
And a lot of people think I'm insane saying, Bonte, what the hell are you talking about? 49 and 41, third place in the NOS. Why would they sell? You need to buy. Yet everybody wants to hold on to these prospects.
Yes.
Everybody wants to hold on to Harrison. Everybody wants to hold on to Wisenhut. Everybody wants to hold on to Luciano. Everybody wants to hold on to Helio Ramos. Everybody wants to hold on to these prospects. So what the hell are you buying with?
That's a great question.
What are you buying with?
It's a great question.
Where are we at here with the Giants? I'm a little confused.
Well, and I guess this is where I get frustrated because, and again, I was having this conversation philosophically with Sam last night, and Sam's like, Loveman is basically saying to me, B, and this is what his argument was, is like, well, to have a full cupboard, you have to wait and be patient and not trade people away. And then you want waves of guys coming through. That's the game plan.
Right.
And my thing to him was like, yes, I understand that you want all of these prospects to come through. Now, we've seen Matos this year,
Yep.
Schmidt and Bailey, and it's been a lot of fun. Wouldn't you agree?
Yep.
They need more than that.
Well, it's been fun. Now, I know everybody gets geeked up over Casey Schmidt's glove, and I respect that. But I'll say personally, as a fan of the sport, I never go to a game saying, boy, I can't wait to see this guy fill the grinder. Now, it's nice when it happens.
It's true.
It's nice when it happens, but I need to see something at the plate.
I mean, Kyle Schwarber's the exact opposite, right?
Right.
And there's a reason why he's a coveted player around the league. Because he hits and doesn't play any defense.
Right.
Literally doesn't have a position.
Nope.
Right? And he's going to have a 15 to 20 year Major League Baseball career.
Yep.
Wouldn't you agree?
Yep, absolutely.
Right? Because
he's
he can
gonna
get
hit
on
a lot
base.
of bombs.
So I'll meet you in the middle, and yeah, the bat needs to wake up. But like B, I'm looking at this and I'm saying, like, all right, if you're going to save for this 401k forever and ever and ever, at some point you need to cash out.
Right.
And right now, we've seen Bailey, and he looks really, really good, okay? Bart has not looked good.
Mm-hmm.
Ramos has not looked good. Now, Ramos just came back for AAA. He's been hurt a lot. Like, Luciano, if you ask me right now, one-time All-Star or never,
Right.
I'd probably lean never.
Wow, that's crazy.
And they've been holding on
That's
to him
crazy.
forever. So what I'm saying is the only way to build a team is not just
Right.
through the draft and development. You can also swing trades. You can also sign people in free agency. But the free agency has not gone well.
It has not gone
so
well.
now I'm pivoting to the trade market, and I'm saying to myself, I kind of think they do need to be a little aggressive here and get somebody who's under team control for a couple of years to just come, whether it's a position player, whether it's a pitcher, something.
but it's
Because
gonna
your drafts haven't really materialized.
But it's going to cost. It's going to cost. So what
At
are
this
Giants
point,
fans
I'm
willing to sell?
But at
if
this point, I
if
think
you
I'm-
do buy, what are you going to sell?
At this point, I'm willing to finally say I think you do need to be discerning and move a couple of guys.
Who's some of the big boys?
Well, Luciano, all right, he's 22 years old, right? He's starting to play well. He's had a lot of injuries and stuff. Look, if he can get you a player who's under team control for multiple years, at this point, they need an outfielder, they need a middle infielder, they need starting pitching.
Right.
Is he going to solve any of those issues immediately in the next year?
I don't know.
I don't know. So now he's 23. Now he's almost 24. Joey Bart's doing nothing. I don't even think he's coveted
Apparently
right now.
he's been hot in Sacramento the last week.
What's that?
Apparently he's been hot in Sacramento the last week.
Okay, but
from what
we've
I
seen
was
him at the
hearing.
big league level.
Right.
Is he a player?
He looks like a 4A player.
Exactly. You know, and so I guess where I'm going at with this is that I've kind of reached the inflection point where I'm like, all right, put up or shut up. Either we need to see these guys at the big league level and I want to see them play, or make a trade with some of these guys that other teams are coveting. Like I can't see Brett Wisely in the lineup anymore. I'm over that. Luis Gonzalez is coming back, and Farhan's talking about, Luis Gonzalez, he's a player. He's one of the worst base running players I've seen in the Giants in the last 20 years.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Like he's a nobody. I'm good off that.
I don't like it. So if you're willing to buy, what are you willing to sell? If you're the Giants or if you're a fan, what do you want them to sell? What do you want them to buy with? Because if you buy and you want to get some of these big boys, you're going to have to give up something. And it seems like a lot of Giants fans are reluctant to give up on that as the farm system gets built and built and built. I just wonder how much patience we're going to have with Farhan Zaidi. Because where is it going? Are we going to go through this process again next season? Are we going to get through the year here and he's going to buy a mid-league pitcher? Like a lot of people say Marcus Stroman. Marcus Stroman's going to cost. You know? Cal Hendricks is going to cost. Shane Bieber's going to cost. If you want Corbin Burns, that's going to cost. What are you willing to sell off?
Point.
You know what I'm saying?
Lucas Giolito is going to cost money.
So Summer Sundays
prospects,
are throwing up my tweet talking about when I was like, hey, man, why don't you sell because you're a year away from being a year away? I truly believe that. And they all laughed at me. Shout out to Anthony Garcia, Carbon Q, and Cole Kuiper. They all laughed at me saying, no, you need to buy. You need to be aggressive. Okay, so if you want to be aggressive, you're going to have to sell something from that farm. And it's going to be some big boys. And are you willing to do that? Is Farhan willing to do that? Doesn't sound like he is.
Well, and here's the question that I keep coming to, right? As we're in the first half, and I think they've had like a B plus, maybe even B minus, depending on how you're measuring it, because I think there's an argument to be said, hey, you spend $180 million, you should be better than third place in the NL West. Like, I understand that argument.
Right.
But given that I didn't have the highest expectations, I feel like it's a B plus first half.
No, it's been a good first half.
But here's the problem. This is the same thing. I'll go back to 2021. What is carryover to next year and the year after that? You asked a question, which is really good when we're comparing and contrasting Giants, Niners, Warriors. Can we all agree from when Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch took over, this Niner franchise is closer to a Super Bowl today than they were when they hired him?
No doubt.
Okay. Mike Dunleavy. We will judge him after, what happened this offseason in a couple of years, and we'll say, are they closer or farther away to a championship?
But you know what? Right now, you got to say Mike Dunleavy Jr. Boy, considering what they were working with when the salary cap, you get Dario Saric, you get Chris Paul, you You got Corey Joseph as your third point guard.
Yeah.
You're going to elevate Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody. I'm not mad at what Dunleavy Jr. has done so far. Right now, your top 10 players with the Golden State Warriors, oh, man, you're cooking with something in the West.
He inherited something that's obviously better infrastructure, closer to a champion than what Farhan took over. So that I have to acknowledge. But it's been 6 years. And I ask a Giants fan sincerely, are you closer to a World Series today than when the day he took over?
I don't know.
Yes, you are. Do you remember how bad this team was at the end of 2018? Do we not forget that? They lost like 10 or 12 straight going into that September. They were terrible in 2018. They had no major league ready talent in the farm system. All their best players were old and expensive. If you were thinking at the end of 2018, hey, you know what? I think this team is a move or two away from making it back to the playoffs of World Series, then I want what you're on, because that's just some crazy nonsense.
Are they a move or two away from being a World Series team right now?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like they're in a very comfortable spot.
Okay, just because they're not a move or two away now. Okay, but in 2018, they were 500 moves away.
I don't know.
Okay, 400.
By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. What difference does it make if you're 5 to 10 moves away from the World Series or 500 moves away from the World Series?
Like, you could say they're incrementally closer. I would say that's not enough progress. Like, that, I guess, would be my counter to that.
I mean, all I'm saying, Sam, I asked the question. How much patience should we exhibit with Farhan Zaidi in this process? You tell me. They're telling us that they have starting rotation depth. I'm watching the games here. They're 49 and 41. I don't see starting rotation depth.
Well, I would say this. They've made incremental. They made light years gains in the bullpen. The bullpen right now feels very playoff ready. Yeah. Right? That is
Doval, the Rogers brothers.
He gets a lot of credit for that.
No doubt.
Doval, the Rogerses, like, he's been awesome with that. I would say the front end of the rotation is solid. It's really solid, okay? I don't know if this is a playoff lineup. And I know that they've hit at times, but when you're relying on the amount of old guys that they are, like Conforto's a great example. You have to load manage Conforto throughout the year to get the best out of him, which takes him out of the lineup. And I don't love that, right? And he's a flawed player. Like, he's only batting like 230, 240, something like that. He's had a really good year. I look at Mike Yastrzemski. Mike Yastrzemski on most playoff contending teams is a fourth outfielder, defensive replacement. Right. On this team, they rely on him so much. And I feel like you got to kind of load manage him a little.
Yeah, because the hamstrings are going out every other week with Mike Yastrzemski. Crawford, he's back. He's hurt again with the hamstring. And that was to be expected. There's no knock on him. He's just a little older. J.D. Davis, boy. Is this going to stay? Is he going to be able to keep this up? He has had a great year. No doubt about it. J.D. Davis with the lone home run yesterday. Now, scored a lone run for the Giants against the Rockies. J.D. Davis has been fine, but you don't have Estrada for the next 4 to 6 weeks.
Which is huge.
You know, and the other thing, too. The other thing that's just driving me crazy. What's that? It's driving me insane now. The lineups.
Wilmer Flores batting second.
I mean, give Wilbur credit. He's been hot. He's been balling the last 4 to 5 weeks. I give Wilbur credit. He's a professional. He stays ready. I like Wilmer Flores. He's a glue guy. He's a utility guy. He can play all over the diamond. Yeah, does he have the best glove? No. Does he have the best arm? No.
He's a perfect bench guy.
He's a pro. Yeah. I'm not mad at Wilmer Flores at all.
I like him too.
But damn it, Austin Slater one day batting lead off. Lamont Wade Jr. batting lead off. Jock Peterson batting lead off. I mean, can I get a consistent lineup? Here's what I need to see. I want Luis Matos batting second. Mm-hmm. He's got speed. He's got athleticism. He has a good eye.
Yeah, he takes
Let him
pitches.
bat second. He could be a table setter for you. Don't bury him at 6, 7, 8. Same thing with Casey Schmidt. For whatever reason, we started talking about chase rate. Casey Schmidt has never been the same. Well, how do you get him going?
Yesterday, and this is inside baseball. Like, he didn't have a hit yesterday. He had 2 great at bats. 2 great at bats. One of them, he gets to 2-0, rips one down the line, right into the third baseman's hands, and it was hit so hard he doesn't even get out of the batter's box. And boom, double play. And so you look at the box score and you're like, double play for Casey Schmidt. I'm like, dude, that was a great at bat. The next one, he worked a walk. Well, his at bats look better,
let me
but
say this.
The results aren't there.
Yeah, I don't know if it could be a great at bat when you produce it out. You know what I'm saying? That's just the casual fan.
Going back to baseball, like we were talking about, that's baseball.
Right.
Hitting a ball hard.
I get it. Hitting a ball hard,
into
getting
a double
results,
play,
that sucks.
And then having like a CNI single or a Texas leaguer, and that's the one you get a base hit on. That's baseball.
Yeah, I hear you. But I got a problem with the lineups. 650 Comcast Business Text Line. Let's not forget the terrible player options Farhan gives out, which gives the injured players all the leverage. No team wants these guys at the deadline. It's something I touched on last week with the player options.
That's a good point.
Manaya and Ross Stripling had $15 million player options. What the hell do you think they're doing? Michael Conforto has an $18 million player option. Nobody is giving these guys those type of deals except for Farhan Zaidi.
DeSclafani, Stripling, and Manaya. That's about, what, $40 million?
Well, 12 for DeSclafani. This year, Manaya and Stripling making 10. Next year, they're making 15.
So 30 plus 10, that's about $40 million. You know what kind of ball player you can get for $40 million on the open market?
You can get a superstar, but superstars apparently don't want to come here. Farhan doesn't believe he can get a superstar here because he's talking about the city and the politics and everything that's happening around the city.
What's your letter grade for the first half? Because I think that
they get a B minus. They get a B minus.
Yeah, I think the youngsters have really, changed the dynamic for this team. But I'm fearful that a bad July and August could kind of submarine our thoughts on the year.
Well, the Milwaukee Brewers now a half game behind you. The Phillies are a half game behind you.
Yeah.
San Diego 6 games behind you, but they have a run in you. You can make up 6 games. Cubs are probably going to sell. They'll fade. But then you got the New York Mets who are 7 games behind the Giants. And the Mets are going to try to make a run for this team. They're in buy mode.
Yeah.
They're going to try to do everything they. So the Giants may sneak into the playoffs. They just may, because they do play good baseball. They do have good strategies. But as a fan of this baseball team, and I'm watching them over the weekend against the Rockies, and they're eking by the Rockies, winning 2 out of 3. Boy, they are winning by the skin of their teeth.
I'll take it.
You have no choice but to take it. But I'm looking at the farm. I'm saying, well, he's had this job since 2018. We're still not ready with the farm system. Then you look at the major league talent. You're saying to yourself, they got no shot against the Braves. They got no shot against the Dodgers. They got no shot. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm going to keep it positive with the Giants. But Farhan Zaidi, just listening to those clips, I don't get inspired by him. I don't get inspired, and I don't know what his plan is right now. Sam, do you get inspired by him? I want to hear. Love is the biggest Farhan fan.
Yeah, I mean, whether you see the talent that you got coming up through the farm system, like the whole point is if you want to build sustainable homegrown growth, like this is how you do it. And like I said, when Farhan got here, there was no major league ready talent. All the talent they had to start off at the lowest levels. And that takes time to get up here. It doesn't help the fact that I think they had some setbacks, whether you want to justify those setbacks or not. They did get off to a slow start, but right now you are starting to see that fruit come through on the farm system, and there's going to be more coming in the next couple of years. Yeah, it's a frustrating process, but that's how this stuff goes when you're not going to just throw a bunch of money at free agents and try and rebuild that way.
But they have tried to throw money at free agents, and they have thrown money at free agents.
But that's not just a Farhan thing. I mean, even Brian Sabian tried throwing money at free agents and only was able to succeed a couple times.
They have a $183 million payroll, Lubman. $183 million payroll. They get a pass for that. $183 million
that's
payroll.
Like 11th in baseball, though.
They're 10th in the league in payroll. 10th in the league. $183 million. What are they? $21 million away from the CBT? Competitive tax threshold?
I think the frustrating thing is it just doesn't feel like outside. They have the youngsters, but everything around that feels very unsustainable.
Yeah, I don't
they
know.
desperately need these youngsters to continue to contribute.
Yeah, I'm with you. By the way, this is All-Star Week, blowout week. That's right. Starting today, you better know the show. If you want to win a Steph or Clay jersey, $250 gift card to Alexander Steakhouse, know the show. Goes through the entire week, every show, every day. You'll get a chance to win great prizes. It's 95-70 games, All-Star Week blowout. You better know the show because at 9:20, we'll ask you about the show, and you have a chance to win one of these great prizes. We got 15. We'll give them out all throughout the week, and that's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Probably got to get the break, and your producer's going nuts.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area.
Nobody's mad.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
This week is the week, I should say. Not today, but every day this week. We got the prize list for 95-70 Games All-Star Week Blowout. Autographed Klay Thompson jersey, Warrior tickets. Wait, a pair of tickets to Aerosmith? Jerry Seinfeld? Round of golf at the Berkeley Country Club? Whoo! Better know the show. Better know the show. By the way, we haven't forgotten about Chris Paul, Dario Saric, Jordan Poole. That's going to be heavy the last 2 hours of the morning roast. Heavy. So line up your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Chris Paul, you better be tactful when you ask him a question. He is one smart customer.
I can't wait to play that sound because, boy, that answer is absolutely phenomenal. Can you name one Aerosmith song?
I cannot. Rock This Way? With Run DMC? Rock This Way! Rock This Way! One of the most iconic videos ever. When they smashed down the wall and they merged as one. Remember that?
Yeah, Walk This Way. It's a classic.
Yeah.
Close enough.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Wait, Rock This Way or Walk This Way?
It's Walk This Way.
Or whatever.
That's the name of the song. But that's okay.
I kind of like Rock This Way, though. I kind of like it.
I do
Rock
too.
This Way. I thought it was Walk This Way.
Give
Whatever.
some good or sweet emotions, even.
I need a song.
Now that's Loveman, chef's kiss. I contend the opening scene of Dazed and Confused where the old school cars are going through the parking lot and Sweet Emotion is playing might be one of the great scenes of all time to start a movie. Top 10 definitely for me.
You probably know Sing for the Moment, Eminem too. He samples Dream On from Aerosmith.
Dream on.
Oh, yeah, that song.
Have you seen
Not
Dazed
one of my
Confused?
favorites. It's
Matthew
been a
McConaughey?
very long time since I've
Ben
seen
Affleck?
it. Yeah, it's been a very long time. Wasn't the biggest fan of that.
Oh, it was a classic.
One of the biggest
Maybe the
fans.
greatest soundtrack ever.
Menace to Society on line 1, Above the Rim on line 2, Sunset Park on line 3.
Again, love those albums, love those movies.
Albums are great.
I mean, Bonte, we're talking about some of the
soundtracks.
greatest songs ever out of the 70s.
We can agree to disagree.
The guy looked dead on like Tim Lincecum in that movie, too.
Brett Boone's going to join us at 7:30.
Mitchie.
Brett Boone, 7:30. Brett Boone, 7:30. He'll join us to talk about the Giants and baseball as a whole. Everybody's going crazy. Hey, look, I agree, roasters. Giants are having a good season. And if you're excited about the Giants, then I'm happy for you. You should be excited. We did have pitchforks for Farhan and Gabe Kapler. I still have reservations about Farhan Zaidi. Like, what if Farhan goes into the deadline and says, you know what? Damn it. We have enough starting pitching depth. We're not going to do much. How will fans react to that? Do fans really want the Giants to buy at the deadline? Because if you're going to buy, it's going to cost to buy in this market.
Yes.
Everybody wants to buy.
Yes.
The Braves want to buy. The Padres want to buy. The Mets want to buy. The Diamondbacks want to buy. The Dodgers want to buy. The Reds may want to buy. Then you got the American League.
Yeah.
The Astros may want to buy. The Rangers may want to buy. The Angels may say, you know what? We're going to get Mike Trout back soon. Shohei's coming back. We want to buy. The Yankees always want to buy. The Blue Jays may want to buy. The Rays may want to buy. So how much are you willing to spend to go buy, Giants fans? That's what I want to know.
Well, I guess I'm very conflicted because there are so many great stories on the Giants right now, B. Like Lamont Wade Jr. has been a revelation this year. The defense has been leaking the last 2 weeks, but he's been a great story. J.D. Davis has been a great story. Obviously the youngsters have been great stories. How sustainable are all of those stories, though? Like if I told you Lamont Wade Jr. turned back into a pumpkin,
I wouldn't be surprised.
If I told you J.D. Davis and Lamont Wade Jr. combined for the rest of their career, over under one All-Star appearance.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Probably under, right?
Under, yeah. No.
Probably. Most people
But
would say.
All-Star appearance. I mean, Alex Cobb scored to the All-Star game.
I know. I'm just using that as an example. Like, you got to have some All-Stars here. You got to have some people that are linchpins of the organization moving forward. And I know that they're trying to build that. I just keep going back. Again, as we're at the halfway point, and I keep going back to 2018 when they hired him. And I'm thinking to myself, if I told myself in 2018, Joe, 6 years from now, I won't know who the best everyday player is on the team in terms of from the farm. I won't see one guy have a great rookie year who's an everyday player yet. And I'll still feel this far away in terms of nailing a free agent, making a big-time trade. I think I would have been like, yeah, that's not successful.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
I Listen,
and people keep saying you got to be patient. You need to wait for people. If I told you 6 years ago, hey, it's going to be 6 years and we still won't have any sustained wave of excellence from the rookies and the farm system, I think most people would say, yeah, we need a different guy. Wouldn't you?
I just want to know. I just want to know how patient fans are going to be with Farhan Zaidi. How patient should we be with Farhan Zaidi? Well, here's his overall assessment of what's gone on in the first half of the season for the Giants.
I think it sort of validated our belief in spring training. This is a good team. We've had our ups and downs health-wise. We've had our ups and downs performance-wise. But I think we are a playoff team, a playoff caliber team, and there's certainly expectations that that'll continue. It's interesting. Beyond the health, we've had individual players go through ups and downs too. And I just, it's baseball's not to sort of get too philosophical. Baseball really is a marathon. It's not a sprint. And sometimes these guys get evaluated like it's a marathon. A guy has a bad couple starts or a bad 2 weeks, and suddenly it's like, we got to go trade for somebody. And so we've been talking a lot about kind of taking a longer view of things, whether it comes to the team. I mean, we've been, we started off really poorly, and then we got really hot, and now we've cooled off a little bit. Kind of try to evaluate things in totality as much as you can. So, and I think particularly with young players, we've had young players come up and be really hot and get really cold. And I think for us to create an environment that's as consistent as possible gives them the best chance for success.
So I'm trying to take a long-term view with the Giants. A big word salad. It's just very confusing, but I try to take a long-term view with the Giants to say, okay, I'm waiting for the farm, which is why I necessarily don't want to buy, because I want to see where this goes. I don't believe you have a World Series team. I just don't. I don't think you have a World Series lineup. I don't think you have a World Series rotation. The bullpen has a chance to be special with the Rogers brothers and Camilo Duvall. I love the bullpen. I love where it's at right now. But if you do buy, again, you're going to have to give up something. I'm cool with giving up something, but then what happens next year? What happens the year after? You got all these player options with middling, mediocre baseball players. And again, you don't have any stars. So, guys, folks are going to, we're just talking about this during the break. I said, boy, Shasky, a lot of people are going to the games. You shoot back saying, they don't have anything to do. Nobody has anything to do. So they're getting fans there. We're all suckers for it. When the Giants play well, the fans come out. There's no doubt. We're locked in. But what does this look like? What does this look like next year? How much patience are we going to have with Farhan? Now, here's what he said about the difference between last year and this year.
That's a tough question to answer because, honestly, for a lot of the first half last year, we were like 5-10 games over 500. So if you kind of did the game-by-game charting of our record, it probably doesn't look that different, through this point. It's a really hard one to answer. I think some of it just comes down to the psychology and, how fans feel about the team. Everything has so much to do with what the expectations were. So we were coming off a 107-win season, and we were kind of 5-10 games over 500. It just felt a little bit disappointing. And this year, whether justifiably or not, I think expectations were low, and then we got off to a bad start and started playing a lot better, and it got people really excited. So
that's Farhan Zaidi on the difference between last year and this year.
I get this general sense just from him. There's like zero sense of urgency ever. It's like we're just going to keep building forever.
It must be nice.
What?
It must be nice to have this.
When you listen to like Bob Myers before he left the Warriors, didn't it feel like life and death?
Well, I just look at the fans. I look at it from a fan's perspective here. As fans, when the Warriors lost a play-in game to the Memphis Grizzlies, people that season were ready to fire Bob Myers.
After three
championships and 5 finals appearances, folks wanted Bob Myers out of town.
Well, is that
didn't do enough to capitalize on Steph Curry's prime. That's all we heard.
Is that because of the Steph Curry factor?
That's part of it.
Yeah.
And he had a monster into the season. Yeah. He didn't maximize it. He stuck with Kelly Oubre Jr. Same thing with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan.
And they don't have a Steph Curry. They have some great players.
They have great players, but they've been knocking on the doorstep, and people, they will still say, a couple of years ago in 2021, people were saying Shanahan should fire himself in the media.
They can't win the big one. That's I think the number one thing that you hear from people regarding criticisms of Lynch and Shanahan. It's not that they can't build a team; they can't win the big one. I don't even know if Farhan could build the team for sustainable success.
Well, not only that, right? So we think about Jed York and Joe Lacob. They both get heat.
Yeah.
Jed York has spent over $350 million in guaranteed money to keep players here. Think about how much money he spent to keep George Kittle, Fred Warner, Deebo Samuel, Jimmy Garoppolo, Nick Bosa in the future, Brandon Ayuk in the future, because they're not going to get rid of those guys. Eric Armstead, Jimmy Ward. Think about how much money he spent to keep players here. Trent Williams,
good point.
Joe Lacob. How many years he's been in the tax? And yet we want to get these guys out of here. They can't do the job. We give them so much heat, and they've won championships or been close to winning championships.
And spent money, I would say, wisely and also simultaneously recklessly.
Right. Now
you know what I mean?
Yep. Now we think about Farhan Zaidi, and the sentiment is you just got to be patient. He's doing a good job with the farm. He's had to rebuild the farm. He has setbacks because of the pandemic. Well, everybody went through the pandemic. Wouldn't that apply to every organization in baseball during the pandemic? Everybody has setbacks with their farm system. But Farhan, it feels like with the Giants, we just treat them with kid gloves. And that bothers me.
Is it the fact they don't have a franchise player? Is that a part of this? Because if I look at the Niners, you can make an argument for a bunch of different, like they don't have the quarterback, which I guess is the number one thing in the NFL. What if you think Brock Purdy? Like we'll see. Like I know Bosa's amazing. Like they've got like 7 guys who could be a franchise player on other teams, right? Maybe I'm overrating it. Maybe it's 5, but whatever. But they have a lot of talent,
right? A lot of talent.
The Warriors have clearly a franchise player,
no doubt.
I think it's like 6 years and 0 franchise player.
That's just, and he's failed to get him. And then when you hear him say, "I never believed we're going to get Aaron Judge," that in my heart, that I don't want to, as a fan.
Yes,
I don't want to hear that.
Imagine being the guy who's like he's reporting to, and this goes back to I don't even know who he's reporting to. Imagine being the one like, hey, I never thought we could land this free agent. If John Lynch said that to Jed York, don't you think Jed York would be like, I think I have the wrong guy in place?
You know what it is? John Lynch and Shanahan walk into Jed York's office and Parag Marate's office and say, hey, I think we could go get Christian McCaffrey. And Jed York says, you know what? Go do it. Go do it.
Now, think about this. I don't think we could land Kelly Oubre. Like, imagine Bob Myers saying that to Joe Lacob.
I think we're wasting our time in the Hamptons. I think we're wasting our time in the Hamptons with Kevin Durant.
I didn't even think of that.
I think we're just, you know what? I don't think we could get David West. They failed at getting David West and went back and got him the next year. And then Farhan's telling everybody, I don't really believe we could go get these guys. That, to me, bugs me as a fan. I'm sorry.
But why did he say it out loud? Because you got really mad at John Lynch for admitting that he was looking at Mahomes.
Yep.
And you were like, you're too candid.
Yeah. Maybe keep that close to the vest. We don't want to hear that right now.
Well, that's the way I feel about this Farhan thing, B, is I'm like, why are you saying the quiet part out loud? Why would you, even if you believe in your heart of hearts that you're chasing a dream and even trying to sit down with Aaron Judge, you look like a fool saying it out loud, don't you? It makes you look incompetent.
I like the term unearned arrogance. Unearned arrogance.
That's the feeling I get from them.
So
they're living, we said this about the Niners for a long time. They're living off the past accomplishments. Remember we used to say that about Jed and the DeBartolo family for a long time, the York family, excuse me. They're living off of what Eddie did. And I was like, okay. But then they did a lot with Harbaugh. And now they've done a lot with Shanahan.
And they're
now
trying to create
their own history.
Yeah, they're trying to create their own history.
Exactly.
They're trying to get theirs.
It feels like to me, the Farhan and the Giants ownership is living a lot on the last 10 years before he even showed up.
I'm tired of hearing about 10, 12, and 14.
I am too.
I'm tired of hearing about it.
It was 9 years ago.
Yeah, I'm tired of hearing about it. So anyway, let's get to Brett Boone. Of course, the Brett Boone podcast right here on the Odyssey Network. He does a great job with that. And we love Brett Boone on the roast, man. We had to squeeze him in. And Brett, good morning. Welcome back to the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. And Brett, first and foremost, are you in Seattle this weekend for all the festivities going on at T-Mobile Park?
That's what I'm doing. I'm in the elevator right now. Starting the festivities for... what is this today? Monday? Yeah, I've been here since Thursday.
Oh, you sound cooked, man. Brett, have you gotten any sleep then? You don't even know what day it is right now.
Exactly. No, I've been up. I got up a little early. For me, this is sleeping in. But yeah, we've been running around everywhere. But it's been fun so far.
I want to ask you a question. Your brother is the manager of one of the biggest sports entities across the board, right? No matter what country you're in, and the sense of pressure to win now, he must feel it on a minute-by-minute basis. And I'm sure he's talked to you about it. We're talking so much. It feels like the Giants, who are a big brand, they won 3 championships. It felt like it catapulted them into an upper echelon of the sport. It just doesn't feel like there's this sense of pressure from the media and the fan base out here. Like when you juxtapose Yankees versus Giants, there's a huge drop-off in terms of sense of pressure, isn't there?
Going down. Yeah, but, it's tough. You play this game, it's been his whole life to this point. And you go into the job, you know what you're getting into. You know it doesn't matter what you do. If you just rattled off 8 or 9 wins in a row, or you just lost 8 or 9 games in a row, especially in New York.
We're losing Brett a little bit. Hey, Brett, we're losing you a little bit here. Let's see if we can clear that lineup, Lubman. Clear that lineup with Brett, because I do wonder about the sense of urgency. The Yankee sense of urgency, I like that sense of urgency. Last year when I was in Europe, and this is how sick I am on vacation.
What's that?
I ran into an interview on YouTube with Chris Mad Dog Russo and Mike Francesca interviewing George Steinbrenner. And they peppered him for an hour on WFAN. And I was like, damn, it's just different in New York City with the Yankees.
Yeah.
It's different.
But isn't the Niners, like the way we cover the Niners, isn't that different?
And the Warriors.
And the Warriors.
Their sense of urgency.
I think there's this false dichotomy about the Bay Area that we don't have passion. And I'm like, no, I think we're insane.
We're insane out here. But when it comes to the Giants, we have to be patient. How much patience do we need to have?
Bonte, they just, well, however you want to phrase it, a kid, Jordan Poole, is no longer in town. How many tweets did you get tagged in over the weekend?
Oh my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Brett, we got you back. Go ahead and finish up, Brett. We got you back.
All right. How you doing?
Yeah, we're back. What's up?
I'm telling you, I got on that elevator and it's stopping at every floor. So I'm down. I'm in a secure location.
Well, that's what happens when you stay at 5-star hotels, man. Everybody wants to get on and off, on and off, on and off. They should have like more elevators though at the hotel you're probably staying at.
Yeah, we got plenty of hotels. We're still busy.
Go ahead, finish up on that answer, Brett. That's your Shasky. Go ahead and rephrase the question if you want.
He was talking about, the pressure of playing in New York. It's a different animal, without a doubt. As a player, I played in Seattle and Cincinnati the majority of my time, and that's not like a New York. I don't think there's really anything like New York across the board, all the major sports. Yeah, you can go to a Boston, a Philly, and get that baseball taste of that pressure cooker. But New York's New York. It's the Yankees for a reason. I've talked to Aaron many times throughout his tenure there, and we broke it down. I said, Aaron, what do you expect, man? I said, this is the biggest stage. You got to want this. You win in New York, you're going to have the key to that city for the rest of your life. I said, you want to go manage in Kansas City? Nothing against the Royals, but it's apples to oranges. I said, if it's me and I'm managing in the big leagues right now, I want the biggest stage. I want the hottest flame under me. And I know what it is. I wake up in the morning, I read the paper with a smile, like, this is ridiculous, People that are commenting, especially today with the social media, which you have to deal with.
Yeah.
It comes with the territory. It comes with the job. You want to be a New York Yankees manager? Wow, there's a lot of perks that come with that. But at the same time, you know what you got to deal with. You're going to have criticism about everything. I look at it, and I think baseball people that know the game look at it very fairly. And assess you on the job you're doing, and all the other stuff, that's just noise. So really, it's not that big of a deal. We've been doing this our whole life. That's all we've been doing is going into hostile other venues and playing our whole life. So it's kind of not that big of a deal. But yeah, I mean, you know who it affects? His mom, my mom. My mom will call me. Those New York people are mean. I said, Mom, come on. You of all people, You were with Dad forever. Dad played 19 years in the big leagues in Philly. They'd boo him out of the stadium. You watch me get booed. You watch Aaron get booed. Of all people, Mom, you've got the most experience. So
that's
people
great.
It affects. But for the most part, it is what it is. Part of the job.
Yeah, we've had to tell our family, stay off Facebook, stay off the comment section. And we have such a smaller level of criticism than your brother. You talked about, like, the assessments are being made for you. How would you assess the San Francisco Giants' first half as someone from outside the Bay Area bubble?
I think the Giants, they exceeded my expectations to this point. I didn't think they were going to be a factor at all. But the bottom line is they can pitch. And whenever you can pitch, you've got a chance. This Giants team can pitch. It's in a division where the LA Dodgers are not what the LA Dodgers have been for the last 5-6 years. They're still a good team, formidable team, but they're not that good. Arizona's better. But San Fran's, put themselves in position at the break where they got a chance to win this division. I was looking at the wild card too, and as of today, if the season ended, they're in the postseason. Yeah. So I think so far so good. I think the Giants fans have got to be pleased. I think going into the season there weren't those big expectations. Mm-hmm. I think so far so good. We'll see at the trading deadline if they're going to make some moves.
Well, that's the thing, and we're talking to Brett Boone here, the host of the Brett Boone podcast here on the Odyssey Network, and he had a long career. Of course, have some of his best seasons in Seattle when they won 116 games. He's in Seattle right now for the All-Star festivities here. Of course, home run derby later on tonight at T-Mobile Park. When we look at the Giants and we look at this league, and there's going to be a lot of buyers, Brett, a lot of buyers. It's going to cost to get you something here. If you're the Giants and you're looking at their farm system and what they're trying to do here, do you mortgage some of the future to try to get something now? Because these windows of opportunity to win in baseball don't come around very often.
Without a doubt. It's not even a question for me, especially being on that side of the ledge. Being a guy I've been on some teams where we had a chance to go for it and we didn't. And I've been on some teams that we had a chance to go for it and we did. And there's a difference. There's a difference mentality-wise in that clubhouse. The most important people are the 26 guys in that clubhouse. Mm. And when some of the greatest times are when that guy upstairs, the ownership has got your back. And when they're trying to give you the best chance to win. I mean, I can't tell you what that does psychologically for the guys in that clubhouse that have got to go out in that field and do it every day. For me, it's a no-brainer. I think you summed it up perfectly when you said opportunities don't come along that often. Right. I think they see a vulnerable division. I think they see a division that is gettable, and they're right in the mix. As of now, they're in the playoffs. I think the Giants, and I heard you guys coming into my segment talking about, you're sick of talking about the 14 and the 2012 World Series. Well, they've established that they were dynasty, and you don't win 3 World Series in 6 years. They know what that feeling's like. They know what that means for the San Francisco Giants franchise. And I think if you've got an opportunity, and this is an opportunity, you've got to seize it. You have to be a buyer if you're the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm watching right now on MLB Network you pitching in the celebrity slow pitch game. I see you got looks like one of those Rawlings Liberty gloves. You're looking pretty good. You got
1, 2, 3. No, you got the 1, 2, 3 inning. It looks like.
Well, no, Levine looked like he hit a bomb off you. Did you have fun?
I'll tell you, I got lit up on the ledger, but I lit them up hitting. So now I went into it. And it seemed like a good idea 2 months ago when they asked me to do it. And then I'm walking out in the field, and I'm like, I don't know how good of a idea this is. But I ended up having a really good time. I didn't worry about the athletes on the field getting it done. But you think, well, how good are these, singer-songwriters going to be? I'll tell you what. I got my eyes open. Some of those dudes could hit.
Who?
So we had a good time. We had 5 innings. We won. We ended up taking in the long run, 21-19, but I had more fun than I thought I was gonna, and I'm paying for it now. My back's killing, and I swung the bat 3 times, and I forgot that I'm 54. Those 3 swings brought me back to my 20s and my 30s, and I let it go. So
wow,
I'm feeling it now. But it was a lot of fun. It's cool being back in Seattle.
Let me ask you this, because you were a great hitter for a long time, Brett. The Giants seem to operate from a belief of waiting for a pitch in your part of the zone and driving it, and only waiting on that pitch regardless of who is on the mound. Do you agree with that approach?
Getting a pitch to hit?
Yeah. Waiting for your pitch in your part of the zone. Like, if it's not in your zone, they won't swing at it. They won't even look at it. It doesn't even matter. They just will sit there and wait for their pitch, and their pitch may never come, which may result in multiple strikeouts.
Right. I think it's all up to the individual. Okay. I mean, that's a great concept to think about. I was more of an aggressive hitter. I would I swung at balls outside the zone, but balls that I could handle. It's all about knowing yourself. I mean, there's certain guys that can do it. I played with a guy that Johnny Olerud.
Oh yeah.
Who would not swing unless it was right where he wanted. And we used to tease each other and have conversations. And Johnny said, Boone, if me and you combined and we were one person, take your aggressiveness and my eye, we'd have something there. I said, you bet your ass you would, but we can't do that. So it's an individual thing. I think when you talk about that approach, it takes me to a Juan Soto in San Diego, a great, young, unbelievably talented offensive player. But it's almost like I watch him after a while, and it's almost like he's walking too much. If that's a possibility, it's like he's almost looking to walk. When this guy's got some of the biggest power, some of the biggest offensive prowess in the game, it's like it's great that you walk and get on base. But man, I want you maybe expanding your zone a little bit in 2-0, 3-1 counts and doing some damage. So it's almost like he got too caught up in that walk game. I know he's an all-star, but you look at his numbers, I look at his numbers, they're fine, they're good, but I expect much more from a Juan Soto. I expect more like a Robert Acuna number of Juan Soto than what Juan Soto's numbers are, though.
Sounds like Brendan Bell, Shasky.
He's obviously talented, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, no, you're spot on. Like we always used to hear, hey, if you're up 2-0 in the count, 3-1, you've earned the right to swing with both cheeks. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like that's just my philosophy. I'm looking at this first half of baseball right now. Ellie De La Cruz doing what he did over the weekend, stealing second, stealing third, stealing home. It's just incredible. He's been a phenomenon. And then seeing what Shohei's done, Ronald Acuna. We talked about this heading into the year. It feels like baseball is in the best spot in terms of athletes that it's been since like the 90s. I've had more fun watching this first half than I can in a long time. Where are you at in terms of just the narratives and where the game is being played right now with all of the different rules and the young players killing it?
I think the rules have been a home run, and I'm pleasantly surprised. I'm actually really surprised that I'm this happy with the rule change. I didn't think I was going to be. I think it's been a great thing for the game. Shohei Ohtani, come on. I can't even. I'm sick. I'm kind of embarrassed. I fawn over him so much, but I'm so in awe of what he's doing. Every day he does something new, and it's amazing. This Ellie De La Cruz comes onto the scene, and he's throwing a lot of excitement into the game. He's kind of a Fernando Tatis type personality. And that's what he is. He's not only a great talent and a ridiculous athlete, but he's fun for the game. And he's another guy that you think if he continues to play like this, he's going to kind of be one of those faces of the game. And then Cincinnati, of all cities, kind of needs that right now. So I think all these things, I think the Baltimore Orioles being talked about right now. When's the last time we talked about the Baltimore Orioles? I mean, they've got one of the best records in baseball, 54-35. I think that's great. I think, the Cubs even being in it in the middle, they're pitching. Cincinnati being in first place. When's the last time Cincinnati was in first place? And I look at the Texas Rangers. Texas Rangers coming out of nowhere, having one of the best offenses in the game. So you're right. I think that there's a lot of really fun narratives out there. I think it's been a fun first half. I think a lot of teams are in it, and I think it's going to be a great run. For me, it's really interesting at the buying, selling, trading deadline. Who's going to buy? Who's going to sell? And that's always interesting for me every year. And believe me, the players on the field, we're thinking about it right now. Like, hey, we've got to continue to show ownership that we're in this thing at the deadline because we don't want to sell. That's what players start thinking about right now is don't break our team up. We got a chance. Just hang there with us. So it's interesting what's going to happen the next couple of weeks.
That's an interesting perspective right there, Brett. Brett Boone here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. Now, you're up there to the All-Star game, and there's some guys who are probably sitting at home. Some guys sitting at home who didn't get the call for the All-Star game. How angry do guys get about being snubbed from the All-Star festivities, Brett?
Okay, now I'll talk about something. Has it ever been? How many spots are in the All-Star game? There's like 75.
There's too many.
Way too many.
There's too many.
Now I'm going to sit here. I'm going to go the other way and say when I was playing, it was hard. You had to earn your spot on that All-Star team. Now you just show up and you got a pulse. You make the All-Star team. No, I don't want to. I don't want to be. I don't want to be like that. Depends on the individual. Like with anything. I mean, I remember the first All-Star game where I considered I got snubbed, 1994. I'm hitting 320 at the break, and I don't make the team. It would have been my first All-Star game, and you want to go to the top of the rooftop and shout it out, but you don't do that. You just kind of go, that's way. There's nothing I can do as a player. All I can do is what I do on the field, and then everything is out of my control, whether I'm an All-Star or whether I'm not an All-Star. So you learn at a young age that you just got to kind of bite your tongue and move on. Yeah, you feel it, but you keep it internal. You know, I've seen some players, they come out and they're verbal about it. They go to the press and they talk about it. It's never a good look.
Yeah.
It's never a good look to go out and air your laundry out there and say, especially pound your chest and say, I should be an All-Star. Let somebody else say that for you.
Right.
You know, and when somebody else starts saying it for you, then it makes you look good. We can't control the awards. We can't control the All-Star. But yes, when you don't make a team and you kind of know in your heart that I should have been on that team, it's tough. On the flip side, you know, I've had some awards where I don't think I really deserved it, but I won, and then I'm okay with it in my mind, though. I said, yeah, but remember 94 when I made that All-Star team, they owed me one. You know, the baseball gods owed me one. So it goes back and forth.
Booney, I'm watching you hit a jack here in softball. You look completely winded.
You know what? I hate to toot my own horn. You haven't even said it yet. I was the MVP.
I said that. That's what we were saying. MVP.
Yeah.
You got a championship belt.
Oh, it's cool, too.
Yeah, you wearing that around the hotel today?
It is cool. No, it's too heavy.
Hey, I thought Zach LaVine and the other guy were going to crash and tear Zach LaVine's ACL out there in center field. Real quick, though, many years ago, Bruce Bochy got Beltran on the plane with them on their way to the All-Star game, and that's where they started to kind of recruit him before they ended up making a trade for him. Shohei Ohtani, he's obviously the guy everybody wants. Do you start your pitch now, whether you're trying to trade for him at the deadline or in free agency, or is that kind of a no-no?
I think you'll see people that do. Here's what I can tell you. The game has changed. It's a different world than when I was playing. In my day, yes, I could get on a plane and Bruce Bochy could make a pitch to me. It was more of a, you know, guys hung out more. Today, very different. It's kind of like even if I need a new bat order with the clubhouse attendant, talk to my agent to get the bat order instead of, you know, my guy, his name was Teddy. I walk in and say, Teddy, I need some new bats. It's different now. Everything's done through channels. Talk to my people. There's not as much, you know, Bruce Bochy putting his arm around a player in a casual atmosphere and talking about the future. Guys don't get together. You don't see the guys. They're by themselves. They have representatives around them all the time. I don't know if that's a better thing for the game or a worse thing for the game, but times are different. So I don't think you're going to see that intimate one-on-one conversation going on with especially a player from another organization. It's just a different world out there. It's very tight-lipped, very professionally run where, no, you don't talk to player A unless you go through B, C, and D to get there.
All right, Brett, go have fun in Seattle, man. This is your weekend.
I got about 50 appearances today, guys.
Jeez.
It's kind of fun. It had to wake me up this morning, get me ready for the day.
Hey, home run derby, who's your pick?
Who we got? Give me my choices. Julio.
Luis Robert Jr., Acuna. You got Pete Alonso's back in there. Vladdy. You got Mookie Betts, who's got 25 home runs at the break.
I don't like Mookie in this tournament.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll tell you who I'm going to take. Julio put on a big show last year, didn't win?
Yes,
he did.
And I think the new format, you know, I did it a couple times. The format wasn't as good. I think they tweaked the formula. They got it right now. It's the best entertainment for the fans. The rules of the home run derby now. Julio had a great one last year. He's going to be the fan favorite, obviously being in Seattle. But I'm going to go with Vladimir Guerrero.
I like that.
I like Pete Alonso. I like Pete Alonso. And take some aspirin. I like ibuprofen the day after softball.
Well, softball was 2 nights ago. I'm doing better today. I got the Theragun.
There you go. I'm sure Brett's tapped in.
You know, I'm playing Oh Is Me. You know, come on, honey. Then can't you see how hard my life is?
I love you.
Brett, have fun, man. Enjoy Seattle, man.
Stuff.
Always good talking to you.
Congrats, MVP.
All right. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I want you to be too. I want to hear that for the next hour on the hour. Just make sure everybody knows.
We had MVP Brett Boone on the Morning Roast. MVP Brett. Whatever we introduce you now, you're going to be named MVP. MVP Boone.
Unbelievable lettuce.
I told my buddy, I said they're making up for 2001 when each roast stole my MVP. I should have had it that year.
I should have had it that year.
That's great.
Oh, man. Have a good one, Brett.
You got it. Thanks.
All right, Brett Boone here on the Morning Roast. We got All-Star Week blowout coming up. All-Star Week blowout coming up. But first, let's get to the injury report. Farhan Zaidi. How many times we said that name today? He announced Friday that Giants' top pitching prospect Kyle Harrison suffered a moderate hamstring strain that will keep him from pitching, of course, in the Futures game last Saturday. Harrison will be reevaluated during the break. Somebody asked him during that presser Friday, is it a grade 1 or grade 2? I think it was Susan Slusser or the Chronicle. He goes, it's somewhere in between that. We'll see about that. He just never gives you a straight answer. I'm sorry, man. I'm not the biggest Farhan guy. I'm just not. I'll say that right now. I'm excited about the Giants being 49-41, but I'm in a wait-and-see mode with this guy. What is the plan? What is the direction? How patient do I have to be as a Giants fan to get a star? He said everything he said is just, I don't believe in Aaron Judge. I didn't believe we were going to sign him. I don't, San Francisco, the city, makes it hard to get free. Like, stop making excuses. Just go out there and do, okay? Okay, Farhan, anyway. Kyle Harrison going to get reevaluated for the hamstring strain. He also said it will be a matter of weeks depending on the severity of the strain. That said, Zaidi did say the plan is still for Harrison to pitch for the Giants at some point this season. And all early indications seem to suggest that a major league debut is still possible for Kyle Harrison, albeit a bit later than anticipated. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bake. Full-service baking, no compromises. More details on the All-Star Week blowout. Plus, we got Chris Paul, Jordan Poole sound. We're going to talk about the Golden State Warriors coming up here on the Morning Roast. 888-957-9570. Wide open phone lines right now. Get in here to react to what Chris Paul had to say yesterday, as well as Jordan Poole on Saturday as he spoke with this Washington Wizards jersey wearing number 13. 13 for Jordan Poole. Chris Paul takes over Jordan Poole's number 3. We'll talk about that coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service baking, no compromises. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Welcome back to the roast here on a Monday morning, my favorite day of the week. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what's happening? Good morning to all the people out there doing the damn thing, longshoremen, janitors, plumbers. It is All-Star Week for the strippers, too. All-Star Week blowout here at 95.7 The Game. All-Star Week blowout up on Broadway Street. Shout out to my guy Marquise Gillette, man. What's the name? Vintage. I just gave out the full government, but he hooked me up with the starter jacket, fresh Giant starter jacket. I think he hooked you up with some shirts as well. So check out his page on Instagram, man. It's really cool. A lot of vintage gear, a lot of old Niner stuff, Raider stuff. Split caps. I'm not a big split cap guy, but you could go out there and check it out. What's the name? Vintage on Instagram. But good morning, everybody out there. Spadoni, Lutman, Shasky. And I do like Mondays. I do love Mondays. I love Mondays, too, especially after a Warriors weekend in which we heard from Jordan Poole, the former Warrior, and new Warrior Chris Paul. Chris Paul, yes, it's real, folks. It's officially official. He's wearing the number 3 of the Golden State Warriors uniform. He was sitting next to Steph yesterday at Summer League at the Thomas & Mack Center. GP2 was there, Gary Payton II, and, of course, Jonathan Kuminga with the shades indoors. I'm not mad at JK for doing that. Live your life, young man. You're in Vegas.
Did you like the Steph little, bucket hat?
Oh, I love the bucket hat. Steph looks like such a G. Come on. Steph was out there chilling. You had Steve Kerr over there. You had Kirk Lacob running material to Chris Paul and his wife. So what did you think? Before we get into the sound here, 888-957-9570. Also, Dario Saric. Dario Saric is a member of the Golden State Warriors, and I'm with it. I'm with it. All of a sudden, let's play ball, man. Top 10 with this roster, the rotation. Saric, Chris Paul, JK with the second unit. Sign me up.
As a veteran off the bench, I think he's going to be significantly more impactful than what we got from Jermichael Green last year.
Not even close.
I think the fit is there. He's a very skilled, balanced, just a good player. He can rebound a little. He can knock down shots. He can facilitate. Really, he gives you a lot of, and I'm not saying he's the same player, but he gives you a lot of the Nicholas Batum kind of skill set from a big, but I think he's more physical than Nicholas Batum.
No, he's a lot more physical.
I like him.
I love the deal. It's a one-year deal. He gets to prove it and maybe get more money elsewhere after the season, but he's 6'10", 6'9", 6'10". He's not the rim protector. He's not going to be the rebounder that you think he is. I mean, especially after the ACL injury, he's kind of lost some of that athleticism. But look, man, over the course of his career, 11 points, 5.5 rebounds, 2 assists. But I think the assist numbers are a little diluted, or it's a little misleading because he does pass the ball well. He makes the right basketball plays. So Dario Saric is a new member of the Golden State Warriors. Chris Paul spoke about him. He was a big fan of his from his Phoenix days when they invested in the NBA Finals. So I do like this fit with Dario Saric. All of a sudden, everything's coming together for the Golden State Warriors. And then you get Jonathan Kuminga, who I think will see a lot of minutes. But Chris Paul spoke yesterday. What was your initial thoughts on Chris Paul media yesterday in the Prada jeans shirt? Chris Paul working out with Steph Curry, sitting next to Steph Curry. He's officially a member of the Golden State Warriors. It's wild.
It is pretty wild, and it is interesting to see them all sitting together playing nice. I'm here for it. I'm here for the Chris Paul experience. I think it's going to be...
you warmed up to it?
Well, I think it's going to be a mixed bag. I think we're going to critique every little interaction that he has with teammates, coach, media, which we'll get to in a second. And look, right now is the honeymoon phase, so I expect them all to get along, or at least pretend to all get along. But there's a lot of personalities, and I think that we're going to be monitoring this the entire way.
All right. Before we get to the money quote about coming off the bench, here's what he had to say about fitting in with the Golden State Warriors.
Before we move on, he's a lot smaller. When you see them all walk, Curry's not the biggest guy. I know people are like, he's 6'3". I don't know. I'm not here to be Mr. Height guy. I'm shorter than everyone. But, CP3 he's small.
Hey, he's about 6'1". He's small.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Even smaller. I've seen him in the locker room. He's short.
Yeah.
He's short. But he doesn't play short.
No.
He plays big. And he's played straight into the Hall of Fame. Here's what Chris Paul said about fitting.
Absolutely factual, yes.
Here's what he said about fitting in with the Golden State Warriors.
Not to sound crazy or whatnot, but at the end of the day, it's basketball. It's not brain surgery. And I'm going into a situation with a bunch of guys who done played together for a long time. And I don't know. I guess it's me or whatnot, but I'm not as worried about it as probably everybody else is, or anybody. When I say everybody, not necessarily our team, but we gonna figure it out.
Is there a style of play in your career that
you can remember is at least somewhat similar to the way they played with kind of all the flowing movement and all that? I don't know. I've never played with, all these different types of players. You know what I mean? So that's the situation. That's what happens. I don't think there's any team in the league that's the same. When I got to Phoenix, I'd never played with a player like Devin Booker, right? J.J. Redick was a lot different, in the way he shot coming off screen. Steph has the ability to create his own shot. Clay dropped, I forgot how many points with a few dribbles, you know what I'm saying? Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Draymond, the way that he can create shots for other players. So, yeah, like I said, luckily it's basketball, and I know a little bit about the game.
I know a little bit about the game. It's just basketball at the end of the day. And I think he will fit in. He'll slow down that second unit alongside Saric. He'll run that pick and roll. You'll have Jonathan Kuminga slashing. You have Moody in one corner. May have Klay Thompson in the other corner. I really like the prospects of how the second unit's looking. I really do.
I don't have any problems with him saying it's not brain science surgery, it's basketball. And I totally agree with him. I think we do overrate. When you're that sophisticated of a basketball mind, I do think that we overrate, what's it going to look like and feel? And are there going to be some redundancies? Sure. Are there going to be some times when he can't play ideally or maximized out with certain lineups? Yeah, that's basketball. You have to find the right matchups and fits, and sometimes guys just don't fit on the court for whatever reason. But the fact that he's realizing and being super chill about everything, I love that on the front end.
Yeah.
What else is he going to do? He has to play nice.
Well, not only that, but we do it was when Kevin Durant signed with the Golden State Warriors, and people were like, there's only one basketball. There's only one basketball. Got to remember who you're playing with here. Steph Curry, one of the most unselfish superstars we've ever seen. Draymond Green, say what we want about him. He's a willing passer, sometimes too much, sometimes more willing than other times. We want him to shoot a little bit, but Draymond Green is a willing passer. Now, Clay's going to get his shots up. Andrew Wiggins will defer at times, but he's going to play off the ball. Chris Paul's right. It's just basketball at the end of the day. He will figure it out. The great ones do. So I'm not worried about, are they going to play fast, play slow? Chris Paul will figure it out. He'll fit in, but if he does run that second unit, they're going to be dynamic. It's going to be much, much better than it was a season ago. At least people will know their roles, and he'll get people in the right spots.
You bring up the second unit. Well, are you sure he's going to be on the second unit?
Well, here's what he had to say about coming off the bench.
You'd be coming off the bench, playing with the second unit that's a lot younger than the Warriors of the past have been with J.K. and Moses. Just what do you think of their depth, their bench players that you might be playing alongside?
You coaching?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what the situation is going to be yet. You know what I mean? So I think that'll be for us to figure out once we get going.
You've never come off the bench in your entire career. Is that something that you'd be willing to do?
Like I said, it'll be a conversation for us when camp starts or whatnot. But me and Steve have talked or whatnot. But that ain't something that you'd be like, "What up, man? Where you starting? You coming off?" You know what I mean? So I think we'll figure all that stuff out in camp.
We'll figure all that stuff out in camp.
You worried at all?
Nah, it is what it is.
I mean, that answer at the beginning, can you just isolate the first question about, from Kendra?
You'd be coming off the bench, playing with the second unit that's a lot younger than the Warriors of the past have been with J.K. and Moses. Just what do you think of their depth, their bench players that you might be playing alongside?
You coaching?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
You coaching?
I text Kendra. I text Kendra, said, show up to Halloween with the culture shirt and the whistle and the clipboard. It could be Vinny Del Negro or Doc Rivers. That'll really flip Chris Paul. You got a little snipey. Chris Paul, you better be tactful. We also, Dubas asked a question. He goes, Dubas asked him something about evolving, the evolvement or the relationship evolving with Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and Steph Curry. And Chris Paul looked at him and goes, what do you mean by that? So you got to be tactful when you ask. I'm taking notes here. Warriors post-game live, when we get Chris Paul, I was like, you better be direct with Chris Paul. Just got to look for any little loophole to question you back.
You coaching?
Can we? Okay. And I know I've probably sounded more skeptical than most because I told you I'm coming around on it. But, we have to acknowledge this man has a massive ego.
No, there's no doubt. You can't be that great without an ego.
No doubt. I'm not knocking him. He's not the one. We all have egos. Some smaller,
he has
bigger than others. He's going to be a content machine.
There's no doubt.
His mannerisms, how he looks at teammates, whether he's high-fiving, chastising, how he deals with the media, how he handles his coaches, how he's coaching the other guys. I kind of can't wait for this. This is going to be a content bonanza.
Listen, we have egos here at the radio station. You don't think I have an ego, Shashka has an ego, Steiny has an ego.
You ever been pulled over by a cop?
Ego.
Yeah. They all have egos.
We all have egos.
Everyone
Chris
has
Paul
one.
has an ego. So this whole bench thing, again, I'm to the point where I don't really care about the whole start and bench. That's been overplayed. It's been overplayed.
You don't care, but I'm not going to let you finish.
Care.
Do you think he cares?
He may.
Did that sound like a guy? Did that sound like a guy who was ready to concede going to the bench?
I don't know. 888-957-9570.
Well, I guess not starting, because I don't want to say going to the bench, because that makes it sound like you're not going to play.
Is this a big deal to everybody out there? Whether or not Chris Paul comes off the bench, is that a deciding factor? Is it?
I don't think it's a big deal for me. I'm questioning whether it's a big deal for him.
Yeah, I'll play the quote over. Here you go, Chris Paul.
It sounded like it mattered to him.
You'd be coming off the bench playing with the second unit that's a lot younger than the Warriors of the past have been with JK and Moses. Just what do you think of their depth, their bench players that you might be playing alongside?
You coaching?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what the situation is going to be yet. You know what I mean? So I think that'll be for us to figure out once we get going.
You've never come off the bench in your entire career. Is that something that you'd be willing to do?
Like I said, it'll be a conversation for us when camp starts or whatnot. But me and Steve have talked or whatnot. But that ain't something that you be like, "What up, man? Where you starting? You coming up?" You know what I mean? So I think we'll figure all that stuff out in camp.
Mattingly Kenny, Nebraska's finest. Mercury News with the great follow-up right there. Tag team at Kindred and Madeline. That's some teamwork right there. I wish we got more of that in the Giants pressers with Farhan Zaidi. Man, Warriors speed ain't no joke.
All right, don't turn this into the Giants thing right now.
No.
Let's stay on this one.
No, I'm just saying.
Let me just ask
Giants media members, we could take some notes from that, Sam Lubman.
It's irrelevant what I or you think. What do you think CP3 thinks when he hears all that?
I just want to put out that I'm pretty sure I'm asking the toughest questions in these scrums. So back to what you guys were saying.
Talk about egos. Our own producer.
You coaching?
This is ego you talk about, Bonte. That word is not even in my vocabulary. Back to you guys.
Joe Spadoni said it on our group thread, and I want to ask you the question. Are you getting Russell Westbrook in LA vibes?
Not yet. No.
I wouldn't say defiance.
No, I don't.
But clearly, I don't know if he's come to grips with where he's at.
Well, maybe he just doesn't want to tip his hand. And he's trying to just soften the blow to like, hey, guys, it's not really a big deal.
Well, it would have been a lot easier if he just said, I'll do whatever the coach needs to win a championship.
That's not how he rolls.
I'll do whatever the team needs to win a championship.
That's not how he rolls. So it does sound like, and look, I've heard conflicting reports. I've talked to many people inside and outside the Warriors organization. Some people say, well, yeah, Chris Paul's going to start. Some people say they don't know. Some people say he should come off the bench. Now, part of the sentiment is it fair to Kevon Looney to come off the bench? Now you're going super small. But, man, he did a great job of dodging the question and not giving you an answer.
Wait, so now you're saying he's going to start?
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying what I'm told.
Okay, so what do you think?
Okay, so what do I think? I have no idea.
What you've been told?
I don't know.
You're hearing more that he's starting or that he's not?
I've heard that he's going to start. I've heard he's going to come off the bench, and I've heard that people just don't know.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't know. And quite honestly, I don't care anymore.
But what if he cares?
Anymore.
But what if he cares?
If he cares, then he's going to start.
What?
He's going to start because Steve Kerr will massage that ego, and he knows that Looney will take the. Looney will be the team player. He'll be the professional and do whatever it takes to help win basketball games. Is that fair? No.
After seeing Popovich's contract, I'm sure Bonte's like, I'd like to coach.
Oh, no, I would not want to coach. That is boy, these NBA players, I am good.
Money time! Money time!
Speaking of which, talk about dodging questions. Who's Jordan Poole on Saturday?
This is he's being, so CP3 being introduced as a
Sunday.
Warrior.
Jordan Poole is introduced as a Wizard on Saturday, holding up the number 13 with Kyle Kuzma. And look, Jordan Poole, we saw the videos come out Friday of him doing a little media day thing with the Wizards and did not look thrilled.
He's another guy going from the West Coast wearing number 3 to the East Coast wearing number 13.
Like James Wiseman. Wiseman wearing 13?
I didn't know that. I was going to go A-Rod.
Oh, A-Rod or James Harden wearing 13?
Harden's a good one.
But James Wiseman wearing number 13, by the way. Wiseman not looking bad at Summer League.
Yeah. I'm rooting for him.
Yeah, I am too.
PBJ, I watched yesterday because the game was on.
Right.
And I'm sad we got rid of him. I like his game.
Here's what Poole had to say when asked about closure with the Golden State Warriors and the whole Draymond Green situation.
We've been, much conversation about Draymond, going back to obviously the preseason incident. Even postseason, they were pretty adamant that they felt like it really impacted what went on last season. What is your just general perspective on how much of an impact the Draymond punch had on last season and how is it left now with him and them?
Yeah, I mean, we're in Washington now. Playing with Kuz, great duo. Being able to really flourish, expand your game, and help, like I said, a new team, lead an entire group of guys. It's a challenge that we're up for. We got a new front office, and there's a lot of people that's invested. Everybody is locked in, wants to be here, start something that we can have that can be special.
Vontae, when he goes, me and Kuz, great duo. He channeled his inner Donald Trump right there now that he's in Washington. It's a great duo. It's one of the greatest duos in the NBA, knowing damn well he didn't believe that.
Yeah, well, you know what?
Tremendous.
They don't get buckets.
It's a tremendous duo.
Tremendous duo.
It was so funny how he said it. He just slipped it in there. Me and Kuzma, great duo. God, that's funny.
So,
You think he believes it?
Oh, he'll make himself believe it. They're going to get buckets in Washington.
Yeah, poor guy looked like he was in NBA Siberia.
Dude, it basically is. Basically, yeah, poor guy. He just looks sad. I feel so bad for Jordan Poole, but you know what?
Well, what do you expect? The entire fan base is like, hallelujah. Like the second he gets traded.
I wouldn't say the entire fan base, because there's a lot of people who think the Warriors made a mistake. I'm looking at the chat right now. People are talking about James Wiseman. About James Wiseman, they're saying they made a mistake trading him.
Well, Poole's shown much more than James Wiseman as an NBA player.
I agree.
But Poole's also on a contract more restrictive for the Warriors moving forward than James Wiseman.
So, 888-957-9570. I want to go back to Chris Paul.
You coaching?
You think it's going to be a problem if he comes off the bench? Is Chris Paul going to create a stir? What are people's thoughts on their introduction to Chris Paul?
I think we've underrated the elements here.
You think it's going to be a problem?
No, I just think that there's going to be some massaging of the personalities. You're talking about, say what you want about Steph. Everyone thinks he's dead silent. I don't think him to be that quiet. I think he has major influence in his own way. He may not show it outwardly, but absolutely people revere him and they defer to him. Clay has his own personality, which Durant has spoken at times how it's been frustrating to play with Klay Thompson. And I'm not admitting, everyone has a personality. Like Kevon Looney, a guy that a hard hat. Right. I'm sure he's got a personality that one guy at some point in the last 5 years is like, I can't stand being around him for more than 20 minutes. I do think that we're talking about mega personalities here, all in one little tiny setting. I mean, Draymond and Chris Paul alone is going to be its own comedy routine. I mean, that's the odd couple.
Listen, man.
Is it not?
Nah, but you know what? I think it's going to work.
It might.
I really, truly believe it's going to work. And I think by the time training camp comes around or the season comes around, this will all be overblown. This will be. I think Chris Paul's going to... Listen, on the court, Chris Paul's been nothing but a team player. Has he not been? Has he not? I just think... I think overall, we look at Chris Paul and we hated him so much because he played on the other team. He is a team player. I think he will buy in. He will know. He knows that this is a great organization. He said so.
Well, he has no other choice but to, because he's trying to get a contract. See, that's the part I think we're kind of underrated.
And a ring, though.
What?
He's trying to get a ring.
Well, okay.
I think he's trying to get a ring.
For sure. He's trying to get a ring. But they're all trying to accomplish multiple things simultaneously,
no
right?
Doubt.
And I think that in his mind, he's like, I still want another payday, whether that's a large one, a small one, whatever. He still wants to play.
And he'll get that.
I know, but he has to play nice. And I do think that he's worried about sacrificing, and this is what a normal person would think, sacrificing. If I tell the world I'm not a starter anymore by playing with this, then that's how I'm going to be viewed moving forward. And maybe he doesn't want to do that. I'm not saying that's what I want him to do. I want him to just accept the role and help the team win. But maybe he's not willing to sacrifice that. I don't know.
Yeah,
Did Kelly Oubre seem like he was ready to sacrifice?
Well, Kelly Oubre was delusional. And he said that, and it was career suicide. Now he's waiting on the deal. Think about how Kelly Oubre Jr. played himself.
A fraction of the success of CP3.
He played himself.
I agree.
He played himself by saying that. That was delusional.
But Oubre has an ego. I think it's foolish to not think that CP3 does.
They all have an ego, but will that ego eat up at him coming off the bench?
Well, that's why I want him to play play nice.
I don't know. 888-957-9570. Your thoughts on Chris Paul and his quote-unquote ego. I don't think it's going to be a big deal personally. That's just me. Whether he starts, comes off the bench, I think they're going to go out there and play ball, try to win the championship.
Vontae.
There's a bigger prize at the end of the day.
Of course. But if you don't think we're going to be microscoping every single little interaction and facial expression, like we did this with Andre all
that's
year.
That's what you guys do. I know.
No, I'm not saying I did it. Am I the one making GIFs of Andre Iguodala when Draymond Green is hugging, LeBron James? No, that's the fans. The fans are hyperanalyzing this. They were breaking down whether the Kuminga, Jordan Poole, Moses Moody were high-fiving people coming back to the huddle. So if you don't think they're going to do this with CP3, I think you're in for something.
I'm so excited for this team.
I know it's going to be great.
I think
we're going to have content every day.
Yeah, well, it'll be good basketball content. We get so caught up in all the other stuff and all the others. Like I think we're really overblowing this drama. I think we really are. Let's go to Judy. Judy in Moraga. Judy, what's happening? You're on the roast. Good morning, Judy.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Hey, I was saying I really hope that we learned something major from last season. Let's get our act together. Let's get the chemistry great. Let's have players who want to win and knock off all the who's going to start, how many minutes, and what, just all of it. Like, I think we really need to get the team chemistry to where they were when we won the championship.
Right. I'm with you, Judy. And do you believe the chemistry, we could get that chemistry back? Or I say we, but the Warriors.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's going to work.
No,
have you warmed up to Chris Paul at all?
Yeah. Well, I can tell you, all the talk about Chris Paul and whether or not he'll integrate well and kind of what is his overall attitude. I think on the court he's going to play hard.
Agreed.
And I think, honestly, the rest of the players are going to have to adapt. And hopefully we'll get that amazing Warriors, vibe.
Yeah.
That's what got us to the championship.
So good to hear from you, Judy. Take care. Thanks, Judy, for the phone call.
Thank you guys so much. Have a great day.
Thanks, Judy.
Absolutely, Judy. Love Judy out there in Moraga. Love her. And she's right. I think he's going to go out there and play some good damn basketball, man. I understand a lot of people get caught up in the stuff. We did it with Jordan Poole and the beard and how he looked. I just said, man, it just looks weird. Him in a Warriors in a Wizards uniform. It just looked odd. Looked very odd. But as odd as it looked, as Chris Paul holding up that number 3 in the Warriors uniform.
So odd.
I'm saying to myself,
so odd.
Boy, Chris Paul and Dario Saric in a pick and roll. Jonathan Kuminga slashing, playing defense, running around like a bat out of hell. Moses Moody in his calmness. Klay Thompson coming off screens with Chris Paul throwing him the basketball, and he's catching and shooting. Chris Paul, and the passer that he is, Warriors just got a top 75 player and a Hall of Famer to go mess with the court. And the IQ, the collective IQ, we keep talking about IQ.
That is obviously, yes.
The lack of turnovers at Chris Paul, the efficiency that he shoots with. I'm all in on a Chris Paul experience, and whether or not he plays off the bench or starts, whatever. I think the thing we need to focus on more is who's going to be in the finishing lineup. The last 5 minutes of a basketball game. That's the biggest thing.
My number one question is who's playing defense in that closing lineup? If it is CP3, Steph Curry, Klay, Wiggins, and Draymond.
Last time I checked the game, in today's NBA, a game's not won or lost in the first quarter.
No.
You come back from a 20-point deficit like it's nothing with all the three-point shooting.
No, I'm talking about the fourth quarter.
But the fourth quarter is about who's that's what I just said. Who's finishing a game?
I know.
That's the most important part.
But who's playing defense in that final stretch? That's that. I want to see what that looks like.
Who's going to score?
Oh, that's
defense. What the problem is? Who could score in the last 5 minutes against the LA Lakers? He couldn't score anything. I can't wait. 888-957-9570. We got a break. Kevin Den is going to join us coming up here. Of course, he calls all the Santa Cruz Warriors games. He's down in Las Vegas. He'll talk about some of the youngsters, Guy Santos, Brandon Pajemski, and, of course, Lester Quinones. Plus, we'll ask him his thoughts on Chris Paul. And don't forget the All-Star Blowout giveaway. You better know the show at 9:20. Better know the show at 9:20 because you will have a chance to win some great prizes we'll discuss on the other side here on the Morning Roast. And it'll be brought to you by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-888-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT.
Do you have heart failure and often...
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
What, Kevin Dana? Kevin Dana, 8:30, right? Coming up. Where's Dana? Oh, we got him? Oh, he's got the Lucy app?
Did you see him do like a juvenile Ha video photo shoot?
No, I did not.
You know how like when Juvenile came out and said he was the first guy to park a Ferrari in the Jets? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes,
I think it was a Lamborghini. Maybe I'm misrepresenting it. Kevin Dana just posed in front of his new vehicle. It was not a Lamborghini.
What was it?
I don't know. What kind of car was it, Kevin?
It's a Chevy Bolt, baby. I'm living the EV life now.
I like it. By the way, the Juvenile Tiny Desk, I know you checked that out, Kevin.
You know what? I actually have not watched a Tiny Desk before. I've heard great things about him, including, Usher has that. I have not watched a Tiny Desk, so.
Oh, no, you cut out a little bit there, Kevin. Got a little delay going on here. Kevin Dana, of course, is out in Summer League. Call us some Warrior games right here on 95.7 The Game. He was up in Sac, up in Vegas with the great Zena Cada, of course. Kevin Dana, we love him here on the roast. By the way, don't forget the All-Star Week blowout. We'll have some details on that. And that was Judy from Moraga. You didn't know that? Buonvino.
Oh, I didn't
That was Judy. I knew that was Judy. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Judy.
Yeah, that's Big Judy. We sung her happy birthday.
Yeah, Buonvino's the spot, man.
Yeah.
If you're in Walnut Creek, why are you not going to Buonvino?
Yeah, we're going to reconnect with Kevin
spot.
Dana. But that was Judy with the great take. You know she's a diehard Warrior fan. If Judy can get down with Chris Paul, then you can too. 888-957-9570.
This is
Chris Paul coming off the bench or not, or is that the big deal?
Well, this is why I love our roasters. From Niners Warriors on YouTube. Coach's Corner on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by CP3.
There you go. Wait till the CP. You're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Probably won't even say our names.
Nope.
Let's just say the roast.
Nope.
And I'm cool with that. I'm okay with that. I am. By the way, the All-Star Week blowout, if you want to win a signed Steph or Clay jersey, how about a fitness or boxing lesson from Evolve Fitness?
Ooh.
Maybe a $250 gift card to Alexander's Steakhouse or Buonvino or Walnut Creek.
What do
Maybe
I have
that
to
interests
do?
you. All you got to do is know the show, because at 9:20, when they throw the lines back out there, 888-957-9570, and you better get in, and you got to answer a question about the show today. You got to answer a question about the show today, and you call in, and you get a chance to win a prize. And we got 15 prizes here, and you just pick a number. If you get it right, you pick a number, and we open it up, and that'd be your prize. So we can't wait for that. Kevin Dana, we'll reconnect with him in moments here. What do you think about the Summer League so far? Brandon Pajemski, let's start there, the first-round pick out of Santa Clara. Yeah, you.
Oh, well, he's been kind of underwhelming. Just being honest.
Yeah.
Turnovers, dribbling a lot, dribbling into trouble. The shot doesn't look great. But it's Summer League, so I'm not taking too much out of it. I just don't know where. Like, if you got Corey Joseph, and you got CP3, and then you have Steph, and then you have Moody, and then you have Clay, and then not in that order, and Wiggins, out on the perimeter. I just don't see where he fits into the rotation. Now, I could be way wrong, so I'm not going to lose my mind over him. I haven't been that impressed, though.
Yeah. Let's ask Kevin Dana. Kevin Dana's down there in Summer League. Kevin, we got you back here. Brandon Pajemski. We didn't know much about him, even though we played at Santa Clara in the West Coast Conference. To me, he looks a little slower. He does have nice brain, his IQ. Everybody's talking about IQ is becoming a new ramping up, but he does seem to make the right basketball play, but finishing right now is a struggle for him. The consistency with his shot, and maybe he's just not as athletic, and I don't know if that's going to be able to translate well in the NBA. What is your thoughts on Pod so far? Because it feels like you may be calling a lot of his basketball games this coming season. It's not a knock to play in Santa Cruz at all, but it looks like Paz needs a lot of work.
Yeah, Bonte, you know that it feels like a lot of NBA first-round draft picks after pick 7 or 8 or something spend a decent chunk of their year in the G League. So the number 19 overall pick is probably invariably for any NBA team going to spend some time in the G League. Brandon Pajemski, so far, the shot hasn't really fallen, but I think that's the thing that the coaches care least about. I mean, plenty of rookies struggle with their shooting percentage in this setting. So I don't think that's a big issue at all right now. It's a small sample size. He has been a little turnover prone at times. He's gotten himself stuck into some tough spots. I do know that the coaches really like his IQ. His need to win, as Kirk Lacob told me on the air for our broadcast against the LA Lakers. So they really kind of like those intangibles. And obviously, he does have a pretty good feel for the game with respect to setting up his teammates. I mean, he was 1 rebound shy of a triple-double last night, even though he was 3 of 16 from the field or something like that. So 10 points, 10 assists, 9 rebounds. And he's a good rebounding guard for his size. Yeah, that was one thing I was curious about. How would the rebounding translate? And look, Summer League is not NBA regular season, and I get that. But he has rebounded pretty well at Summer League thus far through 4 games. I mean, he's had double-digit rebounds in each of his last 2. So I think that's a positive, and that's at least a little more translatable, rebounding in Summer League than rebounding in college. So it's a step up for him. But all right, there are times certainly he looks a little overwhelmed. I think that is to be expected for pretty much any rookie out there. I mean, even I'm not comparing him to Victor Wembanyama. Even Victor Wembanyama went 2 of 13 in his first Summer League game.
No doubt.
Were you there for Victor Wembanyama's appearance Friday night?
Yes, I was. So actually, Victor Wembanyama has preceded Golden State in each of the first 2 games for the Warriors. So we've had to be there in order to set up and everything. So, man, when I tell you there's a different energy when Victor Wembanyama's out there, I mean, the crowd almost audibly gasps every time he touches the ball. The only time I've seen a Summer League crowd like this into a game is when Lonzo Ball was playing his rookie Summer League season in 2017.
Yeah, I was out there for that. That was dope. When Lonzo Ball was out there, it was a buzz at Thomas and Mack. It's a lot of cool. Shasky, you got to go to Summer League. Cox Pavilion, Thomas and Mack is connected to each other. You leave one game, you walk down the hallway, you're right there at Thomas and Mack. So Wemby, everybody's overreacting about him, Kevin Denna. He did his shows last night, 27-12, 4 or 5 blocks. Wemby's going to be a solid pro for a very long time. Probably a special pro if you really think about it. I think once he gets the spacing down, the speed of the game, Wemby's going to be just fine.
Oh, yeah, I have no doubt about that, Bonte. I mean, I watched this guy all year doing his games for Mets 92, and he is special. Even after the 40-plus games he did, there was usually something every game where my breath was taken away, or I said to myself, I haven't seen that before. And he had like this tip jam in the last game where he just kind of tapped it to himself while he was in midair and dunked it down. And, you know, after all the games that I've seen him play, I still hadn't seen him do that. There's always something new that he impresses me with.
Wow. So we're going to go from Wemby to the Warriors Santa Cruz team, or I guess the G League team, or
Lester Quinones.
Summer League team. Yeah.
Summer League team.
Lester's not Wemby.
Yeah.
But I think Lester can have an impact this year on the Warriors. Now, I don't know how much, but it sure feels like he'd be a really nice player on the big club.
Yeah, I agree, Shasky. I mean, this guy has really had a nice rise with Golden State. If you remember last year, he was on a 2-way contract in Summer League, and he was thought to be one of those guys. And, of course, Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb come along in training camp. He gets taken off that 2-way. He starts the year on a true G League contract and was playing so well that by the time March rolls around, Golden State had no choice but to give him a 10-day. That turned into a 2-way contract. He got a handful of games with Golden State last year, but he really improved as a playmaker over the course of last season. He came in as kind of a 3-and-D guy for Santa Cruz. That was kind of his rep at Memphis, but he really turned into a nice on-ball facilitator. Obviously, still looking to score for himself a decent bit, and he really knew how to do that. And he got a huge confidence boost, it looked like, once he got that 10-day contract, got that Gatorade call-up to Golden State, and it continued on through the rest of the G League regular season. Obviously didn't get a ton of opportunity with Golden State. But I think he's a guy that's for sure a 2-way contract. And I know roster spots are limited. Golden State doesn't have a lot of room left. But I think he's a great candidate for a guy who, when invariably Golden State adds a 15th guy, you imagine they're going to start with 14 this year, then add the 15 guy late in the season for, you know, better tax purposes. I think Lester's a high quality candidate for that spot.
We're talking to Kevin Denna, the voice of the Santa Cruz Warriors, but I got a feeling he's not going to be at Santa Cruz too much longer, man. We got to cherish him while he can, because there's no doubt a big league call-up is coming up for Kevin. Does a great job on the play-by-play call of summer league games with Zena Keita. So looking at the Warriors' big league roster, and you're sitting there yesterday, and you see across from you on the sideline, there's Stephen Curry, there's Gary Payton II, there's Jonathan Kuminga with the shades on, and then there's Chris Paul as your new member of the Golden State Warriors. Now, I don't know if you were there in the scrum, but what's your initial thoughts on Chris Paul becoming a member of the Golden State Warriors through the Jordan Poole trade?
Yeah, man. I mean, so I wasn't in the scrum because it started when the Warriors Summer League game started. So we had Zena Keita, our sideline reporter for the game. She was in the scrum. She got the sound for us, and we were able to flip that around. R.C. Davis working his magic behind the scenes to get that
Don't give him
out
too
on
much credit. Don't
Warriors
give R.C.
radio
too much
for
credit.
us. But yeah, it's I never thought I'd see Chris Paul in a Golden State Warriors uniform after all the battles he had with the Clippers and the Rockets, and even with the Thunder and the Phoenix Suns. I mean, it's been pretty kind of mind blowing to think, oh, all right, he's on Golden State now, and I do think it makes a lot of sense. After I can get past the sadness I felt when Jordan Poole was traded. Look, I love Jordan Poole. I think he's going to have a great NBA career, but it obviously makes a lot of sense for Golden State from a cap standpoint, financial flexibility, and hey, you get a 12-time NBA All-Star, 11-time All-NBA player, and one of the 75 best players in the game's history. Obviously makes some sense for Golden State, and I'm very intrigued to see how it's going to work out with CP3 because they certainly got the more experience that they were looking for, the Warriors,
right?
And they got an all-timer.
What did you make of his comments to Kendra when she was asking him essentially about coming off the bench? What did you make of his answer?
Yeah, he said that's going to be a decision that they make as a team. I personally think that the best Warriors lineup is with him kind of leading the second unit and being a guy who can give you 25-ish minutes a game in the regular season, low to mid-20s, and then ramp it up for the playoffs, because you do worry about a guy who's had some injury history in his late 30s, and try to keep him fresh for the postseason. But I think CP3 knows the situation he's coming in. He's obviously started every game in his NBA career, and it'll be interesting to see what Golden State decides to do with him in that lineup. Is he in the starting lineup, or do they bring him off the bench? I'm curious if I think I would say that he could look at the cards on the table and realize, hey, maybe this bench thing is going to be the best thing for me, but we'll see.
You coaching?
I wouldn't know are you coaching, Kevin? Real quick, before we let you go, the midseason tournament. They've been talking about this for quite some time. Adam Silver announces it Saturday. You got these groups. You got, 5 pots? And you got all these groups, the quarterfinals. Guys are going to be playing for some money. What's your overall take on the NBA in-season tournament? We'll explain it after you get off the air, but what's your take on this whole NBA in-season tournament?
Bonte, I'm intrigued by it. I definitely am. And because, look, you take a look at the regular season in November and December, and you're going up against the NFL. You're kind of in the back burner of the national sports consciousness. And I'm not going to say that's going to flip the equation, but you are going to see players more motivated for some regular season games, I think. And worst case scenario, if it doesn't work out, it's not adding to the stress of an NBA regular season unless you make it to the championship game where you play like an 83rd unstatted game, if you will, because it won't count against the regular season standings or stats. And by that point, $500,000 are on the line. So, I think that's a pretty good incentive it's a great incentive for guys who are end of the bench, vet min contracts, or if you're on a two-way contract, I imagine that two-way contract guys would get a piece of that $500K. So I'm curious to see what it looks like. I'm excited for it. And look, it could be a thing like maybe the Houston Rockets get on a heater in November and they make their way to the in-season Final Four in Las Vegas. I think it adds a nice little spice to it. I saw this a little bit in France. They have the Leaders' Cup that Victor Wembanyama's team played in. I didn't get the sense that the teams there cared a ton about it because the top-seeded team lost in the first round. And maybe my view was a little jaded because I wanted Victor's team to lose. Don't tell him that because I wanted an off day the next day and not have to call games all weekend. But I think it's going to be interesting at the NBA level. I'm definitely looking forward to it.
See, Shasky, even Kevin Dena has an ego. How about that? He even has an ego. Kevin, when you back in town?
I get back July 16th. I'm out here doing an alternate stream for the NBA for the Mavs-Warriors game with JJ Barea, actually. And then I'll be doing Junior NBA on July 15th out here at Thomas and Mack, and then back in the Bay on the 16th.
All right, we'll get some lunch soon, man. Me, you, J-Dub, Jordan Watkins, of course, from Stanford. Maybe we'll invite Shasky. Maybe.
Someone's got to pay for it.
Hey, that is true. We need a sucker. We need somebody to run that credit card bill up. Hey, Kevin, man, continue the great work, man. Good insight. Good breakdown there. We'll talk to you soon.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
Anytime. Kevin Dena here on the Morning Roast, the voice of the Santa Cruz Warriors. So he said a lot there. Look, he's with the Chris Paul thing because we'll get to the in-season tournament. We'll have our thoughts on that before we leave the show. No doubt about it. I'm lukewarm to it. I don't know if $500,000 is enough to get guys like Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson.
The NBA player.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, Draymond Green don't even get out of bed in March, man, for these games.
Now you got taxes. Why even do it?
$500,000, really? That's like $100,000 in California, man. They are raking us over the head with taxes. But Chris Paul off the bench. You really, like, 888-957-9570, Dub Nation. Is this a big deal, Chris Paul, whether or not he comes off the bench? How big of a deal is it?
Well, it feels again. I don't care one way or the other.
Yeah,
it feels like it is to him. What? Why are you laughing?
I can't wait. I can't wait to again. He was asked about coming off the bench, and here was Chris Paul's answer yesterday.
You'd be coming off the bench playing with the second unit that's a lot younger than the Warriors of the past have been with JK and Moses. Just what do you think of their depth, their bench players that you might be playing alongside?
You coaching? Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what the situation is going to be yet. You know what I mean? So I think that'll be for us to figure out once we get going.
You've never come off the bench in your entire career. Is that something that you'd be willing to do?
Like I said, it'll be a conversation for us when camp starts or whatnot. But me and Steve have talked or whatnot. But that ain't something that you'd be like, "What up, man? Where you starting? You coming up?" You know what I mean? So I think we'll figure all that stuff out in camp.
That reminded me of an exchange I've had many times where one of my buddies asks me about doing something in front of my wife, and I go, and then we're like going to talk about it later. That's a discussion for later. Or I'll turn to her and be like, "Hey, babe, what do you think?" We could talk about it later, which basically means no.
I mean,
Bonte,
should that conversation,
me in the eye. No,
should that conversation already happen?
Look me
with
in
Chris
the eye.
Paul? Should the conversation before he stepped up to the mic, and he's been traded here, and he's known he's going to be a Golden State Warrior for a couple weeks now. Should that conversation have already happened, or should Chris Paul even tip his hand? Like, who cares?
Well, I just think that his response could have been completely different, and it would have just tamped this whole thing down, right? He could have said a variety of combinations of something that meant, hey, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to win a championship. We haven't discussed that, but I'm open to anything. I'll do whatever it takes to win. I just want to win. I just want to win. Now, he may think I want to win, and I only want to win, but the best way of winning is me on the court for the majority of the time, and especially as a starter. Who knows? It just, I'm saying, B, look me in the eye. Did that sound like somebody who was ready and willing to come off the bench?
No, it sound like somebody who said, look, we haven't talked about that yet, and it's none of your business whether or not we talked about that yet. Doesn't matter. We'll see what happens game one. To me, it's not even a big deal. To me, the question that everybody's missing, or that's going to be the one that we're going to want answered, is who's in the finishing lineup. That's what's more important to me. I don't care who comes out. Hey, starting number 3 out of Wake Forest, Chris Paul. Like that stuff, I don't care.
But don't you think it means something to him?
Maybe it's about who's. But would it mean something to him to start and then not playing the final 5 minutes?
No,
that would hurt more.
Ponte, in his mind, he thinks he should be doing both, I think.
Yes.
I mean, that's it. Listen to the tone in his voice.
There you go.
I mean, I think there was a way more diplomatic response that just shuts the whole narrative up.
Yeah, well, he didn't do it.
No, he didn't do it.
He didn't do it.
And I think that could, again, I'm not going to make too much of it because I don't want to, it could sabotage everything. Like, we're getting ahead of ourselves.
We are.
It is something that they're going to have to, figure out.
Well, here's what he said about fitting in with the Golden State Warriors.
Not to sound crazy or whatnot, but at the end of the day, it's basketball. It's not brain surgery. And I'm going into a situation with a bunch of guys who done played together for a long time. And I don't know. I guess it's me or whatnot, but I'm not as worried about it as probably everybody else is, or anybody. When I say everybody, not necessarily our team, but we gonna figure it out.
Is there a style of play in your career that you can remember is at least somewhat similar to the way they play with kind of all the flowing movement and all that?
I don't know. I've never played with, all these different types of players. You know what I mean? So that's the situation. That's what happens. I don't think there's any team in the league that's the same. When I got to Phoenix, I'd never played with a player like Devin Booker, right? JJ Redick was a lot different, in the way he shot coming off screen. Steph has the ability to create his own shot. Clay dropped, I forgot how many points with a few dribbles. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Draymond, the way that he can create shots for other players. So, like I said, luckily it's basketball, and I know a little bit about the game.
He knows a little bit about the game. He knows a lot about the game.
He's forgotten more than most have ever known.
So that's to me. We're missing the boat here. Who cares if he starts in the first 5 minutes and he's there at center court when they're tipping the ball off? Who's played in the last 5 minutes? Because that's where the Warriors had trouble.
Do you want him playing in the last 5 minutes?
Absolutely. He's a great decision maker. As much as I hate Chris Paul, this guy makes plays. He will get you the right shots. He will not turn the ball over. And if he's wide open, which Draymond Green will still be wide open, he's going to have to hit those shots. But Chris Paul shot 37.5% from the three-point line last year. He's a very efficient player.
So we all agree there are going to be games, whether he comes off the bench or not, he's going to start probably 20-something games just by the fact of guys missing and certain load management situations and stuff that happens throughout a year. Like, let's just say bare minimum.
Right.
I do find it interesting about the closing lineup because while I absolutely agree they are such a better half-court offense with him out there, there's going to be nights when I don't think him being out there or Draymond being out there or, pick the guy, there will be nights where he's going to have to be the odd man out. And I guess the question is, how much tolerance will he have if he is the odd man out and they're not winning those games?
Will he be the odd man out, or will it be Andrew Wiggins or Klay Thompson? Or will it be Kevon Looney?
That's a great.
Will it be Draymond Green?
Draymond
Green was the odd man out in Game 4 of the NBA Finals against Boston.
And he didn't love that.
He didn't love it at all. But you know what? Suck it up, Buttercup. Suck it up. Put your big boy pants on. It's about winning the championship, right? That's what it's about. It's about winning the championship. Let's go to KC and Santa Cruz. All right. See Robin San Bruno first. Robin San Bruno, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? Look, man. Look, Chris Paul is the point guard. It's only 2 or 3 point guards in NBA history that can say they better floor for Jalen Rose than Chris Paul. It's not that many. So, in my opinion, he should start. Start in the first 5 minutes, get it going, get the shooters going, take them off, put them back on in the second quarter with get Camille going. And my thing is, when CP get rolling, when he dishing and rolling, he get comfortable, what that's going to do for Draymond? Because if you got Draymond out there and you got the point guard, what you need Draymond for? Can he hit a jumper? Is he working on his jumper this year? No, real talk.
No, I'm laughing because I'm agreeing with you, Rob. I'm agreeing with you. But like Robert Douglas, real quick, Rob, like Robert Douglas said, every game situation, Bonte, is going to be different. And I agree with that. Every game and every situation is going to be different, Rob.
Yeah, so if CP out there with the splash and he got Wiggins and he got Kuminga out there, is Draymond gonna stop and hit a jumper? He gonna be the odd man out. So it's like, well, how is Draymond gonna be effective if he's not playing the way he used to play?
Rob,
once Chris Paul gets there, It's going to change.
I agree with that. You know what's very interesting? The Paul George Draymond pod, we all played the same cuts, and it was about him being Game 7 MVP and, what would have his career looked like. There was a lot of other things that he talked about, and one of the things he talked about, this is Draymond, admitting how when people aren't guarding him, that affected him psychologically.
Yep.
And I don't think we talked enough about that.
No, we didn't. We didn't.
I think we were all falling for the banana in the tailpipe regarding the Game 7 Finals MVP delusion. Wow. And the reality is that if you look at his body of work as a career, a lot of people point to that season where he scored 16 points a game, which is the year 73, his best year by far. And he's like, I was a scorer my whole life. Every guy in the league getting to the league was a scorer at some point. Every guy. They're 9 out of 10 of these dudes are the greatest basketball player you've ever seen at your high school, your section, your community, your particular region of the country. And then they get to a different level, and their role obviously is evolving and it's changing and stuff. And so Draymond Green somehow, like, he's never been left open in his life, and that really screwed him up psychologically. And we've made a lot about, hey, if Draymond could get back to being offensive. I mean, I'm just looking at his body of work, and I'm looking at his particular stats. That 1 year where he was awesome, he was career outliers in shooting percentage, the amount of shots taken. I think it's going to be really difficult to even come close to those numbers in terms of efficiency.
Mustafa Ward, don't be sensitive now. Ain't nobody dumping on Draymond Green. We're talking about basketball.
We're just talking.
You want us to talk basketball? We're talking basketball.
Yeah.
He's going to be wide open.
Yes.
And he said psychologically on the Paul George podcast he admitted it affected him. And you know what? I believe it because guess what? Tony Allen, did it affect him when he was left wide open?
It did.
Did it affect Domantas Sabonis?
Tony Allen, I think we'll stop real quick.
Yeah.
One of the best defenders of that era and was a weapon.
Right.
And they took him off the floor. He was never the same.
Domantas Sabonis in the first round against the Golden State Warriors.
He was
Did that not affect him?
I think it did.
He was wide open, didn't know what to do.
I agree with that.
So Draymond Green admitting that, and you know what? He's going to be the guy who's open again.
Yeah, I agree.
He's going to have to hit these shots, and I believe he can hit it. So him admitting that it psychologically messed with him, I think it's a good first step to Draymond at least being respectable from the three-point line. What's respectable look like? Can you get me to 33, 34%?
And that's where I'm going. Like, be efficient. And I'm not saying 16 point a game, Draymond's coming back. I think that's never going to happen. Can you be in the 34 to 36 range? We're talking about a couple of ticks up.
Nobody's dumping on Draymond Green. Draymond Green's going to defend.
Not the only one whose role's evolving.
He's not. No, and you know what?
Steph's
Draymond Green
role will evolve a little.
Again, on this show, we said Draymond Green had a phenomenal season last year. I thought he was going to head to Salt Lake City. He was a borderline all-star. But he's got to hit an open shot.
Yeah.
Because those open shots that was presented to him against the LA Lakers, he didn't do nothing with it. And you have to do something with it. That's not going away, folks. That's not going away. That's not dumping on Draymond Green. It's just spitting the facts here. And if you can't handle the facts, get the hell out the chat. Let's go to KC Santa Cruz. KC, what's happening?
I like that. If you can't handle the facts, get out the chat.
Get out the chat.
I like
Just
that.
facts only, man.
I like that.
Go, KC.
What's going on, fellas? How you guys doing?
Good.
So with the Chris Paul edition, I wasn't really big on it at first, just because thinking about Jordan Poole, who played 82 games, played a bunch, and with Steph Curry getting older, Klay Thompson getting older, who knows how many games they're going to play. But thinking about the combinations, what the Warriors will add with Chris Paul, I think it'll be great for the second unit. I mean, we'll see if that's his role, but I think in the second unit, being able to make the game a lot easier for them and whatnot.
Right.
It'll be good for the Warriors.
Well, I think that at some level, whether it's CP3, Draymond, Klay Thompson, Kevon Looney, Steph Curry, Andrew Wiggins, I think every one of these guys is going to have a little give and take. They're going to have to compromise on one end so that they can gain on another. I think every guy on the team, but that's the case with every team you assemble every year.
No doubt.
Guys have to accept their roles, and they have to adjust their style of play according to what the team needs.
Feels like the chemistry is already better. They haven't even played a game yet. It just feels. You could feel vibes, right? You could feel vibes. I was out there at the driving range yesterday in Alameda. Big Dog, Wet, and my boy Keish came through.
I saw your buddy Gomez wearing an all-fatigue outfit.
We called him Soldier Slim yesterday. It was like, what are you doing, serving?
I was thinking that might be the first time in Chuck Carica Park history someone showed up in an all-fatigue outfit to play golf.
Warrior fatigue hat.
I was feeling it, though.
Fatigue Nike hoodie.
He looked
fatigue pads with the shades on. He broke a club yesterday.
Oh, he broke a club.
He broke a club. You thought my shot was bad. Boy, wait, you need some work. I started getting better and better. I slowed down the swing a little bit.
Yeah.
Got better and better. Still slicing a little bit to the left, but it's all good.
Everyone's slicing.
But
It's
we were talking
illegal
about
at
vibes, though. You could feel bad vibes from a mile away. You could feel bad vibes and feel bad energy. There's bad energy with the Golden State Warriors last season. You could blame that whoever you want to blame it on. I'm done with that. But there was bad vibes, no question. Right now, the vibes feel like they're starting to get a little bit better.
Yes.
They're starting to get back to that championship vibe. And when you bring in Dario Saric and you got Kuminga sitting there with Steph Curry and GP2's getting healthy and looking more springy, I'm feeling where the Warriors are at right now. I really am.
Well,
I'm back.
The number one question now that I have, outside of, everyone getting along, which is, you can say that for every team. What is going to happen this year with Andrew Wiggins?
He was balling before he suffered the right adductor strain. He was headed back to Salt Lake City for the All-Star game.
We're going CP3 heavy.
And
we talk a lot about Draymond. We talk a lot about Steve Kerr and Klay Thompson.
Well,
to me, the biggest question mark that I don't have an answer for is, what are they going to get out of Andrew Wiggins this year? Because I think with CP3, you can make an argument you will get the best out of Andrew Wiggins.
I think Wiggins is going to be fine.
You do?
Why would I not?
Because it
think
felt
that?
like a lost year last year.
Well, because he just stepped away for 2 months and he came back in the playoffs. But you know what? For a guy who didn't play basketball for 2.5 months and came right back into the playoffs, your boy was coming on. Your boy was playing well. So I feel good about Andrew Wiggins. I think that's something that hasn't even been talked about. CP3 and Andrew Wiggins?
Yeah, I think it's going to be great. If you were looking at one way, of unlocking his athleticism, especially as he's cutting to the rim, he doesn't get enough of those opportunities. And having someone like CP3 out on the wing with him, I think it's going to really benefit him.
I think you better get on board with the Golden State Warriors next season, folks. I think you better get on board. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Here's what Chris Paul said about playing with Draymond Green and comparing Draymond to Kevin Garnett.
There's always a respect there, too, when you compete like that against guys. You know what I mean? And obviously fans always want the insight. Y'all talk, did this happen? Klay, for all those years, I would be running around chasing Steph, and Klay would be guarding me. So there's a respect there. Me and Klay talk when we play, and I think Draymond is sort of like, I always say when people ask me who's the one player that I didn't get to play with that I wish I would have, and I always say Kevin Garnett. And it's because the first 3 times I ever played against KG, we both got double takes. We was about to fight every time. But it was because he was like-minded like me. You know what I mean? And I think that's the way with Draymond. I know he competes just like I do, so it's going to be, definitely dope to see us now as teammates.
I can't wait to see them berating referees together. I can't wait to see them barking and doubling dudes. Chris Paul's a good move, man. Again, the Warriors are better today than they were when the season ended. Spinoni, look out for the Lakers, buddy. Look out. Lakers better watch out.
I'm just shocked that CP3 compared him to one of the most overrated players of all time. Is he calling Draymond overrated?
That's an overrated take right there.
Man, that's
an
not very
overrated
nice.
That's an overrated take.
It's not a good way to ingratiate yourself to a team.
See, kids,
compare him to an overrated player like Kevin Garnett.
This is what happens when you're born in 2002. You don't know the
or
history
93.
of the game.
It's all right. I'm a millennial just like you.
You don't know the history of the game to say that. That's just not right.
I watched the prime of Kevin Garnett.
Shasky,
won one title.
That's a typical Laker fan for you.
Maybe
Everybody
the third best player on that
Lakers,
title team.
Whoever doesn't play for the Lakers is overrated. Hit the pike, as Drew Down said.
I never said that. I think Stephen Curry's a top 5 player of all time.
Spadoni, you are obviously our Laker fan, so you know well aware of having egos on one team many, many times over. Your perception of what you heard from CP3 was a little different than me and Bonte.
Sure. Like, you think I think you think that I think he's Russell Westbrook, right? 2.0. I don't think that per se, but their personalities, I'll say, are very similar.
Why do you say that?
Well, just because I think they're very surly with the media. I think they think very highly of themselves. Hold on. They're both Hall of Fame talents, but have not won jack in this league and act like they have.
There's a lot of guys who hasn't won anything. But Chris Paul was the best at his position for a long time until a guy named Steph Curry came along. I mean, that's when you're top 2 in the league, top 3 in the league, like Westbrook and Chris Paul, you deserve to act like that. When you put up numbers like those guys and you're a top 75 player, Act how you.
I think you should win.
Charles
I think you should win a
like
title before you act like that.
Charles Barkley
the
never
media.
won a title. Charles Barkley act like he wants to.
It's fine, and he's in the media now.
He's an MVP. Let's go to Clark the Shark. Enough of the Laker fan. He ain't killing my vibes. You watch out, Lakers next year. Russell Westbrook 2.0.
Austin Reeves is better than Chris Paul at this point. Let's be honest.
Russell Westbrook against some Denver Nuggets when your ass got broomed. Clark the Shark and Myrtle Beach.
Hold on, now I'm potting down Clark. No. I have the board controls here. I can control Clark.
Clark the Shark.
No.
You got your ass broomed.
I
have the Conference Finals.
I can control the. Yes.
You got broomed. Enough from you.
Stop. Wait.
Has Steph ever been swept?
You lost to the Lakers and Austin Reeves. What are you talking about?
Has Steph ever been swept?
No, you just lost. Stop. You couldn't even get to the Western Conference Finals. Relax. You couldn't even get. See, you're turning into all the chat right now, Bonte.
Pick up your dustpan, son.
You got swept.
Pick up your dustpan. You got swept. And you got worse this offseason.
Did you lose to the Lakers?
You overpaid for Gabe
Wait. I just need you to. Did you guys? Did they lose?
They lost.
Convincingly? Did you lose convincingly?
No, it wasn't convincing. Let's go to Clark the Shark and Myrtle Beach.
No, it wasn't. It's just
Clark.
the $40 million player and Klay Thompson just got outplayed by Austin Reeves.
Clark the Shark. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens
Hey,
next year.
tell that Laker fan to shut up, will you?
Yeah, shut up, Laker fan. Oh, how you gonna hang up on Clark the Shark? No, you don't do that. No, don't do that, Spadone. Now you're being petty. Clark the Shark called back. Now
I was being fine. I wasn't being petty.
Like
you don't yell at the board up if he's controlling the board. No, I'm not going to take slander here.
Station. This ain't. What is the station in L.A.?
Oh no, I don't listen to them. I work here.
I don't know. I think I heard. Well, in my ear right now, Willard and Dibbs are going to have on John Ireland at 4:26. That's a joke. That was a joke.
David San Jose.
Isn't that his friend?
Yeah. David San Jose. What's happened? What's up, Dave? Get out of here.
Hey, so I got a question for you that made me think about it listening to you guys today. If we bring in, we brought in Chris Paul. If he plays as much point guard as we think he's going to play, whether he starts or not doesn't matter to me. Can Draymond stop playing point forward and start focusing on scoring? Because that's the only thing that we complain about as fans is nobody guards him. Can we get him to 12, 14 points a game if Chris Paul is the one with the ball in his hand? That's the only question I got. Thanks, guys.
It's a great question.
I think it'll actually benefit Draymond to have someone else who's a pass-happy guy. Because when Andre was in his prime and Draymond was alongside of him, they were playing beautiful basketball. And they do that elevator play, that alley-oop play.
What about tic-tac-toe?
Yes. The little tic-tac-toe, they go baseline, pass back to each other. You got to think that Draymond benefits offensively as a scorer from CP3.
I'm envisioning Draymond setting his screen.
I think he can.
Rolling and having those wide open lanes to go dunk the basketball like he used to. The tic-tac-toe, the 4-on-3. Spadoni, you're going to love it. You're going to love it. Collect the Shark back on the way.
Name calls one more time. He's done. Name calling. Name calling's not allowed here, Clark.
Shark. We don't care about no damn Lakers around here.
Oh, hey, I'm sorry, Laker fan. It's just that was my turn to speak, right?
Exactly.
Hey, you guys,
the floor's yours.
God bless you. And Bonte and Joe, love what you're doing. You're doing a great job. And Joe, hey, good job with the Little League. That's a good deal.
Thank you, buddy.
Hey, anyway, I got a take for you. First, I think Chris Paul to the Warriors reminds me of Richard Sherman to the Niners, in a way. And I think it's going to be good. I think they need a big guy, though, if they're going to compete against Denver and L.A. They need one more big guy.
Yep.
That's just my take on it. What do you guys think?
One more big. I will feel great about one more big.
Who?
I would.
Dwight Howard? I'm just teasing. That's
You
like
know
the
what?
answer everyone always
You
says.
know what? The Warriors Rehabilitation Center has been great for a lot of players. Ask JaVale McGee. Ask DeMarcus Cousins.
So you're going to bring in Dwight Howard and CP3 to play nice with these guys? Come on.
Dwight Howard wanted to be a Warrior last year. His father, you know what?
Did he play last year?
Hey, Sludman, talk to Matt Hegan, our program director. Go get Dwight Howard's father's number. We'll have him on the air. He wanted to be a Warrior.
What about Bol Bol? I swear to God.
He can't set a screen, though.
Anytime we talk about bigs, we get 17 texts. Bol Bol.
Bol Bol, he doesn't set good screens. You need to set screens.
He's playing with a bunch of...
The
Who's he setting a
Warriors
screen for?
Hey, Bismack Biyombo's out there. You want some Bismack Biyombo? Hey, this is one thing about Bismack Biyombo. You won't foul him hard. He'll knock your ass out. He don't play that. I'm feeling good about the Tubs right now. I too. I'm all in. I'm all in on the Chris Paul experience.
What about Christian Wood? Would you take him?
Dude, they're saying he ain't even getting more than a minimum.
Remember when they gave him the big money?
I know, yeah.
And they traded 2 firsts for him.
Hey, you know what?
We knew right away that was an
Shark
overpay.
Rob, Shasky. I think Shasky's in too. He's ready for this.
For what?
Chris Paul.
Of course
You're ready
I am.
for this.
I want to hear him, create content for this station all year long.
You coaching?
Hey, I am, actually. We play tomorrow night, 5 o'clock in Sirius, California.
Let's go. All right, all week long. We're bringing you the All-Star Week blowouts, Spadoni. I wish we had a Kevin Garnett jersey to give out. Do you want to? And by the way, Bo knows, my guy Will Scranton, he listened last time you berated Kevin Garnett, and he went on Instagram and created a story dedicated to Spadoni. I couldn't believe it.
Rent-free.
Spadoni right now is rattled.
Rent control here in San Francisco.
Not as rattled as the Warriors were, so much that they had to trade Jordan Poole for a 38-year-old washed-up Chris Paul.
Oh, you don't believe that. Clark the Shark is living rent-free right now. He took a bite out of the Spadone. Woo!
Hi, I'm Bonte Hill, and this is Chris Paul. What a great performance. Chris, I'm not the coach. I'm just an analyst. You play great.
It's time for the All-Star Week blowout on the other side. Clear the lines right now. 888-957-9570. Get in line right now. Line them up right now and be sure you know the answer to a question I'm going to ask on the other side. And you, my friend, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, will have a chance to win one of these great, great prizes. Add 15 envelopes. That's coming up on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Get Ready for College sale. Oh, my. Are you okay?
My baby boy is going off to college, and move-in day is almost here.
Well, right now through July 25th, you can save on everything they need for the semester, like smart storage solutions to stylish decor and more.
Did you say savings?
Yep. Come in store or go to ikea-usa.com/readyforcollege to shop back to college offers.
season is officially over. Draymond Green gets a big hug from LeBron James.
Okay.
They've both been saying very nice things about each other in recent weeks. Your final score in Game 6.
All right.
The Los Angeles Lakers 122. The Golden State Warriors 101. The Lakers win the Western Conference semifinal series by a count of 4-2.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
You know, Laker fans have hit a new low when they're celebrating second-round wins. What happened to the greatest franchise in North America? What happened to your 17 banners? What happened to the chase of 18? What about all the legends you had at Staples / Crypto / the Great Western Forum? Y'all out here celebrating second-round wins now?
The Lakers absolutely were terrific in going down in this series. I'm not sure I've seen a more impressive performance in a sweep ever.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
That's what's going on. The Lakers. We'll see next season. Chemistry's right with the Dubs. You know LeBron don't want to see Steph. I can't wait. I know football's coming, and I can't wait for Trey Lance. But I got a jolt of energy over the weekend watching Summer League and watching the Warriors sign Dario Saric. Did you get Chris Paul? Chris Paul?
You coaching?
And then what else has me jacked up? This is what else has me jacked up, Shasky. It's on and popping now. We're giving out gifts because nobody loves you like 95.7 The Game. No other radio station in this market, in this country. We love you. There's no such thing as dog days of sports radio when it comes to 95.7 The Game in the summer. We keep you locked and loaded.
Why do you say that?
Because we got prizes to give away, baby. The All-Star Week blowout, it is on and popping. Every show, every single day this week is going to give out a prize and a gift, but you got to know the show.
Got to know.
You got to know the show. And we got full lines here, and people are ready to win some. They're ready to win.
Okay.
So it's time for the All-Star Blowout giveaway. We got the lines lit up.
Okay.
888-957-9570.
This is the first one we're doing.
The first one we're doing.
So we're going to do this all week.
All week.
Every show.
Every show.
So you got to listen to each show.
Each show.
So let's say I didn't make it onto the air right now.
Yep.
I had to listen to Steiny and Goo, and they're going to have the same thing. They're going to do in the final
and they'll
hour.
have a different prize.
And
you
it's
know
going to be
what,
about
Shasky?
that show, not the show from Friday. That show.
And that show. And I'm going to give you the envelopes right now.
Oh.
So if a caller gets the question right, he has to call a number 1 through 15. 1 through 15.
Okay.
And he will get that prize.
And am I
whatever
opening
it is.
this on air?
On air. You're going to open it.
So they're going to call out a number. Okay.
Yep. All right. Here's the
and we
question.
don't know what the prizes are inside. We know what all of our prizes are, but we don't know what numbers associated to what prize.
Yep.
All right.
Let's do it.
All right, let's do this.
The question at 7:30 this morning.
Uh-oh.
We had Brett Boone on the show. We asked him to pick. We asked him who his pick was for the home run derby tonight. Who was his choice to win the home run derby? Let's start off. Lutman, should we just start from the top, Lutman? We're starting from the top.
Know the show.
Know the show.
Wow. So at 9:30 or 9:20, you're going to have to go back if you were listening at 7:30 to the Brett Boone interview. Let's go.
Andrew, Walnut Creek. It's your shot.
All right, Andrew.
7:30 this morning, we had Brett Boone on the show, and we asked him who his pick was for the home run derby tonight. Who was his choice to win?
Oh, man, I wasn't even on at 7:30, but I'm going to guess. Let's go with Shohei.
And Jeff Katati.
Nothing.
You get nothing.
Lose.
You lose, like Willy Wonka said. Jeff and Katati. Jeff and Katati.
I love Katati.
Who did he pick to win the home run derby tonight? Brett Boone.
He picked, I'm hoping Pete Alfonso.
No, that was my pick.
Wrong. Know the show.
Nothing. You lose.
You don't know the show.
You don't know the show. Javier, do you know the show?
Is this Javier in Vacaville?
No, it's Javier Sanbruno.
Sanbruno.
Javier Sanbruno.
650.
Who was Brett Boone's choice to win the home run derby tonight?
I'm Javier Sacramento if this is for me.
Okay, Javier in
Let's
Sacramento.
Go. Who did he?
Okay, hey, yo, I already got it. Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Oh.
You won. You did it.
All right, so we have some envelopes.
All right.
We have some envelopes.
Okay.
Pick a number, Javier. 1 through 15. 1 through 15. What is the number? And your prize is in that
11.
envelope. 11.
Okay, wait. Before I open this, stay on hold so that we can coordinate afterwards
Yes, stay
to
on
get
hold.
you the stuff. So stay on hold. I'm going to go to 11.
Number 11.
15, 14, 13, 12, 11. All right, Bonte, this is 11.
11.
All
Number
right, am I
11.
opening
What
this
is the
up?
prize? Open it up
All
right now.
Javier, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Here we go. I like that. I like that sound.
I do
that
too.
sound is so cool. And the winner is.
Sorry, B. I'm trying to make this very dramatic.
This is really cool. I like the paper rattling like that.
Okay, Javier, congratulations!
Yes.
You have won a round of golf at Berkeley Country Club with one of the shows Tuesday, July 25th.
Wow.
You have also qualified to win the Steph Curry autographed jersey. Let's go. Are you a golfer?
No. I've done it once and ready to do it for the second time.
Oh, good. Well, we'll have fun. We'll make it. You and Bonte can come out there together, and we'll have a great time. I'm not sure exactly which group you're going to be golfing with. We'll coordinate that with you. Stay on hold. Congratulations. So one of the golf rounds is off the table. Number 11 is done. Now, what do I do with this envelope?
You just throw it away.
All right.
Throw it away. And keep the envelopes right there. We'll put them back over here for Steiny next round.
All right, here.
That is it.
I'm going to go.
So we got Javier, Berkeley CC. I'll put it on the Sharpie.
Take that to that, or put that with that.
Yeah,
so
throw
we
that
have
away.
them, and put the guy's name on there. Right, Javier's name on there.
Javier.
All right.
It's going to the Berkeley Country Club.
Okay, if you missed out today.
He's also qualified. It looks like he's also qualified to win the Steph Curry autographed jersey.
Yeah, I said that at the end. So it's all right. So
you guys do it to me all the time.
I do it all the time. It's called not listening. Notice I have one mouth, two ears, but for me, it's the other way around.
When somebody else talks.
Exactly. Selective hearing is what my wife calls it. Bonte, if you missed out today, you can listen to Steiny and Goo for 4 hours.
Yep.
And at some point in the fourth hour,
show.
they're going to bring up something that was talked about in the show. And then you can get onto the phone. It's our regular phone number, correct, guys? 888-957-9570.
Correct.
And you line them up, and you can answer just like him, and you get to choose one of these prizes from the envelope, and you can qualify for that Steph Curry jersey as well as winning one of these prizes. If you miss out on Steiny and Goo, hey, Joe, I'm working all day. For some reason, I can't be in front of the radio. I can't be on YouTube. Well, then do it during Willard and Dibs. Hey, today's not a good day. I want to do it Tuesday. Well, we'll do it again on Tuesday. All 3 shows. Same thing for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Boom, there it is. Javier, Sacramento, winning a round of golf at the Berkeley Country Club in a couple weeks with all the hosts here at 95.7 The Game. Plenty of prizes left. Now we get back to Jordan Poole, Chris Paul, Dario Saric.
Which one's the prize that you would want the most? Because that Alexander Steakhouse one, knowing that my wife does not eat red meat, that would be the one that I could really go above and beyond, I feel like.
Wow.
I mean, there's some good prizes on there.
What a pair of tickets to the Hip Hop Made debate at the SAP Center?
Yeah,
November
I already tried
3rd?
to get a couple of those.
That's not a bad gift.
Yeah.
The Muay Thai boxing lessons, your boy's not trying to die.
That would be cool, though.
It would be cool.
I would like to learn.
Give me that autographed Klay Thompson jersey. Because I ride with Klay. A lot of people turn their back on Klay Thompson. A lot of people going to be walking some things back next season, including those Laker fans. Right, Spinoni? Klay Thompson.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
He's going to watch that film of Austin Reeves cooking in the last 3 games, and Klay's going to live with that all off season. Austin Reeves.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
Is he your favorite player?
Austin Reeves?
No. Klay Thompson.
No, he's not I don't have a favorite player anymore. I'm too old for that, man. No, hey, this is my favorite player.
I'm just asking.
No, it's not my favorite player. I love watching other players. I love watching guys like Jokic. I love Jamal Murray's game. I love Steph's game. I love Kevin Durant. But I don't have a favorite player. I don't. At what point do you have to grow out of that? At what point is it too old to have a favorite player?
Well, I mean, there are certain times like Ellie De La Cruz. If he comes up, I'm watching.
No doubt.
Shohei Ohtani, I'm watching.
No doubt.
I love those guys. I love watching them play.
But I just don't have a favorite.
It'll never get old. I love certain phenoms I gravitate towards, and so I don't know. It'll always be in me.
Like I love watching play. I love watching you talked to me about the top 10 stuff, but to me, the top 10 stuff, the pandemic kind of messed that up because we did all these top 10 lists. But at a certain point, I'm just like, who cares who my top 10 is? I like watching all these dudes. I think they're all great, and I love watching great players. So in the game of baseball, you got Shohei, you got Cruz, you got Acuna Jr. Hell, on that brace, you got Matt Olson, Sean Murphy, Austin Riley. You got ballers. I love watching ballers, but I don't have a favorite. You know what I'm saying? I just,
Okay.
Maybe Chris Paul will become my favorite. Right now, he's my favorite to come off the bench.
You'd be coming off the bench playing with the second unit that's a lot younger than the Warriors of the past have been with JK and Moses. Just what do you think of their depth, their bench players that you might be playing alongside?
You coaching?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what the situation is going to be yet. You know what I mean? So I think that'll be for us to figure out once we get going.
You've never come off the bench in your entire career. Is that something that you'd be willing to do?
Like I said, it'll be a conversation for us when camp starts or whatnot. But me and Steve have talked or whatnot. But that ain't something that you'd be like, "What up, man? Where you starting? You coming up?" You know what I mean? So I think we'll figure all that stuff out in camp.
What do you give me if I were to compare and contrast the famous home run call, or excuse me, famous win call from the Yankees and Chris Paul's answer here?
I hope everybody listens to the whole interview. And you know what? Shout out to Kidra Andrews, because she didn't go out like a sucker. He goes, are you coaching? She was like, no. Straight up, no.
I thought it was kind of rude from Chris Paul.
It was very rude. And then Madeline Kitty came over the top like a tag team partner from the top rope, elbow, boom, and followed up that question.
Am I too sensitive to say it was a rude response?
It was a little like, Chris, come on.
Well, that's why I felt like, dude, you just got here.
Are you coaching? Really? That's how you want to start this off?
I get you're a legend, but like, come on, man.
That's how you want to set the party off right now?
Right?
Really? That's how we going to set things off, Chris? We're embracing you in the Bay. I got Dub Nation riding for you now.
Could you imagine him, and Nick Friedel going at it? Oh. I love the laughs in the background.
Cousin Nick.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Cousin Nick. Shout out to Cousin
Nick. Nick would ask a very long-winded 7-part question to him, and Chris Paul would just look at him like, what?
But I think Dub Nation, 888-957-9570, are people starting to warm up to Chris Paul being a Golden State Warrior? Because I am, and I've got a lot of messages on Thread, Twitter, IG DMs. People are like, yo, Bonte, I've been listening to the roast, man. You guys are on fire. And you know what, Bonte, I think you guys are on to something. I'm starting to warm up to Chris Paul. I'm warming up to it. Even Rocco's warmed up to it.
Of course he is.
He's all in.
Of course he is. He has no other choice.
Come on.
In the words of the great Michelle the poet, does anyone have a choice?
Does anyone really have a choice?
I mean, you got to embrace Chris Paul at this point.
You don't have to.
What are you going to do, boo him?
Give him a stern silence.
What is that ovation going to be like? Now that you went there, Shasky. Opening day, you know how the Warriors like to throw it out. Hey, go think about Bay Area teams. They know how to throw out a good show, right?
Yeah.
Hey, you get the intros, you get the bingo boards.
Are you going to wear yellow this year? You went baby blue last year, right? Opening night?
Oh, no, that was media day.
Oh, media day.
That was media day.
Oh, why did I think it was opening night? What'd you wear opening night?
I don't remember. I didn't keep up with it. By the way, I can't wait to get retailer and get some. Ooh, boy. Year 4?
Yeah.
Year 4 television?
Year 4.
Year 4. Can you believe that?
Are you going to do a year 4 loading Instagram post?
No, I'm not going to.
Like all the players?
I might have to do that, actually. I might have to do year 4 loading, ...
Now he's thinking about it.
Now it may be pocket square season every single day.
Really?
Off that soda diet. No, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't think about that stuff. That's Anna's job. She thinks about that.
Oh.
I don't. But you know what? Kendra and Maddie.
I can't even look at you right now.
Why? I'm fired up about Chris Paul
ridiculous.
right now. 888-957-9570. Is it a big deal if he comes off the bench?
I think
Is this a big deal at all?
I think Warrior fans will embrace him. I think that they're gonna give him an opportunity to win them over. That's what we do. We're very tolerant out here.
We are. And look at Austin in the Bay Area. He's a diehard Warrior fan. Austin, you warming up to Chris Paul?
Hey, only way I'm warming up to Chris Paul if they bring Chanso in the summer league. If they bring him on the team this year.
Wait, who?
Put him back in the D-League. Santos.
Oh, Guy Santos.
He put on a lot of weight.
Yeah, he reminded me of Kyle Kuzma. He reminded me of a young Kyle Kuzma. Yeah, bring him on the team. Then I'll warm up.
He turned into Jeezy. I love it. Give me that one more time, Austin.
What?
You turned into young Jeezy on me.
Yeah.
I put on for my city. On for my city.
Where's Bay Rob at? I bet you Bay Rob is out there. By the way, we got to get Duke in studio. Duke in studio is ready to hit a freestyle. We got to get Duke in the studio this Friday.
Let's go.
He's ready to come in the studio.
I'm ready.
He may be coming in with a mob, too. So,
I'm here for that, too.
Protect yourself. SF Bay drummer, H-Town. SF Bay drummer, talk to me. Tell me you're warming up to CP3. I know you want CP3 in the Dubs now.
I'm kind of warming up to it, but he got some nerve for somebody who's new. Somebody who needs a step stool for his interviews and a booster seat for the team dinners. He needs to chill out with all that and just answer the questions the right way. But, hopefully it brings the variety back to the Warriors. That's what we were lacking last year. You know, had we had variety, we would have took out Spadoni's fakers. But anyway, I'm just excited. Let's go Warriors. Let's get the variety back and let's try to get him a ring because this is it for CP3. Like, hopefully, we don't have to see him no more after this. Like, I want him to get a ring. I hated him for a long time, even when I watched them when they was playing the Rockets out here. But CP3, like, man, just get him a ring and let's get him out of here. Like, because I just don't want him here.
All right. Well, SFA drummer warmed up to him. Now he doesn't want him here. But you know what? When he was talking, and he talked about the booster seat and the step stool, and that's cool, man. We got short man jokes. I won't make them. I'm starting to envision our show next year on Market Street.
Yeah.
And that CP3 float comes
I hope
by.
there's a championship parade because otherwise I don't know if I really want to hang out on Market anymore.
Well, there's nothing to do on Market Street anymore. By the way, you saw the fake rumors about I don't know if they're fake rumors. They're talking about building a soccer stadium where the Westfield Mall is.
Okay.
What if they just built the football stadium?
For what team?
For the 49ers.
No. What team are we building this soccer?
I don't know for a minor league stadium, but what if they just built a football stadium on? Look this up, Spinodi, if you got a chance.
Well,
I know you're looking
Breed had referenced
you're looking up Lakers box scores right now from the second round. Poor guy.
Max Christie looks good in Summer League.
You can't fit an NFL stadium in that small of a square footage spot, but I get what you're saying.
You could knock some things down, baby.
Well,
bring up the soccer story or whatever it is, and we could get on. I'm just trying to get the Niners back downtown. That's all that is. Alejandro in the Excelsior.
Oh, Alejandro.
Hanging out in the Excelsior.
What's up? E-Mob.
Shasky's neighbor. What's up, Alejandro?
What's up, Bonte? What's up, Joe?
What's up?
To answer your question, Bonte, I'm warming up for Chris Paul because I'm thinking, if you can't beat him, you join him. So he's joining us because he couldn't beat us. And then also, I had a question. I was playing NBA Street the other day, and I was thinking, who are your top three with the current roster? Who would be the top three players you pick on NBA Street for the Warriors right now?
NBA Street? Well, if you're playing NBA Street, you need somebody who can push, right? That's a key part of that video game.
Chris Paul can't push anymore?
Draymond.
You had Draymond push it?
Of course. You ever played NBA Street? Dude, we used to play for hours, bro. That was my game. So you got Steph, you got Clay, because you got to have a lethal shooter, and you got Draymond. Sorry, CP, I didn't have room for you.
This is why we get crushed. We just got a tweet from Miles in San Francisco, our boy Miles, who lurks up out of nowhere. Last time I seen Miles, I think, was Chicago. We're at the Cubs game. Then the Niners game the next day. This is quite the title, Pate and Butch. And it's us on YouTube. It has 1,000 views. And the caption is, Jordan Poole's depression beard. I mean, our producers do it so wrong. They do it so wrong. I guess you got to get clicks, right?
Well, I got to see it. Now I got to look at it.
Look.
I found the comments regarding Mayor London Breed talking about, the proposed or something like that downtown stadium.
Talking out of her,
Well, she's talking about the Westfield Mall. So I'm just reading some of her quotes. Quote, "We can't completely rely on retail and downtown restricting what happens in downtown anymore. You can convert certain spaces. A Westfield Mall could become something completely different than what it currently is. We can even tear down the whole building and build a whole new soccer stadium. We can create lab space or look at it as another company in some other capacity." So she just flew that out there. Not actually a real thing, spitballing.
Hey, man, let's put a football stadium there since we're spitballing. You better be careful, London Breed. She's from Fillmore, California. Black woman out here in the city trying to represent. Be careful, Shasky. Keep your comments to yourself. 888-957-9570. Chris Paul, 925, Comcast Business Text Line. Bonte will not embrace Chris Paul. And Shasky, I am not cheering for CP3.
No.
Oh, yeah? 415. We will embrace CP3 like AJ Pierzynski. Come on.
I saw AJ Brzezinski over the weekend. He was doing the Rays-Braves game. He looks like a penguin. He was wearing a suit, and I swear to God, if you told me that he was in the new Batman franchise and he was going to play the Penguin, I would believe you. Still one of my top 10 most hated, guys who played for my team, and I just couldn't stand him.
Said he looked like a penguin. Damn.
No one hit into more double plays that year than AJ Brzezinski.
The shade. We got step stools for
Bro,
CP3.
he looked like a penguin.
Booster seats. Pajemski being a penguin. By the way, 707, this is so random. Comcast Business Text Line. Is the bat signal still out for Javier in Vacaville? Why would the bat signal be out for him? Talking about the Sacramento Kings? Please. I still think they get the Christmas Day game up there. Huh?
All right, I want you to do what I right now. Google AJ Brzezinski and then hit images. It's the fourth one to the right where he's wearing the suit. I swear to God, he looks like a penguin. I'm telling you.
I'm gonna go to Lucky at San Francisco. I'm gonna leave that one alone. I can't be talking about weight. I'm gonna soda diet.
No, I'm talking about his face, his nose.
Jesus Christ. Lucky, San Francisco, what's happening?
Hey, what's happening, Bonte? Shaq, how you guys doing?
I'm doing great.
Doing great.
It's All-Star Day, baby.
Well, it's All-Star, but yeah, man, but with this Chris Paul thing, man, it's like I grew up playing basketball, man, at Eddie Street Park, man, with the OGs.
Oh, yeah.
Man. It's like, you playing with somebody who you don't like. And you beating his ass for 2 weeks in a row. Then he wants to come join your team. I don't know, man. It's like eating a bad peanut butter sandwich. Man, I really don't like dude, man. I really don't. But if he's going to be on our team, man, he better show up and show and prove.
Well, hold on, Lucky, real quick. Remember, Chris Paul didn't have a choice. Chris Paul's choice, from what I hear, was to go to L.A. He got traded here. So we got to accept that, right?
Yeah, I guess we got to accept it. But, you know how it is, boss. It's like somebody, that's the enemy, man, coming over to the turf, man.
Yeah, I hear you.
He wants to be on our team, but you know what he is, man.
Hey, he's turf hopping, no doubt about it. But, hey, Avon Barksdale and Marlowe ended up calling the truce out there on the wire or whatnot. He took care of Chris in jail, so it could happen in real life as well. Just saying. Damn. I want to read that comment, but I don't. That's from Otis Bird III.
I want to read that comment, but I don't.
Should I read that comment from Otis Bird? I'll let you make the choice, Shasky. Otis Bird III.
You can read it. You can read it.
So Otis Bird III said, I like London Breed, but part of that is because I had a crush on her. I'm still holding out hope for her, but it's sadly not looking good right now. Hey, man, shoot your shot with the mayor. Shoot your shot. Shoot or shoot.
Mm-hmm. What's he holding out hope for? The crush or something else?
He's holding out for the crush. He
I thought maybe like the city or something, but
no, the cities. Don't put it on London Breed. Every mayor has.
I know. You know what's funny though is that everybody crushes everybody online, and then I've been to a couple. Not that I'm something special, but been to a couple different things where London Breed's there, and I've either introduced her or had to hand the microphone to her or whatever. The amount of people who can't wait to get a photo with the mayor, it's pretty funny.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Like in person, everybody's like, "Oh,
and
gotta get a photo," and I'm one of them. I'll freely admit it.
You were smiling ear to ear with London Breed.
And then
that's what you better not slander her.
I think I brought Deli Boy over to you one time, and if I'm not mistaken, it was her and Fabi Davis at the Gatehouse simultaneously.
Oh, she was throwing shade at Sacramento.
Yeah.
She was throwing big shade at Sacramento. She got D'Lo all upset about Sacramento. She was throwing shade at Sac. It's like, come on, it's Sacramento, guys. Like, really? Who wants to go up there to Sacramento? We in the Bay.
I had just seen her a couple weeks prior, and I turned, and I was like, oh, what's up? She's like, hey, how you doing? I was like, this is my brother. My brother was blown away that she even knew who I was.
Dude, hey, we got to...
and I don't think she did. I think she just went with it.
She just went with it. That's what mayors do.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
what you do in our spot.
There you are.
That's what Shasky does at a Niner game. Oh, yeah, I remember you. Yeah.
What's up?
What's up? What up, Dario? What's good, boss?
No, I don't do the boss.
Who does the boss?
I think it's so disrespectful.
Or you do the point.
What's up, Chief?
You do the boss. You do the point.
Hey,
why is Chief disrespectful?
Hey, boss man.
Why is that disrespectful?
Like when you do it to go get like a coffee, it's like, come on, you're being ridiculous. Just be like, hey, how are you doing? Thank you. I appreciate that.
You can say chief or boss. Hey, make some. Empower them.
No.
Yeah,
I've been on the other side of that.
No, I have too.
And
when I was serving cappuccinos at Pete's,
I think it's disrespectful.
And Starbucks,
I think it's disrespectful.
And somebody be like, man, what's up, boss? Let me get that cup of coffee. I got you, man. And then have a little pep in my step, pouring that cup of coffee. Like, man, he just called me a boss.
It's how you
like
say it. It's the
not a
delivery.
boss.
It's the delivery.
You're working as the cashier
but you know
at
what?
Starbucks.
No, it's not
disrespectful.
Nah, buddy, I'm with you, Tyler Miller. Buddy is just, what up, buddy? Hey, buddy. Yeah, buddy. No. Boss is fine. I like boss because it makes me feel like a boss. It makes me feel like I'm walking on cloud 9. It psychs me out. It makes me feel like I'm doing something out there. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? I am a boss hog up at this Starbucks with my green apron.
Why
on.
can't we just be like respectful and like
That is respectful.
please and thank you. Appreciate
We do
that. Thank you.
Thank you, boss. That's fine. Thanks, boss. Right on, boss.
You know, we're talking about these nicknames and stuff like that. Did you guys hear what Jerry West said yesterday about a recent name that people have been talking about?
I like this.
I'll just let Jerry take it away. The GOAT, the logo, if you will, Jerry West himself.
That's who I am, but I was not afraid. And today, I was getting at the players that are drafted today, and everyone, competitive people, the word dog comes up a lot. That guy's a dog. That guy... Well, I was a wolf, okay? I used to eat dogs.
Hey, ain't nobody gonna call themselves a dog no more. That's done. I'm a wolf. I eat up dogs. I like that from the logo.
Lone Wolf?
Yeah. Hey, Coach Rick on
Doobie
Twitter.
the Sugar Wolf?
Sugar Wolf? Yeah. Dude, Coach Rick is tweeting nonstop. He loves the Summer League. He loves hoops. He's all over the place. He did have a tweet that caught my attention. He said, why is Jerry West at every single Summer League game? He's up to something. What is he up to? I'm like, maybe the Clippers are up to something. They were linked to James Harden. You got Kawhi Leonard, who's on private jets, just chilling. Paul George is podcasting. Clippers have been a massive disappointment the last 4 years. What is Jerry West cooking up?
Well, here's what I will tell you. I watched a lot of different clips from Paul George and Jerry West, and my favorite was when Jerry West, with a deadpan, the most serious look in his face, looked at Paul George and was like, I mean, you and Kawhi, two superstars, can't play more than 40 games together. And then he kept on going, and Paul George was just like, whoa. Like, the camera cut back over to him, and I'm saying, imagine the kind of resume you got to have to say that to one of these guys' faces.
That's big time.
Jerry West is a killer.
He is a killer. Let's go to Jadian. Jadian in Oakland.
What up,
Jadian.
boss?
See,
it's disrespectful.
No, the way you said that was disrespectful.
Started in Oakland, California, calling in, and my sentiments today is, one, I don't call anybody boss either. That's disingenuous.
Thank you.
It's like telling somebody your mother's in a better place after she dies, and then you talk about your own problems. And I also want to say Barry Bonds got ripped off, and also that Glenn Beck got kicked out of the Oakland A's broadcast booth. I want to say Glenn Beck should be hired again to the Oakland Athletics. And the third thing, my baby mama out there in Santa Rosa, California, she said no to the basketball hoop I bought my son with the water weight for the street. Now I'm going to buy 3 baskets. It's going to be a full court and a half, you cankerworm. And Tom Larkin's radio show out there, shout out to Tom and shout out to you guys. And if you ever need anything from the warehouse like forklift tips, I'll give you all the forklift tips on any given day, even the Jesus Sunday.
There's no way that was a real call.
That was straight material.
100%. And he was leaking oil halfway through.
He was struggling. Baby mama Santa Rosa, so he's in Oakland. Baby mama said,
And Glenn Beck in there, too?
Yeah, Glenn
Beck, the originator of the high five.
Yeah.
Him and Dusty.
Give us Glenn Beck.
He was a great athlete.
What the hell? 947 liquor. Do they even sell alcohol? I guess they start at 6 in the morning.
Hey, bro, Mission Street.
Yeah.
Come on. Are you kidding me?
I mean,
Make your purchase the night before. Have it ready when you wake up.
Oh, the bad.
Wait, what did you say?
Sometimes maybe you make your purchase the night before so you have it ready to go in the morning. There's ways around this.
I'm not going to comment on that.
Okay.
I'm the forklift stuff. Was he insinuating that he will steal things from the warehouse for us or give us free stuff with the forklift?
Have you ever driven a forklift at work?
I did not do that.
I
no.
did.
I was at Costco and they were training us, and I was like, yeah, I'm good.
So I was working at CalSteam during 9/11. I'll never forget when the whole thing happened and everybody came into the warehouse. But around that time, I was working the 4D and forklift machine at CalSteam, which used to be on Mariposa. Now it's like, I don't even know. There's like empty
Right.
building essentially. But I worked at Calstein when I was, 17, 18, 19. And yeah, your boy was doing the forklift back then. You had to get a certification.
Yeah, you do. Yep.
Yeah.
No doubt. Man, nobody from the town got to be a Santa Rosa.
I met Mac Mall up that way, and I know he's not from the town, but let me just tell you this right now. Santa Rosa's got a very eclectic scene.
Hey,
Eclectic.
Marin County. Go find you a wife up there in Marin County if you're single. Talent. A lot of talent. Somebody on the text line here, 888-957-9570. It's 510. Bonte, why do you let your wife dress you? What are you, 4? That's BMO. No, I'm not 4. I'm a man who's 40 who understands that fashion is not my thing. Look at what I'm wearing today. I got a Barry Bonds t-shirt on. Shout out to Keys.
You look fine.
And I got some Oakland Warrior shorts. You see these shorts?
Yeah.
Look at the shorts Steph was wearing.
Yeah.
That's how I dress.
Yeah.
Now I know she has a better fashion sense. She's all over that stuff. Get opinions. It's okay. It's all right.
Happy wife, happy life.
Hey, man, I'm trying to look good.
Yeah,
she knows.
I feel you.
I gotta impress her. Well, man, I am 40. I'm a man. Nothing wrong with that.
Mm-hmm.
This quote. This will just never get old.
You coaching? You coaching?
Did
That
we
will be
say
our
Glenn
new-
Beck? I guess
Glenn
it's Glenn
Beck.
Burke. I don't know. I
Yeah.
thought we'd
He
said
was
Glenn
saying
Burke.
Glenn Beck.
Oh, I apologize. If I messed that up, I'm sorry.
We go.
Kind of got rattled during that phone call.
Yeah, I did too. We go from
Money time! Money time!
to
You coaching?
Best home run derby you ever saw? I know exactly off the top of my head which one it is.
Well, I didn't watch it because I didn't have the cable. But Barry Bonds went at a Veteran Stadium, so I don't know about that one.
Against Mark McGwire?
Yeah,
That was a
Veterans Stadium
classic.
in Philadelphia. My favorite one was the one with Josh Hamilton at Yankee Stadium.
That's a good one.
He didn't win it though.
Yeah, it's a good one.
He didn't win it, but to be honest with you,
Bobby Abreu?
yeah, he struggled after that home run derby. Oh, he lost his swing. I'll never forget.
What about
that.
Vladdy at AT&T?
That was cool. Are there too many memorable home run derbies?
Yeah.
How many memorable home run
I
derbies?
just
are there?
listed one. The Bonds versus McGuire is one of my favorite ones of all time.
I never watched that. I didn't watch that.
Well, I
didn't have
did,
cable.
yeah.
I
So
didn't
I
have
guess-
ESPN. Not a lot. I don't know how many people watch that. Like we could go back and I've watched it back on YouTube.
Yeah.
Many years later.
How about recently? Last year was pretty cool. Juan Soto,
Not bad.
right before he got traded.
It's too long. It's too long.
Pete Alonso, the polar bear doesn't do it for you.
It's a little much.
Cespedes back to back.
Cespedes was fun.
Cespedes was fun.
Cespedes was fun. I honestly would love to be the guy pitching to someone. I'm praying one day one of these kids that I've coached makes it that far and they go, hey, Coach Joe, come out of retirement, and I could give him the Chris Paul. Yeah, I coach.
What did you expect from Jordan Poole when he spoke Saturday? Did you even know he was going to speak?
No, I had no idea.
So when he finally spoke, what did you think?
You know what? It'll be my final thoughts.
Ah. Also to San Jose, we need Carlos and BPA to call in now. Add some negativity, better radio. Well, see, that's the problem, Austin to San Jose. You live in a negative world. I don't. I like to laugh. I like to have fun. I like to be positive. That's my setting. So that's my final thought. More positivity, less negativity.
Bad. I love All-Star break because I love the All-Star game. I know that it ends up just being a more of a celebrity spectacle than anything else, but I'm a sucker for it. Love home run derby. I'm going to be all in on this. This will be a lot of fun tonight. But my big takeaway on JP that you asked me about, sadness. I felt sad for the guy. It has a lot of Pablo and Boston vibes for me, where I know he wanted to leave and he's ready to move on or whatever, but
You think BPA is ever calling us back?
Brian Palo Alto knows I like him, and we agree on a lot of things, just not everything.
He knows you like him. Did he threaten us to go to the other station?
Well, I think he's the guy who wants the Klay Thompson signed autograph jersey.
What's more likely, Brian Palo Alto comes back here or Jordan Poole comes back to the Warriors?
BPA. What's your final thoughts, Spadoni?
I was a little hard on Wembanyama on Friday in my final thoughts. I said he was never going to live up to the hype, and while that may be true, I don't like to crush young players. Like Bonte was just talking about crushing people and like bring people down to raise your argument higher. I don't like that. I'm rooting for Wembanyama. He's 19 years old. Let's see what the kid's got.
Had a big game yesterday. Big game. 27-12.
He's fine.
And the dudes on the Spurs start hogging, not looking for him. That's what Summer League does, though. Lucas Alexander, how the hell are we not in Summer League? I need to be in Vegas right now. Love it. What's happening?
Where's Lucas?
He's in the back of the studio. He's here early. Go figure.
Ronnie James next year will be down.
Can't even see him.
He's so short. Lubman, what's happening?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about this whole warming up to Chris Paul thing. I am so not warming up to Chris Paul. In fact, he's going in the opposite direction for me right now. He comes waltzing in here like he's the new sheriff in town, big time in our media members like this. I am so out on that. Chris Paul, you act like you're the greatest thing since sliced bread. You know what? You are not the greatest thing since sliced bread, Chris Paul. You want to know why? Because sliced bread came around after your old ass. I am so done with him right now. He has got so much to do to earn my respect. I am not warming up to him right now. I am very, very out. Don't be coming and act like you all big, trying to big time media like that.
Who's more arrogant, Farhan Zaidi or Chris Paul?
Oh, Chris Paul, hands down.
You know, it's interesting. If he would have asked you to sit down on the couch like Gabe Kapler, would you like him more?
Chris Paul? No, I don't want to sit on a couch with Chris Paul. I don't even want to be in the same room as Chris Paul. I don't even like being in the same area as Chris Paul.
But yet you have patience for Farhan.
Well, yeah, because Farhan isn't Chris Paul.
He's worse. 224.
No, he's not.
Comcast visits text line. Bonte, you best not slander CP3 or Dub Nation. Will give you all the smoke you can't handle. People in the chat called me a shill for Dub Nation. Don't worry about me slandering CP3. Hell, I may even get his jersey. That's Final Thoughts, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation changing network. Only from Xfinity, the future starts now. What a show on Monday. Steiny Guru. Guess what they're going to talk about? Logan Webb's complete game shutout. J.D. Davis's home run. Ella Cruz. Who else?
Casey Schmidt coming across the diamond and throwing across his body on a 6.5 hole play.
All baseball. But you know what?
Not going to Camilo Duvall in the ninth and letting your guy finish a game.
No, you know what they're going to talk about? They're going to talk about how Chris Paul is going to work with the Golden State Warriors, as well as Jordan Poole speaking out. Well, did he speak out? Not really. Sort of, kind of. Oh, we'll see you tomorrow.
You won! You did it!
Make meal prep easy at home.
Oh, baby, I hope you're ready, Goob. I hope you're ready. You are going to get the excitable Steiny the next couple days.
The best version, and I stay ready.
Yes, I know.
If you stay ready, you don't got to get ready.
I know.
The rapper Sugar Free from L.A.
And that was what you had trouble acknowledging with Jonathan Kuminga, right? Now, Lonnie Walker, on the other hand, he stayed ready.
Yeah.
So he didn't have to get ready. What's up, my man?
Can I give some kudos?
Absolutely.
The NBA Summer League has turned into, it's a party. It may be the best show in all the sports. You got the young and upcoming stars. You got the current stars, big boys, with the youngsters like we saw with Kuminga, Curry, CP3. Steiny, I couldn't get enough of it. And it's baseball season.
We should have been down there.
You know what?
Come on.
You starting early, Steiny.
Come on. No, the Summer League's fun. It's really fun.
It's an event.
It has gotten so big. It's almost too crowded.
Why do you think it's gotten so big?
Because it's now become not just about the young players. It's all the regular pros go to Vegas for a couple weeks to work out and go to the games and stuff and have fun, obviously. But so if you're in Vegas and you got tickets to these games, you got Steph Curry walking right by you.
Dude.
You've got Zion Williamson to the left. You can really get
You
your
got
fill.
coaches too.
Exactly.
I looked at Kerr, and why do I just Monty Williams, if you're listening, I'm not counting your chicken. I'm just waiting for the announcement to Kerr to get more money than Monty Williams.
Pop just did. Popovich.
5 more.
Yeah.
What if they don't make the playoffs in 5 years? Now they can't with Wemby.
Yeah, I don't.
Has he earned that name? Do we call him Wemby yet?
Like everybody's going to
call
him
There was some hate
that.
on Twitter. You got to earn your nickname.
What's it? No.
Twitter.
Hold on. If I was the number 1 pick in the draft, it's like
7-6.
People wouldn't call me Steiny because I hadn't earned it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
All right. First of All-Star Week blowout. Big show today. It's your chance to win one of our 15 big boy prizes. We're going to do it later in the show.
These are huge.
Here's what's going to happen is we're going to do our show, and I'm going to promote the opportunity to win a certain gift, whether it's a $250 gift card to Alexander's Steakhouse, playing golf with one of the shows. You get a chance to play with Willard or Dibbs or Goo and I, or the Morning Roast team. We got an autographed Klay Thompson jersey to give away. We got a Steph bobblehead. We got Seinfeld tickets. We've got boxing lessons at Evolve Fitness and self-defense lessons there. Juan Vino gives. So these are $250. So these are big-time prizes. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the show, and then later in the show we're going to ask you a question about the show.
Yeah.
And if you get it right, then you're going to get one of these prizes. And I got 15 envelopes here. Envelopes. Actually, now we're down to 14 because somebody won the first gift.
Congrats.
This morning.
Congrats.
And so you're going to, I'll tell you more about it, but listen to the show today. You got to listen to the show because the only way to win is you're going to have to know something about the show. We're going to ask you a question about it.
Steiny, I'm going to go Muhammad Ali. These are heavyweight prizes.
Yeah, they are. They really are. Let me... we got a couple tickets, 2 or 3 of these packages of the Seinfeld Jimmy Gaffigan, and I call him Jimmy, and a gold and some T-shirts, autographed Klay Thompson. I just want to make sure I get all this. Aerosmith tickets, round of golf at the Berkeley Country Club with your boys. Warriors tickets. We got Warrior tickets for the regular season next year, so we got a lot of stuff.
Man,
Goo.
What we got?
Please know that you're in the minority in regards to Summer League. 90% of NBA fans don't pay that much. I don't know about that.
And everybody else on YouTube is saying it's been a party. Drew down like Steiny. It is a thing. We got to get next year. Not on my bucket list, but we got to get
down there for Summer League.
Let's go.
We were down there for Summer League already.
Bonte and I.
Yeah.
When you got lost.
So
after the show.
So it can't be a bucket list item if you've already done it.
I just told you it's not on my bucket list because it's something attainable.
Okay.
Something we can do. I'm ready. And I got a new favorite actor and movie Ray Romano, Steiny.
Why?
Somewhere in Brooklyn, in Queens, is the best movie I've ever saw in the last 5 years. I'll tell you about it later.
All right.
But Ray Romano was fabulous.
All right, let's get this show started with, listen,
where you going?
You know where I'm going. Chris Paul met the media.
He's my new fave.
Over the weekend, and I'm just going to play some of this sound, and then I want to talk about it because, to me, there's some things that you can't ignore, but I'm interested to see what Warrior fans think and whether they think it's much ado about nothing or not. So here's some Chris Paul sound. He's the newest Warrior, and by the way, that just sounds weird. Chris Paul's a Warrior.
Yeah.
A Golden State Warrior. All right, here's Chris Paul.
You'd be coming off the bench playing with the second unit that's a lot younger than the Warriors of the past have been with JK and Moses. Just what do you think of their depth, their bench players that you might be playing alongside?
You coaching? Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what the situation is going to be yet. You know what I mean? So I think that'll be for us to figure out once we get going.
You've never come off the bench in your entire career. Is that something that you'd be willing to do?
Like I said, it'll be a conversation for us when camp starts or whatnot. But me and Steve have talked or whatnot. But that ain't something that you'd be like, "What up, man? Where you starting? You coming up?" You know what I mean? So I think we'll figure all that stuff out in camp.
Couple fair questions there for Chris Paul, and let's do it. Let's put the rat on the table early.
Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Look out for the pest of the month, spiders and mosquitoes. For all your pest control needs, go to atcopestcontrol.com.
You know, one of the things you and I like to do, Goo, is just tell it like it is. This guy does not want to come off the bench. Come on. Is it? If let me just say this to Warrior fans. So here's Matt Steinmetz saying, "Come on." It's obvious Chris Paul doesn't want to come off the bench. And I wonder how many fans out there are like, "Oh, here we go with speculation."
Oh, yes.
Come on. Did you not hear what I heard?
I'm going Russell Crowe. I heard that, but can I take this victory lap before I pay off that Russell Crowe tease? I told you guys before when this rumors we heard he might be coming. Who are you to speak? And I'm not talking to you, Steiny. Everybody act like they knew what was in this man's dome. Chris Paul is a gladiator. He's not ready to come off the bench. And he was presidential in his answers, and kudos to the two young ladies because they went there with, this subject matter. But you're right. That didn't sound like a dude that is ready to come off the bench. And I appreciate it. Now, the presidential part is, we'll talk about it. But my man Chris Paul responded, "Are you coaching?" Gotcha. Got him. That was her. You're right. We love you, Kendra. But that was Chris CP3. You won me over with that one.
Am I the only one? And I know I'm different and weird.
Got her.
Am I the only one when I heard, "Are you coaching?" my first thought was, I wonder if he would have said that to a guy. Spadoni, you thought that too?
This is why I love you guys.
Now here's where I'll defer a little bit to Bonte because he was talking about it earlier. You better be on your P's and Q's when you talk to Chris Paul because he's looking for a little. Yeah, he doesn't mind sticking it in a little bit.
Yeah, and he's former president, not current president of the Players Association.
No, it's C.J. McCollum now.
But Steiny, that was a proud man. He's probably already irritated because he's been hearing it about him already. We're acting as if articles are being written that he's coming off the bench. So he went Ghostbusters on everybody about that. If I do, it ain't been etched in stone. Now, I appreciate his honesty and his candor. But Steiny, I don't know if you saw our boss's tweet. He put the lineup out. I appreciated it. He put the lineup out if CP3 were to start. I just don't think the Warriors can afford to go that small. Like somebody's coming out if somehow he doesn't start. The Warriors are really small, and this offseason was supposed to be about size. And you got your boy Dario, which we didn't speak about. Kudos to the Dubs for getting that.
You know how last week we talked a lot about hot takes? What's a hot take? What's not a hot take? What's so? Oh boy, yeah, I know. Here it comes. I got a question.
I'm listening.
So, actually, maybe I shouldn't.
No, you already did it. Come on now.
So, I've been thinking about this. And here's why I'm going to throw something out there. I'm not saying they should do it. I'm not saying if they don't, they're wrong. I'm not saying that at all. But just like when Chris Paul said, "You coach," I thought, would he say that to a guy? I've been listening to this Chris Paul thing all morning. I'm sorry, Bay Area. You know what floated across my dome? What if the best thing for the team,
That is awesome,
is Steph Curry coming off the bench?
So you just shut your yapper.
Spadoni or Evan, if my keys are back there to the caddy, hand them to me so I can drive Steiny to Napa State. So, Steiny, that will never happen.
Really?
Come on.
There have been things that have happened that we didn't think were going to happen, and they end up happening. So, I'm not advocating
This is a
for
crazy take.
I don't think, you know what? In a crazy way, I don't think it is. And here's why. I mean, you could make it make sense, basketball. First of all, Curry would still play essentially the same amount of minutes. And of course he's on the floor at the end of games. But sometimes with the Warriors, I feel that Steph is such an explosive scorer, but he starts out games as a point guard.
Yeah.
And so don't the Warriors have a lot of first quarters where they're down?
Yeah.
And Steph hasn't really done much.
I got you.
Because he's playing like a point guard.
But what would CP3 do in his place at this juncture in his career who's not a scorer?
That's exactly right. He would get Clay going right away. He would get Wiggins going right away. Then he plays 6 minutes or 7 or whatever. He comes out, and now Curry goes into the game, and because he's coming in off the bench, he's aggressive.
Yeah.
So 6 minutes into the game, he comes in and he's aggressive. And then at the end of our first quarter now, it says Curry has 6 or 7 minutes, but he got 5 or 6 shots up right off the bat.
I'm just saying. Yeah, that's, you know what? You're talking ball, but Steiny, the reality is, and Bonte said it on his way out, it matters who he told both of us. It matters who finishes. And he's right. But you guys are missing the component, I believe, of ego. These guys got egos, and we can sit here and say starting means something to these guys or not. Steph Curry's been a starter since forever.
Well,
that would never happen.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah,
why would you say it would never happen when we've got Chris Paul, who's never come off the bench, and Steph Curry, who has been willing to come off the bench at times in the past?
Because I feel like you're cheating the question, because when Steph Curry's come off the bench, it's been because he was injured and out. And I would never want to start a game, and I don't think it's ever happened, Steiny, with my best player not coming in to suffice to another.
Well, you know what? Best
player,
fair, but there's a lot of times where a sixth man is better than some starters.
And I got
like Andre Iguodala, when he was a sixth man, was better than some of the starters.
No, there was no doubt about it, Steiny, to the point to where he got Finals MVP.
Exactly.
Okay, so I got to say this. I got a couple white flags, and I got a Draymond Green join the show update. But I owe Chris Paul an apology. Steiny, I get mad because I told you guys that would listen. I root for him. I want him to get it. I know what he's meant to this league. But when they signed Dario Saric and that video went out with them in Phoenix, Bonte sent it to me. I thought I sent it to you guys on the Vine. And it was just a loop of him setting Dario up. It was music. I was like, oh, my God, this is Beethoven. Oh, my gosh. So now can he do that with the second unit? Maybe you rest Dre on the second unit and preserve him. And I'm like, oh, my gosh, Kuminga's going to be better. All that jazz you guys were selling me about guys being around Chris Paul, you become smarter and better. I'm on board. But now all of a sudden the dude that's supposed to distribute is subliminally saying, I don't want to come off the bench. Imagine CP3 saying, I'm not done. I want to start because it means something to me. How do you combat that as an organization? Hey, C, we need to talk to you. We need you to come off the bench.
They're going to have to figure it out.
No doubt about it.
They're going to have to figure it out. You know, and here we go. Steiny, that's disrespectful to Curry.
You're not saying he's not good enough. That's why.
Here's my question. If I don't care what anybody says, I bet you I can find some basketball people out there that would think, like me, that there's a chance that might be what's best for the team. There's a chance. I don't know if it is, or I'm not saying it is or not, but you can make some basketball sense for sure. Now, does that mean you do it? I'm not saying that. But to me, it's very intriguing that we're all thinking, well, if Chris Paul starts, it's Chris Paul, Clay, Steph, Wiggins, Draymond. Why? Why can't Draymond come off the bench and we start Looney? Like, why does it have to be? And Wiggins, to me, I don't.
But the question would be, why are we doing? We've won 4 championships, and I know we lost in the conference semifinals. Why are we going Joan Rivers? Why are we doing a facelift to our starting 5 to appease a guy?
No, not to appease a guy. I said
basketball.
If it were the best thing for the team, would you do it? If you thought it was the best thing to do, or you just don't even forget.
No,
I get it. It's not.
I'll tell you what.
It's not a conventional thought. But
I would want you to coach the team that way. I would want to face Steph 6 minutes into the game as opposed to Steph starting. Like I think that would better my chances as an opponent.
Why?
Because
Steph gets to play against the second team.
There's just something about starting a game and just taking your heart and soul. Like
they never do it. They get off to bad starts. They aren't a good first quarter team, are they?
Well, it's not Steph's fault.
Well, but it's a dynamic. It's a dynamic.
But this isn't like for the all you guys. This is an issue, or we won't call it an issue because CP3 said it. We'll talk about it. But Stoney, this is curious to watch to see.
I agree.
I can't believe it.
I mean, when I look at the Golden State Warriors, so let's just and let me play it. Let me say it again.
All right.
I think he wants to start. Okay. So if Chris Paul wants to start, who's not starting? Everybody says, well, Looney.
No doubt.
But why is there no doubt it has to be Looney? Why?
I hadn't thought about it. Because it's happened before.
Okay.
When JP started, who went to the bench, Donnie?
Right.
It was Kuminga.
What I'm saying, like, when I look at the Golden State Warriors, okay, Klay Thompson to me is incapable of coming off the bench.
No doubt.
He just can't. Like, you would never even ask him that because of his personality. Like, he's off the board to me. Okay, what about Wiggins? Well, Wiggins to me isn't a spark plug player. So I would want him in the starting lineup as opposed to a sixth man because I don't want him to come into the game as a sixth man and just float. I want my sixth man to energize. I want my sixth man to give a look that we didn't have in our starting lineup. So I don't see Wiggins really as a non-starter. I'm just
Otis
saying.
Bird III, Steiny, on YouTube says just what I've been thinking too, and I'm going to read it. Maybe because you asked about Looney, maybe because he's done it before and he never caused a ruckus.
I'm not saying that this would be the path of least resistance at all.
Well, I think
it would be unbelievable.
Looney would be like, hey, whatever role you need me to, because he's done it.
Well, we know when he
should have been starting.
But that's why everybody just says,
Looney.
It's like, he won't eat it. Mike hates everything. Mikey, remember Mikey? Mikey, he won't eat it. He hates everything. Well, it's like Looney doesn't care. He doesn't need to start. Looney will start.
'Cause he's
He'll
such a
sit.
team
He
player.
doesn't care. And I bet Looney doesn't care. But are we really going to base our starting lineups on who cares and who doesn't care if they're in the starting lineup? Like, is it fair to Looney that because he doesn't care, well, he's just got to be the guy that goes? I don't know. I'm just throwing some stuff out there, looking at this Golden State Warrior team, and I think it's probably not going to happen, but I think
I would bet that.
I can. Steiny, who are the fans coming to see? You can't introduce Steph in the starting lineup to the fans who are paying. See, if Steph comes off the bench, you're going on. Okay. Steiny's talking X in his nose, and the rest of you are talking locker room synergy. Steiny makes more sense for Clay to come off the bench, but he's less capable to me. He's less capable.
Because of his personality.
Yes. You got to,
which is ego.
To me, you got to acknowledge that. Yeah. I think so. I mean, to me,
I think you're selling Curry short.
So
I think you're selling Curry short.
Chris Paul and Steph Curry and Klay Thompson.
I don't think it's going to happen. I think CP3's coming up. They got him to run and orchestrate the second unit. And the more I think about it, I get excited, and I can't wait to see it. if you're not going to be better putting him in the lineup, why would you do that?
Because you might be better.
Presence is that great?
You see, it feels like you don't allow for the fact that Chris Paul as a player, it may help everybody. Because does Chris Paul make guys better?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not always about points. It's about we're pretty good with Chris Paul because he's getting guys involved. And we still have Steph Curry who can either do that or play two guard. He can play with Paul. He doesn't have to play with Paul.
But Steiner, you got to take it to account. Like the Kobe's, the Jordans, the Birds. Could you make a case if you wanted to about them somehow coming off the bench? I don't think you could. And then also this part. Chris Paul's been with Phoenix. He's been with a bunch of other teams. He's going to put people in position to win. But if my point is they're going to have slow starts with Chris Paul in a basketball game.
Why would you say that?
Because
the Warriors are going to have slow starts if Chris Paul starts?
That's just across the board for any and every team. You can't. It sounds like you're blaming. You want to tell Steph to come off the bench. Because
don't make it that strong, please. Please don't make it that strong.
You're going Lee Majors. You're making Steph the fall guy.
No, I'm not.
Whoever you take out the lineup, you're essentially saying they're the fall guy for the slow starts. And it's about the team. Chris can throw the ball to Evan, and Evan can be wide open. And on any given day, if Evan is 1 for 10 that night, the ball ain't going in, and the team may get off to a slow start. But the ideology behind this of Stephen Wardell Curry coming off the bench, I feel like you're underselling his ego. Ego.
No, I'm not. I know Steph Curry has an ego.
Yeah.
I also know that he's among the most special superstars to ever play in our league. I'm not saying it should happen. But I'm also Looney going to the bench. I want to read this one. This Curry off the bench talk is just bait for phone calls. No,
why would you say that?
Well, we have no phone calls, so it's not bait for phone calls because I'm just putting it out there. Not enough scoring if CP starts. I know Guru will believe that, but I don't necessarily believe that.
You think you could find something? And I get you. You're not. It's etched in stone. I got a tattoo stir. But how many people you think in the basketball world would sign off on this? Or
I don't know. You'd need a lot. I mean, and you'd need it to make sense. I think again, is it going to happen? Probably not.
Yeah, hell no, Stoney.
Probably not. It might happen at times. It might happen at times this year. And keep in mind when I say Curry off the bench, his minutes aren't going down. He's going to play the same amount of minutes. And he's going to play in crunch time. Always. Always, always, always. In fact, there's a scenario in play here where Steph plays the whole fourth quarter if he's coming in off the bench. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We don't have to talk any more about that. I just throwing it out there because I don't think it's cut and dry. Who's going to start? Okay, 5-3-0. Let me ask you this, 5-3-0. More importantly, is Paul in the finishing lineup? Good question. I think he's got to be. And I'm not saying for Steph.
Yeah.
I think that he and Steph are going to be on the court. He has to be on the court late. He's smart.
Man.
He's a great foul shooter. He doesn't turn the ball over. So, I think the finishing lineup will definitely be Curry, CP3, Clay, Dre, and
Wiggins,
or Looney, maybe, I don't know, depending on the matchups. But I mean, all I'm saying is it doesn't seem like Chris Paul wants to come off the bench.
No doubt about that.
If Chris Paul does not want to come off the bench, how are you handling this situation if you're Steve Kerr? 888-957-9570. You think me throwing something out there is ridiculous? Fair enough. You can tell me. But then get me your solution to the issue. And I'm not saying it's my number one option. But Chris Paul, you heard it, and we'll play it more on the other side. What are you going to do with Chris Paul if he does not want to come off the bench? 888-957-9570 is the number. And don't forget, The All-Star Week prize blowout is officially here. Make sure you listen intently through the show today, tomorrow, and all week for your chance to golf with Steiny and Goo, maybe win an autographed Steph Curry jersey, take home tons of other prizes. Listen, at 1:30, we're going to ask you a question about something that happened on today's show. And the first person to get it right, you get to open the envelope with the prize in it. 1:30 is when it's all coming down. 1:30, your chance to win a number of fantastic prizes. 888-957-9570. Go Warriors.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added.
He should be
7-3.
But Steiny, what about him running up and down the court? It wasn't a labor. I don't expect him to be John Wall.
No, you do.
No,
This is what people do.
It was something I've never seen before. It was incredible to watch. And my biggest kudos to him is social media is so toxic and bad is they tried to drag him for his performance and he got dunked on Friday night, but he bounced back. And he showed some stuff yesterday. Now he's got to work on getting strong, Stoney. That's it. You got to get strong. What you laughing at?
Spadoni.
What'd he say?
He was in my ear and he goes, contest. And I said, I just did it. And he goes, just keeping on your toes.
And always do it again. Much like Jerry West, Steiny.
Nice. You know what's funny is I just don't get it. I really don't get it. All right, Chris Paul is a Golden State Warrior, and we got to figure out who's starting and who's not.
Right.
Some people say, well, Looney will just go to the bench. Some people say Chris Paul is going to be the sixth man.
That's what I believe.
Okay, and he very well may be. Is Klay Thompson going to the bench? My answer would be like, no. What about Steph Curry? Well, that's a
hell no for me.
That's a bold ask, but why wouldn't you? Let's talk about it. Why does that bother people so much?
Because he said one of the top 5 players.
Okay.
I don't care who. If Jesus was on the team, Curry is not sitting down. You go sit down one of them.
Yeah, all right. Okay.
The chef.
What if Steph Curry says, I'll come off the bench?
I'll give you a C note. And I want can we honestly, if you
no,
feel
I'm not betting on this because I'm not saying it's gonna happen.
All right, I was ready.
Like, my point is, everybody thinks Looney's not okay. How many people think Looney will not start? What percentage?
97%.
Okay, so only 3% of the Warrior fans out there think that Paul will end up coming off the bench. So you're saying most Warrior fans right now probably believe or want Chris Paul to start and Looney to come off the bench?
No, I was giving you my metric. My number is I'm 97% sure that Chris Paul will not come off the bench. And Looney is the guy who's already done it. He won't cause a ruckus. He's a team player in every facet. So that's what I believe is going to happen. I do not believe the Warriors are going to go small, Steiny, to start the game.
I'm looking at you only got a hair. He's got it wrong. Not want to come off the bench, but he wants to win a championship more. Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
And he did say we'll talk about it. That was the wink of like, if I'm going to do it, I ain't said I'm going to do it, damn it. Y'all quit approaching me like I'm doing it. We ain't talked about it yet.
Here's more Chris Paul.
Not to sound crazy or whatnot, but at the end of the day, it's basketball. It's not brain surgery. And I'm going into a situation with a bunch of guys who done played together for a long time. And I don't know. I guess it's me or whatnot, but I'm not as worried about it as probably everybody else is, or anybody. When I say everybody, not necessarily our team, but we gonna figure it out.
Is there a style of play in your career that you can remember is at least somewhat similar to the way they play with kind of all the flowing movement and all that?
I don't know. I've never played with, all these different types of players. You know what I mean? So that's the situation. That's what happens. I don't think there's any team in the league that's the same. When I got to Phoenix, I never played with a player like Devin Booker, right? J.J. Redick was a lot different, in the way he shot coming off screen. Steph has the ability to create his own shot. Clay dropped, I forgot how many points with a few dribbles, you know what I'm saying? Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Draymond, the way that he can create shots for other players. So, like I said, luckily it's basketball, and I know a little bit about the game.
What hits you there, Goo?
That I really do believe he's excited about the variety of different type of players, Kuminga included, that everybody that's going to be a teammate of his. So he is looking and understands the Warriors have slayed the beast 4 times to get 4 titles, and he's been in their way a few times. So on that front, Steiny, what stands out is he is excited to distribute the ball to the likes of the Splash Brothers and the rest of the gang. But I don't want to say this is an issue, but there's going to be, I don't know, do I want to say uncomfortable? I don't know, but this is going to have to be hashed out, and I think it is more than fair for Warrior fans to wonder where this is going and what his role is going to be to start the game. I'm excited to see how it's going to play out. And Steiny, again, if somebody has to come out and I'm wrong and he does start, it's going to be Looney, I believe. But, man, at 38 years old, I feel like somebody can explain to him why we need you to unlock Kuminga, because we've been hearing that in the second unit, rest Draymond a bit from the second unit and having that pressure on him.
Did you say second unit?
Yeah.
Take a listen.
Be coming off the bench, playing with the second unit that's a lot younger than the Warriors of the past have been with JK and Moses. Just what do you think of their depth, their bench players that you might be playing alongside?
You coaching? Okay. Well, I don't know what the situation is going to be yet. You know what I mean? So I think that'll be for us to figure out once we get going.
You've never come off the bench in your entire career. Is that something that you'd be willing to do?
Like I said, it'll be a conversation for us when camp starts or whatnot. But me and Steve have talked or whatnot. But that ain't something that you'd be like, "What up, man? Where you starting? You coming off?" You know what I mean? So I think we'll figure all that stuff out in camp.
Is there nothing to see here, Warrior fans? 888-957-9570. If you want to tell me there's nothing to see here, I'm actually not going to disagree with you because it's just our opinions. But that sounds to me like a guy who's not.
No doubt.
Not thinking about coming off the bench.
Are you surprised at all?
Like I don't think when somebody said, don't you think they talked to Chris Paul before the trade?
That's what I was just going to ask
you.
No,
I don't think they did.
See, I was thinking maybe they had. Hey, Chris, what's up, baby?
Hey, Chris, you're now a Golden State Warrior. I don't think his first thought was, cool, I'm going to unlock Kuminga in that second unit.
I'm not saying that either, but it is what it is, and I thought these conversations had already been had.
I might be wrong there.
And then I'm looking at him, Curry, with his fly hat on yesterday next to CP3 and his wife and Kuminga and GP2, and I'm thinking, does that even come up? Or, no, it's off. We CP3's role. Can you believe these cats is asking me if I'm starting or not?
Well, it's the most obvious question. The guy's never not started an NBA game in 20 years or however long he's been around. Like I'll listen to like somebody here said, nothing to see here right now in July. Like I will acknowledge that. But don't tell me it's not an issue at some point.
No doubt.
Like, stop it.
We all can agree on that.
Exactly. Now, just because it's an issue doesn't mean it's a bad issue. Right. Maybe it's just an issue that they work out. But don't tell me it's not an issue. You can figure out issues and be better by how you handle an issue. Like, become a better team. But don't tell me it's not an issue.
Or a better teammate, because you just broke down basketball-wise how this could work. But Steiny, 97%, I go with my 97% of me feels like pride is involved. And that's why with whoever wouldn't, Chris Paul, Klay Thompson.
Anybody.
Why can't we go to Klay?
Gotcha.
Because
I think you're right.
He's telling you I ain't changing S, and I respect him. But these are pro athletes, guys and gals. They care about the minute stuff that we say, they don't care about it. They do care. And I think the closer I am to the end, Steiny, the more I don't want to come off the bench. That's just me.
Should be the other way around.
Andre Iguodala did it.
I know.
Got to commend him.
A lot of players did it. I mean, sometimes you got to do it.
Pride, boy.
I don't know. I don't know how they're going to handle it.
I know everything.
Well, you don't know who's starting.
Speaking of which.
You don't know who's starting, Steph. Rob, do you think maybe he does know? Maybe they all know right now.
No, he wouldn't have did Malika like he wouldn't have just. I loved it.
I think it was Kendra.
Kendra. I said Malika.
You did?
I'm thinking the NBA count now.
What's up, Robert? Robert's in San Jose.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
We're on the show.
Hey.
Hey, there's a dream scenario. Okay, so Chris Paul never was a big fan of the guy, but there is a dream scenario where this guy humbles himself just for a second, talks to these guys, and says, you know what, I really want a championship. Let me just go ahead and hash it out. I get it. We've been going against each other for so long. Let's get the dub. Let's get the dub and humble himself, and he could possibly, there's a dream scenario. So I just also Steiny, I don't think you're hating too hard with your scenario. Curry coming off the bench. That would actually probably be great overall. So don't hate on him too hard, okay, Guru? Jesus.
Hey, let me ask you this before you leave. You said a dream scenario for who?
Oh, for the team. For the team. You imagine if Chris Paul came on and he just said all that, said, guys, this is your team. I want to win.
Oh, no.
Right.
Win.
And Robert,
I thought that's how it was going to be.
Robert, why wouldn't he? The only reason he wouldn't do that is because he doesn't want to.
Right.
It's Chris Paul. We've watched him for God, how long now?
Exactly.
He is a confident man.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Robert.
And
Good
I'll
stuff.
admit, am I the only one that thought that was already, you just spoke on it, was hashed out? Like, I thought, hey, CP3, you'll come and run
No
on second
chance.
unit and finish some games. I already thought maybe that's why the reporters that everybody ran with, you're coming off the bench.
Yeah. I mean,
am I?
Well, I think it was Mark Spears of Anscape that said that Chris Paul wasn't necessarily all the way in on coming off the bench, which is why I was a little surprised the question was framed as presumptuously as it was.
Oh, by the way, those that was Kendra Andrews and then
Madeline Kenny
from the San Jose Mercury News.
She had a great follow-up.
Real nice job by those two. Because you can't just, hey, Chris, what do you think about coming off the bench?
Remember I told you that when I was arguing with you when this was first reported. I was like, Steiny, he ain't ready to come off the bench. Yeah. That did sound like a man that was ready.
Yeah, you know what? I figured it out. And thank you, by the way, Robert in San Jose, thank you. Because, see, Robert gets it. When we're talking about who's going to start, who's not. Well, Looney will probably go to the bench and Chris Paul will start. Well, Chris Paul could be the better sixth man. And I say, I'll tell you what, isn't the worst idea in the world would be to bring Curry off the bench. And people just can't deal with it.
Yeah.
And I figured out why.
Tell me.
The people who can't deal with it know I'm having a hell of a year. They know I'm having a hell of a year. And they're worried I might be on to something just like I was with Chris Paul in the first place. Mm-hmm.
I'm 1, 2, because I love you, man. I'm gonna give you some love because you did call the CP3, but this one, this ain't left field. This is just the field, Stoddy.
It's like I'm here with a. By the way,
left field bleachers.
I was talking to a buddy of mine the other day, and we were talking about
because you're looking good,
the show.
Slim.
We're talking about the show, and once again, the friend kind of brought up what you and I always deal with, and sometimes you're pretty tough on Guru. And I said, I know. I know. Yeah. I'm like, first of all, he's not a porcelain doll.
Just thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Right.
But
you talk a lot.
I don't talk a lot, but sometimes I can sound harsh.
Yeah, you have a bully mode, but it's the radio version of you.
That's what I'm getting at. The boss comes. I tell you, but the boss comes up to me and goes, Stein, I got to tell you, I've been watching you guys on the YouTube. He said the show's different if you watch it. I'm like, what are you talking about?
This is incredible. How did he go? Keep going.
I said, what are you talking about? He goes, when you're watching, you can see you have a smile on your face most of the time.
But if you're in your car,
even when I'm coming down your road,
this SOB.
So he says that
Big Dex, relax.
He said on the radio, it sounds kind of nastier than it looks. Anyway, I'm working on. Listen, I went to Bay Area. I'm working on that. I really.
But it's who you are.
Yeah, but I want to tone that part down a little.
You're
bit.
Jeff Kent, like all the asses in sports. You can relate to them. Reggie Jackson.
I like Jeff Kent a lot.
But that's who you are. But you're a good dude, and I love you.
All right. Let's go to Antonio. First time he's called in. Oh no, the Warriors did win a summer league game last night, didn't they?
No, they lost.
Oh,
and my neighbor had Warriors.
No, you're
plus
sick.
2.
You're sick. You got
I
a
said my
sickness
neighbor.
like that? Does that sound harsh when I say you're sick?
No,
because you're betting on a summer league.
It's the neighbor, Tony.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I got you.
Hey, but I got to get to this. Man, this is a big one. Is there any part of anybody listening and you, Evan and Spadoni, that think the big picture, maybe Chris Paul ain't too gung-ho about being here?
Yes. I think there's...
And he's doing everything right. What a pro
a chance
is.
Of that.
There is a look... there is something. Even when he had that jersey, like, man.
Yeah. And I don't think it's necessarily
nasty.
No, I don't think it's like he hates the situation. I don't think he's crazy about being here.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I do.
He's going to have to. What's up, Antonio?
Hey guys. Hey. See, I don't think he's happy about being here, man. I mean, we were his rival, man. It's almost like, when Rick Mahorn went to the Bad Boy Pistons, he didn't want to go there. So he pouted and all that. But at the end of the day, I think Chris Paul should really come off the bench. He's not the same player, and he doesn't have any rings. So at the end of the day, if he wants to get a ring, to do whatever it takes to win, just like Ginobili did, like Iguodala did. And I call him CP0 for a reason, because he has 0 rings. So CP was best for the team.
Now that to me is nasty.
He personally, like I said before, he's my second least favorite player of all time. So
who's won again? Harden?
At the same time, I do want to fit LeBrick, fraud.
Wow, Antonio, wow. I got it consistent, but damn. Who can hate LeBron?
I believe he said LeBrick.
Oh, he did.
I like LeBron. A lot of people don't. I like him.
I mean, he's been
think
perfect,
the things
man, a role model.
I think
Shout
the
out
things
J.
that
Cole.
we criticize him for are, in the grand scheme of things, pretty trivial.
He also called him LaFraud.
That's hard.
707, Steiny, bring Draymond off the bench and let Kuminga start. Interesting. Just like Iguodala.
Trey ain't come. Yeah.
Kuminga
don't got the nasty.
Kuminga wouldn't start either.
Jerry West, if you're listening, he don't have the dog that Draymond has.
What about Chris Paul? Stop it.
That was Evan.
CP3, Steph, Clay.
I love it.
Wiggins, Looney. The only problem with that is then you're bringing both Kuminga and Draymond off the bench. But you know what? They're kind of, one could be a 3, one could be a 4, one could be a 4, one could be a 3.
What would you give me for this? Because you've been, this is really when you're in your bag, is before the season started last year, all you kept beating your drum about was if the Warriors get hurt. But this is my daily Jordan Poole segment. He was the best insurance any team could ask for. And all the multi-facets that you could, however you wanted to start them, you could do it, Evan and Spadoni and Steiny. Now you don't have that. So what if I told you injuries could really be a big part this year?
They will be.
It's like what if CP3 got hurt?
Yeah, they will be.
No, injuries I'm serious, man.
I know. Injuries are going to be an issue. They are. I think. It's hard for it not to be. Our main man, Rots. This is a good thing, and I really want to get to it. By the way, I see Big Kurt. Big Kurt wants to ask you a question. We're going to do that on the other side.
Big Kurt.
Morning, guys. With Steiny, this is good, and I really want to address it. Would Steiny still suggest Curry off the bench had they not traded Jordan Poole? I imagine not. Correct. So why CP3 then? CP3's age say he's coming off the bench. It doesn't matter if he likes it or not. They didn't construct it. Rots. Yeah. Here's why. Because I think that you could make a case that it might be. Notice how, listen to how I'm talking. I hedge. That's why it's not a hot take. But I do think there are some basketball reasons that make sense that help the Warriors be a better team. Is it going to happen? Probably not. But don't tell me that, I mean, what if I told you start bringing Steph Curry off the bench, he'll play 6 more years?
Well, who wouldn't sign up for that?
Well, apparently a lot of people.
But what I want is something. I want you to break down how the minute usage is not going to go.
Well,
so now we're saying he's going to play the whole fourth
and
the third. You know what I mean? It's going to be some long stretches for the chef.
You're absolutely right about that. I mean, he's only going to benefit from being a 6-man if his minutes go down. I don't think.
And they have yet to do so since I've known you. Remember? Oh, this the year, Steiny. 33, 32, 31 a game.
Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570. Okay, then you tell me. What's the Warriors' starting lineup opening night next year?
And what do you call this that we don't? What do you call what's happened the last 72 hours? Is this is nothing? Is it a pimple? Is it a zit? What is this a problem? What is this? Or it's like what CP3 said. We'll talk about when we get to camp. This is something.
I also wonder if anybody out there listens to Chris Paul and really believes he doesn't care after hearing what he said. All right. Like I said, 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment sponsored by Cars.com. And don't forget, coming up later in the show, your chance to win a big boy prize. I'll give you more details on the other side. How to win.
It's a new day!
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont Bank has approached banking.
can't take it black, huh?
We're sticking it in people.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
See, that... And when do they decide, let's put this together and back to back?
I heard them laughing.
Oh, see,
I heard Spadoni and Evan laughing.
I'm a filthy pig.
Did you see me on the phone? I'm a bit irritated if you don't mind.
I did not.
My daughter calls me, and our days are winding down, Milan. And we had a big weekend, went bowling, went to the movies, played dominoes together.
I saw that.
Okay, so she calls me. I'm like, my daughter's missing me. Guess what the question was?
What?
Where's the remote? Look for it. I'm at work. What can I do for you here?
What'd you do with it?
I don't know if I would just ask your mom. But if I would call Norm at his job, Pop, where's the remote? Oh, my God. Kids, man.
Rephrase that. What do you mean?
Oh, my goodness. Hey, I'm learning about artificial intelligence. It's scaring me. People can make you say something.
No, not me.
And you never said it.
Not me.
They did it to Drake. I'm getting worried,
So let me guess. Somebody's going to...
Dude, what if you talk stuff about Evan, but you really never said it?
So somebody a day from now is going to say, like, I came up with an idea of Steph Curry coming off the bench and say it's real?
Well, no, they can look at us as the boss told you.
Well, maybe
on YouTube.
What we're doing is...
I think I did see somebody say that Chris Paul's introductory words to Warriors fans were made up by artificial intelligence.
They call it AI, Snotty.
By the way, 510, he's good. Shannon and Martinez, I got your text here. I appreciate you listening. And
what did Shannon say?
Hey, Shannon, I appreciate how far back you go with me. That's all. No. Big Kurt wants to ask you a question. Big Kurt wants to ask you something. Hey, Big Kurt.
Do I need to duck, Kurt? What's up, baby?
Hey, what's up? How y'all doing today, man?
Doing well, man.
All right, so my question is, it's for Guru, but really both of you guys can answer this, right? So when did it come out of the mouth of CP3 that he's not coming off of the bench? I really want to know that answer. Somebody answer that for me.
Well, I don't think he said he didn't want to play in his day, but did you hear his answer to the question?
I heard his answer to the question, and what it sounded like to me is that, yeah, he probably don't want to come off of the bench, but he did say that he's willing to play with these players. He did say that, you know, these dudes have been playing together for a long time. So that shows that he has some type of respect for these dudes. And then I look at it like this. If he don't come off of the bench, the starting lineup could be Chris Paul, Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and need I say Saric instead of Looney.
Kurt, listen, I'm not mad at that. Before you go, let me just tell you, you just read my playbook because I think Chris Paul was irritated that the reporters assumed his answer.
You're right here.
And that's why he snapped the way he did. He knows it's probably eventually going to happen.
I think you're
but
exactly
the way everybody's running with it's come out of my mouth because it hasn't, I think that set him off a little bit.
Yeah, that could be what it is. It probably is picking him off that everybody is knocking him before he even gets a chance.
There you go.
Because they still got to go through training camp.
Yep.
And training camp might tell a whole different story.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Good stuff, Big Kurt. Plus, what if CP3 what if he just beats out Steph at the point guard position? Take a joke, people.
Yeah.
Enjoy
I'm sure
the
Evan
game.
put that on the
Enjoy the game. Oh, God.
Yeah. Speaking of which,
let me tell you something.
We ain't getting Draymond.
No kidding.
I thought you would take it a little more harsh.
I knew we weren't getting Draymond.
But do you know why?
Yes, because you have no pull with him.
No. He heard
See, is that what people refer to?
I'm mad now because I think you said it, but his people said he heard I said I wanted him out of town, and that hurt me.
Wait, so somebody communicated to you
big
that
time.
Draymond
heard that I wanted him out of town,
and so is not coming on our show.
Coming on the show.
Gutless.
That hurt me. And I think you said it. Evan asked me. Evan set me up when he put it on the social. You were like, "Do you want Poole or Dre?" And somehow, Dre, I love you. Come on the show.
Hey, man, keep coming out with hot takes. You know, people are going to stop respecting you. Obviously, Draymond is saying,
well,
the hell with this guy.
I was getting a haircut. The phone went off, and that was what was
perfectly.
Said. To Big Kurt?
No, to me earlier when you said, Steiny, it's not like if I would have said we need to keep Dre, he would have come on the show. And I'm like, that's probably true.
Yeah, that.
I don't.
Dibbers.
I think that was JD.
Can I get it
one more time? Yeah, that's JB.
I thought it was Dibbs. Dibbs and yeah.
Thank you, AH. Thank you.
What you got?
So many casuals. Steiny sees the vision.
Now that's your friend that you don't give his real name.
I don't know who he is, but I love him. I love him. Grandpa Daddy in Hayward. How you doing, Grandpa Daddy?
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen? Good show.
Thank you, man. We're having fun. And let me tell you, the next 2 days are going to be a 3-ring circus, let me tell you.
Oh, my goodness, bro. This is great. This is great. So, listen, you know, everybody, you're always dealing with egos with these guys, right?
Yep.
And we know CP3 got a big ego, but I think what you're saying, Steiny, it will show another team that Steph is ready to do anything it takes to win. And not only that, it will hold on a second. It will check CP3 and say, okay, bro, you want to start? Let's see you start. And then, like you said, Steph comes out after 6 minutes, and he's just bing, 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 man. He's a shooter.
Hey, you know what?
He doesn't have to start because, like you said, he starts slow.
Grandpa Daddy, it would ensure that when Steph Curry took the court in the first quarter, he would have to be aggressive. Have to be.
Yes.
Have to be.
Yes. And then let's face it, CP3, he got game. He's a star. So people are still seeing another star, a starting star, right?
So you
the
get
rest
it.
of the starting squad. It ain't like you're putting a nobody out there.
Thank you. Thanks, Grandpa Daddy.
All the Steiny stands, they got your back, but it'll never happen.
You're probably right. But this is what I'm talking about. Do you realize this is the one thing that I'm working on? I'm telling you.
Now, there should be more on the list than one thing.
I overstand 510. Steiny, do you have to put Guru down to make yourself feel better? You don't have any pool with Draymond Green either.
Right. Yeah.
See, if I can't say to you because you have, then I'm not even. I'm not Matt Steinmetz anymore.
I try.
I was kidding. I don't have pool with him either. I know.
Or Lakeup,
dude. I know. It's a joke. Guru was laughing. That's the only one who matters.
Hey, what'd you think of Pajemski?
I don't like him.
Now,
make a shot.
Shocker.
I don't like lefties for the most part anyway.
Jealous, or why don't you like lefties? They're the best
thing
ever.
They're inferior. They're inferior players for the most part.
I want to say superior when it comes to sports.
Yeah,
Their swing's better. Yeah. They throw the ball better. Steiny, come on.
Why? Because there's crafty lefties?
No, Boomer Esiason, the play-action pass. Oh, Ken Stabler.
You asked,
Ken
I don't
Griffey
like lefties.
Berry.
What do you want me to tell you?
But I feel like I'm mad I'm not a lefty, and God bless me with one, little Dario. I feel like you wish you were a lefty. And
why
that's
would I wish I was lefty?
Because they look prettier when they play sports.
Oh, boy. Okay.
And some say they're smarter.
Okay. I don't care if a guy's lefty or not.
Well, you just said.
I know. And so let me just make it clear. Like, I really don't dislike lefties.
All right. We're good,
just
then.
Messing around.
Hey, real quick from the 510. Steiny, do you know Chuck Barney?
Oh, yeah.
Says he knows you.
I know Chuck Barney well.
It used to work with you.
I did.
It's a small world.
I worked with Chuck Barney at the Contra Costa Times. He gave me my job, basically.
He's still writing?
No, I think he just retired. Because I see him
Shout out Chuck.
Yeah, so Chuck Barney covered the Golden State Warriors for the Contra Costa Times in 94, 95. And then he moved on. He started covering entertainment, like TV, radio.
That's what I like.
And so he left, and then I got the Warriors beat. So, yes, Chuck Barney.
Small world.
He's a great guy. What's up, Chuck? Hope you're listening. Contest. So coming up later in the show, you have a chance to win some unreal prizes. Let me tell you some of the prizes you have a chance to win. We got Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan tickets. We've got an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. We've got the Steph bobblehead, a pair of tickets to Jerry Seinfeld, and a gold-blooded Warriors shirt. We've got tickets to Walk This Way, baby, Aerosmith.
Man.
We have rounds of golf with our hosts here at 95.7 The Game. We've got private self-defense lessons, Evolve Fitness. We've got 3 fitness. I can't say this. Muay Thai? Mai Tais at boxing lessons, essentially, at Evolve Fitness.
Wow.
We met the owner here a couple weeks ago. Great guy. We got 2 1-month memberships to Evolve Fitness. $250 gift card to Alexander Steakhouse. $250.
Those are heavyweights.
To Buon Vino. So that's gonna happen later in the show. So stick around and know your show.
So some lucky fans are going to be able to golf with all the show. You know, obviously not every show, but whichever one you win.
Right.
Now, do you think this is the key for me? Whoever gets the Steiny Guru draw, they're going to be like, damn it.
No, they're not.
No, I'm saying there's a possibility.
There's no chance. Do you think for 1 minute that most people want to golf with Shasky and Bonte or Willard and Dibbs than us? I
hadn't thought of it that way.
Dude,
Okay.
we're so much more popular.
Now I feel a little better. Those are our guys.
By the way, I was telling a friend of mine this. You were a big topic of conversation. I know you're not going to believe me, but I was telling him.
Well, you texted me late night the other night. Can I say that on air?
Texted a bunch of
I
people.
said, like, the Steiny. My wife thought it was somebody else, but I was like, it's Steiny.
She didn't think it was.
Ain't nobody. But look, yeah. You had a good weekend, man. I know what we're going to get on Mondays from you by the weekend. Dude, you're ready.
Oh, Overstand 5-1 said he was messing around. Okay, I can take a joke. But there's some truth to that. Hey, I'm working on it.
Lester Quinones.
I'm working on it. Somebody else was saying something about, I got a friend who wants to meet you. He just loves you. I mean.
How have I not met him?
He doesn't live, he lives a little bit away. But anyway, we're talking about the show, and I was telling, he's like, so it feels like you're kind of the boss, and he's,
I don't
he's
want
an
to meet
employee.
him.
And I said, what are you talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking
Guru's
about?
the star of the show. Like, if I got fired today, and they found the right kind of guy or woman to fill in for me, the show would not skip a beat.
Well, vice versa.
No. I disagree. I do. I disagree.
So you don't agree on the show will go on.
If you leave, your boy's going to be worried.
No, dude, I heard you with Evan and JD.
Yeah. No, you're the show.
I hate the boss. I can't wait
are
to meet
Curry
him.
and I'm CP3.
That's the first thing I'm going to say. What's your boy's name?
I'm coming off the bench for you.
What's his name?
Who?
Your boy that said the boss. I don't like that dynamic. I'll meet him.
Bring it out. Marvin. Marvin's in the city.
Make that noise
hey,
anymore.
Marvin, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. I think that this thing with getting CP is going to cause Steve Kerr to do a couple of things that they've never done before. One is you got older guys now. Remember what we learned in the Sacramento series, that we could have one center instead of two on the court. So in other words, I think that's one way he's going to load manage the older guys, particularly Draymond, who gets hurt pretty much every year too. But and the same thing with Chris Paul. When he takes over, when Curry's out, it's going to be a deliberate offense. It's going to be changed. It's ironic that he needed to make two offenses parallel last year if he had Wiseman and he had Kuminga and those guys, and he didn't do it. He kept everybody has to be small ball and shoot from three. Well, with Chris Paul, to be most effective, he's going to have to actually adopt a different offense. But I don't think they're worried about starting. I don't think Chris Paul's going to worry about starting. I think he's going to worry now, number one, about winning, and I think that the best way for the Warriors to win is to have those parallel offenses, one in which he directs, the other one is the normal one. As far as game ending, depends on whether you're ahead by 2 points or behind by 2 points, whether you have to defend or whether you have to have make a basket, because Chris Paul is a clutch shooter, and he doesn't make mistakes. And so I think that it depends on the situation at the end of the game, whether he's going to be playing or not in that death squad or whatever.
Let me ask you this. I didn't disagree with anything you said, so just tell us and everybody listening, how did you process Chris Paul's comments to Miss Andrews? Were you shocked? Was like nothing to see here?
I just think, all these players get hit with questions that have to be nuanced, and they're not exactly prepared for it. I didn't really actually see Malika Andrews' interview with him, but the other interviews that I've seen of Chris Paul, it sounds like he's just really in a positive state of mind. I think he feels very lucky he doesn't have to finish with some team that's not going to go anywhere like the Nets, and he comes to the Warriors, and this is going to be one of the most creative, interesting situations he's been in professionally. So I think it's his last chance to win, so I think he's going to do whatever the Warriors want him to do. He's coming into an established dynastic team, so he's not going to expect to be the center of attention. But think about this. The only way Chris Paul is going to avoid injury is if he load manages throughout the season.
Yeah, that's true.
I think it's the same for Draymond.
What about Steph?
I think he's thinking
Steph?
more about playing rather than what he's doing in terms of is he getting his the things he likes to do or has done in the past. He's in a different situation now and he knows it.
Yeah, good stuff, Marvin.
I think
that's very possible.
But what if CP3 said, I disagree with that, I'm not going to get hurt?
Well, the Warriors are very conservative. They load manage with the best of them.
Draymond played 73 last year.
That's right, but he was on a contract year, and look how that worked out. So I tell you right now, he'll be on it. He'll get load managed this year, and because he'll probably demand it. But if the whole organization's philosophy is to be smart and load manage, then Chris Paul's going to have. I don't think he's going to have a problem with that. I mean, Chris Paul wants to play 40 minutes while everybody else is getting saved. I mean, he'll be fine with that.
We haven't even talked about them
Saric?
landing. Yeah, I'm like that's big. What? And you're right. We're wait and see. But he's a stretch. He's being a better. He used to be a player.
I'm not saying that. I'm not going that far yet. I need to see him
because of injury or in the fall.
I don't.
You don't think he's got?
I think he's
left?
lost something.
Oh, wow.
I'm not saying he's gone. Nothing like that.
But haven't they all?
I think people think he's. I think you might think he's better than he is. That's all. I don't hate him. They needed a guy like him.
Oh, no doubt. And he knows CP3 on the court.
That's true. That is true. Filmo Mike in the house.
He didn't party this weekend. I didn't see nothing from him.
Yes, he did.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Oh, man, he was loose.
Mike.
Hey. What's up with it, man? I'm Guru is the star, Steiny. But you a star as well. You know why? Because you're different, and you state your opinion, whether people like it or not.
Wow.
So you're definitely a star. Y'all dynamic, and I hate to bring up old people, but Damon and Ratto had a sick dynamic. You guys can just talk about anything. Some people didn't like what Damon and Ratto was talking about, but they had an interesting, little banter. Y'all got that same. Y'all got it better, even better than them, to me. But I just wanted to say, CP3, his best year was when he was with. To me, I started liking CP3 when he was with OKC that 1 year.
Yeah.
When he led that team, that just goes to show what type of player the Warriors are getting. Now he is a little bit older, but he's of that realm, so he's going to elevate the team. And Steiny, one last question. I didn't know Dario Marshall was from Reading, PA.
Yes, sir.
So when he got traded and you were covering the team, did y'all have a cool little connection or whatever, or did you ever bring up things about Reading, PA?
Yeah, we did.
Was he in high school?
I covered him in high school actually for a newspaper.
T. Marshall.
Yeah, he's when he came out here, I was out here, and yeah, we always got along. Well. We keep in touch. He's a really good guy. Appreciate that, Filmo.
Look at Mike giving you some love.
Here's the funny thing is, I'll be honest, that was a long time ago when I was covering the Warriors. That was one of my first couple years.
He was Big East Player of the Year one time.
Danielle Marshall comes to the Warriors. He's from my hometown. I covered him in high school. I know him a little bit. And my first thought was, oh, man, maybe I'll get to break some stories. He'll tell me what's going on. He didn't tell me a damn thing.
Now, did you leave chicken on the bone?
With who? What do you mean?
With Danielle. Maybe he could have you finessed it a little different.
I don't like I hated that part of the job. I couldn't stand it. I hated it.
Well, how do Woj and Wendy get to where they are?
They like it.
But there's no kiss ass in it?
Yeah,
there's kiss ass and everything, right?
Yeah, there's Woj is the kind of Woj, and they're big they're probably give and take guys now, which means they know so much they trade information. I never broke a story through a buddy ever. You know what I'm saying?
And now I feel like, to call me crazy, that's the business almost now.
Well, there's just a couple guys who do it, and most, like a lot of, I mean, I shouldn't speak for them, but a lot of the guys covering the teams, like because Shams and Woj, and to a lesser degree Sam Amick, and I don't know, somebody else who might break stories, it's like, hey, if they're going to break the stories, my boss doesn't make me, so what?
I don't care.
By the way,
that's what for.
By the way,
you
know, people were getting on me about. I came into the break and I was like, God, I wish I could just talk to Steph Curry.
What would you say?
I would ask him. I'd say, hey, and let me tell you what he would say. Here's how the conversation would go. Hey, Steph, what's going on, man? Hey, what's up, Stein? How you doing, man? Hey, how's your kids? I would say, and how's family? Because that's important.
Said, what's up?
And then I'd be like, hey, let me throw something at you. CP3, he started his whole career. About you coming off the bench. You know what he'd say? He'd say something like,
I can see his look now.
You know what? You've had worse ideas.
That's 4.
He would. He would say something like that. He's like, and you know what? Then what else he'd say is, we'll see what happens. What he would say, whatever's best for the team, I'll do. So why couldn't Chris Paul?
But people Evan said it.
What?
People come to see Michael Jackson. That's Steph.
No
He's
doubt.
Marlon Brando.
They'll see him.
So
they gotta wait 6 minutes.
That's too funny, man. Sty, that would never. The dude.
You know what? I mean this.
I think you're selling short the ego. Even for the guys that don't have one, you got some of it. He's not coming off the bench. Now I want to rip my mic out.
Okay, let me just and
he's not.
I'm not gonna bet against that.
I was hoping you did.
Why would I do that? I know it's a long shot. The point I'm making is that you can come up with basketball reasons that it might make sense. Okay, if there's other issues that are fine, he's going to start. We all know that. But what I'm saying is there's a scenario in which, you know what? There's some intriguing parts to it. Let's just put it that way.
Now, could this
But everybody looks at it like a demotion.
Right, this is what I want to say to you.
So fine. I never said it. How about
this thought process you are currently having with this scenario, could you apply, does it apply to every great player of Curry's caliber?
No, it doesn't.
Like Joe Montana in his prime, him off the field, could Steiny come up with a scenario to where, you know what? You guys would be better because this would happen. The greats never, more is better.
I hear exactly what you're saying. And in fairness, nobody does. Nobody would really want to do that or do it for the most part. But that's where the other part of Steph, like, he's not.
Let's say
Joe
Clay.
Montana.
He's not Clay.
He's shown in the past he will do whatever it takes. And he's proven it, which to me is the most important thing. So again, do I think it's going to happen? No, I don't. But can I come up with some reasons why it'd be intriguing? Or yeah. And then you and I talked about this. And I might take the over. Factor out injuries.
Okay.
All right? Factor out injuries. In other words,
no, everybody's healthy.
I'm setting the over-under on Steph Curry coming off the bench at 1 game this year. You know what?
I'll take that right now.
I may take the over on that. I think there will be a game.
And this would be the reason. The reason would be to get Chris in there.
Well, I just think it could also be a year of his little experimenting and some. You've
never seen, unless we've seen it because he was injured. But man, what? I know we're up against it, but I got to give you this. Well, I'll do it on the other side. What if I told you CP3 is not a fit if you got to even think about bringing Steph Curry off the bench? That's not a good fit then. You shouldn't have brought him to town.
Well,
if you're thinking that Steph needs to come in at the 6-minute mark.
I think that I think if I had to put money on it, well, let me ask you this. Let me ask Warriors fans. If you had to put money on it, is Chris Paul going to start, or is he the guy coming off the bench?
Coming off the bench.
That's a hard one for me to call right now. You know what? Play that again.
I don't know.
Me neither. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromise.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again?
Hey, Guru, love your passion. You cleaned your arteries out. You don't need a physical for a year.
I've been vindicated.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Steiny and Guru with you. It is the All-Star Week prize blowout. It's officially here. Here's what's going on. Make sure you listen to today's show and all week's shows, because you have a chance to golf with Steiny and Guru. You can win an autographed Steph Curry jersey. You can win gift certificates to Buon Vino, to Alexander Steakhouse. You got tickets for Jerry Seinfeld. We're giving away one prize every single show all week. 15 prizes in all, and we're going to be giving away one of these prizes later on in the show, about 1:30. We're going to ask you a question about the show, and you get it right, we're going to reach into one of these envelopes, pull out a prize, and see what it is.
Oh, and it could be from any point during the show, so you got to make sure to listen to the entire thing.
There you go. There you go.
Active listening skills.
All right. I gotta say a couple things. First off,
you got something on your chest.
Well, Evan brought up a point like this. See, I don't think like this, and I left out a key part, or I didn't consider a key point. That a lot of the, whatever. Throwing a suggestion out there. The fact that it's Chris Paul is the real issue here. It's not the suggestion. It's about it would be Chris Paul.
The villain.
What if would it make a difference, just hypothetically, if the Warriors had Rick Brunson? Let's just say they had Jalen Brunson. I was
like Rick.
His dad was his dad. His dad played in the NBA. I always do that. Jalen Brunson. Let's just say hypothetically Jalen Brunson, and I suggested it. It definitely wouldn't have struck a nerve like it did.
And
would you agree with that?
There's no doubt.
Yeah, I lost that part. I didn't even think of that.
I was B, and we didn't even hit that part. Okay. Evan comes in. I believe it's some of that. It's still crazy, Steiny, but it ain't as crazy. And I think the reaction is, who would be taking?
Paul.
No, the villain.
All right.
Villain.
All right. That makes sense to me. But see, what's funny is like when I think about basketball and talk about players and stuff, like Chris Paul, the Warriors, like it doesn't really enter into my thought process of he's one of the most hated foes of Warriors fans.
I think he's on top of the list.
I just don't.
He's on top of the list.
It's true.
Yeah.
But
now he's a Warrior. Now you gotta love him.
I didn't take it into consideration. I didn't have a strong opinion.
But is that something you think someone like Stephen Curry would consider in the entire? Because the fans would be pissed. But
hell no to me, Evan. And what did you say during the break? Curry is a nice guy. He's presidential, the guy next door. But Steiny, he's a killer, and you don't want to take his kindness for weakness. And if you brought this up, I don't think he would scoff at it, but there's no way he's ready to go sit his ass. Dude, these dudes lived. There's something about I did start a couple times, but you want to start, Steiny.
Pick up basketball.
High school too.
You said you didn't start in high school.
When we went to Gridley, Colorado, and we stayed with families, I'll never forget that experience. And you almost died on the court.
Oh.
That was the time I started, and I didn't like it. I felt like a crash dummy.
Well, you guys also went 0-4 in that tournament.
No, please. We won the tournament. But listen.
Yeah.
See, now I done forgot what I was going to say.
Yeah, that happens occasionally. The funny thing is it's not a big deal because we have so much to talk about. I want to hear, I think there's one more. What's this, Chris Paul?
What is it, Chris Paul or CP3?
Why is Kevin Garnett? And there's sound here.
I'm going to start.
Is somebody trying to stick it to me? Take a listen.
There's always a respect there, too, when you compete like that against guys. You know what I mean? And obviously fans always want the insight. Y'all talk, did this happen? Clay, for all those years, I would be running around chasing Steph, and Clay would be guarding me. So there's a respect there. Me and Clay talk when we play, and I think Draymond is sort of like, I always say when people ask me who's the one player that I didn't get to play with that I wish I would have, and I always say Kevin Garnett. And it's because the first 3 times I ever played against KG, we both got double takes. We was about to fight every time. But it was because he was like-minded like me. You know what I mean? And I think that's the way with Draymond. I know he competes just like I do, so it's going to be, definitely dope to see us now as teammates.
Actually, I like that because basically what I heard Chris Paul saying is Draymond Green's better than Kevin Garnett. That's what I heard. So another guy on my side.
Here's a cute
about
tip.
Kevin Garnett being overrated.
No, a killer. But man, he said Clay would guard him. Mutual respect, Steiny. And I do believe him about Draymond being that one guy that he didn't play with because Blake Griffin wasn't that guy. It wasn't Draymond. He lost all the battles to Dre over the years. Warriors killed Lob City.
Most people have.
Warriors killed Lob City.
Lob City was
a myth.
Yes, Lob City was a myth.
But when they beat the Warriors, damn it, I hate to say this, in Game 7, Mark Jackson, they did have that was their pinnacle.
What was I going to say? Go ahead.
This is what I was going to say, but my family on YouTube brought it. What about Curry's video congratulating or welcoming Chris Paul, but also giving kudos to Jordan Poole? I took the stopwatch out. It was longer for Jordan Poole wishing him well than CP3. I can't wait to ball with you. I appreciated that.
Yeah.
It didn't hit you.
Not really. Guys do that now.
Draymond didn't do one.
Because he don't like Poole.
Well, Clay didn't do, or us. Or Clay, nobody else did one, so I thought it was ambassador-like of Curry to do it.
Jordan Poole was also introduced to the media. Jordan Poole no longer a member of the Warriors.
With a beard.
Let's at least take a listen to what he said. Jordan Poole.
There's been, much conversation about Draymond, going back to obviously the preseason incident. Even postseason, they were pretty adamant that they felt like it really impacted what went on last season. What is your just general perspective on how much of an impact the Draymond punch had on last season and how is it left now with him and them?
Yeah, I mean, we're in Washington now. Playing with Kuz, great duo. Being able to really flourish, expand your game, and help, like I said, a new team, lead an entire group of guys. It's a challenge that we're up for. We got a new front office, and there's a lot of people that's invested. And everybody is locked in, wants to be here, start something that we can have that can be special.
A lot of people said you don't look excited.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I think Jordan. I listened to the whole Jordan Poole stuff, and I had no problem with anything he said or did. He doesn't want to talk about it.
And I love Slater.
He's still humiliated.
And he will. Eddie Johnson, I just
think
can't get out of my.
He handled it the right way. He said, "Come on, we're in Washington now." Like he's made it clear he doesn't want to talk about it.
Right.
So I get it. You got to ask the question. I'm not sitting. It's got nothing to do with Slater. You ask the question. He wants to move on, and now, to me, it's over.
Yeah. And what can Steiner? He got knocked the F out. What could you really talk about? And he's looking at the reporters, and Slater asked him so very professionally, but the bottom line was we're talking about the time you got knocked out, damn near.
Exactly.
So I get it.
I thought this is a good point.
I didn't like the beard though, Steiny. That was the struggle beard.
Tony 2023. Poole took the high road. I agree. That's exactly what
He's done it since it happened.
He has.
But now you took the road to Washington too.
Isn't it weird that the guy who's apparently like too cocky was getting under everybody's skin? Apparently, it's allegedly, big talker. He's actually handled it the best since the punch with like the media and having to deal with it.
Well, some will say, Steiny, to that point, the Washington teammates don't have to worry about that version of Poole because the punch humbled him, even though you'd think it's wrong.
I don't know if it did or it didn't, to tell you the
I couldn't believe,
truth.
real quick, I know we're not in D.C., so I'm not hating Halliburton and all these crazy contracts. Our guy, Monty Williams, hate the player, hate the game, but I am surprised they brought Kuzma back and invested that money into that team for him to be along with Poole.
Why?
Alongside Poole.
Two good young players.
No, they are, but like, where you going? Couldn't you got more for Kuzma, you think?
What do you mean?
More young players. Like Kuzma is further, and he's still young, but he's further down the road than Jordan Poole. Like, they don't match to me. I thought Kuzma
was
would be
like, what, 27,
but get
28?
me to a winner, a team that's ready to compete right now.
See, this is not every team can do that.
Now Van Vliet did it with Houston because he's got hardware. He's been to the top of the mountaintop, and he's going to lead and he's looking forward to it. I thought Kuzma would want to get out.
Maybe Kuzma didn't want to go out. Maybe Kuzma likes the Poole trade. I'm sure he does, actually. But this is the one thing we talk about Jordan Poole. I hear this all the time. Well, and I say it. If he's your one, you're not very good. Well, if he's your one, that means your best player. Okay?
Yeah.
Let's say, is he right now, is he the Wizards' best player?
No, he's not.
Who is?
Kyle Kuzma.
Okay. So, good.
Yeah.
That's good. Now get another player better than Kuzma. That's the way it works. Not that Jordan Poole will never win if he's the best player. No kidding. So, get a couple players better than Jordan Poole. That's how you build a great team.
Well, do you guys might not be considering the fact that Kyle Kuzma also is an NBA champion? So, in fact, the Washington Wizards have just paired two title players.
Bling,
you know what?
bling.
What a duo.
Look at Evan.
That's not the first thought that came to my mind. Evan is nailing it.
Yeah.
Evan's having a great day.
Yeah.
Now try to put together a year.
Spadoni with the assist.
Like I have.
Spadoni with the assist.
That's a good question.
Spadoni.
Oh, this is a great question. And God, you guys are great.
I appreciate it.
I just don't. There's stuff about the game. All I do is ever think about is the game. But then there's stuff around the game, peripheral
culture,
stuff.
Yeah.
That I never think about. Like this. I didn't think about this.
I hope you're not. I hope I'm not disappointed.
Are Warrior fans going to cheer or boo Jordan Poole when he comes back to the Chase Center?
I would be offended. Let me be security.
I think you're going to be offended.
There's not going to be any boos.
You're crazy.
The fact that what got him out of here.
This is where I'm literal.
Okay.
You just said there's not going to be any boos. Come on,
What would the boos be about? You
The
got
Draymond
knocked the F out
lovers.
and they sent it to NBA Siberia.
I think.
Boo! How dare you get punched in the face? Boo!
Exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah, Poole.
The audacity.
Especially, I don't know when Washington comes in, but if Washington comes in and the Warriors are 28-9.
Oh man, Stoddy, no boo. What are you booing? The fact that the turnovers.
Know what you're booing? You're saying, hey, and here's the other thing. Because of you, we took on the biggest guy we can't stand, Chris Paul.
Wow. There might be a couple
I think there will
those.
be some boos. I wouldn't. There's something about Jordan Poole I like.
I like his game.
I think he's very believe it or not, he's very forthright. He does not like to do the media thing. You can just tell he just doesn't like it.
It's funny you say that.
God,
everywhere we look
and
right
respect
now,
that. He just doesn't like it.
Somebody has a podcast. I thought by now he'd probably be on his fourth version of, let me tell you what happened that day. And to his credit, he has not took the bait.
You know why? This is where you and I are different again. We know what happened. We saw it. That's what happened. He got dropped by Draymond.
There's 50 million stories about what led up to it.
I'm sure they're all true.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll tell you what. If we find out 9 p.m. tonight, NBA TV, Jordan Poole's going to talk about his time, not just to punch in Golden State. Oh, my gosh, I'm running to the TV because all we know is speculation.
It's just somebody cut up the sound. I'll talk about it the next day. I'm not going to. It's not like, hey, Jordan Poole's going to talk about it's appointment TV.
Oh, boy.
You know what he did. He brought up money. He brought up Draymond can't score. He needles Vice. Draymond thought he was too cocky.
He was an irritant. He was the little brother to the dude.
Draymond thought Jordan Poole thought he'd already arrived as one of the Splash Brothers, and Draymond had to say, "You ain't a Splash Brother yet, bro." And
hey, I got a funny one from the 510 Comcast business text line. Mm-hmm. Willard and Dibbs would be booing because they ain't big Jordan Poole fans.
I don't.
They wouldn't boo.
Think they would.
I know they wouldn't boo, but
I don't think they would.
I
think those are two class acts.
How many boos do you think we heard for Chris Paul in Game 1?
Nobody's booing Chris Paul, are they? There's no Warrior fan going to boo Chris Paul. This is the problem. The inherent problem is now, if you're a Warrior fan, you cannot hate Chris Paul.
Just like you couldn't hate Richard Sherman
Exactly.
when he was a Niner.
Exactly.
Almost won the Super Bowl.
Steiny, everyone tune in if Poole had a TV interview. Yeah, I'm sure there'd be some. I'd just wait till the next day. What'd he say? Would Poole say anything?
Wow.
I'm getting tickets behind the Warriors bench and booing him to his face. Why? 510, if that's true, and I'm talking about Jordan Poole here, why? Why would you boo Jordan Poole?
I have no idea.
You know, hey, let me tell you this.
Well, some blame him for the loss against the Lakers, that series. Steiny, he barely played, and he missed a game-winning shot against in Game 1.
Okay, see, here's where radio can be great. I'll bet you if I say, are there really people out there that are going to boo Jordan Poole? Why would you boo Jordan Poole?
I'm all ears.
Let's see if the phone lines light up at 888-957-9570.
This is what I'm waiting on.
How
could you?
I don't know why you would. Why would you boo Jordan Poole?
He missed a shot in Game 1 against the Lakers.
510 said he's talking about CP3. No, you're not. You can't.
If he's he's yours now. You can't boo your own.
Okay, here it is, Warrior fans. I'm going to just lay down the law, the fandom law, and you must adhere. You cannot boo Chris Paul or Jordan Poole. There's no reason for it.
No, the Paul I understand.
But why?
You hated him forever.
Why would somebody boo Chris Paul, who's now on our team?
You're right.
And Jordan Poole, who's not on our team and was the victim of an assault? Why would he get booed? If you're going to boo either of these guys, I can't understand why.
I'll let you finish. Fine.
What about Draymond?
Anybody
booing
blaming
Draymond?
Poole for I'm being real. He hardly even played. You don't think he's getting blamed for that his no-show against the Lakers? You don't think Dub Nation, a fraction of it, blame Jordan Poole's no-show on why they lost? Not Curry, not Clay and Curry. They didn't have the best shooting percentage from deep. But Poole was the poster boy, Stoney. And you always say, why did they do that, Guru? Because they don't want to say that the Curry and Clay had off series against the Lakers from deep.
Oh, there's no doubt that Jordan Poole became a scapegoat.
Oh my! But to the point to where that's why he got traded.
Right, but I also think that anybody who boos Jordan Poole doesn't understand the big picture.
Yeah, look yourself in the. That's Michael Jackson, man in the mirror.
And notice I'm right because nobody's calling in. Nobody's booing. What about KD? Has he been back yet?
This is amazing. Like, you got to stay healthy, bruh.
Has KD?
Yeah, well, he has been back. He's never played
in front of the fans.
Yeah, because he's hurt.
Because it was. Remember, we used to watch ball with
Durant,
fans.
You know what's funny is let's say Durant plays at Chase Center this year for the first time.
Let's go.
Here, I think he may get a standing ovation.
Man,
believe it or not, I think Kevin Durant may get a standing.
You know who I am.
I would if I were a go.
He didn't. Hey, he
really?
threw some. Yeah, he threw some shots when he left.
Buzzed me there,
Evan.
That was Draymond. My bad.
I got you.
Wow, that Dre hurt me over the weekend.
I do think KD's. I would if I were a Warrior fan, I would absolutely give him a standing ovation.
I get that.
He was part of 2 title teams.
Should have been 3.
Plain and simple.
And he gave you his Achilles. Remember what I was like, Tiny, he don't want to play. He could play, he ain't going out there. And then he ripped it.
Yeah, that was.
That one I want to take.
Freezing cold.
I told you I almost teared up. We were here doing the post game.
I never understood that either.
Well, we weren't together. You went off somewhere.
When?
We used to do pre and post, and we had the show, and then we'd do both.
Oh, and then we'd have to wait 40 minutes before we do the show.
I didn't say that, but you would need a timeout.
40 minutes was how it was.
But you would go get lost, not go get lost too.
We needed right after a game.
Yeah,
the game would be over.
Then we'd
have 30 or 40 minutes before we'd come on. Yeah, I got out of there. I just took a walk around the arena with nobody there.
This dude just tore his Achilles.
What did I do? Was sit with you?
No, I didn't want to. I got you.
So anyway, couple interesting things.
Nobody's called and said they'd boo Poole.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
You know what? Warrior fans
are okay.
Let me tell you, yes, you are Warrior fans.
They're still
Warrior fans are great fans.
The best.
In certain demographic. By the way, I want to remind you of something that you said back in the in the day.
If it's accurate, yeah.
When Draymond Green was a liability against the Kings, and it was suggested that Draymond Green come off the bench, you said there's no way Draymond Green is coming off the bench. And it turns out Draymond Green suggested that he come off the bench.
And I didn't just say it. I went on a rant.
My new phrase is never say never.
Yep. You've earned that.
By the way, some people are starting to call.
Oh, boy, man. Steiny, those are your 2 wins, but that don't make a year, buddy. That and the CP3 you hit on.
Wait, one more time.
The Dre coming off the bench, you hit. You could do the Steiny Olympics on that victory lap, and the CP3 coming to town. You hit, though. Yeah. But that doesn't constitute a year.
Hey, could you imagine if I'm right on that? Well, I'm not.
Well, you were.
No. I'm talking about.
I would. Draymond ain't never coming.
Right.
Well, should we get how much? I'll tell you what. Make sure Nicole stays on the line.
Yeah. Well, we got time.
I want to give her. Yeah. I want to give because she's. This could be provocative, and nobody likes provocation like I like provocation. Nicole, please don't go anywhere. By the way, it is All-Star Week blowout here at 95.7 The Game. Later on in the show, we'll be giving away a prize, a really good prize. Every single show this week is giving away a prize, and you have a chance to win it. What are the prizes? Maybe a pair of Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan tickets. Maybe a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. Steph bobblehead, pair of tickets to Seinfeld. We've got a round of golf with the show hosts at the Berkeley Country Club. We've got tickets to Warrior games next year. You'd be the first to see Steph come off the bench. I'm kidding. Private jiu-jitsu. I was waiting for something. Private jiu-jitsu or self-defense lessons courtesy of Evolve Fitness. Or I think the way you say it is Muay Thai. Or boxing lessons also at Evolve Fitness. And we've got Alexander Steakhouse gift certificates, Buon Vino gift certificates, and we'll be giving away one of those prizes later on in the show. You just have to know about our show. Because we'll ask a question about
Let's go.
So, and here are the envelopes for those of you all on YouTube. Here are the envelopes. I'm holding them up. They're named 1 to 15.
That is, who put those together?
You can't pick number 11. 11's off the board.
Wow.
And that's a round of golf with
Klay Thompson.
One of them. So, all right, 888-957-9570. I think we're having a hell of a show. I think Guru's on point today. I think Evan's been spectacular. Two statements by Evan that made me say, I didn't think about that. It's a great point.
Even if he put your viral video up of Steph coming off the bench, you're mentioned.
No, I don't. You know what? I kind of was a little. I don't. You know what though?
You ain't scared.
Most people don't get it. They just don't get it, and I live with the fact that they just don't get it. They don't know they don't get it, so I'm not gonna. Why should I tell them they don't get it? They don't get it. You don't get it. But certain Warrior fans, they get it. Mm-hmm. We'll talk more on the other side.
What do you mean by that?
I'd be a great cop.
Do you have heart failure and often hear?
I'm learning about artificial intelligence. It's scaring me.
I made it up.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Good afternoon, everybody. Matt Steinmetz, Dal the Guru Johnson with
Yes,
you.
sir.
2 more hours left. Chris Paul met the Bay Area media this weekend down in Vegas. Had some very interesting things to say. We'll play some of that for you. It's also the Game's All-Star Week blowout. You have a chance to win a great prize every single show this week. 3 prizes a day. And we'll be giving away a sweet prize in about an hour and a half. You got to listen to the show. Know what we've talked about today. Then we're going to ask you a question. You get the question right. Boom. We're going to pick your envelope and see what the prize could be. And there's some humdingers.
Man.
Jerry Seinfeld tickets. Clay Thompson autographed jersey. Golf with the hosts at the Berkeley Country Club. Sessions at Evolve Fitness. Either jiu-jitsu, self-defense, Muay Thai. Hope I'm saying that right. Alexander Steakhouse, gift certificates, Buon Vino. 130. We'll be giving those away.
So, go ahead, Evan. I'm my bad.
No, I was just going to say, did you hear the story about Evolve Fitness? That Barry Bonds got his blue belt there in jiu-jitsu?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, apparently he's been training there for a while at Evolve Training Center and recently earned a Brazilian jiu-jitsu blue belt. So he's into everything.
I mean, the blue belt is like second.
But you ain't.
I mean, the blue belt is like the one after the white. I mean, it ain't no black belt.
Are we going to put the red on
blue,
the table?
How many levels
after white?
Yeah, all I know, blue. You know what? I don't even think there is a blue, is there? I'm messing.
Can I put the red on the table?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Brought
Atco.
to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco wants you to look out for the pest of the month, spiders and mosquitoes for all your pest control needs. Go to AtcoPestControl.com. Guys, when you get in a street fight that you don't want to be in, no belt's going to help. That stuff don't help in the street fight where there are no rules, Steiny.
You don't know
You know
that.
how many times I drove my kids up there to sign them up and I turned around? Like, I don't want to do this to you.
You meet a black belt. I don't care. You meet him in the hood, or you meet him in the ring, or you meet him in the suburbs.
You think they got something
kicking your
started,
ass?
boy?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh my God. Hey, you know
You
what?
went Bruce Lee
I mess
on me
around
there.
a lot, but I don't mess with wrestlers or martial artists.
Yeah.
By the way,
I know.
Hey, Steve.
Boy.
By the way, somebody on the YouTube chat said, anybody who thinks Steph's coming off the bench is clueless. Well, see, this is where words matter. I never said I think Steph's coming off the bench.
Right.
Do I think Steph's coming off the bench? No, I don't think Steph's coming off the bench.
So don't look at the comments on social.
You know what? You could make some basketball cases for that. Absolutely.
But fans are not
in my
that smart,
mind.
Stoddy. They're going to look like you just...
Well, get it right. I can make them
ready for that.
smarter.
Yeah.
I can make them smarter. I want to educate them. Nobody thinks he's coming off the bench. Mm-hmm. Unless Chris Paul beats him out. See that? And I'm kidding.
Stop it.
Stop it.
Oh, I almost
Oh, we got to go to Nicole.
Oh, yeah.
Remember?
She's been waiting patiently.
Nicole's in the city. Hey, Nicole, how you doing?
Hey.
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you guys today?
Doing well.
Sorry, so I just wanted to touch base, the comment, because you guys were saying nobody was calling and saying, but I will openly admit I would be in my seat booing CP3 and Draymond all season. I'm
What?
Just saying, I'm going to be doing it.
Why?
What do you mean, why? CP3 is going to join us to get his ring. I mean, he doesn't deserve it. I don't want to give it to him. I don't want to see it happen. I know that's not a good Warriors fan of me, but at the same time, my dislike and disdain for the man makes me just not want to let him have it. You know, obviously, this also goes to say I'm a Jordan Poole fan, and all of that just doesn't sit well with me. So, yeah, I'd like to see this kind of blow up in our faces.
Wow.
Jeez.
Yeah. So that's kind of how I'm feeling about it. And I have no problem saying that. I'll sit down in my seat. I won't cheer, won't stand up. And it's just that simple. They don't deserve it. I don't care if they're part of my team. I don't have to like all of them.
Thank you, Nicole. That's a hot take.
Yeah, she let it go.
That's hotter than Steph Curry coming
And
off
she
the bench.
knows she almost is ashamed of
Can
herself.
you do this, though? Which Nicole's going to
It's
endeavor
her
to do?
It's her fandom. She
She's
can
still
do
gonna,
it.
wait, Did I hear her say she wants this to blow up in their face?
That means an 8-game losing streak. Maybe no offs.
A couple great calls are saying that means some people do agree with her. I thought
she was going to say she was booing Jordan. Hey, no, that's what she was not booing.
Let me tell you something. I'm going to put this rat on the table.
Brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Spiders and mosquitoes, pest of the month.
Here's one thing that I'm understanding the depth of. And I'll admit, I didn't see it. Because I don't think a lot about these types of things, but I have completely misjudged this hate for Chris Paul by Warrior fans.
Well, because it's been quiet because you know what I mean?
But I mean, holy hell. I cannot, that was a Warrior fan who just called in and said she's going to boo Chris Paul. He's on the Warriors now.
What do you mean, why?
That's trying to be a home.
So here's what I'm saying to Warrior fans. You better
1%.
be careful.
Yeah, that's the 1%.
You better be careful because, listen, you know your boy is not a big fan of Homer radio, but this thing can't turn into everybody hating Chris Paul and blaming him on it's not going to work. If the fans don't come around to Chris Paul,
they have those.
That is a dynamic that could possibly affect the team. I absolutely. Well, are you telling me Chris Paul? If Chris Paul does something or says something after a game that and the Warrior fans start getting on him, if Warrior fans if they even perceive that Chris Paul is doing something.
He's not happy.
That diminishes Steph or any of that stuff.
That's not going to happen, Stoney. Look last night. It's Exhibit A.
What?
They're both from
Carolina. Seasons are long, Goo.
No, I get
Seasons are long.
But if you're telling me Section 120 at the Chase Center is going to be full of Nicoles, then I got you. You got a problem. But that's just not going to happen.
What I'm saying is if the Warriors start 7-9 and Chris Paul is struggling with his role off the bench, and you think people aren't going to be like, this guy's washed. I never wanted him here in the first place.
I can hear some boos.
Well, that's a factor. I mean, but
it won't. I guess not. It won't be so damning to where they can't get off the mat.
You don't know that,
especially after what they went through to start last.
If Chris Paul doesn't want to be here, and it becomes apparent to Chris Paul that the fans don't want him here, it's over.
Wow.
At that point, it's over. And
that's a stretch. But I'll say the ingredients are there. How about that?
I'm just shocked.
Yeah, and how many calls have we taken like that today? And Nicole believes what she believes, and I get you, but we haven't taken 10 straight calls.
No,
like
you're right.
That.
You're right.
And they're out there.
But Evan, what'd you tell me today? Just out of the blue. Evan said he was talking to a woman Saturday. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So I was out with
a date?
Yeah, a friendly excursion. Yes. So we were having dinner, and she was like, "What do you think of the trade?" I was like, I think this, that, and the other. And she's like, "I hate it. I can't stand Chris Paul and the Golden State Warriors. He's my second most hated NBA player in the league behind LeBron James."
But that's how she feels. But she'll end up tolerating Chris Paul being on the Warriors for the greater good.
But he's got to help him. Honest to God, that's enough. It's like 4 things today that. And I know a lot of you out there will be like, "What's new, Steiny?" But there's been like 3 or 4 things that are ringing a bell for me today, and I do believe, I think there's an absolute scenario here in which, the fans got to come around to Chris Paul.
Well,
they just have to.
The players,
they have to.
They already have.
It's not about the players, and we don't know that either.
But what do you mean it's not about the players? Because they control if they're playing bad or good.
What I'm saying is it's not about the players. If Chris Paul is having a tough year and he's struggling and he looks bad, he's going to hear it.
Okay, no,
who cares about the players?
That I give you.
The fans are going to get down on him.
That's pressure in a sense.
Who knows if I'm just saying.
Pressure.
And you know what else?
I felt like you were acting like he's going to rip the team apart a bit.
Nah. No, not rip the team apart, but set up a dynamic that doesn't facilitate winning. And here's the other thing I'm going to put out there.
Because it is odd.
Here's the other thing I'm going to put out there. I don't believe for 1 minute that Draymond won't have something happen this upcoming season with some teammate.
Now, wow, you said teammate.
I'm sorry. If anybody thinks, we're done with Jordan Poole, we're done with the problems, that's naive to me. That's naive to me. It really is. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not saying they will, but don't you dare think I don't think it's possible.
I almost want you, because you don't want it to happen, so we can't bet. But, Steiny, I got to believe he just got paid. He's got the security. I'm talking about Draymond.
That's right.
He'll
what? Oh, he's going to fall in line?
No, he had some self-reflection about
Draymond's going to fall in line
with Kuminga
after a $100 million contract.
He's going to exercise more leadership with the youth.
Oh, and it's always going to be good leadership.
No, I'm not going to. No, it may be some turbulence, but it won't be. I don't believe to the point to where guys like you, Spadoni, and Evan will know.
Did Draymond Green ruin the Warriors' season this year? The answer is yes. Sorry. That's what I believe. Jordan Poole, I'm going to be the guy.
No to that.
You can't say no. Steve Kerr acknowledged it. We were never the same after the punch.
No doubt.
So he ruined that season last year.
But
and everybody knows it, including Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. And all I'm telling you is Draymond's not beyond messing things up again.
But aren't you being a bit naive?
You are being naive.
Listen, let me finish.
You are.
If you watched that Lakers series and said, hey, the punch is why we lost, and not that we were small, and they made us look small, and they beat us up.
The punch lessened Jordan Poole's.
I'm with you. It ruined him.
Right.
But in that
series. Why are you forgiving Draymond Green right now?
No, I'm not forgiving him. I just know there's bigger fish to fry on why you lost to the Lakers.
Kevin Durant.
That's all.
He like Draymond Green showed you what happened with Kevin Durant. Draymond Green did it again with Jordan Poole. This is kind of what makes me not angry because I'm not here saying there's going to be problems this year. But I hear you saying
they went to the finals the year him and
Draymond Green
got into it, Steiny.
Messed up 2 seasons. Yeah. He's forced 2 players out, and for you to say now he's going to be fine. It can't happen again. It won't. Why would you say that? He's proven more than once he can really be a problem on a team. Why is he now not going to be a problem? And how do you know?
I got to be careful here.
I'm going on track record. You're assuming this year's going to be something different than the 10 years I've watched him.
Well, if you allow me to use the last fiasco that he got into it with Kevin Durant, they still got to the finals that season. The David West, you don't know what we dealt with after the parade. They dealt with it and won. My thing is, Draymond ruined Poole. I get that, and I stand by it. But damn it, that was in October, November. What we saw when they played the Lakers wasn't about Jordan Poole, whose minutes got slashed.
You don't think there's any connection? See, this is I don't understand.
Right. But the gravity of the connection, Steiny, I'm with you, but it didn't supersede them being small and one-dimensional.
You don't know that. This team was not together this year.
I'm with you.
Thank you. So they were never going to beat the Lakers.
But to say that's why they lost to the Lakers,
it's not
when
why.
Draymond
I'm not saying it's why.
We would still be playing. I told you I disagree.
Listen,
that's almost a cop-out.
To me, it's not hard. The Warriors had a potential this year. Right. A ceiling, if you will.
No doubt.
They did not reach it. And the reason they didn't reach it was because they were not together. I don't know if their ceiling was getting to the second round. I don't know if their ceiling was getting to the Western Conference Finals. I don't know if their ceiling was they could have won it this year. All I know is the biggest reason that we know of that they didn't go further is because they weren't together all season long. Season long. 11-30 on the road.
I'm giving you 97% credit, Bastani. It's 3% of me that has saw the light, and I've dealt with reality in the sense that I saw the longer, more athletic Los Angeles Lakers when it was all said and done at the end, and the Warriors went out with hearts of champion. That to me superseded the disconnection that is real.
You ready for this?
You and I have been on the same page all years. And what? And what?
Let me tell you. I'll tell you why. The best version of the Warriors would have won that series. The reason they didn't win. The reason they didn't win that series was not because they were overwhelmed with talent, overwhelmed with. And you know what? they didn't just lose Jordan Poole. They lost Wiggins to a degree. This has nothing to do with the injury or the absence. It has to do with Wiggins wasn't himself last year, and I think the punch had something to do with that. Like, I don't think Wiggins was crazy about it all. So I'm just saying, yes, the goal is to be together this year and to be better than the sum of your parts. I think last year they were worse than the sum of their parts because they were fractured.
And man, shout out Kaiser, because they were fractured, Stoney. I'm telling you, I just think it's too much of a crutch to look at that series, that 6-game series, and I keep going here. I saw enough to where they're saying it now afterwards. I don't agree with Draymond saying we'd still be playing had I not punched Poole. That was about X's and O's. That was about, have you guys maximize the way that you're structured, getting championships, the lack of size, the nobody to guard Lonnie Walker, all that stuff reared its head. And that's why Steve Kerr said, we don't need a reset. But what was the word he used, Donnie? We need a, Evan, help me out. What was it?
Can't remember.
Not a reset, but we need a, some change. Oh, I stumped
Maybe they
everybody.
do need a reset.
No, it wasn't a reset. He didn't want to go that far, but there was they needed a variety, something different. So that's what that loss to the Lakers was. But everything you're saying has come out of my mouth about the fracture. Why was Poole a no-show? Because you ruined Poole. But he didn't hardly play in that series. And that's why you can't say, I won't. I threw confetti when Wiggins came back because we didn't know if he was going to come back for the playoffs. So there you go.
You know what?
Go beat L.A.
You know who else the punch affected? Draymond. He got worse because of the punch, and he told us as much because all he did was have the punch on his mind all year, and I'm a leader now, and now I can't lead like I want, but now I'm starting to lead like I want, and now I'm leading because I yelled back at Jordan Poole. It's like that all contributed to a garbage.
He gave you 73 in defensive player of the year.
That's right, he did.
Team,
and he took away from the team.
I can't argue that.
Okay.
I won't argue that.
So my worry is, what makes you think that for the first time in Draymond Green's career, he might not have some issues during a basketball season? I mean, he might not. He might have a great year. Yeah. He might be not, but the track record kind of goes the other way, doesn't it? 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, it is the Games All-Star Week blowout. We're giving away big prizes every single show. Your chance to win a great prize at 1:30. Klay Thompson autographed jersey, Seinfeld tickets among the gifts.
Heavy.
A lot of really, really good gifts. Retooling? Is that what he said?
Nah, that wasn't a word. It's gonna. I'm gonna get it.
Right.
Yeah. But it wasn't reset.
Okay. Let's go to Dupree. What's up, Dupree in Concord? How you doing, man?
Good. How about you guys? Love listening to the show.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
I was just calling because you were asking about people that were going to boo Jordan Poole, and I think the people that will, the handful, will be blaming him for losing the continuity for the future. He got the bag. That's all he talked about after the championship. Before that, he was always the hardest working kid. Everybody loved him. He was doing great. Once he got the bag, he started running his mouth to the bully on the team. And if you talk too much to the bully, sooner or later the bully's going to show up. So I think that's why some fans will have something to do with booing Jordan Poole.
Yeah, I get it. Plus, he's just on another team now.
Yeah.
Sometimes that just happens to guys.
But do you?
I'm not. If I'm a Golden
into
State
this.
Warrior fan, I'm not booing Jordan Poole.
Either am I. How can you?
Well,
I'll tell you
we're
what.
being told how you can.
How many people feel sorry for Jordan Poole? I think there's a big.
I think you're right.
I have a heart. I feel sorry for him.
I do too.
Am I saying that he's perfect or he didn't run his mouth? No.
I said it to Bonte before the show. I'm like, Jordan Poole got hosed.
Man,
he got hosed
the word.
here. And I'm not saying he was blameless. Obviously, he wasn't blameless, but he got hosed.
But
hosed. JB in San Francisco. Hey, JB, how you doing?
Hey, long time fan, doing good, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I usually agree with Guru all the time.
Oh wow!
But today I never agree with you, but I usually, today I'm feeling you. Jordan Poole ran his mouth, but that punch affected everything.
Yep.
Now, I called to talk about the starters.
Okay.
I kind of like when Kerr basically doesn't let us know who's the starters, and he makes it, contingent on who they're playing against, right?
Yep.
So some days Chris Paul is going to be a little better. Some days Wiggins is going to be a little better. Some days Clay's going to be, depending on who we playing against. That's how it goes. So thank you guys.
I think what JB's saying is they may use different lineups,
like the Giants, multiple.
Austin in San Jose, really? He says, "Come on, guys, Steiny feeling sorry for Poole. What a joke."
Austin's on YouTube. He's down on Poole,
but I don't think I'm the only one.
You're looking at another.
And you know what? What if Poole was? What if he did talk too much?
I got you.
Why didn't Draymond say, "Shut up"? Next time you say something, I'm going to punch you in the face. Why did he do it?
Maybe he did.
Maybe he did.
Yeah.
Maybe he did. Maybe he did. Pete's in Saratoga. What's up, Pete? How are you?
Good. Steiny, thank you for saying what you just said. I've been trying to listen to Willard and Dibbs, and they're giving Draymond a pass, and Poole's the bad guy. I mean, when Chris Rock got hit by Will Smith, he couldn't perform for 6 months. I mean, it's, Poole helped him win the title because he was vibrant, alive, and all the joy was taken out of his game. Clearly, he was messed up, and Draymond threw the punch because he knew he could get away with it. And sure enough, he didn't get fined. He didn't get suspended. He was right. And the thing is, people know, what they can get away with.
Yeah.
I mean, where I grew up in Philly, if the fifth toughest 5-year-old on the block would punch the sixth toughest, because everybody knew exactly their position in the pecking order. Anyway, thank you for sticking up for Poole.
Appreciate it, Pete. Yeah, Philly in the house.
And our guys, and Willard and Dibbs didn't give but we did.
They can answer for themselves.
No, but I'm saying
I don't know what I don't listen. I mean, I haven't been listening to their show. I don't know what they've said.
We got technically a show with them. On the crossover, we all came down Dre's Road when that popped off. So nobody's giving them a pass.
No, but
we all said that
why are more people saying like Dibbs and Willard? I don't like. Yeah. Let's get away from that. Okay. I don't know what they've been saying.
Bad. Yeah, I'm just saying. They didn't give Draymond and say, I've looked at them and they didn't say, Dre was right in punching him. Everybody, we were all on the same page about the punch was bad.
Yeah, it was bad.
Okay.
I mean,
and who cares if it was
warranted?
Is
there really anybody saying the punch was
There's
good?
half a Dub Nation. He deserved it.
The punch can't be good if it is the acknowledged reason it ruined a season.
Yeah, those are two different things. You're right. Instead, I got to ask you, what the hell is on your T-shirt? SRCBB. You, what is it?
You know what? Anybody on the YouTube chat know?
SRCB. Is there a U?
That's an SRCBB.
BB. I want to say San Ramon.
Nope.
College basketball.
That's the blast part. Yep.
I'm on to something.
Right.
Yeah. SR. That would be. Yeah.
Anybody out there know?
If I had I don't care. I just wanted to know the name.
How did
now that you're dragging it
People
out.
said I slipped up. What did I say something wrong? I didn't curse, did I?
That's not my department. If you
Steiny slipped up, LOL. You did slip up, Steiny, LOL. Tell me how.
I know everything.
Tell Steph. Why? How does Steph? Oh, that.
Does Evan know how? I don't know.
What do you mean?
You slip up. What? You didn't say
I don't know what that
wrong.
means. I'm sure I'll figure it out during the break.
Yeah.
I love that our fans tell us what we do wrong. A lot.
Dude, they're about to win some prizes.
Yes, sir. All right, on the other side, we got calls. We got Mark, Murillo, Nico, Matt. 888-957. Join the show.
Turn the page.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Get Ready for College sale. Oh, my. Are you okay? My baby boy is going...
righty. Welcome back. Steiny and Guru. It's 12:32.
Yep.
We'll be here till 2. Once again, this is All-Star Week blowout time. We're giving away great prizes. We're going to be giving away a prize in 1 hour. What kind of prize? Oh, big boys. Seinfeld tickets, Klay Thompson autographed jersey, Steph bobblehead, etc. Round of golf with the hosts. We've got lessons, boxing lessons, Evolve Training Center. That's where they are. We have a 2-month membership to Evolve Training Center. Buonvino, $250 gift certificate, and Alexander Steakhouse. That's coming up in an hour. And this is how you get misconstrued.
What you got?
We got our main man. Well, one of them. Sometimes I really like him. San Jose Jazz fan. He says San Jose Jazz fan was at the dentist, so he missed a lot of the show. He said, what happened during the show? And somebody, Will said, breaking down the CP3 importance to this season. And then he goes, Steinmetz wants Curry to come off the bench, which I don't agree with, but I kind of understand. I don't want him to come off the bench. I don't want him to come off the bench. I don't want him to do anything he doesn't want to do. I don't really have a say in that in the first place. What I'm saying is there are definitely some basketball cases to be made why it could be advantageous at times. That's all. And we're letting that there. All right. You got anything you want to jump in on?
Yeah.
Clarify any of the things you butchered today?
No, boy, there's no clarification, but I want to give a shout out. So in this life, we have friends and family. Over the weekend, your boy was stuck, Stoney. I had a situation.
Oh, by the way, how's Mia?
She's doing fine, but why would you ask that?
Because...
Well, it's been 4 months.
No, because everything's fine with Mia?
Yeah.
Well, then where were you Friday?
The car was messed up. The battery went dead.
Oh.
Yeah, so I put that in the text to you both.
I know you put it in the text.
Oh, but yeah, come on. So anyway, I don't know. I pride myself on, Tupac had a song, Stoney, it's called When My Homies Call. And that's family and friends.
All right.
So I had an issue in my life that I needed help. And as you get older, when you send those messages, they're hard for the help because, people get them like, oh, God, Guru needs a jump or he needs blah, blah, blah. I didn't need a jump. But I just want to give love to my friend that will go nameless. I was in a situation, needed help, and my guy was there. And this is why I got to shout him out.
You're welcome, buddy.
It wasn't, you are great. It was in 2 seconds, the response, because I kind of run from stuff. Hey, Goo, my car broke down. Can you come get me? Where you at, Reno? Oh, God, I'm coming, but I might get you in 20 minutes. But shout out to my friend that helped me this weekend. I know you guys are like, what? But, Stoney, it feels good that you got people that help you when you need something.
Yes, sir. Yeah. It's who I try to be.
Because you know my thing is, if you ever need anything, you or Evan, but money, come call me.
Here's a question on the YouTube chat from Deborah DeVal. Is Steiny a good friend to Guru? Well, let's ask Guru.
It's a grand slam. You've been there multiple times. I kind of feel like I used up the credit card, but yes, Deborah. I can't count on my man outside of work.
I got thug tears.
Yeah.
I
haven't helped you.
Am I allowed to have thug tears?
I haven't
just
helped you. No.
Can I have them too?
We got to be careful here.
You know what? Hell with that.
Yeah. All black, just because you're not black don't mean you can't be a thug.
Well, okay, that's what I want to know. See that.
Have you been to prison? Have you watched prison documentaries? They're more than black
actually,
people.
Scared Straight.
Dude, that was scared of me.
I also, you know what's funny? I just did watch a prison documentary on Attica. Good stuff. That was incredible. I highly recommend.
But what made it incredible?
Because it was an uprising. It was an uprising. It's a maximum security prison. They took guards as hostages.
How could you
be a CO?
It
was like a 4-day standoff. And of course.
A 4 days? Boy.
It's fascinating. Fascinating.
It's scary.
Well, it's over. But I would highly recommend it.
When they take over?
Number 4.
Yep.
Just send me, if I went to jail, send me to the morgue.
Let's go to Murillo. Wants to talk about CP3.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Talk to us.
Having me back again. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm sorry. I'm going to go away from the drama and the kumbaya.
Good.
That's not for me.
That's fine.
I'm not going to boo anybody. These guys are having a better life than I am. Why am I going to spend money to go there, boo them? Anyway, I think we're a better team. I was waiting on the Saric purchase to cement my thought and I think you touched on this last week or 2 weeks ago, Steiny, skill versus talent. Now, you need both. But I think to win, to be this contender that we want to be, to maximize Steph Curry, we need more skilled players than talented players. We already have our talent. We know where it should come from. Steph, Wiggins, Clay. But I think with CP and Saric, we're going to a more skilled team. You look at Denver, you know where the talent is coming from. And it's Jokic and Murray. Everything comes off of that. So you need role players that can start on your row. Nothing better than skilled players versus talented. You guys play pro sport or play competitive sports. I play too. Won a state championship back home in Brazil.
There you go.
You get before the game, you see all that talent. You see guys dunking. You see guys shooting. You think, oh, my God, it's going to be a long day. As soon as the game starts, the skill comes up.
Yeah.
I think we're going towards that direction, and I think it's good for me as a fan because I want to see my team win. I have no sentimentality about the punch, about these guys are all grown-ups. I'm happy for Poole. He gets to get paid. He gets to shine. Good for him. He has a ring. So I'm positive, guys.
There you go.
I think we're going to have a good season. And Steiny, like you said, if he comes off the bench, then we have more options. That's what we wanted, right? More options. So thank you, guys. Have a good week.
You too.
Thanks, Murillo. Appreciate the call.
I'm going to do this now. I'm going to go Hubie Brown real quick here. So you made the basketball premise on why Steph Curry, you could make a case him coming off the bench would help.
Mm-hmm.
What are we familiar with? The Splash Brothers, Draymond, Looney, and Wiggins.
Yep.
So here we know CP3 and what he's done, but we're more of that's the key ingredient is the guys I just mentioned. Steiny, I look at the addition of CP3 and now Dario. You can have Draymond rest and match it up with Curry's rest sometimes now. Let Draymond Green be Kuminga when Chris Paul's in the game, and you can open him up. So forget egos for 1 point. The basketball part of this is CP3 would be a godsend to Jordan Poole coming off the bench, taking care of the ball, using that basketball brain to get the guys unlocked and put them in positions to win. So I understand CP3 still thinks he's got a lot left. He's a gladiator and his mindset is still, I'm up there with Curry. I believe, especially after that video yesterday, that CP3 holds himself in that regard. But the basketball part of the Golden State Warriors in fit is CP3. If you could take over this second unit with you and Saric and Kuminga and GP2, you could allow Draymond to get rest.
All right. Hey, Chris, what do you think about that?
Oh, my goodness.
Working with that second unit.
You'd be coming off the bench, playing with the second unit that's a lot younger than the Warriors of the past have been of JK and Moses. Just what do you think of their depth, their bench players that you might be playing alongside?
You coaching? No. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what the situation is going to be yet. You know what I mean? So I think that'll be for us to figure out once we get going.
You've never come off the bench in your entire career. Is that something that you'd be willing to do?
Like I said, it'll be a conversation for us when camp starts or whatnot. But me and Steve have talked or whatnot. But that ain't something that you'd be like, "What up, man? Where you starting? You coming up?" You know what I mean? So I think we'll figure all that stuff out in camp.
Oh, hell no.
Man, Skinny Bob said it.
That was Chris Paul from yesterday. And listen, I'm not making a big deal out of it, but I do think it's interesting that I would have expected the answer to be, yeah, whatever. But by not saying whatever, to me, it's indicating there may be a little bit of reluctance.
And it was also, you said it's interesting because even if he was going to start, this whole synergy, this was weird because he's been a villain, Steiny. But now we're talking about his role and when that role will start. I just, like you said, fascinating.
By the way, the movie I was talking about, the documentary, was actually called Attica, Attica.
I got it. Where is that located?
New York.
Oh,
it's actually in upstate New York. It's in a It's like in the country, but they had a maximum security prison.
Oh, with Rikers Island was always on my Mount Rushmore.
Pretty sure that's an island.
But it's in New York.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I know I'm right. But
that
was the
always
prison.
Carry weight.
Yeah, but
I
that
think
was
it
the
does
prison.
here.
And when I hear New York, I just go to Rikers.
No,
but
Rahway State Prison was that's the one you never want to go to. That's where did you ever see the movie Scared Straight?
Yes.
That's where they filmed it, in Rahway.
And they got all these series
Let me
off
tell you
of Scared
something.
Straight.
They scared this kid.
Dude.
They scared this kid. I don't want to go to prison.
Where whatever
I'm
they
out.
want, they'll take it.
Man. Nico wants to talk about the Warriors lineup. Hey, Nico, how are you, buddy?
All right, thanks, man.
Sure.
I just wanted to basically piggyback on one of the callers of being a supportive and positive fan of the Warriors, basically regarding Chris Paul. He's going to need that support, guys. I'm speaking specifically to other Warriors fans. He's going to need the support. So if he goes to the game and we're booing him, I mean, we're not supporting the team as a whole. So I think, the fact that he's part of this team, you're supposed to accept that. For example, we don't like LeBron. Mainly, I think people don't like LeBron because he's arrogant in the sense he thinks he's the GOAT, which he probably is, but it's just his arrogance. And then he flops. It's the same thing with Chris Paul. I think he's just a little feisty, and he's always been the enemy of the Warriors. So if he's actually on the team and realizing that he gets that feistiness, that those calls he'll get with he flops with he's on our team now, so that's going to benefit us. So it's fine. Let's just get away from the fact that he's not an enemy of the Warriors. He's a team member, and all that skill that the assist that he's going to bring, he's going to do that for us as a team and make us a better team. They probably have the best, I want to say, rotation in point guards in the whole league now, man. Just so far as IQ, experienced players, and everything like that, and the turnover ratio. And yeah, so let's support them. And then so far as like everybody, you and Steiny and Guru arguing about how, Chris Paul and, how the dynamic is going to work with him and Draymond. I think the fact that, he was jealous. You've been jealous, I noticed, from every star that has come to the Warriors. So if, he ran KD out, Poole. So now let's just see if this is going to work. Now, he has made it hard for the team members to get along, because I honestly think Draymond has just been jealous of that third star, that fourth star that's added to the team.
It's not
I think if he just gets to get on the same way with everybody else, get Poole on the team, they'll be fine, man. But other Warriors fans, let's support Chris Paul and the whole team. Let's go from there.
Thanks, Nico. Appreciate the call.
Good call.
You know what, by the way, I think one thing that I don't even know if it's overblown. I'm not even sure it's accurate. I mean, as far as I know, Chris Paul's not a bad teammate.
Not at all.
Like that to me is not like they're not bringing an apple in here. Unless I've missed something.
No, we would know. That's not on his ledger.
Rahway's in New Jersey. I knew that. I misspoke. Shoot. Rahway, New Jersey, obviously. Hate making mistakes.
Take it off.
It's my third one this year. I've only made 3. No, I'm having a hell of a year.
Do the reads count?
No.
Okay.
Reads don't count. Nobody listens to the reads. I'm kidding all our sponsors. See, I can be a little irreverent. Yeah. Let's go to Matt in Oakland. Here's a name that we have not brought up much today. What's up, Matt? Who do you want to talk about?
Hey, fellas. How we doing?
Hey.
Doing well.
All right. I want to talk about the rookie, but real quick, nobody's booing anybody. CP3, whatever, we hated him, but like the old saying goes, if Hitler can get lefties out, he's going in the bullpen, and we're going to love him.
I've never heard that
really
before.
make the team better.
Might be too soon, but go ahead.
As far as what happened last year, real quick, maybe the punch had something to do with people shooting, but I don't think they were going to beat Denver. They slightly underachieved, but, they missed 35 games of Wiggins. They got a broken GP2, and the salary thief didn't play even a minute in the playoffs. So I think that has as much to do as anything. And then lastly, on the rookie, he worries me, man.
Which one? Pajemski?
The Brendan, the Santa Clara.
Yeah, Pajemski. Gotcha. Go ahead.
He is too slow, and you don't get faster once you get into the NBA. Maybe he won't try to do as much stuff, But I am concerned about that. He's not exactly Nico Manning, but he can't wait to see Trace. What's his face? And I'm really looking forward to this year. I definitely
am
think
too.
It's going to be better with CP3. Who cares who plays? I don't think they care. And of course, I hated the guy because he was good.
Right.
He got under his skin. It'd just be like if Draymond were another team, we'd hate his guts. That's just the way it is.
No doubt.
I'm looking forward to it. I think he's going to do exactly what everybody said he was going to do, which is to give them more options.
Right.
Maybe he can unlock Kuminga. And so we're going to see. It's going to be great. And you guys crack me up. Love the show.
Oh, thank you.
That's all I got.
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing about he can unlock Kuminga. So at times that's something I would scoff at, but I'm not scoffing at it. I think it's possible in this particular situation.
And who goes for theirs more, Jordan Poole or CP3? CP3 is
one more time. I'm sorry.
Who goes for theirs more? Who's more selfish, GP, Jordan Poole, or CP3? And that's what I mean by unlocking. He's a pass first point guard.
I believe it or not, I don't like. And I know I'm quibbling to people.
Like John Stockton.
I don't like saying Poole's selfish. Believe it or not.
That's a good.
I think he's more aggressive. I think he's assertive.
Well, if the Clay reports are true, he had a problem with Poole not passing the ball.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Who's more selfish, Clay or Poole? I know. You don't want to answer it?
No,
Neither
it could
do
be
I.
a tie.
Okay. Your answer.
But who's done more? Clay. So, yeah.
Oh, San Jose Jazz fan. Yes, sir. Rahway State Prison. Reuben Hurricane Carter. That's right.
Oh,
Reuben
great
Carter
flick.
was falsely tried. Crime was murder one. Guess who testified?
No.
Bello and Bradley, and they both all but lied.
No,
and
I
the
don't remember that
newspapers,
soundtrack.
they all went along for the ride. One of the greatest lyrics of all time in that song.
Who is it?
Bob Dylan.
Wow.
It's about an 8. Bob Dylan, you know about Reuben Hurricane Carter?
I watched the movie, Denzel.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Bob Dylan used to go visit him at Rahway State Prison.
Now, why wouldn't that be in the damn movie?
Because it was
That's
about...
weak. That's wow.
It is
I did
true.
not know that.
Bob Dylan wasn't big enough.
Wow. Thanks, Evan. Forgive me. Look, it's that.
It's about an
that
8. It's
pisses
about,
me off. Why wouldn't they could have threw? Man,
it's
that's
about an
awesome.
It's about an 8.5-minute song, and it is... And have you ever heard it?
No, 8.5.
It is.
I can appreciate that.
It's 8.5 minutes of hellfire.
And these little youngsters doing songs 92 minutes and 10 seconds. Ain't no damn song. Dude, I'm mad.
Why?
Why wouldn't you put that in the movie? They dropped the
Wasn't
ball.
it in the movie?
No,
Are you
hell
sure?
no.
He might have just
I
been
done see that movie multiple times.
Oh, my God.
This it?
Yeah.
Now, this is tight right here. I can sip something to
Got it,
this.
Stoney?
Out in a barroom night. Enter Patty Valentine from the upper hall.
I ain't mad at this.
She sees a bartender in a pool of blood. Cries out, my God, they've killed them all.
So he did rap.
This is the story of the hurricane.
He's rapping. This is tight.
Well, man, the authorities came to blame for something that he never done. Put in a prison cell,
go
but
ahead with your
one
bad self,
time
Stoney.
he
This
could have
is-
been the champion of the world. All right, I'm done.
No, that's clean right there.
You know what? The
He
boss
was
will come in.
rapping.
The boss will come in and say, "I've heard enough about Jordan Poole."
Dude, that was great.
But
that was a song too.
I'll stop that before he even makes the walk up the hallway.
I'm gonna bump that on the way. That means listening to it, Stoney, on the way home.
It's a great song, really is.
8 minutes.
Yeah, Mark's in New Orleans. You're being sacked by the time it's over.
No, I'm going to you.
Oh,
yeah.
Hey, Mark, how you doing, buddy?
All right, y'all. What's going on?
Not much.
To us.
I haven't called in a while, but I've been listening today, and it's hilarious. One of the things that kind of is exasperating about sports talk, but also entertaining, is to hear the consistent psychoanalyzing of the team. If it hadn't been for Draymond's punch, this team would have reached their ceiling. And then in the next breath, we go, well, we don't know what the ceiling would have been. Like, this team had so many other problems. Steve Kerr got punched in the face by Michael Jordan. Like, this stuff happens. I don't think that punch was the thing that derailed the season. The thing that derailed the season was the fact that you had players that you were relying on who didn't turn out to be as good as we hoped they'd be, like James Wiseman, like Moody, like Kuminga, and, unfortunately, like Poole. Poole had a shabby year. Yeah, he scored 20 points a game, but we know all stats don't mean exactly what you think they mean. So I think the issue with the Warriors is that they need to get the camaraderie back, but more than anything, they need to get back to being a solid, good team all around. There were so many agendas last year with everybody wanting to play their own particular game, guys thinking they deserve more time than they actually deserve. Jordan Poole thinking he was a superstar already, as was Kuminga thinking he was a superstar already. I'm not making these things up.
Right.
Stuff that these guys are saying. They said they deserved more time. They deserve better opportunities. My feeling is that if you are being paid this X amount of dollars, and people say the money doesn't matter, I get that. But if you're being paid to do a job, get out there, do the job to the best of your ability. One of the things that people need to understand is, guess what? These dudes might not be that good. They just might not ever be that good.
Yeah, and Mark, and thanks for calling. It said Mark was in New Orleans, the Big Easy, great city. I was talking to a friend yesterday about how great a city New Orleans is. I think, as a great man around here once said, two things can be equally true. Like, they might not have been good enough, and the punch made them underachieve.
And that's what I was telling you when you said one or the other. But, yeah, the combo definitely didn't help.
Let's go to Conway. Conway's in Alamo. Hey, Conway, how you doing?
Hey, Goo, what's going on?
What's up, baby?
Hey, man.
Hey, I just want to do a little quick CP3 chat. We were talking earlier whether we're going to be clapping up Chris Paul or booing him. I, for one hand, I'm not a huge Chris Paul fan, but I always think back to his high school story. Are you guys aware of his 61-point high school game?
I am not.
No,
maybe it'll ring a
really
bell,
cool.
But Evan says he's aware of it, so let's hear it.
Honestly, guys, like I said, not a huge fan of Chris Paul, but this is one of the coolest sports stories I've ever read. So supposedly in high school, Chris Paul had 61 points in a game to honor his grandfather, who was murdered. And he went to the free throw line with 61, which was the amount of years his grandfather was when he passed away, and he decided to just throw the ball out of bounds and walked off the court crying to his family. And I just thought that was really noble. So with that story in mind, you can never hate the guy, and I think he'll be great at the Warriors.
Yeah, it's a great story.
Wow.
I wasn't familiar with that.
Evan was.
Yeah, he had 60. So his grandfather was murdered at age 61. So he wanted to do something special for him.
Wow.
And in his next game, he scored 60, got the and one, so went to the line. Sorry, he scored 61 points, got the and one, went to the free throw line, and just threw an air ball and walked back to the bench.
So Chris Paul counts his points.
That's amazing.
Yes, he does.
I did not know that.
Kidding. I did not hear that story.
I saw 61 in person, January 8th, 2000.
I saw that game on TV.
Arizona State and Cal, my boy Eddie House.
It was an incredible performance.
You got to be on fire.
It was
to
an
score
incredible
61. And he hit the three to go to OT.
Yeah,
and winked at me, man.
Well, that I don't know.
But
that I'm not sure about. I just watched the game on TV.
It's my life, so I'm just telling you this. Okay. Dude. But you got that's
See what that game was in overtime. You got an extra
murdered?
5 minutes.
61? That's terrible.
And apparently 510, I don't know if this is true, Evan, you can confirm. It was the night his grandfather passed.
Oh my goodness.
All right.
Man.
I didn't know that story.
Wow.
Man.
Yeah, that's heavy.
Thanks for sharing that, Conway. Appreciate it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, half hour from now, we're giving away big boy prizes. The game's All-Star Week blowout, autographed Klay Thompson jersey, Jerry Seinfeld tickets, lessons, boxing, Evolve Training Center, gift certificates, everything under the sun. Your chance to win in 30 minutes. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. Steiny and Guru, we're having a hell of a show.
Let's face it, talking about life insurance is never easy.
back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm looking for those numbers too, Goo.
Yeah.
I don't have the box score. Okay, I don't have the box score, but now I have the story up. We're talking about Eddie House's 61-point game, double overtime against Cal. He was at Arizona State.
Yep.
I have what he shot from the field.
I'm going over 30 field goal attempts.
30 exactly.
Wow.
18 for 30 means he shot 60%. 7 for 10 on threes.
Oof.
And went 18 for 19 from the line.
And the free money, Evan. 18 of them.
It says that free throws surpassing his own school record and tying Lou Alcindor's 33-year-old Pac-10 record. Alcindor scored 61 points in UCLA's win over Washington.
I mean, how long you think that thing is going to stay up there? 61. That's a whole hell of a lot of points, man.
I don't know. Is there any chance it's been broken? Is there any chance any Pac-10 player scored more than Eddie House since he did it in, 97?
I'm saying no.
Not 97. Is it that long ago? 2000.
2000. January.
All right. First and foremost, this is the game's All-Star Week blowout. We're giving away big boy prizes at 1:30. They include $250 gift cards to Alexander Steakhouse, to Buon Vino in Walnut Creek, to Evolve Training Center. You're around a golf with the host of the show, autographed Klay Thompson jersey, Steph Curry bobblehead, etc. Seinfeld tickets, Aerosmith tickets. Your chance to win one of those prizes is coming up in 25 minutes.
Oh, man.
25 minutes. We'll tell you what you got to do.
So you know
you got to answer a question, Goo.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
you
man.
know how I got into the business. It was listening to Host.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I got to tell you, all those prizes are phenomenal. Astounding, I got to tell you, I'd be sweating to go golf with the Host. If you're telling me I could have got on the links with Pete Franklin or the legend Gary Ratnich back in the day.
But see, this is where you invite yourself, open yourself up to criticism, because what people will say, because people are nasty now, they'll say, but you ain't Pete Franklin or Gary Ratnich.
Right. Well, I thought you would.
I've heard that a lot.
But you never said you were. I was
know.
hoping people knew that. I'm not comparing we know that.
I got to strongly disagree.
Good call. James Scott. I remember James Scott, convicted murderer. Had some fights in Rahway State Prison.
Wow. And I guess that...
I guess Chuck Wepner.
Chuck Wepner.
The Bayonne bleeder. Apparently was in Rahway State Prison, too. Anybody with some more information on that?
I'd love to
hear it.
He said the reason that jumped off, that revolt from the prisoners, was because of the mistreatment by the guards and harsh conditions.
Correct. And you know what? They...
Damn.
There was a 4-day stalemate, essentially, and then the cops came in and just wreaked havoc. And
why didn't that happen in day 3?
Because they were negotiating. Like, once they took over the prison, they said, we would like some changes here.
I know the boss is going to be back to Wiggins. What year was this? Do you remember?
67.
They took over the place.
Yeah.
Man.
And so...
Any fatalities?
Oh, yeah. Oh, brother. Yes. Dozens, I believe.
I'm going to fire this up tonight.
Dozens,
after the
I think.
Home run derby.
Not 5, not 6. Not
See, I'm not going to laugh at that, Evan.
So they held some hostages. They held guard hostages. Then negotiators came in to begin to negotiate how to release the hostages. What did the thing? And one of the biggest thing was all the guys wanted amnesty for the riot itself. And
man,
I'm pretty sure what ended up happening was they, quote unquote, gave them amnesty.
But you still got 50
but
years.
they didn't give them amnesty.
Right, no doubt.
In fact, they got the guys who were really involved got absolutely
as well as you should, though.
Tortured.
Stoney. But the conditions, that's terrible. You shouldn't be treated, but you still, nothing is worth, you know what I mean? It ain't Hamptons.
What is it?
Don't do the crime if you can't do the time.
Oh.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I'm going to watch that.
It's great. It's really, really good, I think. It's better than Indiana Jones. I know that. Indiana Jones
your money.
It's the worst movie I've seen. And I didn't want to go crazy, but 15 years.
But you didn't see the original.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think it does. It might not. You know what I mean? His fastball was gone. Harrison Ford in this movie. I'm sure.
No doubt
I haven't
about
seen
it. No, I've seen some stuff
Raiders
earlier.
of the Lost Ark is a classic.
I don't like action. Action movies.
We're not shocked.
I mean, do you give him any credit? He was born in 1942. The fact he's Harrison Ford.
I like
the
Harrison
fact he's
Ford.
still doing action movies.
I like
is
Harrison
ridiculous.
Ford. I like him.
Well, obviously you don't.
No, I like him. I didn't like the movie. I didn't tell you what SR means.
This is
on my shirt. Sports reference.
Now that's sick.
Sports reference, college basketball. And in fact, we just went to that site
to
go see Eddie House's numbers.
Well, it could have been
in 2000.
SRABB because basketball reference is all basketball. So it could have been.
No, they do every sport.
Right, but just for that.
Pro football reference is SRP, da-da-da. See, everyone's got one. There's a basketball one that's, go to the site. It's a great site.
Who's got more in the tank, Harrison Ford or Chris Paul?
It better be Chris Paul. Dude, 38 in this young man's sports, Donnie. That's up there, man. He's the oldest
question.
dub. But he's in better condition than Iggy was.
Well.
No, because Iggy gave it his all.
No, he didn't.
At the end, he was broken down.
Oh, please.
But Steiner, he was broken down. You know, I wanted to see Iggy on the court, but he had some stuff going on that happens to you when you get old. CP3 is usually his hammy.
Why are you sticking up for Iguodala?
Because you got something out of him.
I'll be there when I'll be there.
Not this past year.
When he got NBA Finals MVP.
Well, no kid. I mean, I'm never going to say he wasn't a big warrior.
I told you that.
But I don't think his tenure has ended well. Yeah. In fact, I think. What would you answer that? I don't.
Who would argue with you?
Well, let me ask you this: does Andre Iguodala have more respect, less respect, or the same amount of respect he had 3 years ago from Warrior fans?
And you're gonna.
I think it's dipped.
It's more because he rode off in the sunset and he doubled back to try to get back on the court. Got back on the court. It was minimal, but to me, he tried to get back. Stoney, we're not talking about a 25-year-old that wants to go Jim Brown and act. His body, he wore it out, and he tried to get back.
Yeah, but I think a lot of fans think he kind of mailed it in and stole a little money.
I'm not mad at him, but those were the results. He couldn't stay healthy.
Right, but I don't necessarily think that's altogether inaccurate.
So
that's all.
He wasn't fidangling the system. He wasn't healthy saying he was hurt.
I'm not saying he didn't.
Then he had surgery. It was over.
Huh?
Yeah.
When you said fidangle the system, like that's where you lose me.
Well, money he got to pay.
He's fidangled the system his whole career in a way. I mean, I don't mean it that way, but like he obviously had what did he do to Memphis? Come on.
Right. But that was a choice. He didn't trick you.
Yes, he did.
Well.
Doesn't report. Andre Iguodala doesn't report.
Hey, it worked out for
him.
It
of course it did, and that's what I mean. Like, let me tell you something about Iguodala. I don't think he's the most selfless guy in the world.
I get it.
I think more fans would.
I'm telling
I think
you,
more fans are with me on this one than you.
I went in on him. I was mad at the organization for not doing their due diligence and thinking maybe he had more in the tank than he did. But I'm not mad at him for not being able to get out there. And then when he tried, he had to get surgery on his wrist or hand. Like, okay, it's over. I tried, but
did he? I don't think he tried hard.
Talk to me about my chapter of being a dub.
I don't think he tried hard.
Let me tell you, as the kids say, hella successful.
I'm going to tell you right now, how old is he? 30, whatever. He don't love the game as much as Chris Paul. I don't think so.
You wouldn't say that to him.
Yes, I would. What makes you think these guys aren't monsters?
I'm not saying they're monsters. But like you said, you would have a conversation about Curry coming off the bench, which I believe you would. And I feel like I know Curry. He would be open to it and listen to you and say you're wrong. But that's too hardcore when you say that to. Let's just say we're talking about Tony the Tiger. I wouldn't want you to say that to Tony the Tiger because I feel like you're forgetting the good times.
I feel like
that Andre had here in Golden
State. He did have good times, and that's what I said. I said in the last 3 years,
it's
Andre Iguodala got less respect from the fans. Why? Not because he was hurt. It's because he was aloof. And he didn't. And you said, Steiner, he really tried to come back. I don't think most fans think that. I think most fans think that he was kind of gaming the system.
But he had surgery when he came back.
What I'm saying is, the idea that you can't see that some people would think Iguodala gamed the system is blowing me away.
No. This is where I'm showing my age in a good way. No, Steiny, I'm telling you, for the immediate, if you just focus on the last three, you can be like, what the hell's going on here?
Exactly.
But there was
That's
a reason
all I said.
he got that opportunity, and that's because what he did when he was healthy. And he was a part of this culture.
So this is
he came back. He left and came back again.
But dude, this is what I'm talking about. My statement stands. Like, there's no need to. I said I believe most Warrior fans over the last 3 years lost respect for Iguodala more than the people who gained respect for Iguodala. And it's like, not one time did I say he wasn't important 5 years ago. Right. Like, of course he was. He was a monster.
But I would say this too. You should gear that energy towards the front office that thought Dre or was buying what he was selling. That
Please
he still
call him
had
Iguodala. I always think you're talking about Draymond Green.
I'm gonna call him Iggy.
Yeah, somebody gets mad at you when you say that.
Dibs.
Well, somebody on the text line too.
Well, relax. Get a lemonade and chill.
I see. Like, this is what I mean. 415. Iggy wanted to play golf more than basketball the last 3 years.
Okay.
Now that's it. I'm sure that's a little tongue in cheek, but I kind of
you honed in on the last three. I got nothing for you. I'm talking about the whole portfolio as a Warrior, and Steiny, he got those last three because what he was when he was going good. That's all.
He sure milked it. He milked the hell out of it.
Yeah.
He got over.
I didn't like last year.
Like, Warrior fans don't like when players get over on their team. And I think some Warrior fans believe that about Iguodala. Notice I said some, and notice I said believe.
Well, it's been a while since the good days, since we could actually put some names to that. Like, who's gotten over? You know, there's crickets here lately because everything's been so great. Jordan Poole didn't get over.
Draymond Green did.
He's got 4 rings. He was the engine, the cog of your existence.
Who?
Draymond Green.
No, Steph Curry. That's Steph Curry, bro.
But you know what I mean.
Get in the game.
Steph does some.
Get in the game.
Yeah.
You know, for everybody that says, "Oh, sorry, you're not a big Curry fan," I never will let anybody diminish.
And I'm not.
There is no big three. The hell out of here, big three. There's a big one.
Curry's been the
and
best
that's Steph Curry.
of my career.
And Clay and Draymond are hell of players. They are
Hall
hell
of
of players.
Famers, I may add.
Because I don't believe either one of them.
So you would say Mr. Bird and Parrish, McHale and Parrish?
They're irrelevant right now. What I'm saying is, do you think Draymond Green was a lock to be a Hall of Famer if he never plays with Steph Curry?
Hell no.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying he wouldn't be.
I get
what
you.
about Clay?
But real quick,
what
before
about
we get to
Clay?
What about the energy you've used to tell me what Draymond means to the Golden State Warriors back when we would have our debate?
But he's a sliver of as important as Steph Curry.
He's getting to the Hall of Fame.
Great. Because Steph Curry dragged him there. He dragged him there. Here's what Steph Curry did. He dragged Draymond Green. It was hard, but he dragged.
He didn't play defense for Draymond.
Draymond Green to the Hall of Fame.
He didn't play D for Draymond.
Clay, he didn't drag to the Hall of Fame, but he helped him. He sure helped Clay get to the Hall of Fame.
But Dre did it in a different way, which makes him
What I'm saying is Klay Thompson would be more likely to be a Hall of Famer without Steph Curry than Draymond Green.
And we've had the conversation.
What do you think?
I totally agree. But we've had the conversation about if Dre's on a winning team in a winning environment, he would still be able to show and illustrate the special skill set that he has. But Steiny, when you get to, Springfield? I don't care who. I would love for you to drag me to the Radio Hall of Fame. Well, like that. Hang around kings and queens, you're bound to get riches. Hang around 5 broke people, you're bound to be the 6.
I'm not saying that.
Thank you, Evan.
Again, my initial statement was simply there's a big 1 in Golden State, not a big 3. To me, the difference between Steph and Clay and Draymond is measurable.
All right.
Steph,
I do hear what you're saying.
Draymond and Clay are great players. Steph's on another level.
No shame in that. He's on another level for a whole lot of people, but we could do that with the Lakers. Magic, Kareem, and then there was Worthy. But Worthy was still going to be a badass anywhere.
Well, I think Worthy was more of a badass than Clay or Draymond. What would you say to that?
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Okay. What about?
I'm trying to think of
a guy like Robert Parrish. You might be right.
He'll tell you. And he would be proud to tell you.
Right. So I mean, I hear what you're saying. That's a different. Draymond is Does Draymond have 2 gold medals?
I think he does.
Does anybody care about the Olympics anymore?
Now that Austin
Especially
Reeves is going to be on Team USA.
Hey, Carmelo Anthony's got 4. Count them.
And a loss on his ledger, him and Iverson. Who was on that team when they lost? Oh, my, that was so embarrassing.
Bimbo Coles, I believe.
No, he wasn't on there.
I think he might. Was this the John Thompson team? I think Bimbo Coles was on that team.
Hold on. I'll
tell you what, I would love for you to get that team up on your computer.
What year was it, Sonny?
Oh, man.
2004, right?
Was it that late?
Yeah, 2000. They didn't lose any other time.
And this was what John Thompson coached.
I hope he didn't.
No.
Okay, John Thompson lost in the Olympics with the team before that.
Oh, okay.
And then
so this
they
is
lost
not
again
what I'm
in
thinking about.
2004. They lost to Oscar Schmidt.
Let me break it down.
I'm getting some things mixed
I
up.
thought it was from like the 80s.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm bringing
Somebody's
it up
got to
now.
find this out.
Yeah. Because I didn't know Thompson had that L on his ledger with all that talent.
Yeah, Larry Brown was the head coach.
Larry's still a baller. But
Yeah. John Thompson. I know, great coach, Hall of Fame.
You better be careful
blah,
here.
Blah, blah, blah.
You better be careful.
Look at the team he put together. When did they lose? 84?
I can't remember that. Hold on.
Come on, just John Thompson Olympic loss. You'll get it like that.
1988.
Thank you.
We had Dwayne Wade, Boozer.
No.
I'm going 2004. You asked who was on that
okay.
team.
Sorry.
Carmelo. LeBron wasn't on there.
Looks like you've got something missed
Bimbo
up.
Coles, by the way, was on the 1988 team.
I know he was.
Oh, my God.
Because you look at that team, they were all defensive players. Because John Thompson was a big defensive guy. And you know what? I want to say somebody came in and kicked there because they couldn't score. Vern Fleming might have been on that team. No, Vern Fleming's got a gold.
I got it for you.
Vern Fleming's got a gold medal, I think.
Oh, so they got bronze this year in 04.
LeBron was definitely on that team because if you watch the Redeem Team documentary, he throws his entire roster under the bus as if I wasn't playing during those games, and that's why we lost.
They had Sean Marion, Stoudemire, Duncan, Odom, Richard Jefferson, Bron, Okafor, Carmelo, Boozer, Marbury, and AI. And got the bronze.
That's not a good Olympic team. Somebody wasn't.
Well,
somebody
let's see
wasn't
how many
very
Hall of Famers were on
Yeah, I
there.
know, but somebody didn't know about
1,
team building.
2, 3.
Well, Melo, Wade, and LeBron were all rookies, so
I'm sure there's 9 Hall of Famers.
No, there was only 5.
Okay, can you please get to the 84 team?
No, I didn't bring that up.
You got it,
What would
Evan?
you like to?
88.
Or 88. So, okay, the way I remember, maybe I'm wrong. So 88 was the last year they used just college kids.
Yep.
We picked the worst college team that we've ever picked. We lose, and then we go, we can't play college anymore. Let's go to the pros. It's like we didn't need to go to the pros. We just needed to pick better college players. Go ahead, run down the list.
Willie Anderson, Stacey Augmon.
Stacey Augmon.
Oh, my goodness.
Stacey Augmon.
He had long arms.
Oh, yeah, that's why he was on the team. That's why John Thompson picked him, because Stacey Augmon was
But
a
he
great
had defense, though.
That's
Yeah,
right.
okay.
No doubt. You're going to find most of these guys could play defense.
Bimbo Coles.
Jeff
Greer.
Jeff Greer, another defensive type player.
Hershey Hawkins.
He could shoot.
Dan Marley.
He was a.
Danny Manning.
He's a good player.
J.R. Reed.
Oh, my goodness.
J.R. Reed.
Mitch Richmond.
That team.
Your boy Mitch.
That team was flatter than J.R. Reed's
And this
haircut.
is young Mitch. This is young everybody.
David Robinson, Charles D. Smith, and Charles Smith.
Right, because they both went to Georgetown, didn't they? So they played for Thompson.
D. Smith, I think, it says he went to Pittsburgh.
Oh, yeah, that's
Dude,
the guy who got blocked 3 times.
Charles Smith.
Yeah. He's a good player. Charles Smith was a
He
real
couldn't
good
fit
player.
a Jordan. If it Pip and no, it was Grant. Or was it Pip?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Thank God it wasn't Coach Thompson for the 04.
Well, they both got a bronze.
Yeah.
John Thompson's a great coach. And
rest
his
in peace.
principles were all based on defense. And his Georgetown teams were among the greatest defensive teams in my lifetime, for sure.
Man.
But that's not how you pick an Olympic
So
team.
he's defensive minded and he couldn't develop players?
Who?
John Thompson.
Well, John Thompson was a
Sounds like
college.
Steve Kerr.
No, he was a college.
Yeah.
No, John Thompson could develop players.
Oh, sorry.
John Thompson's a really, really good coach.
I just think of David Wingate when you go John Thompson.
See, I always liked the other guy.
Othello Harrington?
No, Reggie Williams?
Oh, yeah. He had the error, the Denver Nugget.
Yeah.
Then he fell off the face of the earth, Donnie. This game did.
Yeah, it sure did. It sure did. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. Don't forget, coming up in 10 minutes, your chance to win a big boy prize. A big boy prize. 10 minutes. I'll explain more details on the other side of the break. But absolutely, positively, in 10 minutes, we're going to give away some great prizes. Some text line. I'm not hating on John Thompson. I just said he's one of the greatest coaches of all time. Austin, cut it out or I'm banning you.
Yeah.
Austin's been trying to get under my skin and starting to
He's anti-everything.
John Thompson was a great college coach. There's no doubt about it.
He's on my top 5
He's one of the best defensive coaches of all time. He got his team. His team played harder most nights than the other team.
He's a champion.
Absolutely, he's a champion. But he didn't pick a good team. Picked a terrible team for the Olympics. How about a well-rounded team? Can we go that way? Apparently not.
Well, nowadays you'd have to go into the G League to get players that aren't. I guess technically they're professionals. You wouldn't be allowed to use them, but a college team only would be kind of tough to make an Olympic squad. Like Scoot Henderson couldn't play.
And now this is interesting. Our best college players would now get smoked if they played in the Olympics. You know,
Steiny, that's their own.
But
the world's catching up, or have they caught up?
I'm not disagreeing, but what I am saying is, back in '84, when college players were staying 4 years, and we were using those kind of college players, we could play with anybody. And all I'm saying is, I actually do think we could still play with other teams, other countries, but you can't anymore because nobody stays in college 4 years. So what I'm getting at is I think if players still stayed in college 3 or 4 years, I think we could send our college players to the Olympics and have success. Would we win it every year? No, maybe not. And some people just can't. Like, I just didn't.
Like, look at Pajemski. He left. He left early.
I feel like when the United, back in it, I'll just use the 88 team, when they lost, and then we started sending the pros, it's like we just couldn't handle our college players losing, but it's not like the rest of the world was saying, we're beating them. We're beating USA. We're beating the best players in the world. They knew there's a pro league over here.
But the margin was so to where the rest of the world was so behind that the colleges, the young men could get it done. Now it's like, you better send them real men.
So you know what happened? We elevated the world while the world brought us down.
You had the likes of Luka playing with grown-ass men. You wonder why he's a bucket. I'm sure that has something to do with it, Stoney.
How did American basketball benefit from what, like...
Well, America went AAU route.
Where are we at in society today?
I guess what I'm saying is what benefit did we get from sending the pros to the Olympics? It actually, you could argue, has hurt American basketball.
And you would say it hurt it how? Because we took that from the responsibility from the youngsters. I'm trying to see how. Because it did is reminded. Oh no, we gotta go. Yeah. Reminded the world you're not even close.
And we reminded them they're not close because we're so sensitive. We thought that nobody ever said Brazil was better than an NBA All-Star. They couldn't touch an NBA All-Star team. So guess what? We sent our college guys. The world got better, and then we got worse. It's not that simple, but I can explain it on the other side. By the way, you know what's happening on the other side. We're giving away big boy prizes. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only because they've got...
I got thug tears.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. And this is the part of the show we've been talking about. We're giving away a big prize in the next 10 minutes. And here's the first thing we're going to do. We're going to open up the phone lines right now.
Bam!
888-957-9570. 5 callers. First 5 callers that get in, you have a chance to win a big boy prize if you answer a question about today's show.
Yep.
Open them up.
Know the show.
Open up the lines.
How about that?
So there you go. Now, Steiny, what can you win? Well, I'll tell you what you might be able to win. Jerry Seinfeld tickets. Autographed Klay Thompson jersey. Steph bobblehead with Seinfeld tickets. Aerosmith tickets. Steven Tyler.
Walk This Way.
Not a fan.
It's one of the greatest songs ever, though.
I disagree. But Aerosmith's got unbelievable fans. Greatest. One of the great. You'll have a chance to win a golfing event with the show's hosts. Warrior tickets the upcoming season. And boxing lessons and self-defense lessons, courtesy of Evolve Training Center. We got and a 2-month membership to Evolve Training Center, $250 gift card, Alexander's Steakhouse. Buon Vino, $250 gift certificate. I mean, we're loving this. So we are opening up the lines. We're going to have 5 guys, 5 women, whoever.
I'm excited for them, and I'm not even in it.
And I've come up with a question. So once we get the 5 people lined up, we will begin the game. And you know I like games.
Well, if you do, let me put you to the test. We're hours away from the MLB All-Star Home Run Derby. I am juiced, and then I'm going to throw in Attica. Are you going to watch the All-Star Home Run Derby? Because I'm hearing a lot of people saying they're not, and it's hurt me.
I don't want to hurt you.
No, you can. I want you to be truthful. You could care less. Like, your boy Alonzo.
Last year was good. No, Schwarbs.
Oh, yeah.
Kyle Schwarber.
Yeah, you did pick
Kyle
him.
Schwarber.
Right.
Oh, do I have any guy, Bryce Harper in it?
Nope.
Oh, I'll tell you who's got to be in it. Is my guy Adolis Garcia in it? That's the guy I'm rooting for.
Is that, you got him?
Yeah, I got him.
Is he on your fantasy?
Yes, he's been great this year. Great. I'll tell you what, he's been a great teammate also to my guys. You know, I had Adolis Garcia on my team last year.
And what happened?
And I threw him back into the pool, but I got him back. He didn't burn any bridges on his way out, Adolis. And I thought he was very productive for my team last year. I was happy to take him back. And luckily, he was interested in coming back to the Steinway.
Look at you. But yeah, Snotty, this thing never gets old. I thought it was getting kind of dead, but we got Julio Rodriguez from the Mariners. Okay. It's in Seattle.
We got a contest.
Oh, okay, let's go.
Okay. All right, here we go. First, here we go.
Yeah, seriously.
First opportunity to win the big prize. Let's go to Shirley in San Jose.
Hey.
Hi, Shirley. How are you?
Oh, my goodness. Hi.
You ready? Have you been listening to the show today?
I have.
Okay. Here's the question. What's the worst movie I've seen in the last 15 years?
Was it Indiana Jones?
Yes,
bang,
it's Indiana
bang.
Jones.
Yeah.
Well done. Yay. All right.
Winner.
All right.
Look at Stoney grabbing the envelopes.
Okay, now here's the way the rest of the game's played. In my head, let me look at myself on YouTube. I want to make sure that I get this right. Okay, so
oh my God.
Here's what we got. I got in my hand right now. I have 14 envelopes. 14. Numbered 1 through 15. Okay. There is no number 11. That prize was won this morning. Give me a number between 1 and 15, not being 11, and I will open that envelope and tell you what you get.
Okay, I'm going to choose lucky number 7.
Lucky number 7. Mm-hmm.
It's actually kind of cool. It is cool.
The envelope. All right, and I'm doing it on YouTube so you can see me. There's no nothing untoward.
No
here.
David Stern.
The envelope, please.
Here we go.
I'm opening it, Shirley. Are you excited?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, stay on hold for sure.
Right.
Congratulations. You've won a round of golf at Berkeley Country Club with 2 of the show's hosts. You have also qualified to win the Steph Curry autographed jersey. Shirley, do you like to golf?
I like to watch golf, but I have never played golf in my life.
Okay. Well, would you be interested in just hanging out with the guys?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot. Hold on. We'll get your information. Shirley with a win.
And she got the Indiana Jones.
I think she might have wanted another type of prize, but 1, 2, 2.
You calling us the booby prize, the golf? Nah, she said she was juiced and she got it. I'm proud of you. You set that up. No airs, no Bill Buckner on you. Yeah. It was kind of
so you know what? Damon Chang said, let Guru open it. I'll do that tomorrow. Yeah, you're the one tomorrow. It is fun. It's really fun. Actually, you know what? I am going to do it tomorrow. Because I'm going to be gone Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah. You'll get to do it.
Okay.
So I'm going to do it both days.
Yeah, look at you.
Yeah, Sterling. What's up, my man?
Yeah,
Sterling. There he is.
Yeah.
SB.
Great job.
You know, I almost wanted to say, he doesn't think I know his name, but I always defer to Sterling Marlin.
Okay.
Sterling Martin, rather, the Autosports driver, but it's Sterling Bennett. Of course I know that. Mm-hmm.
Good follow on Twitter, young Sterling.
Oh, yeah?
He's the Gamal.
You need to stay off of Twitter today. All right, I'm not trying to bring you down because you've been on the natural high.
Twitter ain't bringing me down.
Yeah.
Bunch of...
Shirley won. Yep.
Yeah, Shirley in... we'll get her name and address. Let's see.
Bigger win for Shirley of the show.
I was like, man...
Maybe,
less is more.
Wouldn't that be a great country song? A girl named Shirley. Don't you think?
Well,
you don't think so?
I'm about that Dylan song. I'm firing that
Hurricane
up in the car.
It's incredible, Goo. It's absolutely.
I heard it in the movie, but didn't know it was Dylan.
Okay, Otis Bird,
the third.
You're wrong, Otis.
What'd you say?
I think they're trying to promote the golfing. No, that's not how it's done. There's only 3 golfing prizes.
Yeah, we love you, Otis.
It just so happened that the first 2 picked have been golf outings.
And they're off the board now.
Just so everybody understands.
Analytics.
If Willard and Dibbs or Krug come in, they're going to do the same thing. If you pick a number, it could be golf with the host.
Yeah.
But then there'll be no more of those prizes.
Vamoose.
See what I'm saying, Otis? See? That's all right. No,
this is real, baby.
I appreciate it. Like Otis.
Yeah, he's a man.
So, okay. All right. Well, that's going to do it. Changeover coming up next. I'm going to go and see the boss.
Are you kidding me?
No.
I had to ask him something. I guess I'll wait till tomorrow. Are you taking up all the time?
No, I got good news and bad news.
What's the bad
There's a silver
news?
lining.
What's the bad
He said,
news?
hey, we talking today? I said, yeah. Okay, I guess. He said, yeah, 2:00. So...
Oh, you're out of the...
He said 2:00.
Yeah,
he did not say 2:10.
I got you.
I'll never be late for a meeting with a boss. On 95.7, The Game.
Off clean feel, so I can accessorize with studs and not with mosquitoes. I can wear my classic white crop and flag panel jeans and know that I'm covered with 8 hours of not sticky, fragrance-free protection. Get your pre-party protection on with Off Clean Feel. SC Johnson.
The biggest pro football contests in Vegas.
Changeover time, and Larry Kruger in for Dan Dibley along with Mark Willard.
Yeah.
And they're going to take it to 6 o'clock.
We got twins in the studio.
Was that AI comment from today?
Yeah.
Yes,
it was.
Willard,
Were you listening to us last night?
You say I can't stand Guru, and it's not you. So now, Larry, I'm about if I don't see it, it didn't happen.
Nice shirt, by the way.
Yeah, look at twins. Yeah,
we didn't even call each other last night. What are you wearing tomorrow?
Yeah, that's. I mean,
Say what you want about
I
Guru.
hope it's laundry day.
But does my team player credential go a little higher?
No, it
The fact
actually
that
goes lower.
That I'm wearing my man's merch.
Because you've got saturated loyalty.
Larry's my Larry. I got your shirt on,
man.
baby.
Much love, dude.
Do you have any,
Support.
can I ask you serious, do you have any white ones? White T-shirts?
No.
Can I ask you a question?
I'd wear a white T-shirt like that.
Actually, no.
White with the red.
But he doesn't have white.
No, if you go to Crew
you can
Show
order it.
on YouTube, there's a store, and you can get different color shirts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look at Larry.
And sweatshirts and hoodies.
Do you wear anything else?
Hell yes.
Because
This is
the last 12 times I've seen you, it's been that shirt.
Good shirt.
I know that you probably have multiple versions of said shirt.
I do.
But you wear it a lot. I'm just pointing it out.
I do.
Okay.
I always wear it when I come in here.
There you go.
It's always on the top of the drawer. When you stack 12 of them, it's always on top.
I gave one to Dibs. I said, Dibs, I
got
look
one.
at you as a large, but with the boiler, I'm going to go XL.
I love it.
He took it the right way. He took it the right way.
Dibs Boiler is going to be the name of my fantasy team this year. It's going to be incredible.
That's pretty good.
We're going to be huge.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
we've been.
What's up, boys?
We started talking about Chris Paul. Met the media on Saturday.
Answer. I was just reminded immediately. I'm like, oh, that's why I don't want him on the team.
Okay, how about I just play it we could all listen?
Yeah, let's hear it.
And the audience. This is Chris Paul from Saturday.
You'd be coming off the bench playing with the second unit that's a lot younger than the Warriors of the past have been with JK and Moses. Just what do you think of their depth, their bench players that you might be playing alongside?
You coaching? Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what the situation is going to be yet. You know what I mean? So I think that'll be for us to figure out once we get going.
You've never come off the bench your entire career. Is that something that you'd be willing to do?
Like I said, it'll be a conversation for us when camp starts or whatnot. But me and Steve have talked or whatnot. But that ain't something that you be like, "What up, man? Where you starting? You coming up?" You know what I mean? So I think we'll figure all that stuff out in camp.
All right. By the way, you can praise me later. Warriors World's got to have a T-shirt now that says "You coaching?"
Now
question mark.
You might be onto something.
Like I think that might hit it off. What do you guys think?
I don't think there's an issue there at all. I really don't.
How come he didn't say whatever?
Yeah, well,
how come he didn't answer either question?
Because he knows that's reality, guys, and he didn't want it to come from the reporter.
But listen,
like y'all can't wait.
Listen to the questions again. Listen to the questions again. Kendra said, "What do you think of the players you might be playing with?" And he didn't even hear that because he was all triggered. You call me a bench player? He was triggered.
That's how he took that.
And then the next question that comes to him, would you be willing to come up? This is a yes or no question. And he answered it, well, Steve and I, that wouldn't come up. Nobody asked if it came up. Would you be willing to? It's a hypothetical.
Man,
you surly, Chris, and we don't do surly with this team.
Well,
we don't do surly.
There's two kinds of media approaches. The young guy is like, hey, what can I do? I can't do enough. You know, when Patrick Baldwin Jr. and Rollins were in studio, hey, how you doing? Let me ask you about your family. By the time you're a veteran free agent, and this is not sports specific in any sport, you spar with the media. And that's what he did there. He sparred with her. Nobody got hurt, and nothing real was involved there.
I think Guru
but he just sparred with her.
I think Guru is right on the money So Paul gets traded to the Warriors, and it's kind of assumed he's coming off the bench.
Of course.
He's heard that. He's like, well, what are you talking about?
He's triggered.
And so when it was brought up, he was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like, we're not there yet.
And Steiny had an interesting point that if Kendra was a man, would he have answered it? I said, oh, yeah, that way, with that venom. I said, yes, because this is a man that is looking at his career and like, I'm coming off the bench. Even if he believes that, like, He's got some venom, Willard. That was like, let me breathe.
I'm always, look, this is the way I look at it. I'm intrigued when someone is asked a question and they answer a completely different question. Okay? Jordan Poole all weekend. So, do you agree the Warriors felt like that kind of messed up the season? And he's like, I had meatloaf for dinner, and I decided to go with the mashed potatoes. It's like, what question are you answering?
But he's telling you, I don't want to answer.
So just say that. Just say, I don't want to talk about that. And I actually completely accept that. Why would Jordan Poole want to talk about that? He is in Washington now. But what are y'all trying to hide, or why are you so triggered? Like, that's how I took Chris. Chris got triggered.
It's the $250 million in the bank factor. You know, when you got a $250 million in the bank and you're not sitting there going, what? Excuse me? You know, and to me, that was a mistake by the questioner. I'm not ripping her. She does a great job. But in that situation, you're like, I think the better phrasing would be, hey, if Steve decides that he wants to bring you off the bench, you're going to be playing with these guys. How does that? Then it's like, now you're going to say, are you going to go against the coach? Don't make this about me. I'm just the questioner.
I mean, he also could have just said, whether I start or come off the bench, I'm going to be playing with everybody at some point or the other anyway. So I'm looking forward to playing with Jonathan. I think I can help, you know.
Or emphasize, what I'd emphasize is it doesn't really matter who starts at all. It really matters just who finishes.
Exactly.
And I'm in a lot of finishing lineups. That's all I'd say.
I think I have follow-up questions. You are? Who's going to the bench, Chris?
I think Chris Paul's almost got to be in the finishing lineup.
We shall see.
With no doubt.
We shall see.
It may vary, but I think he's just too good a foul shooter. He's too smart. He's heady.
Boy,
you know, the Warriors they sometimes turn it over late in games.
Sounds like a very
come on, man.
Larry, start him and go small.
So we little basketball team.
They got this guy because he is the horse that can smell the wire. That's what he does, right? He can smell the finish line. He squares up those shoulders in the mid-range, and he knocks that big shot down in the closing
You
set.
guys all bought in. They got this guy because that's the only person that was being offered for Jordan Poole.
No, I think they ultimately got this guy because I think they view his expiring $30 million as maybe more valuable and more attractive to more teams than Jordan Poole's massive overpay contract that they gave him a year ago.
There's some truth to that, but he was not their first choice.
This is not a match made in heaven. Choice. And you can look at his mannerisms, Willard. He don't look like, and he was there with his lovely wife, with Steph, doing it, everything, but you could just tell it's like, damn, I'm here. And that's why he probably snapped. That was his version of snap.
To me, this is what
coaching now.
This is what everyone was worried about. I think this is what everybody was worried about.
So what do you call this? I tried to get Steiny. Give me a word. Is this a problem, Larry?
No,
nothing.
It's not a problem.
But we're watching.
Well, listen.
It's a pimple.
Here's the thing. Everybody was given 2 weeks to let this sink in. If this had happened the day of the announcement of the trade, everyone would be going nuts because this is exactly who we all thought Chris Paul was, and nobody wanted him on the Warriors because of that reason. And now we've spent 2 weeks sort of convincing ourselves that this is going to be great. This is all going to be great. And he showed up one time, and the very first question he got, he fired on Kendra Andrews. And we're like, no, that's okay. It's not okay. It's totally against the Warrior locker room, and it suggests that all the convincing we've done of, well, Chris will fit in. Chris will calm down and fit in. Oh, no, he won't. He is Chris mother bleeping Paul.
Yeah, but isn't that what made him him?
So
I mean, you gotta give guys the room to be who they are.
Right,
that's who he is.
That's fine, but where's it fit? Where's that fit?
Well, but
the Warriors already have their alpha.
Oh, man.
Yeah, but a lot of times guys have a hard time coming to grips with the stages of their career. He's 38,
and that's one thing. And I want to emphasize this. Like, I know we just throw it out there. Like, think about it. He's been in the league 18 years. He started every game ever in the NBA.
Yep.
Like, I do get how I just got traded to the Warriors. Maybe he's like, well, I can't start for them. So this is the beginning of the end. Like, not that he doesn't know he's getting older, but it's hard for him.
Or the opposite. I just got traded to the Warriors. I wonder which one of those chumps is going to the bench.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Well, if he was hooked up to a lie detector test and you said, are you going to play in the fourth quarter of games? He is going to say, absolutely, I'm going to play at the finishing lineup. So I think it's not going to be a problem who starts. it's going to be a problem if he's not finishing, I think.
Yeah. Am I the only one that thought, and Steiny was like, ooh, it don't work like that, that they called him the day that the trade was consummated or the day after? Like, you're coming off the bench, you're good with that, right? Like, I thought all this had been handled, and Chris said, we ain't even talked to him. He basically said that, and that's why I was like, oh, now this could get interesting.
And I get that I get there's all kinds of lines you can use. People, it's not about the starting line, it's about the finishing. But this is Chris Paul. This is Steph Curry. This is Klay Thompson. I can go on, but those are the three guards. They're all there's only two guard spots. So you're either going to do something unconventional or somebody's going to have to do something they've never done before.
I feel like we're all sitting here going, okay, that's the new death lineup, but we're forgetting that the death lineup that worked either had names like Andre Iguodala or Kevin Durant. These are very large men. Man. These are very tall men that used to be in the death lineup to replace the supposed Kevon Looney in that lineup. And it was a season-long debate over whether or not Jordan Poole could be a part of that lineup, and some nights it was, and he worked, and some nights it didn't work, so he wasn't. So if the assumption is, the final 5 minutes, take out Looney and put in Paul, I mean, that could be a parade to the layup line for the other team.
And a loss to the Kings in the first round last year.
Jeez, what are we asking? What are we asking Draymond to do here?
They're so small.
Should be the entire front line by himself.
But they did get Dario, though. They got that one. And Steiny's like, what's he got left? And I get it because they had a little video clip on Twitter with him and Paul and their little rapport they had in Phoenix. And I was like, oh, okay. But I'm like, this ain't 2014.
Like,
if Dario Saric.
Saric better be better on that knee this year than he was last year.
Yes, he better.
Last year, he was dragging that thing around.
Man.
Pre-knee injury and post-knee injury. I mean, everybody else seems like they had these surgeries. They're unaffected. I thought there was a clear difference between Saric pre-injury and post-injury. Pre-injury,
look at Kawhi. Even though he's still great, watch Kawhi run up and down the court. It's like he's dragging it.
Yeah, I mean, he just looks real iffy on it.
I think there might be a segment of people out there, and I know there are because I'm reading the YouTube chat that they're saying, quit creating drama.
Oh, you're not seeing that.
There is no drama. There's no drama. But there is an impending decision that needs to be made. And it involves Chris Paul. It involves Chris Paul. And, I'm not saying if he comes off the bench, that in itself is the significant part. That's it. Wow, Chris Paul is going to come off the bench for the first time in his career. What's that mean basketball-wise? That's why it's important.
So what we're actually talking about is whether or not the Warriors have the ability to blend egos. And we're going to be accused of manufacturing drama after a season just unfolded when the Warriors were unable to blend egos.
And told us as much as why they weren't still dribbling the ball.
You're all right. It's clickbait. Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Come on.
And also
this is real.
It's also about, and it's not just about Paul, because Klay's in this category, and probably all older players have to face this. Can you somehow handle your decline gracefully in a team setting without shooting your team out of a game, without trying to rekindle your glory days? Can you do this seamlessly? I think Klay's going to be challenged by this too.
Sometimes I know what a lot of times the players will say this, these things tend to work themselves out. Mm-hmm. Someone will be hurt.
But if it
and so it's right, and then someone's off, and then they tend to work themselves out, but not always.
And I also think the fascinating part to this is just
man Will
as I was just talking to Bonte, he's like, Bonte's like, believe it or not, I'm excited for the season. I'm like, oh man, I'm super excited.
Well, when are you not? I mean, it's the Warriors.
Yes, but I'll tell you when I'm not as excited, when I know how they're going to do, during the run, Like this is the first year where I am saying, I don't know if they're going to be better or worse.
It could be good or bad.
I don't know if they're going to be better or worse next year.
They should be worse.
See?
They should be worse. Yeah. They're older. I mean, just because they're getting along, is that going to supersede the entire core being older and smaller?
When's the last time they lost in the conference semifinals, Larry? It's been wait. You know what I mean? So it was already worse.
Yeah.
If you don't, you know what I mean?
But go back to last July. Where were we last July? Right? They're still cleaning up Market Street.
Yeah.
And we're like, and then
let's go.
Poole's going to be a year better.
I was saying,
and Wiseman, and this, that, the other, and
Kuminga.
then what we didn't know was that relationships behind the scenes were breaking down, and obviously then led to everything falling apart, and no, they could not get over it. And so, what's going on behind the scenes now? And how is this all going to blend? These are fair questions.
One of the things I thought we saw last year as a consistent theme was they had a hard time finishing. This year, I think they'll finish. It's just a matter, can they get to the 5-minute mark of the fourth quarter with a lead?
And that
because
road
now
record
you
was
take
so
Poole
bad.
Out. Yeah. I mean, so.
And I don't know if it was because they were not connected.
Well, these are fair. To me, do they all blend? Do they have chemistry? Do they get along? I like Chris.
So do you think Poole out of here now? Everything's good.
That helps, except for no, it's not. I don't think it's that easy.
That's what Sonny said.
Where's Kuminga on all this?
No, or Looney.
Where's his head?
Or Wiggins, who was real close with Poole.
And now Chris Paul is on the team, who you've all, not all, but some of you have publicly stated to not like prior to now. And because we want it to go well, I think we convince ourselves, we believe everything that we're being told over the last 2 weeks is no, it's all going to be good.
Yeah.
Well, it's not always all good.
Paul should make Kuminga better.
No doubt.
You're right. Totally.
They should be smarter.
That feels safe.
I agree.
And
with that.
Dre, you can sit down with Steph, and you don't have to double up and run this. You can breathe and save yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I think Paul could. Paul's going to be efficient, and Paul I think is going to set up
Larry, if
Kuminga
he
nicely.
gets hurt and he's not available, then what?
We'll cross that bridge when we come to
Pajemski?
it. You're listening to 95.7 The Game,
Joseph.
KGMZ
there you
FM,
go.
and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Pajemski?
Yeah, let me get this off my chest. The men in black. It's all three of us, and I'm naturally in black. But listen, when you talk NBA basketball, the common denominator for me, guys, and I'm a historian, is 82 games. It's precious. Bird played 82. Michael. We can go down the list. 82 means something to me. And I know people hate it's too many. The checks are cashing. If you look at these contracts, Van Vliet, everybody's getting their money. Larry, Willard, Steiny, please help me on this in-game tourney to where the championship game, the stats don't even count. Why is the league doing this?
Well, they think
I hate every aspect of it.
They think that this is going to create urgency and intrigue in the middle of the year where right now there's none. But I've got all kinds of questions. So many questions because, first of all, it's completely impossible to understand. NBA Communications over the weekend, they put out a grid, and there's a note at the bottom and says grid is to be read from I'm like, if you need to explain to me how to read this, I'm out. I'm not here for math class. These are basketball games. But beyond that, what I haven't, and I've tried to read as much as possible, what I have not found yet is something that we fans are supposed to root for other than individual millionaires making more money. Why am I supposed to care? I guess.
Wow.
Is my if Adam Silver was here, hey Adam,
what's in it for me?
Why are the fans supposed to care who wins the NBA Cup?
That's all.
Because it's a tough question. Because you're going to find that the players are into it.
Are they?
I don't know. You just said to present the argument.
The Bay Bridge trophy is going to be more coveted.
Hey, if I'm a 10th man on a team, it ain't no joke.
Right, no doubt. But if I'm Steph or LeBron and I'm making...
Oh, my gosh, that's nothing.
You're going to go through some tournament to win a $500,000 prize. You make more than that per night.
I know.
And you're playing the chip in Vegas.
Right. So, and this is, Eve from last night on our Fox show, I thought had some really fun ideas with regard to what they could add to where a fan would care. If I'm Steph and the Warriors win the NBA Cup and I get a $500,000 check, where's that check going? Don't pocket that thing.
Oh, wow.
Play for someone or something, right? And for instance, this is just throwing something out there, but do you remember Deshaun Watson did this years ago when he surprised the women in the cafeteria with the Texans with a game check or something? And I mean, they're in tears, it's changed their lives. If Steph was okay, this is Joe. He's been running. He's been an usher here with the Warriors for 40 years, and I'm playing for Joe. So if we win this thing,
come all in for that.
Joe wins $500K,
or a charity. Every team has a charity,
but they're not doing that.
Or not yet.
Not yet.
Like Ephraim said, what if you in these play-in games or whatever they're called, tournament games? What if a couple of sections in the lower bowl went to underprivileged kids and they filled up?
Who gets stuck with the tax burden on that?
Look, you know what? How about all of the people who are making the bajillions through this thing who already have it? Like. They got to know this. You're going to have something to root for other than yay.
But what does it symbolize if you do win it, though? Like,
Nothing.
Like right now, if you qualify for the play-in, Matt Steinman says you didn't make the playoffs. Those are the rules. I don't want to hear, we lost first round, but we won the cup.
But we like the play-in.
What cup?
We like the play-in, as it turns out, because I can explain what's on the line. Your team is now going to the playoffs.
See,
my favorite player won $500,000.
Right.
Does beyond nothing for me.
I'm shocked.
Nothing.
I'm actually shocked there's not the winner of this tournament gets to move up one seed, one spot.
Something.
If you were out of the playoffs, you get to be the play-in.
Oh man!
If you were 10, you get to be 9.
It's like a get out of jail free card or something. Something for the fans.
It might be kind of like I wouldn't be averse to that.
If the NBA doesn't know this, they're crazy, and I'm just hoping that they threw this out there. And let it marinate.
And what about the seeds already being determined from last year? I didn't know we was playing for no seeds.
I mean,
how about take a playoff team and put them in the draft lottery? That would be cool.
Relegation. We could.
That'd be cool. Suddenly you're a playoff team. Now you got a lottery pick because you won this tournament.
The Denver Nuggets select Victor Wembanyama.
Yes,
as you know, players are not going to play hard for their replacements. We've been through this before. So like
it's contrived because they want to copy the NCAA one and done, and they're like, oh, look at that format, and these guys can't even play basketball, they can't even play dead, and yet everybody loves it and says how great it is. We'll do a tournament, but is it a one and done type thing? No, probably.
It's got to. Again, I'm hoping that they just put it out there, let it marinate for 2 weeks, and then go, okay, by the way,
back to the lab.
Not back to the lab. I wonder if they already know. Let it marinate, see what people say, but then here's what because they offered nothing to the fan. And that's who supposedly they're trying to get with this. So it's just like
I agree. I think this is just like a template. They know they got some time. They're going to hear they're going to this is their what's it called when you do something
trial balloon?
Yeah, basically. Yeah. And this isn't the final product.
Soft launch. So. Did y'all see poor Steve Kerr when they made him go up on the stage?
I saw that.
Oh, I didn't. I'm excited and I can't wait. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So boy, Steve he drew the short straw or whatever. He had to go out there and act like he's pumped up about this whole thing. Poor guy.
I got to give you this because I need help. Go ahead.
No, you go.
No. We've been having a good show. We're in a good spot.
I got a meeting, remember?
Okay, but you can leave. I got
How many meetings?
Just hold on one second.
How many meetings do you have?
I know. Hold on.
Lord.
Well, this without me.
Hold on.
Is there a tea involved?
Hold on.
You can stay, Go.
Yeah.
The job is done. We can go home now.
All right. You guys have I got to meet with the boss.
All right. Go keep talking.
It's bigger than Wembanyama. It's about Larry and Willard watching a movie in its first 2 minutes and saying what you think, how good the movie was. I was embarrassed as a guy that's on Twitter too much. I'm addicted. How can Wemby take all that hate? Because I could say he needs to get stronger, but the judgments that were being thrown around Friday night.
When he had 9 points and 9 boards.
And they were just taking the ball from him and dunking on him.
He's weak.
Okay. So some of the stuff you read was you feel like, hey, I've seen enough to say he's weak, but it was over the top like he was a bust, and I was happy for him last night.
He's physically weak.
There's no doubt he has to get in the lab. But are you shocked at what social media, how they were like you just said he was weak, and he needs to get stronger foundation. But Larry, it was like this dude couldn't play. I felt bad for him.
Well, because we built him up only weeks before at the draft as this guy is Steph Curry and Kevin Durant all rolled into one. He's the greatest. He's the greatest. And you saw the pushback when they put that video out when he was wearing the Spurs jersey and he's bricking every shot. People were like, "What the heck? This guy, But no, he's going to be great. It's just he's undersized. I mean, he's not undersized, but he's underdeveloped physically, and it's just going to take a little time.
When have we ever seen a guy, I think of Sean Bradley, Yao Ming was thick. He had tree trunk legs, and that's why he had to. But physically, he wasn't too light in the tail. When have we seen a guy built? Because I was just watching him like, not Jurassic Park, because he's not. This is something I've never seen. Just when have we seen that guy go get enough? Because Wiseman hasn't done it yet. Bricks in the trunk to where, I'm coming back and then I'm going to be what I'm supposed to be. That's what concerns me.
I will say, if you ever see Kevin Durant up close, he's not thick. I mean, he is almost 7 feet tall.
Tiny little ankles.
Tiny little ankles.
Coming out of Texas.
Yeah, and I know that all those people you just brought up, including Kevin Durant, have had lower body massive injuries, and that would be an obvious concern with Wembanyama. But there's no way around it. Okay. That's where we live right now.
And
it's
there it is. That's where we live.
Yeah, it's kind of like Dame Lillard. I'm sort of like, I laugh that Dame, I think, is sensitive, and he's on Twitter all weekend going, how does everybody know everything and nothing at the same time? And I'm like, Dame, first of all, it dawned on me, you've never experienced controversy in your whole life. You went from Weber State to Portland, and you have never...
instant success.
You have never been center stage in the actual.
Because now you are.
Right? Like the stuff that LeBron and KD lived in their entire career.
Yeah.
Right? Like you're here now, and you can't coin quotes like running from the grind and then request a trade
Paul
and tell
George
everybody.
called him out on that.
Right? It's got to be in one spot, and your agent is calling people, telling them you'll be disgruntled. You can't, I don't even necessarily blame you, but you're going to get it. Like, you're going to get what's coming to you on social media. You got to just deal with it.
Larry, what if I told you by him putting in that only Miami clause in his agent, and I love Dame, he really don't want to leave Portland?
Well, I mean,
why
he's
would
been
you
there
put that clause in there? Because now you kind of tainted the whole process.
Well, now that you undercut your own general manager's ability to get anything in return. Why is Miami going to town making a huge deal? If the NBA didn't have rules in place where salary had to be even, they'd be totally hosed.
The whole question for Dame and his agent is, why do we know this?
Right.
You can request a trade to Miami. You can demand that it's Miami, and you can do that all without telling Woj.
Right.
You don't need to tell Woj. Because now Portland is up a creek. And so that, this whole thing.
And the PR's a nightmare either way.
It's controversial. There must have been some chair throwing behind the scenes.
So it's taken forever and a day for him to request a trade. What I just threw to Larry about, maybe he don't really want to leave, or you're like, nah, Goo, he wants out of there.
I mean, to me, you don't get to a public trade demand until the private conversations have not gone well.
He's stuck it out there for a long freaking time.
Yeah, no doubt.
And I actually know the girl who's his handler, and he's a terrific guy, man. He is a terrific guy. Seriously. No, I mean, I went to college with her. She handles all of his great and stuff. That Modelo commercial.
Oh, I think that's the thing.
He's a great guy.
I think he's probably a terrific guy.
But he wants to be in Portland, and if he can't be in Portland, he'd rather be in Miami. But he doesn't just want out of Portland, and he doesn't care where he goes. Get me the hell out of here. I think he wants to go somewhere better, or he'd rather stay in Portland.
Look, the bottom line is, this is what's funny, though. People will say Dame deserves to leave because Portland's been unable to put stuff around him. How the hell were they supposed to do that? He made them good enough so that they were usually not in the lottery.
And they played in the Western Conference Finals.
And no free agent will go there.
Right. And their initial construction was flawed with 2 6'3" guards.
Right. But, I mean, it's kind of like, Oklahoma City was great for a period of time because they crushed the draft 4 years in a row.
Man, loaded.
Right?
Yeah.
But it's not like they ever got anyone to go there. In fact, one by one, each of them have left. If you're in one of those markets, I don't know, man. There's very, very little you can do, and you have to strike while the iron is hot. And that's why, for instance, I love that the Kings are just let's be as aggressive as possible because you've got good young players. You've got a little something going there. I don't know if it's good enough to get all the way to the end, but it's not going to last because
it's Sacramento.
Your massive free agent, if Giannis comes available, he's not joining you.
Right.
He's not coming.
And I do think there's something there, Larry, with Giannis. It ain't now, it ain't tomorrow, but it's coming.
He's going to bail.
Yeah, I just think there's something. And that whole Steph Curry, not to the Warriors, but that whole, he can say now, I've been loyal to you. I got to go. It's time for me to, fly the coop. So I'm watching Giannis to see how that plays out in years to come.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's the unfortunate part about the NBA. The cap, they've got all these things to keep it even, but you can't convince somebody they don't want to, to play somewhere they don't want to play.
Can I get a baseball takeoff before I dip?
Go ahead.
So I'm going to summarize my version of the San Francisco Giants first half. Duck, another Giant home run. So, because they got power, and they got power all up and they had power all up and down the lineup. And that was one thing that I just loved it. Like, dude, they got dudes 1 through 9 that can go out the yard at any time. Injuries have happened, but our Evan sent out a tweet yesterday, and it got me to thinking, because for the last month and a half, I was even telling Dickinson, they need an arm. They need an arm or two. And he put out a tweet, are we so sure this team doesn't need a bat?
Oh, they definitely need a bat.
So I want to run that by you, too. Like, Larry, you're like you've been there.
Yeah,
they definitely need a bat.
Oh, they need a bat.
Farhan talked about it over the weekend. They're not like he was like
second base bat.
Because I don't think that we're going to go get a starter. We feel like we've got that. The answer's there within. I don't know if they do. It's all wobbly outside of Webb and Cobb.
Wobbly.
But if certain guys start to get healthy again, if Harrison becomes ready, whatever, they think they've got that. He straight up said it up the middle of the infield, like Schmidt and Wisely and whatever. They're going to have a chance in these next couple weeks to show that they can produce. And if not, they're probably going to get sent back down to the minors, and they'll go acquire a second baseman or something, because Tyro's not going to be back till at least next month.
Hurt.
Yeah, 4 to 6 weeks for Tyro.
And Crawford, obviously, has not been great either.
And also the Giants have a little bit of their first half performances kind of camouflaged by the fact they won those 10 in a row. The 10 in a row kind of took them from.
But you earned them, Larry, but I hear you.
I know, but it's good. Like it might be fool's gold. They may not be quite as good as the record. That 10 in a row definitely change things.
I always wonder about stuff like that, though. Like, we do this with records. It's like, if we remove the best stuff that they did, then they're not that good. It's like, well, but what if we remove the worst stuff that they did? Then they'd be amazing.
But a 10-game winning streak is rare. Dude, they hadn't had one since 2004.
After that start, you're forgetting the good run of play before the 10-game win streak that happened. After that start, to be 49-41, they did a good first half.
Man,
they did.
That's a good 90 games.
When they called up the kids performed, but then the advanced scout reports got around, and Schmidt's waters turned off, and Motto's waters turned off, and only Bailey's really keeping it rolling. Yeah. But hey, it'll be fun to watch second half.
I told Shasky I need somebody in my life to love me like you love and defend Schmidt. And I get it, because his glove and the arm, it's incredible. He's got a double cannon, whatever that is.
No doubt.
But at the end of the day, there's the term for a player for a reason. If you can't get it done, I'm not saying Schmidt can't hit.
That ain't him.
Okay, so what is it though? Because you should never send him back down. Then
see Matt Williams in the night. It's just really hard. I mean, sometimes it takes guys 5 days. Sometimes it takes guys 5 years to kind of transition to the big leagues. I will say this: when you're an A-ball, AA, AAA, nobody's paid to turn off your water and to beat you. And the major leagues, as soon as you show that you're a force, there's guys making big bucks who are studying everything that you're doing.
I get that.
And whatever you pitch you can't handle, you get.
No.
And that's what's happening.
Yeah, they
so
knew.
you're not, are you worried about Schmidt at all?
No,
I'm not.
No, but I don't know that he's going to be on the team the whole year.
Okay.
I don't know that.
I think he'll adjust. I think it's just
I'm rooting for him.
He needs a couple days off.
The question with him has always been whether or not he could hit. They knew he could field. Can he hit?
The chase rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't be over 50%.
Yeah, he's they knew this was coming, and you got to adjust if you're going to be a successful big league player. But I promise you, at 49-41 and sitting in one of the wild card spots,
my goodness,
they're not allowing an automatic out to stay in the lineup. He's going to have to produce more, or he's going to get sent back to Sacramento to work on it.
Because it's odd watching that offense the last week or two. Like, this will be the inning. And it's like, oh, no.
Only
when did this happen?
Sable and Conforto are the only guys who are really putting a charge into the ball right now.
Yeah.
I'll be listening to you guys.
I'm a brother. Nice shirt.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs. on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, Larry. First of all, good to see you, bud.
Good to see you, man.
Glad you're here.
Happy belated 4th of July. Hope you're having a great summer.
I don't know that I've ever been offered a happy belated 4th of July before in my life.
There you go.
It's not my birthday, it's somebody else's. But no, good to see you. And I'm going to try to do this, and I know that it won't work because I know the industry, and I know how what we say is received. And so, no, I'm not trying to make a big deal out of nothing. I'm not manufacturing drama. I don't think that this is some unworkable situation, but I'm going to call what I see. And as far as Chris Paul's first public words in front of reporters, as a member of the Golden State Warriors, this is exactly what I was worried about. It's exactly what I was worried about. And it doesn't even mean that it won't work. It means that this guy, our questions 2-3 weeks ago, when everyone was like, wait, that guy on the Warriors, that doesn't fit because XYZ. And then we spent 2 weeks working ourselves into, well, I bet they talked to him. I'm sure that they talked to him, and he knows that he's 38, and he knows he's going to come off the bench, and he knows he's here to work with Jonathan Kuminga and get the most out of him. And then he spoke, and I'm like, no, he doesn't know those things at all. Every great athlete I've ever spoken to, they don't know. They don't know when they're not great anymore. Chris will be at a barbershop when he's 68 telling somebody how he could get a bucket off of him.
Yeah.
That's the way they're wired. So I'm not mad at him for it, but to think that these egos, it's just seamless. Chris Paul, just poof. I got questions.
I mean, I first of all, I never like people who diffuse controversy. It's nothing, but I'm going to be that guy here. I just think that it was a question that was asked in a way where he's been in big markets. He's been around the league. He's been asked 1 million questions in 20 years in the spotlight. And I don't think he's going to be difficult to deal with for Kerr and the players. But I think when you play in big markets, you spar with the media. And she asked a question that was presumptuous, and she was right. But he didn't want to go there, and he doesn't want Kendra Andrews to be the person to announce that he is now officially an off-the-bench player when his ego and his confidence has fueled this incredible $250 million thing that he calls his career.
I'll grant you that the beginning of her question, you called it presumptuous. It does sort of sound like she's like, so, since you're coming off the bench, but watch,
she's right.
Yeah, well, but listen to also the way the question meanders to something totally different, and you could tell that Chris, he was fixated on what she said first.
You'd be coming off the bench, playing with the second unit that's a lot younger than the Warriors of the past have been with JK and Moses. Just what do you think of their depth, their bench players that you might be playing alongside?
You coaching? Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what the situation is going to be yet. You know what I mean? So I think that'll be for us to figure out once we get going.
You've never come off the bench in your entire career. Is that something that you'd be willing to do?
Like I said, it'll be a conversation for us when camp starts or whatnot. But me and Steve have talked or whatnot. But that ain't something that you'd be like, "What up, man? Where you starting? You coming up?" You know what I mean? So I think we'll figure all that stuff out in camp.
I just see it as this. I see 2 questions that he didn't answer. He said he was asked, "What do you think of these younger bench players?" He didn't answer it. Then he was asked, "Are you willing to come off the bench?" as a hypothetical, and he didn't answer. And the reason is Chris Paul's got a massive ego. That's not news. I'm not surprised, but his answers show that he is fixated on a premise of these questions, which is the idea of the bench, and he sounds offended. To me.
Well, I think that interview sounds different if those 2 questions are flip-flopped. If the first question is, hey, you've never come off the bench, and that was broached first, as opposed to, you're coming off the bench. You know what I'm saying?
Fair. But he never
because
moved
then I
away
think the
from
second
it.
question probably would have been
Right.
responded to better if the first question, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. All right, let's find out how this hit each of you, especially since we've spent 2 weeks trying to even just wrap our heads around the idea that Chris Paul is a Warrior. 888-957-9570. We'd love to take your phone calls. You know that the All-Star Weekend blowout continues, so another amazing prize on the show today, and we'll tell you more about that coming up in just a second. It's brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. Larry's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident?
to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I don't know why that is. If there are dog people out there, do your dogs eat carrots, but then like not other vegetables? I just had a little carrot snack here during the break, and yeah, the dog will eat the carrots.
Right.
She's not like super stoked on it, but she'll eat it. But she spits out every other fruit and vegetable that I've tried. I even tried watermelon this week. I'm like, how do you know? Who doesn't like watermelon?
Seriously, it's sweet.
Yeah,
it's yummy.
It's delicious. So you're Penny also.
Penny will eat a carrot. She'll eat a carrot, but
All right.
she eats it. She doesn't eat it the way like she would eat a piece of steak or something.
Well, sure.
You throw her some steak.
Oh, dude, they get linebacker eyes when you pull the piece. Like if they see you take a piece of meat off your dinner table and head toward their bowl, I mean, the whole body looks like
right. But if you give her a carrot, she's like, okay, I think it's good for me, but I kind of like to chew on it.
This is the All-Star Week blowout. Y'all know that, right? 95.7 The Game is bringing you our All-Star Week blowout. It's already gotten started. Congrats to the prize winners on both the morning show and Steiny and Goo. Okay, heard Bonte and Joe do theirs. Steiny and Goo do theirs. Every show, every day, all week long. Phenomenal prizes such as tickets to a Warrior game, signed jersey, Clay Steph, fitness, boxing lessons, membership to Evolve Fitness, amazing gift cards to Alexander Steakhouse, Juan Vino, any of that. That's all still on the table. Golf with the show host, although there's 3 of those packages and 2 of them are already gone. But you still got one shot to do that. You got to listen throughout the show, and then toward the end of the show, we will have that for you. And as we always mention, streaming live on YouTube, go to youtube.com/957 The Game. You can follow along the show and see Larry's one of his 12 identical T-shirts that he's wearing today in his shameless self-promotion. So all of that available to you on youtube.com/957 The Game. Look, maybe I can simplify this a little bit more. When I listen to that, I think Chris thinks he's starting. Let's put it that way.
I don't. I think he knows he's not starting. He just doesn't like the fact that somebody is, going to presume something before a conversation's been had. Come on, he's an 18-year vet. The guy's been around forever.
He's Chris Paul.
Yeah.
I get it. I'm not saying I'm mad at him for it.
He's an alpha personality, which is one of the reasons you wanted him.
If I'm a future Hall of Famer, I'm like, who are you starting over me? Sure, I'd feel that way too. But the bottom line is, whether he thinks he's starting right out of the gate or whether he thinks it'll something that will just sort of evolve about 10 games in, Chris Paul, like a premise that we all used 2.5 weeks ago, wow, I am sure that they called his representatives before making this deal to make absolutely sure that Chris was cool with 22 minutes a night being Jonathan Kuminga's hero and coming off the bench to run the second unit. I'm sure of that. We all said that. I know I did. I am no longer sure of that.
Oh, I'm sure they didn't have a conversation. It's just, hey, you're on this team. Well, we know he's not going to start just because they're not going to go that small. And also, they're not going to start him over Steph Curry. When they can bring Steph Curry off the bench.
Steiny suggested it.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. And I would almost bet everything I have that it ain't going to happen.
You bleep starter, Steiny. Such a bleep starter. Anyway, go ahead.
No, I think Chris is, he understands. He's a really smart guy. He sees the whole thing. He knows exactly why he's there. He knows why he's there cap-wise. He knows why he's there, business-wise. This guy's made tons of money on the floor, probably more money off the floor. He sees it all. He just doesn't want to be approached by somebody who is a media person and big market guys after, everybody kisses their butt for 2 decades. They spar with the media. They do not play nice. They spar. And if you don't want to spar, if you're not expecting them to spar, then you're not seeing it the way it should be.
You know what? This is
the way it is.
A little bit of a tangent, but I want to challenge something you just said by calling him a big market guy. I would contend that Chris Paul has never played in a big market, and the Clippers doesn't count because they are an afterthought in that market. He got booed when they showed his face at a Dodger game. I'm telling you, if you've never lived there, you don't know the dynamic. He has never been somewhere where he is the center of the sports focus unless you want to count Oklahoma City, and because it's the only thing going. But that's Middle America. Houston, would be your best.
You're looking at him as a player, though. He's not. His popularity and his Q rating transcends that. My wife's not a sports fan at all, and she's like, I showed her the picture of Paul. Oh, the Warriors got that guy. Why? Because she sees the State Farm commercials.
Sure. Well, that's Cliff Paul, though. He just looks like Chris.
Yeah, exactly.
Not the same guy.
But you know what I'm saying? His popularity, and he's played in Los Angeles. I mean, he was the toast of the Dodger game the other day. His family was there. They're all in jerseys. He's just sparring with the media, and that's all. And he sparred with the media in the first question. The first time he was addressed coming to the Warriors, he didn't play nice there either. He's kind of just spars with you. He's not going to give you what you want. He doesn't feel obligated to answer your questions. He just doesn't.
And that's fine. You're allowed to handle the media however you want. I think it's interesting, though, that we're like, in a big market, in this situation, when you're a big name, that's what you do. You spar with the media. You do? The other Warrior stars don't.
Yeah, well, that's what makes them special. That's actually, Steph is incredibly gracious.
Even Draymond. Draymond's not a media sparer. He spars with the refs.
Go into the Yankee clubhouse and go ask the Yankee players some questions, and they will start to spar with you. And if you go into the Marlins clubhouse or one of the younger teams in baseball, what can I do for you? Oh, pleasure to meet you, Mark. What time you want to interview me? That's fine. I'll be great.
But chicken or the egg? Part of the reason that the Yankees are sparring with you is because you're a New Yorker, and the way you asked that question was, hey, Judge, why is your toe hurt when we just gave you $360 million? Huh? That's the way questions are asked out there, so you're going to spar back. This is not that. This is San Francisco. And I, by the way, don't like it when we somehow, this market gets criticized. You don't come after people hard enough. I do it the other way around. Why are y'all acting like you do out in New York and Boston?
Yeah,
but that's
it's not always New York media. I've seen Joe Girardi and Paul O'Neill in the Yankee clubhouse spar with guys who they don't even know, and they weren't necessarily even New York writers. They were just in the Yankee clubhouse. When you just get asked all these questions and you're in, it's the kissing butt factor. When you've had your butt kissed for so long, it changes and morphs your whole outlook. That's my thought. I mean, at least I don't think you see it as much in football and hockey because there's like inherent tough guys and violence involved. But in baseball and basketball, I think you do see these guys, kind of spar more with the media.
Yeah,
and they do it for sport, and they do it because they can.
Look, that's Chris. Chris is not a warm fuzzy, and we knew that. Nobody's Steph. By the way, I'm not asking for Chris to be anyone other than who he is. We well knew who the Warriors were acquiring. It's part of why some of us weren't that comfortable with it. But I don't really care if a guy wants to spar with the media. This city loved Barry Bonds. So you can be a surly jerk if you want to be for portions of your career. That's not going to be the end-all, be-all. The end-all, be-all will be how you perform. But that's sort of the lens through which I see this, which is Chris Paul, the premise we all went with was, actually, this is a good signing because 25 minutes and off the bench and Kuminga. Well, I very much gather from this brief press briefing, that's not how Chris is viewing this. I don't think that at all. Doesn't mean it's not going to go that way, but this is, I guess, what I'm saying. After listening to that, I do feel like there is at least a mild power struggle that is going to have to take place. Someone may win it, and it may be okay, but yeah, you have 6 players who believe they're starting this year.
Yeah, I look at it as you're looking at, it's kind of like if you looked at D'Lo and thought of him as, well, how's he going to fit? He didn't fit. He was just a way to reserve the money for the Kuminga-Wiggins addition, and it wound up being great. And the same thing is going on here. They really knew they wanted to move off of Jordan. They probably had a couple other options, but Paul's a very attractive option. But he's not, you're looking at an attractive option for win, 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 and the Warriors now. I think it's much more. That move, in my mind, Mark, was made more about the pivot off of Paul in a year where you can say to somebody, here's an expiring $30 million piece, and we'll take this piece and that piece and move down the road. D'Lo wasn't here long term. Paul's not here long term. I've got realtor buddies that have dealing with Chris Paul right now, and he's looking
going rent.
Well, he's looking for a place. He's looking for a place that he can be for 1
year. Of course.
He's not going to be here more than 1 year. He may not even be here the full year. No. But this isn't about Paul, and that wasn't about D'Lo. It's about what you can turn D'Lo into, and this is going to be about what they can pivot off of Paul towards.
I totally agree with you, and that's partially the financial aspect of that, and that's always been the aspect of this that I like. I like that they turned Jordan Poole's 4 years into 1 year, and that will allow them to keep flexibility and probably allow them to keep Klay Thompson on the team. So I'm in full support of that. But let's not forget the basketball aspect this year, because that matters too. I don't know how many years Steph Curry's got left, and this is one of them. And I don't want it to go up a creek because everybody started fighting again, which is what happened last year. So this is important. It's funny to me that 2.5 weeks ago, this fan base despised Chris Paul, and based on the feedback that I'm getting right now from what I'm saying, it appears that in 2.5 weeks, you've all decided to love him. Because now, apparently, this is just crazy. What a crazy take that this surly exchange in his opening presser, this is his opening availability to the Golden State Warriors media, and his first thing that he said to any of the "we're going to be here every night" crew, including Kendra Andrews, was, "You coaching?"
Well, just
that's his intro.
I mean, in NBA trades, you can evaluate in like 5 seconds. When you saw that they were moving off, for D'Lo, did you think, "Oh, great fit"? No, your first thought was, "Oh, that's a bad fit," and it is a bad fit. And your first thought when you saw Chris Paul was, "That's an awkward bad fit," and it is an awkward bad fit. So anything else is an explanation. Anything else is a spin. Anything else is some deferred gratification. It's not a good fit. Steph's a point. He's a point. Steph's a starter. He's a starter. He's got a huge ego. He's never come off the bench, but he does have some attributes. He'll take better care of the basketball than Jordan Poole. He'll maybe get Jonathan Kuminga better, set him up at the rim a little bit more. There's some positive attributes. They'll be smarter with the basketball, but trying to convince yourself that Chris Paul is a basketball fit on the Warriors is, that's just people with Warrior goggles who badly don't want to look at this year as a wasted year and are like, this has got to work, and let me come up with some ideology or some thought process that makes it all fit. It doesn't fit. It wasn't a good option.
So are you feeling like this year is going to be like a wasted year? It sounds to me like, and maybe that's where we're like feeling a little bit different about this. I'm not willing to blow off this year.
Well, I'm not willing to blow off this year, but I think what the Warriors looked at Poole and thought, how many teams around the league are going to take that huge money deal for this broken player, a player that I see as broken. And then they looked at, okay, how many teams potentially would take Chris Paul and his expiring $30 million that they can just immediately pivot off of any player they want. I just think they looked at it as the lesser of two evils. They knew they wanted to move on from Poole. This gave them flexibility down the road. I don't think it's about what Paul contributes. I think it's about what they can turn Paul into on the back end.
Yeah, but I know for a fact that there were other players who only have 1 year of control left who would have been better fits, and the Warriors made phone calls on those players, and they were all told no. You know what I mean? Like, what you're saying is accurate in that the list of teams interested in Jordan Poole is very, very short.
And I wouldn't be surprised. They devalued him by overpaying him dramatically.
Well, but they didn't know that at the time. I mean,
I said it at the time. I thought it was an overpay. I mean, I know some people felt the same way. $35 million for a guy who plays half the game.
Well, he's going to make 28 this year.
But I mean, at one of those years, he's getting 35.
At the end, sure.
And that was way too much. Talking about a guy who plays matador defense, thinks he's Steph Curry, doesn't like to drive, when he doesn't have a great relationship with officials. He should live at the foul line. I mean, there's so many parts of his game that just don't make sense. And it's like, you know what? It wasn't a great fit. They gave him a contract. They probably shouldn't have given him. They looked for ways to pivot off of it. This was probably one way that they felt like they could pivot. get off Jordan and get an asset that they feel like at some point is going to be of value.
I guess, but if they don't sign that contract, they have no control over what happens this offseason, and they might not get anything in return at all.
That's a good point.
So, I mean, that's
why you do sign the deals.
Yeah. And also $30 million, it's funny, as we look at that and we go, oh my, this is a dramatic overplay. It's like half of a max contract. Like $30 million is not a superstar.
No.
$30 million is like a really, really nice player. And I think that at the time, with where Jordan was, that's where we thought it was going. And he was one of the top 50 scorers in the NBA this year. And so that is the going rate, even though we now understand all of these little idiosyncrasies about the Jordan Poole situation that may make us feel different.
Look what it costs to get the reset, though. I mean, if there were a lot of belief that he was going to be worth every penny of that contract, you probably get a better offer than a 38-year-old kind of broken down point guard with a big ego. Instead, now you get that. Now that's not a horrible asset because it's a kind of a get out of jail free card to many NBA teams that may want to pivot off of their $25 or $30 million player in a year. And I think when it's all said and done, when you see where Paul goes on the back end of this, I think it will probably look good for the Warriors at that point.
I want to hit this again and see if some of you have some sort of basketball reaction to this. 888-957-9570, the first exchange with regard to Chris Paul meeting the Warriors assembled media.
You'd be coming off the bench playing with the second unit that's a lot younger than the Warriors of the past have been with JK and Moses. Just what do you think of their depth, their bench players that you might be playing alongside?
You coaching?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what the situation is going to be yet. You know what I mean? So I think that'll be for us to figure out once we get going.
You've never come off the bench in your entire career. Is that something that you'd be willing to do?
Like I said, it'll be a conversation for us when camp starts or whatnot. But me and Steve have talked or whatnot. But that ain't something that you be like, "What up, man? Where you starting? You coming up?" You know what I mean? So I think we'll figure all that stuff out in camp.
Yeah, I just see it as he's offended by the premise, and that's fine. He's allowed to be offended by the premise. He's Chris freaking Paul. So
and he's pushing back on the label. Because what if the Warriors decide they want to flip him somewhere else, and then he's going to be somebody else's starting point guard, but he's already kind of embraced this secondary role? I just think that when you're a star, you're not embracing a secondary role. You're just not.
Then that's a problem.
I know. It is a problem.
And that's what I'm getting at. Like, I think it's interesting that we've just all reached Julyville. So many of you. It's July. Mark, everything will be fine. What could go wrong with Warrior relationships? You've all already forgotten last year. All of you. All of you who are, not all of you, because not all of you disagree with me. But so many of you on the YouTube chat that I see and Twitter exchanges that I've had this weekend, you've all already forgotten last year because, oh gosh, here we go, making something out of nothing. You just watched a Warrior season go south because of internal relationships. You just watched it. Now, one of the most difficult internal relationship guys in the NBA, who we've rooted against his entire career, has joined the team and rejected the premise that we've all created, and we're going to act like that's not a thing.
I don't think it is a thing.
It's completely a thing.
Well, you think, okay, so it's one thing to push back on a media of question. It's another thing to now openly feud with Steph, Clay, the other guys in the backcourt that you're going to be playing with. Kerr, maybe, as
are any
head
of
coach.
them willingly going to the bench? Should we go ask Clay and Steph? Hey, what do you think about Kuminga since you might be playing with him now? Because it doesn't sound like Chris Paul has plans to come off the bench. What's your reaction? I mean, should we do that now?
I mean,
none of them want to do that.
It's about it's about a lot of things. Can you handle the twilight of your career? Can you handle a second role or a different role than the role you've been in? Sounds like maybe he can't handle it. But you know what? Just because he can't handle it, initially when it's thrown in his face, that doesn't mean that he can't handle it in training camp when Steph's there, Steve's there, Kurt Clay's there, they're talking. I don't know. I guess I would say to you, what do you fear? What do you fear? Based on that soundbite, what do you fear from Chris Paul?
A repeat of what just happened with Jordan Poole.
That he's going to feud with
who most Warrior fans did not realize all year thought he should be starting. Like this exact same issue is what was at the core of everything that just took place with the Warriors, which is Jordan Poole thinking he should start. Britch is too big. Therefore, veterans came back at him. One of them punched him. Accusations of who's getting the money. The ego is what just ruined the Warriors. And it's here now again, potentially in an even larger form. So I don't think we can minimize that. Who starts matters to them, even though it may not matter to us, right? I heard Bonte this morning, and he's right. I don't care who starts. I care more about who finishes. You know who cares if they start? They do. They've all told you.
Does Chris Paul, with $250 million in the bank, really, is he that petty he cares about starting?
Sounds like it.
Well, this is
Sounds
new.
like it to me.
I mean, it's just like anything else. Give him a minute to adjust to it. I don't think there's going to be problems. I don't fear Chris Paul having a dust up. There's a big difference between a guy who's done an awful lot and has been the alpha coming into a new room trying to adjust to a new culture than a young guy who's grown up in that environment now saying, hey, it's my time, guys, and kind of elbowing other guys out of the room. I don't see this as the same at all. I see Jordan Poole, yeah, they ultimately want the same thing, which is playing time, but I think Jordan Poole was, a young ascending player, and this is a player that's got pelts on the wall and everybody's respect. Also, I think Jordan Poole doesn't necessarily know how to play basketball, and so probably, has to take more guidance from the other players, where Chris Paul knows how to play basketball.
Yeah, I get that part. I totally get that part. But by the same token, didn't Steve Kerr just go on Draymond's podcast, talk about how great things looked in Miami because every single person there accepted whatever role was given to him? Now, if Chris does that, great. That answer doesn't sound to me like somebody who is just going to take whatever role is thrown at him. It just doesn't sound like that.
That's fair, but I mean, if he's making those kinds of comments after this team gets together as a team,
worse.
In September, that's going to be a far different situation.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, and we'll take your calls next. 888-957-9570. Larry Harris going to join us also in the 5 o'clock hour. Can't wait for that. Larry's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Get Ready for College sale.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, but Larry's in for Dibs. I want to show, especially our YouTube and Twitch audience, something. See these right here? See all these envelopes? Look at this.
Look at that.
Look at this. They're real, and they're spectacular. In each and every one of these envelopes is
the Mark Willard Christmas picture?
Yeah, exactly. I do have a few of those left over. Didn't you get one? I sent one to you, didn't
you?
Yeah. I got a few left over still. I didn't send them all out this year. I'm saving them for the really, really special people. I'm going to send out August cards this year. Be like, look, this was us 9 months ago.
Nothing's worse than when people write a holiday card and it's from nobody's perspective. Like, and then Bob went and did this all year, and then Katie did this. It's like, who wrote this card?
Can I say this without being rude? Don't write a note. Just send the card.
Just send the picture.
Don't write a note.
And also, if you got 27 pictures, don't try to put them all in one card, and they're all so tiny. Just give me one picture. One picture
that you unfold, and it's got little placed pictures from your trip here. That, like, I don't want to be rude. Like, if you had a great year, that's amazing.
Right.
But I think you know that people aren't usually receiving that well. More importantly, they're not reading it. Do you read the book when you get the book at Christmas?
I try not to.
Everyone just wants to see the kids. What do the kids look like? And do you look happy?
Look. Little Jimmy's got a mustache.
Yeah. Just, if you want the dog to be able to get the dog on whatever. We just want to see that you're okay. We don't need to know that you went in for an operation in March, but it then ended up being okay.
You're never going to believe this, but Pete had bunions.
I'm going to Kaiser. I need to speak to an advisor.
I hate being rude. I don't want to be rude. Just send a picture. Just send a picture.
I had it shaved down, and I'm feeling much better.
Thumbs up emoji if you want. Whatever. We good. Best from us to you. Hi.
Yeah.
Amy Trask style. Whatever you want to do. But don't write a book. Nobody wants to read it.
And if you're going to write a letter, have it be from somebody's perspective. And then I, as the wife or husband, whoever's writing this letter, do you have a ghostwriter for your holiday card?
That would be amazing if people are hiring people they don't even know to write that up. All right, it's All-Star Week continuing, and I show you those envelopes because that's all the prizes that are still on the board. Still on the board. Gift cards to Alexander Steakhouse or Buon Vino, and we're not talking about some ridiculous $50 gift card. We're talking about something where you and other people could go have a night.
Ooh.
Okay? Evolve Fitness, classes, fitness, boxing, Muay Thai, membership, Warrior tickets. We've got some Steph bobbleheads. We got Steph signed jersey. We got a Clay signed jersey. It goes on and on and on. Rounds of golf with the hosts here in just a couple of weeks. So that's what's in all these envelopes. If you're listening throughout the show, you'll have an opportunity later in the show to call in. And then if you get the question right, we will ask you for a number between 1 and 15. You will pick the number. You will win what is in that envelope. It's like our own little 95.7 The Game show.
It's like, let's make a deal with Monty, whatever.
Right. Instead of doors, we've got envelopes. And so it's a whole lot of fun. So just keep on listening. You'll have to answer a question about this. So 888-957-9578, and here's the question. Because I put this out there about 10 minutes ago, and it is truly what I believe. Ego took down the Warriors this year. Fair?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
Because they ran out of players. They stopped using Jonathan Kuminga. Wiggins was hurt much of the year. They just ran out of players. They gave a roster spot to Andre Iguodala. Andre Iguodala was there for what? So you're giving a spot to Iguodala. That's one player. Now you can't have Kuminga at the end of the year. That's another player. Moody was not usable for a period of time. That's another player. They weren't deep enough. They weren't good enough. They ran out of players, either because of their own doing or injuries or, In some cases, the chemistry wasn't good, but I heard Steiny and Goo talking about this earlier. Steiny made it sound like they only lost to the Lakers because of that punch. Come on. That's totally not why they lost. They lost because they weren't good enough.
So you don't buy what Draymond said, because Draymond said that.
I don't know. I mean,
I don't buy it.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I think they lost because they didn't have enough players. It's about the talent. It's not about the feelings. They didn't lose because of feelings. They didn't lose because of bad feelings. They lost because they didn't have enough good players, and they really didn't have enough players in the prime of their career. Look at Denver. Look at them. It's all there for you.
Okay, but I still struggle, no matter how much Steve Kerr or anyone else wants to tell you how different the rotations were this year. I understand some of the differences. I understand some of the roles that were handed to young players. I don't see enough differences from the championship level team to this year's team to see why they were, quote unquote, that much worse. Like, sure, Otto Porter mattered, but so did Dante DiVincenzo. Like, by the playoffs last year, why were they so much less of a team than they were the year before?
Well, first of all, you had your entire core one more year further removed from the prime years of their career.
But did they not statistically play better?
I
would argue that they did.
Yeah, I mean, Green definitely had a good year. Thompson had a good year from three.
And he barely.
I don't know that Steph was better last year. Was he better last year than he was the year?
I can pull up the numbers for you. You can feel however you want about it. But if you remember, I think we remember Steph's championship year because of Game 4 in Boston. We sort of erase the fact that for large periods of time, he did not shoot the ball great last year. He did not have a great year. Like I haven't looked it up recently. I'll pull it up for you right now. But I would argue that his regular season this year, and I know there was injury in both the years, but he was a more efficient player this year than he was the previous year.
I don't know. To me, he seemed like in the second half had some struggles. Obviously, the Poole, Draymond thing had some impact, but to say that that's why you lost to the Lakers, I don't believe that. Porter was in his prime; he's not here. They had some players that they had more players in their prime. I mean, and then this year, and then losing Wiggins for an extended period of time, the flirtation with the two-way players, I didn't think was a net positive. You just failed to develop Kuminga and give him more minutes. And then by the time the playoffs rolled around, he did a couple things that were irregular, and it's like banished to the bench. So now draw a line through Kuminga. So, I mean, you just ran out of players. I mean, you didn't have the kind of depth and talent that you need, and you really didn't have it in those core prime years. And look at Denver. Denver's entire roster basically was in the prime of their career.
You might find this interesting. Field goal percentage, championship year, 43.7. Last year, 49.3. 3-point percentage, championship year, 38. Last year, 42.7. Full rebound per game higher, and a full 4 points per game higher last year than the year before.
Okay. All right. Well,
and 64 games during the championship year, 56 games last year. So injuries hit him both times. But I would see, and this is one of the things I've talked about a lot. I think the decline of the big three is overstated. All three of them on an individual basis were better this year than they were the year before. So when you hear my perspectives, and I know what the debates we all have Warrior-wise, I know I'm harder on Jordan Poole than most, but my perspective is, whether you want to blame Jordan or what was done to Jordan, the situation surrounding him was a very big deal. And in my opinion, is the one seed in terms of things that went wrong with this team this year. The big three was the big three. In fact, they were even bigger three this year.
But I mean, you still can't come back on the fact that they had more players in their prime years the year they won it than this year. This year, they didn't have those players. This year, they were leaning on younger players. Opening night, they had, 5 or 6 guys that were 22 or younger? That's a very, very young team. So much so that they literally went through the season. They couldn't have a press conference or a post game without the references of the two different teams. Well, the young guys and then the old guys, and the Giants have young guys and the Giants have old guys. I don't see them talking about the young guys and the old guys every time there's a mic around, but the Warriors sure did last year.
Yeah, because
so there was obviously the two timeline thing. There may have just been a little bit of a disconnect there. I just think that at the end of the day, they weren't good enough. And once Kuminga was like, oh, he's going to be a non-factor, I gave them very little chance. I thought Denver would take him out. Unfortunately, they never even got to Denver.
Yeah, although, he took himself out to a certain degree. Matt Barnes had an interesting conversation with us last week where the thought is that Kuminga's struggles are between the ears. That was his perspective that he shared. And I'm interested to see where that goes next. He's the young guy of that crop they have not given up on yet. And I do think in many ways he holds a key, not the key, but a key to next year. And maybe Chris Paul can be the one who helps unlock that. And that is one of the positives of the idea of Chris. The negative, though, for me, and this is what we'll throw out to you, whether you buy the premise or not, that ego killed the Warriors next year. Could ego kill the Warriors this year? Because you have supplanted one large ego in Jordan Poole with one that appears to be even bigger. And after one press conversation, nothing was said to calm that idea. So to what level are you worried that ego could kill the upcoming Warriors season? 888-957-9570 is the number. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. We'll take your phone calls next. Larry's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yep, Larry's in for Dibs, and it's a big Larry day here on Willard and Dibs.
How so?
Well, you're here, and Larry Harris is going to join us in a couple hours.
Look at that.
Yeah. Live from Las Vegas, where that big sphere is freaking everybody out. Have you seen this thing?
No.
You haven't seen the sphere?
No.
You haven't heard about the sphere?
No.
You don't know what I'm talking about?
No.
What?
Seriously.
For real?
For real.
You're on the internet every day. You're on social media all the time. You haven't seen this thing?
What?
What? How much money did this thing cost? Guys, what $2.5 billion, the sphere in Vegas. It's looked like a big basketball all week because Summer League is there.
Okay. No, I haven't seen it.
Man. Whew.
Sorry.
I would love to be that dialed out. I really would. I've been to Hawaii and I know what that thing is. Yeah, Lucas, what's up?
$2.3 billion is how much it costs, and it is gorgeous.
You guys see the pictures of this thing, man. Like, it looks.
And what's the purpose of it?
It's
Vegas.
a concert venue.
Yeah, it's a concert venue. You can go inside it, but it also, from the outside, it just looks like a rotating ball, like a planet, and the whole thing can turn into any sort of object that you want it to emanate. So, like, if you're driving down Las Vegas Boulevard, it will appear to you like hotel, 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 planet-sized basketball, hotel, 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 and it's just it looks like an alien has landed in Vegas inside a basketball right now.
I'll have to
That's
check
what it looks
out.
like. Yeah, check out the picture.
Las Vegas locals have, I don't know if they called the cops or whatever, but people were complaining. There was one night it was lit up as the globe, and people thought that, like, the planet crashed into the strip.
Nice.
It's that cool.
That's how smart we are here in the world. We're like, look, Earth crashed into Earth. Okay. Anyway.
There was also the other cool design that caught my eye was an actual eye. I don't know if you saw the one where they turned it into a human eye.
I did not see that one.
Super creepy. But that's how good the quality is of the screen that they're projecting.
Yeah,
It's so cool.
I'm very looking forward to seeing this because even the video of it or pictures of it look, it looks superimposed. It really does look like we're being attacked or something, but by nice things, like by a Spalding basketball. You know what I mean? I can't believe that you haven't seen the pictures of this.
Now I'm seeing it.
See what I'm saying? It looks crazy. So, anyway.
Looks kind of cool, actually.
Very cool. Like, I think the reviews of it have been great. It's kind of breathtaking. Like, it doesn't look real, according to those who have been there. And, we all know a bunch of people have been to Vegas the last week because Summer League's going on, so they're all there. Well, ask Larry Harris. Hey, what's this sphere thing look like? I wonder if he's been inside it yet. So, I don't know.
What's the temperature in there? It's got to be nice and AC, beautiful AC.
Less
I would
than it is
imagine.
outside is what I would guess.
I see the roller coaster next to the, is that on top of what, Paris?
I don't know. Is there New York? Yeah, they have the roller coaster, right? Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, very, very cool. But we'll talk to Larry Harris here in a couple of hours. We'll keep talking to you right now. All-Star Week blowout continues, all the prizes. So keep listening. You got to listen closely. You got to be able to answer a question about something that you have heard during the show today. 888-957-9570. Boy, I don't know. I got to express some surprise. Apparently the fan base just loves Chris Paul now. Everybody's all in.
People just love Chris Paul. They love the addition.
Can't believe that everyone's got any concern whatsoever. I mean, we sat here 2.5 weeks ago, the night of the draft, inside Chase Center, and it was a full board of calls the entire day, and 90% of the people were like, this is gross. I'm disgusted. I will not root for this guy. And I wonder if we fans know this about ourselves. Boy, we are a, what's the word? I don't know if it's a gullible bunch. We are easily influenced.
Well, people
in 2.5 weeks, now it's, Chris is just going to be a little flower in there. It's just going to get along with everybody like he always does.
Well, I mean, think about it. You're kind of going, the sky is falling.
No, the sky. No, hold on. I'm not saying the sky's falling.
Well, you're saying you're kind of predicting doom and gloom for the chemistry of this team because of the presence of Paul. And I think most people are in kind of a, you know what, wait and see mode.
I'm not predicting that.
I don't think he fits, but
here's what I'll say. These are words that I would like to put on my opinion. We have a faulty premise. We have run for 2.5 weeks with a premise that Chris knows he's coming off the bench. I don't think he does. That's what I want to say.
I think he absolutely knows he is, and he just doesn't. He's just being cagey with the media, and he's not. I've already seen him do like 3 interviews. In 2 of the interviews, he doesn't play nice. He doesn't answer the questions. He answers what he wants to answer. He dodges. He deflects. You know, call it whatever you want, but he doesn't. I mean, if somebody asks you a question, if you don't respect them in some degree, you don't care about answering that question. You just say whatever you want.
Well, celebs do that. Like, right? Tiger Woods was great at that. The bigger the star you are, the more likely you are to answer the question you want to answer. Now, usually when you're someone like Tiger, who's just a massive, mega international star who also has been through his share of controversy, I get it a little bit more. Where when someone's like, so... You know, what happened outside on your driveway there on Thanksgiving week? And you're like, look, you know, like, tell you what, you know, the golf course is kind of where, whatever. You're going to change the narrative a little bit. I don't know how much really needs to be protected here. For example, I understood this over the weekend from Jordan Poole a lot more than I do from Chris Paul. Listen to Jordan Poole when asked about the Draymond punch as he has his first media availability with the Wizards.
We've been, you know, much conversation about Draymond, you know, going back to obviously the preseason incident. Even postseason, they were pretty adamant that they felt like it really impacted what went on last season. What is your just general perspective on how much of an impact the Draymond punch had on last season, and how is it left now with him and them?
Yeah, I mean, we're in Washington now. You know, playing with Kuz, great duo. Being able to really flourish, you know, expand your game, and help, like I said, a new team, lead an entire group of guys. It's a challenge that we're up for. You know, we got a new front office, and there's a lot of people that's invested. You know, and everybody is locked in, wants to be here, start something that we can have that can be special.
Okay, I mean, he's going, and I get
it's
why
a dodge.
It's a dodge, but I get it. I get if I'm Jordan Poole, I don't want to talk about Draymond Green anymore. Everybody knows the score. He unfollowed him on social media 2 seconds after the trade was announced. He was asked a different time specifically if Draymond has gotten in touch with him. All he did was flash a look, and it was a look that was like, dude, are you serious? Like,
right.
Come on, no. So, like, look.
He just ignored and dodged.
We don't need to know this anymore. Jordan Poole and Draymond Green don't like each other. I think that's a very fair thing to observe. With these two players. I get why he doesn't want to talk about it. Now, he could have just been more straightforward and said that. Look, I don't want to talk about the Warriors anymore. That's not productive. I'm in Washington now, and we're excited about this. Other than, like, trying to answer a question that wasn't even asked.
Right.
Like, he's talking about Kyle Kuzma.
Right.
It's like nobody asked you about Kyle Kuzma.
Right. I mean, if it was a matching game, you couldn't match the question and the answer. There's nothing related to one another there. Yeah, I mean, it's dodge. I mean, the one thing a lot of these question and answer things don't have is they don't have a follow-up question. You know, it's like person A asks question, person B asks question, person C asks question. If you ask a question and it doesn't get answered, then you've got, if it's a one-on-one interview, you can follow up and be like, well, you know, you didn't really answer that. You could actually call them out. But when you get one question in a group setting, right, you ask your question the best you can, and then he dodges. There's no penalty for dodging. You just on to the next person. And then it's like if they want to follow up on your question, they can, but they can take it in a different direction, and often do.
Yeah. I just wonder if for some Warrior fans, and you can certainly jump in on this, 888-957-9570, if your thought on Chris Paul to the Warriors has evolved since it first came out. Because I call it work. The work that I've done on a personal level to like be okay with this, because I'm a bit like, I have no trouble admitting this. I'm not a fan of Chris Paul. I have not enjoyed watching him play basketball. I don't like the brand of basketball he plays. I have concerns about his personality blending in with the Warrior locker room. That's my stance. Doesn't mean that it's not going to work. That's kind of where I'm at. So I've sort of, as a fan, been like, okay, let's see if we can find the positives of this. Oh, I think Jonathan Kuminga, that will be a positive. I think there'll be a smarter basketball team. That will be a positive. But then we get to this interview, and I went, yep, see, now that's what I don't like on the Warriors. That's what I think doesn't fit, which is a surly attitude and someone who may not realize what he's joining. And that's what I think fans, like, we get, and maybe Chris, because he's great in his own right, we see this as, well, Chris is joining the Warriors, so he'll understand that he needs to go down to 20 minutes a night and be a bench player. I don't think Chris gets that. And yes, it is my opinion that at some point this year that could be a problem.
Was there a post-press conference after the trade that introduced Paul?
No.
Why?
That was it.
Yeah, so right there you got to ask yourself. So I think
probably his choice.
A lot of people look at that and just go, well, maybe he's here, maybe he's not. You know, maybe there's all kinds of rumors around the draft that he would be rerouted somewhere else. I guess he's going to be here now until what, January? Is that when he can be dealt again?
Right. Wasn't it? It's 6 months or whatever. Yeah.
But I mean, personally, I never looked at D'Lo and thought, yeah, you know what, D'Lo's going to be here. It's going to be great. I just thought, you know what, they're trying to save the salary space, and this is what you do when you're trying to save the salary space, and eventually they'll reroute D'Lo, and they'll get some assets that they actually want. And I really looked at it as what's more valuable and what's easier to trade. Is it easier to trade Jordan Poole and his monster bloated contract that he's not worth, despite his youth, or is it easier to move off of Chris Paul and the $30 million expiring lottery ticket, your get out of jail free card? And I think that has more value than Poole's deal. And so they just said, you know what, we'll take it. We'll do it. And then we'll figure it out as we go.
Yeah, well, I think it's all they could do. And again, that aspect of it I think is great. The fact that it's 1 year, it provides some flexibility. It sounds like you think that this could be a trade chip in the middle of the year rather than more likely just being a guy who plays the year and then they let walk.
Well,
I mean, it could be a 1 year deal.
Could be at the end of the year. But I definitely think Chris Paul's value to the Warriors is equally, it's as much about what he represents as a trade chip and the pivot post this season that brings them new players than it is about how he's going to blend and what this team's going to accomplish. I know nobody wants to hear that because everybody's geared up for, hey, we got one more year of Steph and another year of this. Let's, where they're going for it and this and that. Okay, they're going to take care of the basketball a little bit better in the fourth quarter of games, but they're not going to have a 20-point scorer. They're not going to have a guy who's healthy all year, who's 24. They're going with a 38-year-old guy who's going to have to play limited minutes. He's going to have all kinds of rest needed throughout the course of the year. I mean, it's a trade-off, but that's what it took to get out from underneath that massive commitment that they gave to Poole.
I'm fascinated by his career because he is a great player, but let's not forget how many organizations within the last 4 years have wanted him gone.
As far as Paul, but I mean, Paul also made all these teams better.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not here to say he's not a great player. He's Chris Paul. But all I care about is whether or not he fits here. And I've heard you say it probably 5 times already just in this last hour and a half. He's not a good fit.
No, he's not.
He's not a good fit.
Trust your first reaction. If you know the game, trust your first reaction. When they traded for D'Lo, did you say, D'Lo's going to be great? No, he's a ball-stopping, terrible flow, offensive-only type player. And that's exactly what he was.
Well, that's what I find interesting here, which is the way we've all convinced ourselves that Chris fits. I actually think there is a window there, and this interview was literally going, okay, Chris, Kendrick could have said it this way. We, the media, think you fit like this. Do you agree? And he's kind of like, yeah, No, we're not there yet. And that's my concern. I see a way for Chris to fit. And he just sort of denied that there's been any discussion about that role. I see Chris Paul as someone who can fit running the second unit, potentially be part of the closing five, be a very smart addition to the team, who sets up other players in good spots, can make Jonathan Kuminga way better, but in no way does he get to challenge the standing of Steph, Clay, and Draymond and their minutes. And I have I have major reservations about whether or not Chris agrees that that's the role. And if that's not the role, then what is?
Well, I'll say where I'll get nervous about this is if we get to the first week of the season and Kevon Looney's coming off the bench and it's Steph and Paul and Clay and Wiggins and Draymond. That's when I'll get nervous. That means that Kerr could not somehow broach this topic, could not somehow convince Chris that this was the best for the team, and then the Warriors will be going with a 35-year-old team that's average height is about 6'4", and at that point I'll be very, very concerned, because at that point then it's like, all right, they've already had their meetings, had their practices, and Steve still has to kind of tiptoe around this thing and massage this in season. But there's massive egos, man. There are massive egos. When Steve Kerr was asked a couple times this year about the possibility of Klay Thompson coming off the bench, he was like scoffed at it. But privately, if you had that conversation privately, he'd be like, you know what, it's interesting, and we'd like. But publicly, it was like, Well, it wasn't an asinine comment or question.
Nope.
But he's so protective over the ego that Klay Thompson has, and he knows how it's gonna play to that player that he has to scoff.
Listen,
and so he scoffed.
The word role has come up so much this year. We talk about all the different roles that Jordan Poole had to play. We talk about Jonathan Kuminga's role. We know publicly now that both of them behind the scenes had major problems with their role. You just brought up, can Klay Thompson come off the bench? Well, that's not a role that he would take. We were surprised, some of us, when Draymond Green came back in the Sacramento Kings series and was willing to come off the bench and change his role. This was a thread that ran through the entire season. So it matters. And yes, there are egos, there is immaturity, there is all of that when it comes to NBA basketball teams with big stars. Like, who starts? It's funny. Bob Fitzgerald has this comment that sort of like gets replayed a lot on this station, where he was like, we make too much about who starts. What matters is who finishes. I agree, except for I don't know that the players do. Who cares who starts? It appears the players do, because we've got 7 players on the Warriors last year who all thought that they were supposed to be starting. And in many ways, it ended up being a big part of their downfall. So excuse me if I think that that's something that's going to be potentially difficult for them to navigate again this year.
Well, it's, you went from an imperfect situation, you're trying to rectify it, and guess what? You may be able to rectify it, but it might be a 2-step process. You might be going from imperfect situation with Jordan Poole to very imperfect situation with Chris Paul to then the move that moves Paul on that creates a better blend. I mean, ultimately, I would have liked to have seen Jordan Poole move for a younger, more athletic, big player that could have given this team more youth and more size. I mean, if you just without knowing, take all the names out of it, you're moving Jordan Poole. I don't like that. He's a good young player. All right, what do you want in return? I want somebody who's young and who's a bigger player, maybe more of a front court player. Well, guess what? Maybe that player wasn't available. All right, these are your options. Well, let's take Chris Paul, because at least at the end of the year, as you stated, it might enable us to keep Klay Thompson around.
Sure.
And
Sure.
also, you've got a very valuable piece in a league where teams are always looking to get out from money. You've got a $30 million trade piece that you're going to be able to cash in at the end of the year. To me, I just looked at it as kind of a way to get off a Pool and kind of defer the decision. You're kind of kicking the can down the road.
Yeah, I think they wanted Anunoby, and I don't think the Raptors are interested. That's exactly what I think is probably where the Warriors started. And that's exactly who you just described. Younger, bigger, somebody who can play on the wing, could even kind of dance down low a little bit as a forward.
Talk is they made an offer.
Yeah.
Toronto said no.
Yeah. Let's go to Michael in El Cerrito on Jordan Poole and more and the situation around it. Hey, Michael, what are you doing? Thanks for calling.
I'm out doing errands. So, look, Poole, think of it this way. Poole is essentially Garoppolo. They are great most of the time on the court, on the field, but they would both make these infuriating end-of-game decisions or actions. And it was almost, it didn't matter who you got. I think Chris Paul is fantastic, given that you just had to get rid of Poole. And Curry's going to find some way to make it work. That's my feeling. Steph's going to find some way to make it work. Yes, they would have liked that ideal player you guys are just talking about. But for the most part, you had to get rid of Poole. You had to get somebody who was going to sort of be in the system, and Kerr will find a way to make it work. That's my thought.
Yeah, Michael, look, addition by subtraction to me is a real thing when it comes to this. And I know that sounds sort of like offensive to Jordan Poole, where it's just like, gosh, they'd be better off cutting him if that was even a thing. Just get him out of here. And no, that makes it sound like he's a worse player than he was. But I subscribe to the theory that the whole thing, the drink was rotten. It was rotten to the core. I think it was obvious by the end. I think it's obvious by the way they've all behaved since then. And so therefore, yes, is Chris Paul or anyone else for that matter better for this specific team right now than Jordan Poole? Probably. It does not look like they were going to be able to function with one another ever again.
And it's also about assets. I mean, Jordan Poole is an asset, and if things could have gotten better, right? Theoretically, maybe Jordan and Draymond and everybody works everything out, and everything just works itself out. But things could have also gotten worse. And so now you move on for Paul, and to me, this is a far safer asset because Paul's value on the back end is tied to his expiring money, and ain't nothing going to change that. So the value that he represents is a very safe. It's a safer asset, and it's a more defined asset than Poole. Poole's a speculative asset. He might be great. He could be worse. They could have worse chemistry. Things could go tumble out of control. And if they really felt they needed a reset on their chemistry, this was a way to do both. Save some money, reset the chemistry, pick up a safer asset, but it's not necessarily going to come together all in one move.
Keep on listening because it's All-Star Week blowout right here on 95.7 The Game, and it could mean major prizes for you. We'll keep taking your calls at 888-957-9570. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Larry Harris is coming up in about an hour and a half. We'll get to the major trade that, I would not make, but is being discussed a lot. And also coming up next, we got brand new, fresh audio from Mike Dunleavy Jr. talking about the Chris Paul acquisition. So that's next. Larry's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
The unusual weather we've had this
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I've been checking out some of the Summer League, but I'll say this. It's funny, you guys earlier were sort of talking about the overreactions in the moment to Wembanyama and what he has to deal with on social media when he comes out and has a few missed shots on his very, very first night as a professional basketball player. Especially as a fan of the Warriors, I have a hard time getting too intrigued, even by the players I were excited to see. You know, how does Pajemski look? There's some good things. There's some things that look like they need a little bit of work. But I also am like, listen, if the Warriors are going to be centered around Curry and Thompson and Green and Wiggins and now Chris Paul, how the heck is Pajemski going to become a big deal this year? Like that, it feels more speculative than something that matters in the moment.
Yeah, and it does feel like, you know, these guys are going to log some time in Santa Cruz. Almost everybody you're watching. But, I mean, maybe I could see Paul really being a nice player for Pajemski, you know, because Paul's going to break teams down in the middle of the floor and he's going to find perimeter shooters, and that kid shoots 44% from beyond the arc. But just watching Pajemski, he attempts, you know, these passes in traffic that keep getting tipped. And it's like, you know, there's NBA, there's WCC athletes, and then there's NBA athletes, and there's several steps between the WCC and the NBA. And I think he's getting a glimpse of it. Passes that I'm sure he could have successfully completed in the WCC in traffic or in the open floor. Guys are getting hands on those passes now, and they're getting knocked around. So I think it's, you know, I haven't seen Trace Jackson Davis play because he's got the hamstring. I'd love to see what he looks like.
Yep. That one's a little bit more interesting, four-year college player, but there are two young players I'm really interested in this year with the Warriors. Their names are Kuminga and Moody. That's who to me, those roles need to be bigger and better. And I'm not putting that on the Warriors solely. It's not just put them in the game. Like, those guys need to be more consistent. Their heads need to be screwed on straight. I think in both cases that was a little back and forth at different times of the year. They need to be put in a better position, and they need to put themselves in a better position, because those are two guys who I think can actually contribute this year.
Well, going into last year, we kept hearing about the developmental staff. If there was a failure of last year, it was the developmental staff. I mean, some of these developmental staff people that were supposedly key figures, the guy who worked with Jokic, who was brought in, and he's going to unlock everything there is to be unlocked, and James Wiseman. James Wiseman got demoted down to Santa Cruz. This guy didn't even go down there with him. I thought the whole plan was we're going to develop guys at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and we're going to play and compete for wins at 7:30. But I thought if there was a failure of this year, it was the over-reliance on the two-way players and the lack of development for Kuminga and Moody.
Yeah, I still think that's a real difficult needle to thread. Like, how do you go about developing those guys and also trying to win at the same time? I mean, to me, it felt very evident that the veterans have a voice in the room, and they were not interested in developing players on the fly. That's very. I get what you're saying.
And that's not rare. I mean, that's not, right. You know, I mean, heck, there might be some 49ers who felt that way about Trey Lance.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt they still do. I have no doubt that they still do. Nobody wants to do that. And
especially because tomorrow's not guaranteed to them.
I mean, I think about it this way. Like, you bring up the Niners. Like, someone right now, because I know a lot of 49er fans feel this way because of his draft position, the excitement around him. Come on, man. Like, you got to give Trey Lance his chance. Okay. You go tell Trent Williams. You go tell him.
Right.
Hey, Trent, I know this might be your last year, but we really want to take a look at this kid.
You can't do that.
You can't do that.
You can't do that. I mean, it's too bad. At least the NBA has a G League. I mean, Major League Baseball has AAA. You send a guy to Sacramento. Mm-hmm. What are you going to do? I mean, in an ideal world, if Brock Purdy's ready to roll week 1, you send Trey Lance to minor leagues, and for 6 weeks he's playing. But that's not the way it works. So then it's just a matter of how's a guy going to develop. It's like the old catch-22. I need experience to get a job, but I need a job to get experience. How do you do it?
I'm telling you, man, it's such a good idea. I wish that one of these ridiculous football leagues just once, and I know it's easier said than done. I don't know that the NFL would do it, but XFL, USFL, Alliance of American Football, all of these failed outfits that keep failing over and over and over again.
Align with the NFL
It's
and branding
so simple.
wise.
Can you imagine?
Passion's there.
Do you imagine how we would feel if there was a minor leagues in football and Trey Lance was playing? You're telling me you wouldn't watch that? You'd watch.
I agree with you. If the Niners had a minor league team that played in the offseason, their numbers on TV might eclipse the sports that are in season.
Totally. Oh, gosh,
that's how popular the NFL is.
If you had Trey Lance quarterbacking a football team right now,
handing it to Jordan Mason,
I would watch every single play.
Yeah.
I would watch every play. Even if it was just like do some sort of a 3-game series or whatever for the summer. It doesn't matter who wins, whatever. Like, yes, the NFL Developmental League, that's the only non-NFL football league that would ever work.
Right. And it will work, and they'll figure it out at some point, you would think. Well, I mean,
I don't know.
They're so, they have a vested interest, or they're just going to kind of stay away and steer clear from any one-year starter at the quarterback spot and just be like, you know what? We're not going to draft this guy. We're not going to touch this guy. Or, because that's when you played, 15 games or whatever and 1 year of ball since high school, you're probably underdeveloped, and he is.
We're playing around a lot with these comments, and they are his first comments as a Warrior to the assembled Warriors media in Las Vegas from Chris Paul.
You'd be coming off the bench playing with the second unit that's a lot younger than the Warriors of the past have been with JK and Moses. Just what do you think of their depth, their bench players that you might be playing alongside?
You coaching?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what the situation is going to be yet. You know what I mean? So I think that'll be for us to figure out once we get going.
You've never come off the bench in your entire career. Is that something that you'd be willing to do?
Like I said, it'll be a conversation for us when camp starts or whatnot. But me and Steve have talked or whatnot. But that ain't something that you'd be like, "What up, man? Where you starting? You coming up?" You know what I mean? So I think we'll figure all that stuff out in camp.
I feel like there's 3 answers as a Warrior fan you can give after listening to this. 1, it's no big deal. 2, fine with the answer, but I don't really love the surly nature of Chris Paul. Or 3, like I see an ego there that I was hoping not to see about that subject. And that is exactly where I am. Because we have been playing with a premise for 3 weeks that this guy was going to be the head of the bench for the Warriors and help Jonathan Kuminga become a great player. And the tone to me suggests that that's not what Chris feels at all.
I would push back and say it's more nothing than something, but I would have loved Kendra to jump in and just be like, all right, yeah, I hear you. Back to my question. What do you think of Kuminga and Moody?
Yeah, that would have been great.
Because then it's like, hey, redirect. I get it. You got sidetracked on my premise. Heck with that. Back to my question, which you dodged.
Although the very next question was a fair one because it was asked as a hypothetical. Okay, Chris, because I sort of felt like the second question was, okay, Chris, I got you. Would you be willing to come off the bench if it goes that way? And he immediately is like, yeah, we're not there yet.
Right.
You realize you're not there yet.
Yeah.
It's a hypothetical. And if he wants to say, I'm not doing hypotheticals, okay, you win, we move on. But you're right. I think you're 100% right. Like he ended up, because he was offended by the premise, there were 2 questions in there that he didn't answer. And they're fair questions.
Or you know what? It would be awesome if there had been a third question. Hey, Chris, you sound kind of offended by this, by the notion of this. Are you offended by the notion of this? And then just shut up. See what he says. Because sometimes if a guy wants to dodge and he's clearly, sometimes just stating right back to him what he kind of stated back to you is a great way to kind of get him to expand or get further angry.
Super easy for us to come up with the follow-ups, though, when you're not, like we've had now all these hours to think about them, like, on the fly, and everybody's there and everyone's got questions. Let's go to Quick Take in Sonoma. Larry Kruger in for Dibs today. It's Willard and Dibs. Hey, Quick Take, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm driving home from weekend rafting. Pulled over to talk to y'all. Thank you.
Yeah.
There you go.
Good for
Who
you,
doesn't love
man.
rafting, man?
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, American River, super awesome, first time. Okay, here, I think whether Chris Paul is quote-unquote willing to come off the bench might be maybe the wrong framing even for a journalist to ask. Like, what I'd like to see in a player on a team I support is a willingness to listen to their coach and learn from them. And obviously what I want to see in my coach is like the willingness to do the right thing for the team, tell the players what to do. In Chris Paul's case, is probably mostly going to be coming off the bench, except for the odd game. And Chris Paul, if he's wanting to be a warrior, which I was very resistant to at the beginning, he's got to learn to play his wait for it role. Mm-hmm. And I want Kerr to tell him that and teach him that. And I think as the Bay, we need to be pretty fierce, Dub Nation, in our insistence that the warrior way prevails. Our culture and identity and winning prevails over player egos.
Oh, man. I love your take. Like, did you all hear what Quick Take? I'm going to change your name to Good Take. Did you hear what he just said? The warrior way has got to win. And I'm telling you, man, when someone looks at you and goes, we think you're worth $45 million a year, and player empowerment is through the roof. I get it. I'm not here to tell Chris Paul that he's anything short of amazing. He is a great player. Not my favorite by any stretch, but a great, great player. The idea that he is just going to come off of that pedestal because we said so, I think is laughable. And that's my concern, because there is a way here. There are other powerful players here. They have been very successful in ways that Chris hasn't. So whether or not Chris views this as, I'm Chris freaking Paul, and I'm here to make you better, or, hey, I'm 38, and I'm here to do what I can to help this very successful entity continue, those are two very, very different approaches. And I think which one he chooses is got a lot to say about where this goes.
Yeah. I just think you got to be, if you, I'm not questioning the interviewers because it's a tough job. But, you basically started the interview by going right to his kind of where he sits in the pecking order. And that's kind of that's the sensitive part for him, clearly. And so he pushed back on that. The better questions are, hey, man, you made Saric a better player. You guys really played off of each other. You're looking forward to playing with him. Or, hey, what did you think from the Warrior, bench players from afar? What do you think you can help them with? How can you help them get to the next level? Things that, as opposed to, hey, your pecking order, you're now here in the pecking order as a statement. It's a blanket statement to somebody who's got a lot of pride, man.
I like starting there. I get where this sort of went wrong, and it's not Kendra's fault. And I don't even know if when we pick it up, if there was, maybe that she said something a little bit before the way that this is edited or clipped. But to me, I think you do start with that. This would be the perfect, and again, hindsight 2020. Here's the perfect thing. And by the way, a quick reminder, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. If what he answered had actually been the first question, I think everybody would have been in good shape. Hey, Chris, have you talked to Steve Kerr about your role, whether it's starting or coming off the bench? No, actually, we haven't had that conversation. We'll probably have that conversation in camp. Oh, interesting. So you haven't had that conversation yet.
Does it matter to you?
Are you willing? Are you willing for it to be either or, depending on what the team needs? Now we're in a good spot. And I think you're in a spot where if you're Chris, you kind of got to answer it.
Right.
You kind of got to answer that question. Or you could say what he said and just be like, that's something that will be figured out in camp. But one way or another, based on your answer, we're going to kind of get a feel for whether or not you're willing to do this. Instead, it felt like he was on his heels to begin with, and he couldn't get back on his flat feet because he couldn't get over the premise, which he didn't like.
Right. The inherent truth, if the player wants to go there, it's like, the follow-up could easily be, we haven't even asked you, by the way, Chris, if how you feel. You've started your whole career. How do you feel about coming off the bench? Would you do it in certain situations? Do you not want to do it at all? Do you think it changes your game? Does it, there's a lot of different ways you can go. But I think if a player is going to kind of seem bothered, you can't just kind of cower and go the other way. And I'm not blaming them, but because they weren't even the same people asking the questions.
Correct.
You're not getting a follow-up.
2 different questioners.
So it's different questions, and these people are not tied together. But yeah, if player seems bothered by the question, you seem bothered by the question. I mean, sometimes just stating the reality as you see it is sometimes a good way to advance that.
Want to keep going with the phones. We do have that Mike Dunleavy Jr. sound on both why they like Chris Paul's fit. He used the word that you've been using, and the thinking behind the original trade. So stay right where you are. We'll play all of that for you here in just moments. But let's go to Harrison in Santa Clara. Hey, Harrison, what are you doing? Thanks for calling.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I'm doing well. Just trying to stay out of the heat a little bit and make my quick call here about Chris Paul.
Appreciate it. What's on your mind, man?
So, I'm actually glad that I was after Quick Take because I really like what you guys were talking about, and I agree with both of you. I don't think it's wrong to start off with the question asking Chris about where he's going to fall in the lineup, and most likely, for the benefit of the team, that's going to be in the second unit. But I also understand that this is a guy with a lot of pride, man. This guy's been a guard in the league and an all-star at that for over a decade. So I think that it has a lot of pride. I don't know what it is with him. He can be a little bit terse with his responses, but I think just the assumption that he was immediately going to be second unit maybe had him respond that way. But ultimately, I'm not reading too much into it. I think that he's going to accept his role in the Warrior offense and ultimately be accommodating to the Warrior way.
Well, I hope you're right, Harrison. I don't even know what necessarily the Warriors want to do. I can't imagine it being anything other than that. That's the only fit that I see, personally.
As far as coming off the bench?
Yeah, but who knows what it is they're necessarily thinking. And we do know if there's one criticism we hear about Steve Kerr and the whole organization, it's that they do exactly what the veterans want them to do. Hell, this is the big thing that we talked about all year. You got these young guys. One of the veterans punched one of the young guys. They didn't even punish him. They just they re-signed him. They gave him $100 million. They gave the young player away. Like Kuminga doesn't play in the playoffs. We know what the narratives are. People think the Warriors favor the old guys. And so what can Chris Paul talk Steve Kerr into? I don't know. But I would bet he shows up with more reverence surrounding him than some of the young guys who've been in the system for 3 or 4 years.
Yeah. I mean, the nice thing about the Warrior situation is Steph is so, I'll say, egoless. I'm sure that's not the case.
Not the case, yeah.
But he also has versatility to his game. Steph Curry can play on the ball. Steph Curry could be the best player in the league playing off the ball. And so if you wanted to put the ball in Paul's hands and let Curry and Thompson peel off screens and play a three-guard lineup and adjust from there and go extra small, you could. It's not like it's like, oh, my God, it's doomed. It's not like they absolutely couldn't exist on the floor. It could not only be good, it could be great. I mean, it's taking the ball out of Steph Curry's hands, but Steph coming off a screen is probably the best in the league doing it.
Mike Dunleavy Jr., of course, now has taken over the GM responsibilities. This is what he said recently in Vegas about the thinking behind the trade.
Obviously looking to improve our team, and felt like adding Chris gives us a chance to get better. It addresses some things for us overall as a team. It also gives us some financial flexibility moving forward. And, most of all, Jordan, can't thank him enough for his contributions. Like, we wouldn't have a banner if it weren't for him, and he gave us everything he had for 4 years. So really appreciate what Jordan gave us. Told him, always be a Warrior, always welcome back, and just one of those things. Felt like there's a little bit of a logjam in the backcourt, and then you get to the payroll stuff. So had to make a tough decision, but had the opportunity to get a guy like Chris Paul really was the difference for us to make that move.
Yeah, I mean, you can hear it in there. I mean, a couple of times.
That was a nothing burger, by the way.
He references the financial side of this.
That was the biggest nothing burger there's ever been.
What do you want him to say?
Well, no, I'm not mad at it. I'm just saying, what did he say? He said, well, get better. Okay.
Yep.
You know,
opportunity to get a player like Chris Paul.
Get better. And then he's like flexibility going forward, which is exactly what I've been saying to you, that it's not about Paul and this year. It's about flexibility.
Totally.
You have more flexibility to move Chris Paul's expiring than you have to move Jordan Poole's existing contract as it's written out. So to me, it's, get better. What he means, I think, is get more efficient at certain points in the game. You've got a more efficient player who's a little bit more trustworthy with the basketball in his hands. But that's just generic. The flexibility going forward is the reason they made this move.
100%. Well, in terms of at least the fact that they wanted somebody who was on a one-year deal. Look, I said this a week ago. Based on conversations that I have had with folks in the Warrior organization, without going into the full details because they can get a little bit hard to follow, this is all you need to know. If Jordan Poole is still on the Warriors next year, then Klay Thompson's not at the end of the year. There's no way that they're going to have Jordan's contract and Wiggins' contract and Steph's contract and Draymond's contract and then go spend what they need to spend in order to keep Klay. So you can look at it that way if you want. You would have to choose. If Jordan Poole stays, Klay Thompson goes. And some of you might have been okay with that. I personally wouldn't be. And that's the choice the Warriors made. And that is part of the flexibility that we're talking about right here.
Yeah. And also, I think Jordan had all these players evolved. They either evolved in a positive way or a negative way. He'd evolved in a negative way. He was not getting better defensively. If anything, he was getting worse. He was showing disinterest on the defensive end. He's half a player. And then really when push came to shove, that Lakers series was all the illustration that you needed. He went to the line 4 times in the entire series, 4 free throw attempts. His game should be beat my man off the dribble, get fouled, go to the line, make 94%. That should be the value in his game. Instead, where is he? He's fallen in love with heat check, deep threes, trying to be Steph Curry when he's shooting 25% from 3 in the playoffs, 32% in the regular season, and that's not his game. And he doesn't want to take the punishment physically going to the hole. And he's got a horrible relationship with the officials, the guys who send you or don't to the line. That's a broken player. I think they were you got to feel good by what they were able to salvage. And I think Warrior fans will feel good once they see the Warriors pivot off of Paul to the next move.
One more from Mike Dunleavy Jr. on why they like the, here's your word, fit.
I think in terms of his fit, the one thing we thought about was winning. Chris brings that. Go down the line of things that he does well. Starts with winning, then it goes to winning, and then after that it's winning, and there's a few other things he does really well. So in terms of how it's all going to work out, how it's going to fit, I just see a guy that every organization he's gone to, he's made better. He's left that team in a better situation. So even at 38 years old, 18 seasons in the league, we still think he can do that. And so we're excited about it. Just to add his experience, his leadership, his toughness. He's a guy that's played multiple different systems, different coaches, and he's thrived in all of them. So we feel really good about it. I know Chris spoke yesterday, so I know he's excited. So it's a good thing for the Warriors.
This is going to stay generic again as well. Why is he a good fit? Because he's a winner and because he's good.
I mean, he could have expanded on it. I think,
but he's not going to answer like rotational questions in July.
Right. Well, I mean, one of the things that I think he gives the Warriors is I think the Warriors are a team, for the most part, that plays good and with poise as the shot clock's winding down. They don't mind taking a shot. They can run their offense and use a big portion of the shot clock. Paul plays the same way. He can absolutely hit dagger shot after dagger shot in that mid-range with the shoulders squared with 2 on the clock, and it doesn't bother him. And so I think in some ways that really fits that aspect of what the Warriors do well.
Their assistant GM, Larry Harris, is an hour away. More of your phone calls coming up on this, 888-957-9570. Larry is in for Dibs. We're sponsored by Cars.com, and it's Willard and Dibs.
Oh, that's the sound of...
The bet is in, Larry. The bet is in. We're going with Luis Robert to win.
White Sox, future Giant, maybe?
Aren't they all? Aren't they all?
I could see the White Sox and the Giants hooking up. Giolito and Luis Robert, maybe Marco Luciano. Would you make that move?
Oh, my gosh. You're getting aggressive. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
That'd be a big deal. You think something like that could happen at the deadline?
I think the White Sox and the Cardinals are the two teams to really look for to kind of maybe blow it up. And the Giants, I think Farhan is in that mode to buy and sell. And
always,
I mean, he's look at the J.D. Davis move last year.
Great trade.
They're not going to go buy and give away the farm wholeheartedly. But if there's a prospect that's valued higher than they have valued, I think they would make that move. I could see him. I feel really good. I don't know about you, but I feel really, really good about Farhan going into these deadlines. I just feel like he's got a good handle on it.
He's done very well. His track record is very, very good. I just think, I'm with you that anything's on the table. I don't think they'll do anything that would feel like they are preventing.
No rental.
Well, they're not going to prevent themselves, though, from winning this year. They're not going to give anyone away.
No, I don't think so.
One thing, we were talking about the Trent Williams idea. Like, go tell Trent Williams that, we're going to we're going to try this experiment out at quarterback. You can't walk into a clubhouse that's 49-41 and holding a playoff spot right now here at the break. You cannot walk into that clubhouse and say, we gave away Alex Cobb for 2 single-A players we really like.
Yeah.
They would revolt.
Well, at least it would have to be piggybacked with Kyle Harrison has been, he's been inconsistent at AAA. If he was mowing them at AAA and Wisenhunt's mowing and these guys you have to create room for them, I think the veterans, let's just say this, getting rid of Alex Cobb, I don't think would be viewed like getting rid of a great, Trent Williams or something like that. But I agree. It's unlikely to happen. I think they'll be in more of an ad mode. But I bet you anything they'll move somebody off their roster, or a couple of somebodies off their roster. May not be Alex Cobb, but somebody will move.
I will say briefly, and we'll get back to your phone calls on this here in just a second here, 888-957-9570, Larry Harrison, an hour. I will say this, because I know it's where everyone's brain goes to a degree with the deadline. I think any team that acquires Shohei Ohtani is moronic. I would not do that here at the deadline for any reason, any way, no how. I have no idea why anybody would even attempt to do that based on what it would cost in order to acquire him. I know most people's answer would be like, because you're trying to win the World Series. Right. In baseball, one player obviously does not guarantee you a dang thing. Does it make it a little bit more likely? Sure. But I am so much more focused on the larger prize. I don't know why I would be giving up top prospects for 9 weeks of Shohei when you're going to have the opportunity for 9 years of Shohei coming up here in just a few months. And wouldn't Shohei, if he's going to join your team, wouldn't he want the farm system intact if he's about to sign there?
What if though there's what if some owner has already put a mandate to a regime, a GM and a manager, hey, look, we're looking for October or probably going in a different direction. So, yeah, I get you. Why would you give away assets that are going to help you attract said free agent in 2 months to go to the playoffs this year? But what if you feel like you're not going to have the job in a couple months and there was a deal that you could make? It's also about what's the price tag. Are the Angels realistic? And the other thing is, the Dodgers are sitting there. The Angels are sitting there. Is he willing to come here? Is he not willing to come here? It would all be about the price tag. If you felt like you had a prospect that you felt was not going to make it, and that's all it was going to take, one premier prospect,
my premise,
then maybe do it.
My premise would be that there's no way the Angels would do that. The Angels, based on what I'm hearing, they think they've got a shot at signing Shohei long term. What a PR disaster if they trade Shohei right before free agency and they get just kind of like, whatever in return. Like, I would think you would need to wow them. And I just don't know why you would wow them for, like I said, for 9 weeks of Shohei. Like, I would be calling Shohei right now, and I would be saying things like, look, we're all about you. we're all about you. And in fact, we would give up the farm right now to bring you in if you think that would help us re-sign you in the winter. But don't you think you'd rather have prospect A, B, and C on this team? Because if you're going to be with us for the next 10 years, we think that they can be teammates of yours here pretty soon.
Right.
I'd be making that phone call right now to Shohei's representatives.
Right. I would actually consider moving some, like if you have a Reggie Crawford, who's supposedly a two-way player of note, but he's multiple years away.
Sure.
And
last year's first-round pick.
You could go and move a guy like that for, as a centerpiece for like a Juan Soto, and now you could potentially attract Shohei to come here because you made the playoffs and you have Juan Soto, and it's not about, we got this guy in Eugene having Juan Soto in the present might be a lot more attractive to, because that reflects literal protection in the lineup as opposed to, Reggie Crawford, who might be something in 2026, and that's a lot more speculative to, you'll be backed up in the lineup by Reggie Crawford, Shohei. Yeah, if he conquers Double-A in 3 years from now. You see what I'm saying?
That I totally see what you're saying. I mean, I look at this in terms of the Angels are not going to do this without it being a massive, massive haul, even though they've got, they got a losing record now. Like,
I agree.
They're
and they're not going to trim the Dodgers either.
Oh gosh, no. Can you?
Artie would just there's no way. The other one that I saw was Jock Peterson to the Yankees for William Warren, who's a righty that's another on the verge of breaking through to the major leagues, AAA righty, and Estevan Florial, who's a young Dominican outfielder who's really coming of age. That would, I'm open-minded to Farhan's flexibility because they can't offer Jock Peterson anything at the end of the year because they redid his deal this year. So he's just walking at the end of the year, most likely.
Yeah. The thing about them, like
the Yankees supposedly want him.
They're not going to tell you much, but they're also going to signal generalities. This is what I've noticed about Farhan Zaidi. They're not going to tell you details.
Though he did tell me William Bednar before the amateur draft last year. I said, do you have any players that you liked? He gave a kind of a word salad long answer, but he said Will Bednar in the answer, and then they took Will Bednar.
Well, that's different. I'm talking about trades.
He was toying with me that day.
Isn't he always? He signaled over the weekend, we're not as focused on starting pitchers.
I saw that.
We are focused on getting more offensive production out of our middle infield, which, especially with Tyro out, has been a problem in recent weeks. And I think they're going to give the guys who are currently there a chance to show that they can do it. And if they can't do it in the next couple of weeks, then there might be a move there. Like,
who would that be? Tommy Edman or somebody?
No idea. But I don't expect, like the year they got Chris Bryant, you could kind of feel he was open to a big name and potentially a couple guys in the top 15 prospect list, which is what they did. I don't feel that this year. I don't think you're going to get a headline deal from the Giants this year.
They're not moving Wisenhunt or Harrison or those guys.
I think they'd be stupid to do that, don't you?
Well, unless they thought, like, to me, Luciano's the one guy. Because why? Because you got right now Casey Schmidt, probably your third baseman of the future. It sounds like Luciano no longer is going to profile defensively as a shortstop,
but he might be the future third baseman, or he might be a left fielder.
Yeah, he could be a left fielder. He could be a DH, and he's also had back problems. I mean, if you just felt like, hey, Baseball America thinks that Luciano's a one, and we see all kinds of problems, but we could get Juan Soto. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see what the Padres do. Do they sell? It doesn't sound like they're going to.
I don't think they will.
Are the Mets going to sell? I don't think they want to. Are the Cubs going to sell? I don't think they want to. So the Cardinals are going to sell. The White Sox are going to sell. But to me, the next couple of weeks will be really interesting to see who is actually going to be real at the deadline and say, you know what? We got no shot. We're selling.
Less than an hour away, Assistant General Manager of the Warriors, Larry Harris, is going to join us on the show. Also in the 5 o'clock hour, that is when we are going to dive in with our version of the All-Star Week blowout here on 95.7 The Game. Again, I think you know by now, it's every show every day, all week long, a fantastic prize. We will let you know the moment to call in the 5 o'clock hour. We will offer you, once you call in, we answer your call. We ask you a question about something you heard on the show today. If you've got the right answer, then you spit out a number. We open the envelope. I'll show Twitch and YouTube right now. The envelopes are sitting right here next to me. Okay? You spit out the number. We open the envelope. Bang! You get a fabulous prize, which could be a gift card to Buon Vino, gift card to Alexander Steakhouse. You could go see Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan. You could end up seeing Aerosmith. You could end up at a Warrior game. You could get a Klay Thompson signed jersey. You're in the hopper immediately for a Steph Curry signed jersey. You could get memberships and classes at Evolve Training Center. There's all kinds of stuff on the table. It's all high level, high end. You could end up playing golf with us.
Could you get nothing? Could you get like the No, you picked.
Gosh, yes, we
you
do
picked
have
number
one
7.
envelope that has a donkey in it. Yes.
That would just be awesome.
That's my yes.
Sorry. Sorry. You get a red Sharpie out of my bag.
You've won a Krug Show T-shirt. Oh, sorry. No,
these are collector's items.
They are except for there's a lot of them.
Yeah.
You might have done with your T-shirts what baseball cards in the '80s did. You might have overdone it. How many of those did you have made?
Like 400.
400.
Yeah, 400.
That's a lot of T-shirts.
I know. It's a lot. You telling me?
You know a lot of people. Yeah, a lot of people who like to work out or whatever. It's the only thing I do in T-shirts like that.
I gave one to my father-in-law yesterday.
Did he go work out?
Yeah. I just said, "Hey, here you go." Went to my brother's on the 4th of July. Here you go. Here you go, big guy. I'm just throwing them around.
Did you tell Guru to wear that today? Or
no.
Did he know you were coming in?
He may have known.
I think
he may have
might
known.
Have been it. Yeah, he was trying to give you a little something there.
Guru wears it well.
Yeah, he does. Well, especially now with the soda diet, like that thing. You might need to go get him a different size.
I know.
Pretty soon. Man, Bonte's getting little. You see him today?
No.
I don't know if it's just coming off the holiday week, and I've kind of been in that Hawaiian haze. But he's
leaning out.
He did a video with Guru today. I'm like, damn, where's Bonte? He left like almost half of him at home.
So I would think Bonte would be a kind of an XL shirt, but you're saying he's maybe a large?
Well, I mean, he's still
like in your territory
still a very
now.
tall human being now.
Okay.
Bonte is the tallest.
Long torso.
Yeah, he is. He's a solid 6'4" at least, right?
Right.
So he's not wearing, you don't do a medium or a small when you're that size.
That's true. I didn't even order any mediums.
Slimming down, man.
I ordered large XL, double XL.
No mediums?
No mediums.
What would Dwight Howard wear if he gets one?
Yeah, exactly. Dwight says he's still thinking about coming to the Warriors.
Did you see that Dwight Howard video over the weekend? Guru sent this to me. Did you see the one where he's just like grinding on his 9-year-old kid on the treadmill, screaming at him? You got to keep doing it. You got to keep doing it. The kid's crying. It's really uncomfortable.
No.
And it sparks that debate. Are you
pushing your kid too hard?
Is this somewhere between abusive and you're building a warrior? You'll get all the opinions, good, bad, somewhere in between, but it's an uncomfortable watch.
I push my older kid a little bit I don't want to say too.
Stand over him on a treadmill?
No. But I mean, I pushed him definitely in sports. And then when I have my second son and my third son, I'm just like, I'm just going to go.
Oh, dude.
I'm going to go to the games. I'm never going to push them at all.
My 9-year-old is still learning to swim. I'm just like, whatever, brother. We'll get there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Seriously.
Here's a floaty. Let's go have a
right,
good
yeah.
We're good.
Right.
Yeah, you run out of energy. Let's just be honest.
And also
you got nothing left over here.
And then you see that, you know what, in reality, the people who actually, don't live vicariously through your kid. Just introduce them to the sports, and then just go to the games.
Exactly.
I don't even talk to my kid about the games anymore.
I don't even talk to my kid.
Seriously, I got my kid who's 17 who's playing against 19-year-olds this summer. Yeah. He's playing up in baseball, and he pitched at St. Mary's a couple weeks ago.
Okay,
and he's pitching against 19-year-old kids who look almost like guys who could play for the Giants.
Right,
and he threw a shutout inning, but it's like. I try not too much when he does well, nothing when he does bad. I'm just there. I'm just going to be there, and I'm not going to talk.
Yeah.
I talk enough here.
Abe shot a 75 in a golf tournament.
Did he
a couple
really?
of weeks ago, and
Awesome.
I just moved on with life. I didn't. Whatever, man.
So you're joking.
I'm totally kidding.
Yeah.
I was like that scorecard's going on Instagram right now. right now.
But then if he comes back tomorrow with a 103, you're not going to sit there and berate him?
Oh, no dinner. No dinner.
Yeah.
No dinner. 103? Are you crazy? Would you play twice?
That's no son of mine. No son of mine, damn it.
He wouldn't shoot a 103, though. Anyway, let's go to Steve in the city. You're on with Willard, and Larry Krueger is here. Hey, Steve, what are you doing?
Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
I'm actually here in the grocery store doing a little shopping before getting home, cooking up dinner.
There you go.
Out of bed.
I wanted to bring up, and I don't know, I haven't heard anyone mention it yet, but Chris Paul has got to kind of jump into the Andre Iguodala shoes. Andre was a starter. He was an MVP for finals, I think. And, maybe they need to have a little bit of a sit down and figure it out. But here's the other take that I want to mention, and that is you take out kind of the edge that Chris Paul had, in his retort, and he's right. It is the coach's decision of what is going to happen. And, yeah, we all see him being that leader for the second team, but who knows what happens in camp? Who knows what happens? Someone goes down, someone gets injured, and all of a sudden he's got to step up into the starting five. We want to leave that decision occur and let the team sort itself out. He is a great fit for the team, and I think he's going to be a great fit for the second team. But I see where his response was factually okay.
It was totally fine.
I feel you on that, Steve. I guess my response would be with this. I'm hopeful that what you're saying is absolutely right. I think a part of what the questioning was trying to get to was finding out if Chris Paul would be okay with if Steve Kerr does say blank. If Steve Kerr does decide, yeah, you're coming off the bench, how do you feel about that, Chris? Because let's not act like high-level players in the NBA don't have a say. Like, we literally call LeBron the GM. We've all admitted that Jordan Poole is still on the team if Steph, Clay, and Dre wanted him to be. Like, we know the power that the $40 to $50 million NBA player has. And I know Chris is a little bit below that now, but he's been that. He's been that for a long time. And so it is relevant to find out if you're okay with a role change, especially when you've never had in an 18-year career.
But, just to push back a little bit, some of the traits that you absolutely have to survive in this incredibly competitive endeavor are the kinds of traits that you're asking him not to have at this point. So it's like, I remember working out some corners, and the guy that we were there working them out with was like, man, this guy's just incredibly cocky. I'm like, yeah, that's what it takes to play corner in the NFL. I need incredibly cocky. If you're not incredibly cocky, I'm kind of a little bit concerned. That is normal. Incredibly cocky NFL corners is exactly what you want. You get an NFL corner who's kind of sheep. I don't know. I'm not really sure if I can cover that guy. I don't know. I think he's got to walk out there and think that I ain't getting beat. My ass doesn't stink. I'm the guy. I'm the man. That's what it takes.
You're completely right. There's a reason that corners and wide receivers, for the most part, there are exceptions, but for the most part,
they got a lot of belief.
They're all cut from the same cloth. They're out there trash talking. They're on an island with one another. It's mano a mano. Who's faster? Who's cutting harder? Who can stay with who? You're 100% right, and I would expect that there are 12 point guards in the NBA who all think they're the best point guard in the NBA. They might even think they're the best point guard in the history of the NBA, and we'll call them delusional, yet they could not succeed at their level if they didn't have that thread. So I'm not asking Chris to change. I'm just believing that the best thing for the Warriors is for his role to change. And so
to the bench role.
Yeah, that's the conundrum. Like, how do you, and the world does this to all of us at one time or another in our lives. Like, how do you keep your swagger when the world and life and evolution start to take your swagger away? So in other words,
You switch teams.
Well, I mean, but you're
A lot of
talking about
times.
it in the athletic sense, like, right? I've watched this. We've talked about it so much with this Warriors World Tournament thing. Like, I will never play competitive basketball again. I will shoot. I will take my sons over. I am not.
I lost that horse to my kid this weekend. He's 14.
Brother, are you okay?
Seriously.
Go to the hole with that body.
Are you okay?
I even went best of 3, and then when he beat me 2 out of
Best
3.
of 39.
I went to best of 7. Seriously, I'm starting to sweat. And he's just
started getting worse.
Yeah, it was getting worse. And then he's like, "Dad, this one in your eye." You know, I was like,
Oh, gosh, with the trash talk.
Yeah, trash talking.
Oh, yeah.
14.
No,
losing in horse.
Believe me, again,
It was a bad moment.
No, I get it. And that's kind of the point. Like, I'm not playing 5-on-5 anymore because my body will scream at me, and I will then see a doctor, and I'll have some sort of a cast.
Your girlfriend will be driving you to the studio because you blew out your Achilles.
And she'll be ticked because she's going to have to do X, Y, and Z now that I can't do. Like,
Right.
I'm not doing that anymore. So how do you keep your swag when the world and your life and your body are like, you probably shouldn't have that much swag anymore? That's kind of what I'm asking. I think that's a more sort of eclectic way of asking Chris Paul the question we're all trying to get an answer to. Like, we want you to keep your swag, but you do realize you're 38 and you're joining the Warriors, right?
This
That's
soundbite
different than joining the Thunder.
This soundbite, totally. This soundbite shouldn't bother people. The soundbite that should bother people, and you guys have Kerr on a regular basis in Afternoon Drive on 95.7 The Game. When you have Kerr on at the beginning of the season, and you're doing the first interview of Kerr, and you start talking about, or in the preseason, and you start talking about Chris Paul coming off the bench, and he's like, can't broach it, can't even address it, that's when we all need to be concerned.
Okay.
Don't you agree? I mean, at that point, then he's like, uh-oh, I've had this conversation with Chris. This is not, he can't accept it.
Look.
So we're all gonna tiptoe around him because he so much can't accept it. It's gonna blow up our entire chemistry. So that will be an issue. Then I think we ought to then have open lines. What the heck's going on here? What's the game plan? How's this gonna work? Right now, it's just like he got asked a question and he didn't like the phrasing and he kind of sparred with it.
You just said the phrase that was popping in my head, which is tiptoe around. And I would think that if we asked Warrior fans right now, do you feel the organization tiptoes around Draymond Green? I think most would say yes.
Probably.
Do they tiptoe around Steph Curry? And most would say yes, and they should. And so you're asking the next question. Okay, Clay, do you tiptoe around Clay?
Definitely Kerr does.
I think to a degree they have, although this year started to change that based on some conversations behind the scenes that we know about. And then lastly, are you going to tiptoe around Chris Paul? And if you do, yeah, that's troubling. I'm with you.
Yeah,
I'm with you
that
completely.
will be a bad indicator of they made a run at communication and it was like a non-starter. And then it's like everybody's looking at their watch to when can they part ways.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Is the Chris Paul ego, obvious as it is that a problem or not? 888-957-9570 is the number, and Warriors assistant GM Larry Harris going to join us in just over a half hour. And don't forget, we are moving toward our prize today, this show on the All-Star Week Blowout on 95.7 The Game. Larry's in for dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
If new Heineken Silver was at the invasion of Troy. Oh my, the Greeks sent us a big wooden horse.
Oh no, it's full of armed and angry.
fully feel like the reaction is rational to do two things, which is, this is one of the things I don't love about Chris Paul. And then the second thing is, boy, like I could see a clash of egos. Like that's on the table as a possibility this year. I think it's kind of crazy to think that that's not on the table, to be honest with you.
Egos are, that's the beauty of Kerr, I think, is that Kerr this would probably be the exception this year. But generally, what is Steve do really, really well? He was a bench player and a very good one at that. And he brings the team along from A to Z, and they get to the playoffs intact. So many teams in the NBA fracture along the way, and his teams, for the most part, don't. It was actually one of the reasons I loved Sacramento this year to be much improved, because I knew Mike Brown was cut from the same cloth, and that he wasn't. Sacramento's had all these. They've had some talent sometimes, but they've always fractured. This guy hates that guy. Somebody's going off on some media member or whatever. They've had some fracture in the middle of their season. I knew Mike was going to keep that group all together all the way to the finish line. And that's what Steve does too. And he does it expertly. This year, the challenges were great.
I think that is actually one of the number one roles for an NBA coach of a team that has either won championships or has a lot of max players. You know what I mean? Like Phil Jackson, that was the whole deal. The whole deal was managing egos.
And the NBA is crazy. It's a crazy world.
Gosh,
and there's a lot of crazy things that happen that you would never, ever bubble to the surface, that we get of the 15 or 20 wildest things that probably happened in the last few years. Maybe we know about 2 of them, 3 of them, maybe.
I agree. Yeah, we know very little. And boy, would I love to have been a fly on the wall as this came together. Because I can you could just feel it. You can feel it. I love sometimes, and I'm one of them, okay? I'm just a fan too. But we get so gullible sometimes with what we'll buy on the back end. And, we want to do. Chris Paul makes us better, and
they targeted him for months.
We just think this is the perfect fit. It's like, oh my goodness.
Right.
I bet stuff was getting thrown off the wall the whole year. It is my belief that many phone calls were made and multiple other NBA teams said, we don't want Jordan Poole.
Right.
No.
At that figure?
With everything that just happened there, we don't want that. We do not want the guy who effectively ticked off a bunch of veterans. One of them went totally haywire on him in an inappropriate way, and they never got over it. He's shrunk in the playoffs 2 years in a row and has a topsy-turvy nature in terms of what he's doing on the court and whether it's dynamic and effective or completely harebrained. Like, that's Jordan Poole. And so the majority of the league's like, yeah.
They can see what I can see, what you can see, is that if there was no such thing as that punch, never happened, you're still looking at a player who really his game is he's got quickness with the ball in his hands. He can beat you off the dribble, draw fouls, and go to the line. Oh, but wait a second. He doesn't know how to draw fouls. Oh, but wait a second. He doesn't like contact. Oh, but wait a second. The officials, and him have a horrendous relationship, and then he gets caught like pouting at them as the play's continuing when he doesn't get calls. And that's, to me, his relationship with officials is vital for his game. That's a vital component of his game. And that is something that whether he's here, Washington, or somewhere else, if he's ever really going to really maximize, he's a 94% free throw shooter when he's on his game. That means he's got to go to the line regularly, in mass. He's got to learn how to draw fouls. He's got to be okay with the contact, and he's got to have a much better relationship with the officials. Otherwise, he's leaving points on the floor.
A few things before we continue our chat here. 888-957-9570 is the number. You're welcome to weigh in. Speaking of those phone lines, please do not call on this front right now, but I will let you know that in exactly 15 minutes, we will set the table for our All-Star Week blowout here on 95.7 The Game, which, as I think most of you know by now, every show, every day this week. Morning show, Bonte Joe, Steiny Goo, Willard and Dibbs, which will be Larry today, and Styles for the rest of the week. Every single one of those 15 shows are going to give away an unbelievable prize. And I'm telling you, a lot of great stuff is still on the table. I'm looking at the list right now. Tickets to see Seinfeld, Jim Gaffigan, gold-blooded T-shirts, Klay Thompson signed jersey, Warriors tickets on the table, private classes courtesy of Evolve Training Center, private jiu-jitsu or self-defense or boxing or Muay Thai, or 1-month memberships to Evolve Training Center, gift cards, big ones, to Alexander Steakhouse, and tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay at SAP Center, gift cards to Buon Vino and Walnut Creek where we had our Warrior Summit. That is all sitting here in these envelopes right here that I'm holding up. And in exactly 14 minutes, we'll give you the cue to call. You get all set up on the line. And then we're going to go to you. We'll have a question for you about something that happened on today's show. The first person to get it right gets to scream out a number and win one of these prizes. That's how it works every show, every day this week.
Good luck to all. Maybe you'll get season tickets or entry fee to Cobra Kai, or what did you say it was?
Yeah, Cobra Kai. Hip Hop Made the Bay.
Oh, okay.
Cobra Kai. Get out of here with that. Yeah, so that's how it's going to work, okay? And so be right where you are, and hopefully you have been part of our faithful audience listening for every minute of the entire show so that you will be able to answer our quirky little question that we're going to have for you.
510's got a great text line question. He says, next time Steve Kerr is on 95.7 The Game, can you ask him how he got past getting punched by MJ? That would be a very interesting answer.
I'm pretty sure he got asked that back when this initially happened. I do remember that at least coming up in conversation with Steve Kerr.
I bet you MJ had all kinds of respect for him. Usually, I mean, the fact that he even stood up to MJ.
Well, I do feel like what we think we know about these two situations are pretty different. And obviously, we were pretty young when the whole Michael Jordan, Steve Kerr thing happened, but there's something to be said for the fact that it's Michael Jordan. That doesn't
we didn't see it.
Yeah, that doesn't make it okay.
What if we had seen it?
But we tend to brush a shoulder off about it when it's the quote unquote greatest who's ever lived. This was unfortunately on brand for the biggest instigator the NBA knows right now, even though we love him in Draymond Green. But this felt, I guess there's two kinds of physical violence between teammates or friends. And one of it is when something just spills over in the moment. And the other one is when a buildup of something actually bad finally hits its apex. Those are two different things. When something is just like snap reaction, I snapped, I'm sorry, we out. That's different than we are actually having a big relationship problem and I just took it to a really bad level. That's what I think happened with the Warriors. And I think the former is what happened with the Bulls.
Yeah, I mean, we could wildly speculate. But the reality is you think because maybe you saw the image. It's kind of, but just because you saw an image doesn't mean you know what was going on there. Even if you saw an image and even if you heard guys interviewed, you still don't know what went into it.
No, I don't go based on the image or the interviews. I go based on all the other behavior that I watched throughout the year,
right.
Which was Draymond walking off the floor and Steph throwing mouthpieces and Klay doing interviews and Steve Kerr talking about players who need to be all for a common goal, and then the Warriors shipping Jordan Poole out for a 38-year-old. I think when you add all of that up, I think the Warriors had a relationship problem with Jordan Poole.
Well, none of that. How about Kerr and Draymond going on the podcast together?
Exactly.
And, though a lot of people deduced that Jonathan Kuminga was going to be shown the door in that situation, and I think he's was probably highly coveted from a number of teams around the league, and yet he still remains.
Yeah, I think that relationship that one's very, very different. I think that one's just trying to get Jonathan coming along to a place where they want him to be. I think there's still some belief in him, and obviously there wasn't a personal issue. That's the other thing. Like, if there's one thing looking back on this, and a reminder that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. When I look back on this, do you remember the questions we asked at the time? We look back on it and we asked, is this something, and we usually almost did this to a man, like, if someone did that to you, would you be able to get over it? And we asked that question, like, are the Warriors going to be able to get over this? And most of us go, look, in the moment, this is tough. It's going to take a little while, but they're professionals and there's a lot at stake. And yes, they're going to get over it. And I look back on it and I go, they never did. They never did. And the evidence being that the second this trade went down, Jordan Poole unfollows everybody across the board and now will not even speak the Warriors' name as he meets with reporters. I get it. I'm not criticizing him for it, but that's all I need to see. Like, no, they did not get over it.
What did you? Well, and maybe because it was public. If it was private, maybe it could have been gotten by. Maybe they could have moved beyond it. What do you think of Curry's little kind of co-message to Jordan and to CP3 last week? One, it was bizarre that it was in the same message. Thought that was kind of bizarre. But then also, it's like, come on, man, it doesn't. I mean, that to me kind of played disingenuous, like, because nothing. Jordan Poole would not be gone if Steph Curry really didn't sign off on it on some level. So this whole, like, hey, man, I love you, that thing kind of played like BS to me.
I wish you were here on Friday, because we did a whole show on just that. We did a whole show on that. I feel the exact same way. It's no criticism of Steph. I get why he did it. It's on brand for him. I think he felt like that was the leadership thing to do, the classy thing to do. That's always the choice that he makes. And I think that that's great. But in a general sense, not even just Steph doing a message, but the Warriors organization, with all the thank you Jordan Poole stuff, it's hard to watch. It's hard because it's like you guys, you couldn't wait to get him out of there. And from my belief / understanding, everybody at a high level with the Warriors wanted Jordan gone. And they got him out of there as quickly as possible, and for, quite frankly, very little return in terms of assets.
Maybe the least return. Has anybody ever traded a 20-point scorer in the NBA who's 24 for a 38-year-old ever?
I would imagine no. I mean, there are not that many 38-year-olds that even play in the NBA.
Right. I would say it's probably never happened before.
So when you have all that, and then on the back end of it, it's like, man, we love you and thank you so much. I just looked at it and I went, boy, if I were Jordan and I watched
I would have called that out.
Bleep you guys.
Yeah. I would have called it out,
Jordan
too.
Poole.
Yeah.
And Jordan is he has taken the quieter, some would say high road on all of this stuff. If you really think about it, go all the way back to the beginning. He has never, ever, ever wanted to talk about this. And that's his right.
Have you ever gotten into a fight with somebody that was a friend and they because I did. I got into a fight with a guy who we were teammates, we were friends, and we got into a pretty good fist fight, and we became closer friends after that.
Sure.
We got beyond it. It was like we became really good friends, and we're friends to this day.
I don't get into a whole, was this like a fist fight?
Yeah, fist fight.
Yeah, I don't do a whole lot of those. That's really not my jam. I mean, I'll probably only. But
even as a kid, you played sports.
Sure.
I mean, you get into it sometimes.
Sure. Throwing blows like a couple times in my life, to be honest with you. I'm just not really into it. But like that's not a killer to a relationship. But again, that's what I mean. It depends. If you got a strong relationship and two people just get mad in a moment, versus we've got a relationship that's careening out of control and now someone really lost it and snapped because of the poor relationship, those are two totally different things. And I really think that that's what happened to the Warriors.
And you mix in the public knowing in a very public arena, you know what I mean? It changes the dynamic. It's not like two high school teammates throwing blows.
We'll let you hear it again for those of you who are just joining us here in our 5 o'clock hour. Chris Paul, the first voice is that of Kendra Andrews, working for ESPN and covering the Warriors. Has a question for Chris Paul about coming off the bench.
You'd be coming off the bench playing with the second unit that's a lot younger than the Warriors of the past have been with JK and Moses. Just what do you think of their depth, their bench players that you might be playing alongside?
You coaching? Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what the situation is going to be yet. You know what I mean? So I think that'll be for us to figure out once we get going.
You've never come off the bench in your entire career. Is that something that you'd be willing to do?
Like I said, it'll be a conversation for us when camp starts or whatnot. But me and Steve have talked or whatnot. But that ain't something that you be like, "What up, man? Where you starting? You coming up?" You know what I mean? So I think we'll figure all that stuff out in camp.
Do you know what's interesting? We focused so much on Kendra in the first part of this.
The second question was very direct
and not answered.
Right.
And easily could have been / should have been.
Right. It should have been, and like it should have been also followed up with, you obviously don't want to talk about it. You know, I mean, somebody could have, at least called that out.
I mean, all you got to do when
that's pretty obvious.
Yeah, when you say you've never done it, would you be willing to? And he goes, obviously, that's going to be something that comes up in camp. But would you be willing to?
Right.
If that's
Follow
the
up.
choice,
right?
Would you be again, hypothetical, Chris? Would you be willing to? I'd love that answer. And I think it's a relevant answer.
Yeah.
A lot of people are, the reporters did wrong here. You can have arguments with the word choice and how it started or whatever, but the subject matter that was brought up to Chris is completely fair. It is completely relevant. It is exactly what all of us were talking about the day the trade was announced.
And you can tell he's got an issue with it, because if you don't have an issue with it, you're like, hey, man, I'm all about the W. I'm all about the W. I don't care, I don't care when I play, how I play. I'm not the coach. Let the coach decide. We'll discuss it, I'm sure, but I'm all about the W. You could at least say, hey, you guys don't know me, but this is what I'm about. And in a way, you're kind of taking the high road and evading the question and kind of giving your, hey, state of the state. I know you guys don't know me that well, but I'm all about the win. That's all.
Do you realize how far that would have gone with this fan base? Think about that.
And
again, I don't love doing this to sports figures, even though I think inevitably it happens on sports radio a lot. I don't love he said this, but he should have said that. Well, no, be you. Say what comes out of your mind. That's fine. That's how we get to know who you actually are. But I wonder if he realizes how far, with the relationship he's had with the Warrior fan base to this point in his career, do you know how far it would have gone if he had just been like, look, I mean, this is a great team. I think we can win this thing, and I'm here to do whatever helps us do that.
Right.
That would have gone so far with everybody. It's so simple. But, he wasn't feeling that in that moment. So that's his prerogative.
Well, and it takes a lot of personal pride to probably get to be the player that he is, and he's not. This is also kind of like, hey, this is a totally new role for him, and one that he's totally not familiar with. And I think we should give him a wide berth to be able to take some time to accept it, because it is a demotion, if you want to call it that. I mean, obviously it's Steph Curry, but it is you mentioned it matters, right? Starting, finishing, it obviously matters. We can say it doesn't. We can diminish it, minimize it, whatever, but it obviously matters on some level. And, there's a way to get beyond it. But, to me, I'm not concerned as a Warrior fan about their chemistry based on that question and that answer. But if you guys have Kerr on this show in around, late September or early November or late October or whatever, right before the season starts, and Kerr's like, I can't answer that question, or clearly indicates that this question will not be answered.
Wow.
Then that means that it's a problem, and it's probably like the elephant in the corner of the room, kind of a problem.
I also think that when people say, hey, don't worry about who's starting, it matters who finishes. What is that finishing lineup that everybody's excited about? Like, Chris Paul's got to be in it, and if Chris Paul and Steph Curry and Klay Thompson are in it, how's that look defensively?
Yeah.
Just
it's matchup based. I mean,
just because he's Chris doesn't mean that makes a good finishing lineup. It's a great player. It's a great player, but they've already got pretty good guards. So, it'll be fascinating for sure. More questions about this subject and much more with Larry Harris, Assistant General Manager for the Warriors, going to join us here in exactly 10 minutes. So make sure you're ready for that. But right now, Lucas, release the hounds. Here we go. The lines are open, and it is time for the All-Star Week blowout for this show, Willard and Dibs, for day one, Monday. So this is the third giveaway that we're doing today. Bonte and Joe did theirs. Steiny and Goo did theirs. Here we go. If you've been listening to the entire
Very
show.
exciting moment. Very exciting.
888-957-9570. Get on the lines right now. And once you are in position, we will go to you. We will ask a question from today's show. If you get it right, then you will call out an envelope number. We will find out what prize you win. And again, you get to do this. If you don't win today, or if you're just hearing about it for the first time, you get to do this during every show all week long. Bonte and Joe, the roast, Steiny and Goo, Willard and Dibs, all week long. There will not be one show that is not giving away a fabulous prize.
And do not dodge the question, whatever you do.
You can't.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
No dodging.
No. Do not say, like if we were to ask you, what shirt is Krug wearing? Well, we will see what shirt he's wearing in training camp, and we will figure it out then. You do not get to do that. You do not get to Jordan Poole the question.
Right. You got to answer.
He called, and I get why he doesn't. It's just like, don't want to split hairs here, but Jordan Poole and Kyle Kuzma, which he referred to as a great duo.
Maybe Kuzma will buy him a big sweater.
I mean, how good, air quotes, are the Wizards going to actually be this year?
Oh, that's a tire fire, man.
Dude. Right?
That is a tire fire.
Don't.
Have you seen Kuzma's big sweaters, by the way?
I have.
I mean, that's just a horrendous look.
I've already made a promise. I'm not going to get triggered if Jordan averages 26 a game this year, especially if they only win 26 games. Like, that's just whatever, man. Go ahead.
Oh, he's going to go off.
Score your
Come
points.
on, he's going to score a ton of points.
All right. Let's get out to the phones at 888-957-9570. And we have a question from our show. Let's start with Daniel in Oakland. Daniel, you are the one who got in first. Hello and welcome to the show. How you doing tonight?
I'm good.
All right.
Well,
here is the question. And if you know the answer, you are the winner. But step one is knowing the answer to this question. Earlier in the show today, both Larry and I, we both have dogs that go by the same name, Penny. And we both mentioned that there's one vegetable that they will both eat. What is that vegetable?
Carrot.
Bang! Right out of the gate.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Daniel.
This guy's a
Daniel,
big time fan.
Yeah. Have you just been sitting there all day like a crazy person?
I like how closely you listen.
I was actually listening to you guys at the gym.
Very, very excited. Did you get your workout on, like treadmill, or was it arm day?
It was the arm and chest thing.
Oh, look at you.
Look at you.
Very, very impressive.
What are you putting up these days? What are you benching?
45s on each side.
Okay, 135.
All right, Daniel, you are officially a winner. A couple of things happen. First of all, you are qualified now for the Steph Curry signed jersey. You're automatically qualified for that. One of our 15 winners will get that as well. But you've already won a fantastic prize. You need to give us an envelope number. So please select a number 1 through 15, but do not select the numbers 7 or 11 as those have already been chosen.
All right. I'm going to go with 4.
Number 4.
I cannot believe you did that.
Why?
No, I'm just joking.
Okay. All right. There's the envelope. I'm going to hold it up to the camera on YouTube and Twitch so that everybody can see that is number 4.
That's
Larry,
4.
will you confirm that is a number 4?
I mean, it could be written a little clearer, but it's 4.
It is. Yeah, I know. Who did this? Did somebody's kid write the numbers on these envelopes? What do we got going on here?
Matt Nahagan, same
Oh,
thing.
Matt Hagan. Yeah. So the
There
answer
you
is
go.
yes.
It's a great four. It's a perfect four. That's how I always make my
really
fours.
think that the numbers are awesome. All right, Daniel, here you go. The envelope, please.
Oh, look at this. This is like the Academy Awards.
It is. It is. And the Oscar goes to... All right, Daniel.
Yeah.
You have won...
No.
You have won a Steph Curry bobblehead, a pair of tickets to Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan at Chase Center on November 3rd, and a gold-blooded Warriors shirt, and also qualified to win the Steph Curry autographed jersey. Daniel.
Look at that.
Congratulations.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
November 3rd. Yeah, stay on the line, Daniel. Don't hang up or else you will forfeit your prize because we don't know how to find you.
Okay.
Okay, so stay right there. Congratulations, Daniel. Lucas, hop in and grab Daniel. Thank you to everybody who called in. Keep trying. One prize every show, every day, all week long.
Look at that. So what did he win again? He won a Steph Curry bobblehead. He's going to Gaffigan and Seinfeld.
Pair of tickets to Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan. That's a big show at Chase Center on November 3rd. Shout out Tom Willard's birthday, my dad. And also a gold-blooded Warriors T-shirt.
Nice.
Would you like to throw in a Krug Show T-shirt?
I can.
Size medium.
I can.
I
don't have any mediums.
I've heard those are rare.
There's no such thing as a medium. No mediums involved.
Yeah, Seinfeld and Gaffigan.
I like Gaffigan.
See, now you want to know...
I'm more of a Gaffigan guy than a Seinfeld guy.
You want to know something about Jim Gaffigan? You know what Jim Gaffigan just did? Jim Gaffigan is a headliner who started his whole career, and he accepted a role on the bench, opening for Jerry Seinfeld.
Do you know what Jim Gaffigan and Larry Krueger have in common?
No, I don't.
Besides a boiler.
Yeah, both.
We both did ads for the Chrysler Pacifica.
What?
Yes.
What?
Yes. I did
What?
commercials for the Chrysler Pacifica. You hit one button, all the seats fold down. He did the same commercial.
Did he? On what scale? Who did you do the commercial for?
I did the radio version of the commercial. He did a television version of the commercial.
Wow.
The Chrysler Pacifica.
So when they were watching that on TV, they're like, they couldn't get Kruger?
I don't know.
Had to settle for Gaffigan?
But Gaffigan is hilarious.
Gaffigan is a massive headliner. He's got Netflix specials, multiple.
Yeah.
This is a bajillionaire as a comedian. And what did he do? Seinfeld called him and said, hey Gaffigan, we're both getting up there in age, and I think we could have a championship tour if you take a secondary role. And Gaffigan was like, you coaching?
He probably said, how much am I getting out of it?
And Seinfeld said, yeah, I am. And he said, okay, fine. The answer's yes.
Gaffigan, I think, might be the funnier comedian, but Seinfeld, of course, is
Seinfeld's
Seinfeld.
a bigger name.
Bigger name. Yeah.
Seinfeld, yeah, I mean, look, everybody to each their own on your style of stand-up comedy, but both of them have done quite well for themselves.
Yes, they both are doing well.
Was Gaffigan ever a guest on Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee, Seinfeld's digital show?
I don't know, but Gaffigan is terrific.
I bet he was. Yeah. So anyway, there's prize number 3 and the first prize that's not a round of golf with the hosts. That's the first time that something has been given away that's not golf with the hosts.
Now, do you get to play golf with the hosts?
Yes.
Oh, or no, such
what do you think it means?
Well, I mean,
you're gonna actually
you could ride
use us
around
as the balls or something?
I mean, I thought I heard somebody say you could ride around and watch us play, but no, you're actually playing.
Hell yeah.
How narcissistic do you think we are? A free opportunity to watch us play golf.
You can critique me. You can critique my backswing.
Oh, gross. No, you actually get to play golf with us.
Who's the best golfer here?
Let's see.
Besides Abe.
Steiny, so Steiny Goo, Bonte Joe, me and Dibs.
I'm going Steiny. He talks a lot of golf.
Well, he plays the most, for sure.
I've seen you in your all gray outfit. You take your golf somewhat seriously. You get matching gray shirt and shorts.
I don't know what Shasky's handicap is. I don't know. I haven't played with Joe yet. I would bet
he's a city guy though.
but he's also an Olympic Club guy. But anyway, I would think that my handicap is barely the lowest, probably.
So you're saying yourself.
But for every round I play, Steiny plays 47 rounds. and I'm not exaggerating even a little bit. He will play more golf in Tahoe this weekend than I have played all year.
He's like Jordan in Barcelona or something, 72 holes a day?
They got a thing. He and Dibbs will both be out there this weekend.
I know Dibbs plays a lot.
And less than he used to. He got a baby now.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. So I don't know where Steiny's at handicap-wise right now, and I got to look mine up because I haven't posted around in about 6 months, but
something tells me don't
close.
play Steiny on his home course.
What is his home course?
I don't know. If he plays that much, though, you know
one
what
of
I
those
mean?
guys who just knows every
he just
little
knows
nook and
every
cranny.
little nook and cranny of some, Franklin Canyon or something. Yeah.
Everybody's got their characteristics. Shasky's got the ins. Dibbs pulls out the putter once he's about 150 yards away from the stick.
Yikes.
Steiny plays eight times a week.
There's no chip game for Dibbs?
He's
going Texas wedge?
Bonte and Guru are both just learning for the first time, which is actually pretty fun. It's fun to go out there with them because they're just like, no ego, whatever. And then I'm the one living vicariously through my high school golfing son.
There you go.
Who used to be okay at the game. Yeah. That's what we are.
It was probably about 10 years ago. I'm playing golf. We're playing at Harding. And I told the guy, I'm a little wild off the tee. This is on the first hole. And he's like, he had the cart kind of parked at an angle. And so he has the cart parked at an angle.
Did you hit the cart, Larry?
No, it was worse than that. You know how there's the plastic windshield and then there's like a little bit of a hole up top?
Yeah.
I hit the plastic windshield and somehow got the ball through the hole at the top and it landed in the guy's feet. He's like, oh, man, thank God I turned the cart.
You didn't.
He was off sideways. I was going to hit him.
But it didn't hit him.
It didn't hit him, but it hit the cart right at the window, went through the window, and dropped at his feet.
Have you ever been hit by a golf ball?
Yes. Yeah, I got
You
hit.
have?
Yeah, I got hit in my calf at in Rancho Cordova in college. I couldn't believe it. It's like, oh, my God.
Hurts like hell,
Somebody
doesn't it?
hit a worm burner and hit me right in the calf, and I went down like in a heap.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not fun. So we're hoping that does not happen out at Berkeley Country Club. I think, is it a week from tomorrow? No, 2 weeks from tomorrow, right?
We can do an entire thing on golf stories. I played golf with a woman one time who threw all of her clubs one by one into a tree.
Oh, not in the water?
No, into a tree at the end of the round. She starts swearing and throwing her clubs up in the tree. And she lost like a bunch of her clubs.
No, one thing I will say that I'm decent at is staying chill when it's going wrong. I don't, you just, come on. Like,
are you the guy, though, who talks golf while you're playing golf? I don't. I can talk about anything besides golf. I got a buddy who just like, he's constantly talking, well, my draw, my fade, my this, my that.
No,
I don't want to talk about your golf game when we're playing golf.
No, actually, the one lesson I'm trying to teach my kid, because we played in Tahoe a few weeks ago.
Nice. Where did you guys play?
Just Lake Tahoe Golf Course.
Yeah.
Just the one right there on the flats and
huge landing areas.
Yeah, but he wanted to beat me really, really bad.
Right.
And it turned into him just behaving like a complete jerk when it wasn't going well. And I'm like, dude, you need to not just have fun when you play golf. You need to be fun to play with.
Right.
Be fun to play with.
Yeah.
Is like almost as important as playing well.
Right.
Okay? That's my thing. So anyway, how about if we talk to Larry Harris? How about that?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Can't wait.
The assistant general manager of the Golden State Warriors, kind enough to join us here on Willard and Dibbs. Larry is in for Dibbs, and the other Larry is on with us right now. That's Larry Harris. Hey, Larry, how you doing?
I'm good, and I promise I'm going to say nice things to you about you guys.
But
if we ever golf, I'll be that guy that you'll want to actually be on your team with.
Yeah, you might not feel that way when we're done with you. Boy, do we have we got some questions for you today. Let me tell you.
Right now we're undefeated, so I like our conversation.
That's a good point. Listen, hey, Larry, you know what everybody talks about whenever a big name joins a team, and that is how do you blend the egos? So first off, how much do you think about that in general when you're acquiring a player, and how do you think it applies to the acquisition you guys have just made?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is it comes back to our core. I really believe that all our three Hall of Famers, along with Kevon Looney and Wiggins, but particularly the three Hall of Famers and Kevon, they're past the stats and all the accolades. It's all about winning. I mean, if you saw our last championship, it was probably the hardest one to get, and I think it was the most emotional. So, acquiring somebody like Chris, it really was not a hard task for our stars when we, reached out to them and to kind of get their input into the situation with Chris, that they're all about winning. So I don't think, though each great player has an ego, I think ours are all in check and really focused on one thing, which is winning.
It's good to hear, Larry. Good to talk to you. And Jordan, Jordan and Chris are different players. How do you think that second unit is going to look different with Chris, since he's such a facilitator and he's such a mid-range sniper compared to Poole?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is, look, until we get to camp, depending on what Steve's going to do with the starting lineup, but I think let's just put Chris on the floor, whether that's as a starter or coming off the bench. I think the one thing is that he brings, which is stability, some leadership, accountability. And I think he's been a guy that wherever he's been, the teams have always gotten better. And I think the two things that are probably the most important is we seem to turn the ball over at an alarming rate last year and in the years past. I think adding him and a Corey Joseph type will help us in that, with that stat in particular. But I think the most important thing is he's just going to bring, I think, a different way of scoring, if it is in the second unit, or how we're going to approach, how Steve's going to approach our game offensively. Where in the past, I even think Steph said it after, our loss to the Lakers, was we became predictable. And I think with Chris, I think he'll use the word unlock. It seems to be like a cliche term, but I think he's going to help our younger guys as well, whether he's playing with them or just, whether that's JK, whether that's Moses, whether that's Andrew. But also the rookies as well, if they get an opportunity to play.
Larry Harris, the assistant GM of the Warriors, is with us here on Willard and Dibs, and it's Larry Krueger in for Dibs. Larry, one thing we've heard Mike Dunleavy say repeatedly is flexibility. He's talked a lot about the flexibility that it provides, and we all know about this new second apron with the new rules in the CBA going into play. How will that change the way you guys acquire players going forward? Like, how many high-priced players can be on a team?
Yeah, I think it's a little unknown right now. Certainly, the second apron is something that every team is talking about, not only just us or the Clippers or Brooklyn, the teams that have been, people that have been in the luxury tax for a number of years. So I just think it's gotten to the point with the new CBA that everybody knows it's very punitive. We're certainly aware of that. And though Joe in the past, as you guys well know and our fans, is willing to pay whatever it is to put a championship team out there, I would just say the flexibility that Mike's speaking to is that, based on our current roster, if we'd have just run it back with our same guys, we were going to have to make some changes, regardless whether we win another championship or not. But I think the one thing that this does allow us to do in acquiring Chris is maybe to keep him beyond this next season, gives us the ability to look at different things that we probably would have been a little under the gun to do something maybe at the trade deadline that we don't have to do going into next season.
I like the addition of Saric. I think him in the pick and pop game is going to be really fun to watch. How did you watch this game so close? How was he different pre and post ACL, and what do you expect he'll look like this year? Yeah,
I will say this, that obviously Draymond was the number one priority going into free agency, and we're able to get that done quite quickly once the doors open for free agency. But I would say that Mike and our staff, especially Mike, that was the second call that he made was to Dario and his agency about, hey, we need this particular type of player. And then I think as a front office, even before Bob left, the one thing that we knew we needed this summer was a stretch big. I mean, whether that was Belly or Otto Porter, we've just, the way we play, we need to space the floor. And I think the one thing we recognized on the championship team was having a threat out there that you have to guard. And I think Dario, since a full year from the injury and everything, I think he started getting his legs towards the end of the year. Chris was very high on him. Draymond was very high on him. And I just think he adds an IQ, a toughness, an ability to make shots, but also the ability to pass and just know how to play. And I think he's going to find it a lot easier to score on our team. And I think we're going to appreciate even more what we think we're going to get. I think we're going to actually get a little bit more once he gets in the fray of what it looks like to play in our system.
Larry, is there or are there more acquisitions to come? And, without giving up names, what type of player might you still be looking for?
Yeah, I think a couple things. I think the one thing, we went into free agency thinking we were going to sign 3 guys. We certainly reached out to a number of players, Dario being one, Corey Joseph being another. We were able to acquire those guys. And I think what Mike's decided to do is kind of put a little bit of a pause on that with 2 more roster spots potentially open for us, just to see how many more trades are out there. I mean, it just seems, there's so much activity in the league right now. I don't think there are certain teams, and you guys know, you read all the social media. There's probably more trades to be done, and you got certain teams that have over 15 guaranteed contracts. So I think we're open to just see what's going to be left out there for us. But I could see where if somebody pops and it's somebody that we really like, that we've targeted, that we add as a 13th, as a 14th roster spot. But other than that, I think we'll keep it open. I think with the 2-way spots, I think we had some success with Ty and Anthony last year, and so I think one of the things is we're looking for in that 2-way spot is trying to find a big guy, somebody that just has an ability to maybe step on the floor in case they're, Draymond or Kevon, need to sit out, or there's a slight injury along the way. That we just feel like we probably need another big guy in there, and maybe that 2-way will satisfy it.
We're talking to Larry Harris, Warriors assistant GM, stopping by on 95.7 The Game. Trace Jackson Davis, I really love that acquisition. You got him at 57. I thought he'd go like 27. Can't believe he was even there. But he's got a nice skill set. What do you think he'll be able to contribute right away as far as he's not going to play a lot of minutes, but is it his shot blocking that you like, his passing ability, his rebounding? There's a lot there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the 2 things that I think will translate right away that has the ability possibly to get him on the floor as a rookie a few minutes is obviously his ability to pass. I think that's probably the one thing that he can really do, and rebound the basketball. For our big guys, there's not a lot of shots for them unless you're a spacing guy that can shoot the ball like Dario can. So I think he's going to be in a Kevon Looney role where he's going to be a screen setter. He's going to be a guy that can play out of the mid-post pass, learn from Draymond, learn from Kevon. But I think that, again, having an older guy, a guy that I think Steve, depending on matchups and stuff and foul trouble, he could be in a position where he could play 8 to 10 minutes on the floor, because I think, at 6'9", 6'10", and 250, 260, physically he can put himself in a game. And he did it in college, and I just think there's a little bit more offense than people think, but his passing and rebound are going to translate for us.
Larry Harris, the assistant GM of the Warriors, is with us here on 95.7 The Game. Larry, is the future of Klay Thompson something that will be addressed this offseason at all, or no?
You know what? I think, like Draymond, they're all the same in the sense that we all want them to retire as Warriors. So obviously he's on the last year of his contract. I don't know, where those talks are and so on and so forth as far as, the future and where it goes with him. But I can tell you this, that our intentions are to have him here, retire here, and put another statue up there besides Steph and Draymond as well. So I anticipate, depending on how the season goes, that everything, if it lines up, that he'll continue to be a Warrior for a long time.
Pajemski almost had a triple-double the other day, 10, 10, and 9 for Pajemski. What did you think of him watching him at Santa Clara? And then, obviously, what have you thought of his performance thus far in the Summer League?
Yeah, well, the first thing is he brings a toughness and confidence that he believes in himself. When he said that he's going to get a triple-double, he literally believes that. And whether some people would say, well, kind of slow your roll a little bit, that's a little, maybe that's a little ahead of yourself. But I will tell you this, his IQ is great. His ability to see the floor and pass, I think everybody sees that he could be a point guard, which is why we drafted him. I think in Summer League, I think you've seen that he's checking a lot of boxes in the box score. I know he wants to shoot a little bit better. What's ironic is one of the reasons we drafted him, outside of his ability to rebound, which he's obviously done in the Summer League, did in college, was the ability to shoot the ball. Now, he's not shooting it nearly as well from the line or from the field in Summer League, but I think he's impacting the game at both ends, and I think more of a space floor, if he's playing with our better players, I think he's going to find the game a little bit easier. Right now it seems to be he's playing a lot in a crowd and trying to do some things offensively that I think it'll open up once he gets to play with the real players.
Larry, a couple other names, not rookies, but I know people would love to know sort of what chances they have to be a part of the team this year and contribute. Guy Santos, Lester Quinones. What do you foresee this year?
Yeah, I'd say Guy's probably been our biggest surprise. He certainly got better as the year went on in the G League, and I thought towards the last third of the season he was one of our better players down there. Having said that, he's probably been our most consistent player throughout all the, whether it's in Sacramento or down here in Las Vegas. Now, Lester's had some really good scoring moments, but I think Guy's done a really good job at both ends. Again, he's a long-term play for us. I don't think it's been finally set what we're going to be doing with him going into next season. I would anticipate for the fans to think that he'll be back in Santa Cruz with us because we have more of a long-range plan for him. And so I don't know if that's a roster spot today, but I think the fans can be excited that there's a chance for him down the road to make our roster for sure. As far as Lester goes, he's a guy that, obviously has been up and down on the two-way with us, finished the season with us. We like him. Can really shoot the ball, has obviously gotten a lot better. We like the fact that we can put the ball in his hands, tried to play him a little bit of point guard the last third of the season in Santa Cruz. Thought he did a good job with that. Again, I think something's going to hopefully transpire here, whether that's a two-way with an opportunity to make the roster this year, but I would anticipate he'll be in training camp with us, once training camp opens.
He has looked really, really good. One of my favorite players to watch is Kuminga. I loved when you guys drafted him. I thought second half of the year, Larry, he was really starting to come into his own. And then he got to the playoffs, and he kind of showed his relative rawness, and Steve sat him down. What did Steve not like about what Jonathan was providing in the playoffs, and where is he in his development? How much better do you think he can get?
Well, I think with Steve, like anything else, when you get to the playoffs, it's really a trust factor, and it's really like who can help me right now, and the rotation shortened. So obviously getting Gary healthy and playing, and then obviously Andrew coming back healthy and playing. Those two things really, I think, factored in to Jonathan not playing as much, and again the shorten the rotation in the playoffs. I would say this, that we still feel like there's a lot more to his game. I think he's got to mature as a player. Hopefully the addition with Chris will help. But also I think there's a clearer path for him now. We obviously had some players on the roster last year that kind of impeded a little bit of his progress. We identified that this year in free agency and just kind of decided that, adding Dario is a different look, and we think that Dario can play with JK, and we have more players now that we think we can put JK in different positions to help us. So his growth is shooting the ball better, which he did when he got that opportunity the last third of the season, but it is just his game maturing at both ends of the floor, and really Steve having faith and trust in him that when he puts him in the game, he knows what he's going to do, he understands our system, and so I think it's a big year for him personally, and obviously for us in an evaluation to just see how much growth he does have still left in his game, which we believe is quite a bit.
Larry, we saved the most important question for last. Are you ready?
I'm ready for it.
All right. Well, have you been over to this?
Tough.
Yeah, this
it's been really tough. I want you to know.
Yeah, I told you. It's just a big old
grilling.
It's a grind. It's a grind with you guys every time I'm on.
You are barbecue chicken right now. I bet. But no, have you been over to this Sphere? What the hell's going on out there in Vegas?
It's hot.
Well, sure. Yeah, but have you seen this thing? Did you go over to it?
Yeah, you know what? It's really more impressive at night when they have the ball and everything. I have not physically been over there, checked it out, but it looks impressive from a distance. I wish I could give you more intel on that. It's been more in the gym and just trying to put our roster together. So I don't have a lot of great intel on that. So if I failed the interview here in our conversation, I apologize for that. So I don't have a lot of Sphere influence right now.
Yeah, well, no, listen, if you guys are done scouting players, then it's time to scout things like this for us, if you would, please.
Yeah, you know what? Let me get back to you on that, if that's okay.
Sure. Do you think it's weird, though, that Larry Krueger, as of 2 hours ago, hadn't even heard of this thing? Don't you think that's odd?
Well, you know what? He doesn't, he stays in his lane. I mean,
there you go.
I assume he uses you to give him that kind of intel.
Yeah, well, he doesn't just stay in his lane. Apparently, he stays in his home.
Mark's my advance man. He's doing my advance work. Hey, Larry, I got one last one for you. I know you got to jump, but obviously, the room was changed around going into the draft process. Did you find your voice louder in the room because you are probably the most experienced basketball evaluator in the group? I mean, you guys have had Jerry West, you've had Schlink, you've had lots of voices in the past, maybe some even more experienced than yourself. You might be the most experienced voice right now.
Well, I would say this. I don't think my role did not change, obviously, with Bob leaving. I think the biggest thing was I think everybody's voice kind of stepped up a little bit, whether that was Kirk, Kent Lacob, obviously Mike having more of a presence as being the general manager. And it's always been a collective. I know it sounds kind of cliche-ish, but they give me the role of kind of orchestrating how we're gonna approach the draft and things we talk about. But when it comes down to it, there's 6 or 7 of us that sit in a room and decide kind of what direction we're going to go with not just the draft, but also how it impacts free agency and trades and so on and so forth. So I wouldn't say my voice was any more important than it has been in the past, but I can say that I think they get tired of hearing my voice for 4 or 5 days straight. I can tell you that.
Well, Larry, enjoy the rest of the time there, man. We really appreciate your insight and coming on.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys having me. I will get back to you on the Sphere.
Please. Please, yeah. We need some firsthand knowledge.
That's the most important question you asked me, and I couldn't deliver. Raymond pretty much gives me all the answers to the test, but he didn't give me the Sphere one. He didn't prepare me for that.
Is it true that Trace Jackson Davis can palm the Sphere?
There's you know what? Let me find that out. But I know he's got huge hands, so there's a possibility.
There you go.
There's a possibility.
No doubt.
If not him, then it could be Victor.
Larry, thanks, man.
All right. Anytime.
Thanks, Larry.
You guys take care.
There it is. That's Larry Harris, assistant GM of the Warriors, joining us right here on 95.7 The Game. We'll react to that and have time for your calls, 888-957-9570. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. I'm proud to let you know that nationwide, our clinics have a 4.7 out of 5-star rating on Google. This tells you that our patients are really seeing results. Here's what some of them are saying. The results are close to phenomenal. On top of that, the staff...
to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my gosh. Wow. And to answer Lucas's question, we're sitting here watching the start of the home run derby, and I don't know the answer, which is, have we ever seen a player do what Adley Rutschman just did?
Just pump out 25, was it? 26?
No, he pumped out 28, but 28. More importantly, so he did the whole thing left-handed until he got the bonus. You know, you get the 30-second bonus by having 2 home runs at 440 or further. You get a 30-second bonus. He comes out for the 30 seconds because by then you're dog tired. Comes out for the 30-second bonus. He flips and bats to the other side of the plate, and he went right-handed, and he only took 8 swings. He had 7 home runs in those 8 swings.
He took a monster swing, too. Luis Robert is kind of taking kind of an easy swing, but the ball's still getting out.
Yeah, he's pumping them out, and he was my bet here, Luis Robert, and he's got his work cut out for him.
That's a big yard, by the way.
Yeah. Rutschman,
Seattle.
Rutschman just had a very, very good performance. Robert is halfway there with about a minute and a half to go before his bonus. So anyway, that's a fun watch. I know what's happening at my house. It's always kind of fun. Like, we talk, I think, every year about the evolution of an all-star game.
Right.
Does the all-star game do much for you? I can tell you this, at my house, this event will get more run than tomorrow night's event, by far.
The people who are doing the baseball all-star game are idiots. All right?
Please explain.
The greatest part of the all-star game as a kid was seeing all the uniforms. Now they do a little patch and like, I don't want everybody in gray drab uniforms. I want to see my team's uniform. I want to see all the uniforms. To me, that's what makes the All-Star game. Now, in an NBA All-Star game, if you want to not have the uniforms anymore, I get it, because you know you've got they're passing to each other, right? And somebody could have a blue uniform, and you know I get it. You got a bunch of different colors out there, and it's hard to know who's on what team. But in a baseball all-star game, don't give me drab uniforms with a little giant patch on the shoulder. I want to see the Giants uniform.
I'm in complete agreement.
I mean, is that when you watched it? You know what happens is when you watched it, the only player that stood out was Aaron Judge, and the entire night, because you don't really know who the players are.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
It's like, there's Aaron Judge. Where's everybody else?
But it's not just a problem for an all-star game. And in many ways, it's sort of there's an underlying point here, which is that so many of these players, for instance, tomorrow night when Alex Cobb comes out on the field and it just says National League across his chest, is anybody around the country going to have any idea who that is?
You have to be watching in a room and be able to go, yeah, some guy from the Dodgers gave up the home run. How do you know? Because he's wearing a Dodger uniform.
Right.
Some guy from the Giants, I think, gave up a home run. Not some guy in the National League gave up a home run. What team does he even play for? I mean, I don't even remember.
Yeah.
Alex Cobb's been on how many teams? 3 or 4 teams?
Yeah, a few. Yeah,
So,
Angels, Giants, most recently.
Yeah, good for. Good. I'll be eager to see Doval. I'd love to see Cobb. I'd love to see him do well. I normally like the All-Star game, but it's lost its specialness with the interleague. I mean, let's be honest about it. It used to be like, man, here I can remember like Jeff Montgomery and some of these American League pitchers that might have been pretty nasty relievers trying to face these NL hitters who had never seen them before, and that was kind of cool. Or like, really nasty AL reliever against some really awesome National League hitter, but they've never seen each other, so they really don't know anything. Now it's the interleague kind of has changed it.
I'm with you that Major League Baseball's had a hard time, I think, in general in the world of marketing. But one thing they do, for instance, and I just learned this yesterday. Okay, I go fishing with Abe. We catch a bunch of bass yesterday morning. We're on the way home. We were just talking, and he's already like, dude, home run derby tomorrow night. Like, I can't wait. And I'm like, why? What's the big deal? You know what I mean? And he starts talking about it, and he goes, I need someone other than Pete Alonso to win. Now, wait a minute.
That's awesome.
Why does this matter to you at all? And he goes, because of the positions the other players play, and I need some of those 99 level players at those positions for my MLB The Show team. Long story short, he starts explaining to me that everybody who's in the home run derby automatically gets a new card that is now on MLB The Show, and those players who have a lot of points built up can buy those cards, and whoever does the best, like whoever wins this thing tonight, is automatically going to get a 99, which means a really, really good player.
Right.
Anyway, it's a bunch of gibberish to people who are our age. However, it works for them. I'm telling you right now, I'm here talking to you. I got 2 baseball fans in my living room right now on their feet, screaming and yelling at the television set at the home run derby because of what it means for MLB The Show on their Xbox. Why wouldn't you do something like that for tomorrow night's game, too? Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Why wouldn't you do that for all kinds of things? If the whole idea is we want younger fans, if the best you can do is, well, we've sped the game up. Well, great. Do this. Tie this thing to an Xbox and watch what happens. You will have tons of fans immediately age 15.
Yeah, it's a great way to relate. My kid plays juniors. He's 14. His baseball team that just kind of wrapped up their season or whatever in the All-Star round or whatever it was, got together at one of the kids' house for home run derby. And I was excited when I heard they were doing it. I was like, good. Let these kids get together and, do whatever they do and have their own home run derby when it's over.
Yep, absolutely. So that's the stuff. That's the stuff. And, it's interesting now. We talk about people like Shohei Ohtani, Mike Trout, whatever. These guys are not in this event. I know Shohei did it once before, didn't he? Did he do it a couple years ago?
I don't know, but I do like, when the stars perform. I mean, I'd love to see superstars in the NBA in the dunk contest.
Right.
And the dunk contest has gotten just like unwatchable.
It's so
it is
played out.
so played
it's
out.
so played out. But yeah, as far as this is concerned, it would be great. I get why they don't do it. There's a lot of evidence that not only does it wear you out on your rest time, but there's a lot of evidence that you don't swing the bat as well in the second half when you perform in this event. Although, guys like Pete Alonso have done fine. But
guys have said that changes their swing or gets them out of their rhythm because they're swinging for the fences and change their dynamic of what they're doing.
So, I mean, I understand it. I understand it, but by the same token, it's the point you just brought up. Like, you got a couple of guys in this. In fact, the first matchup was a Rosarena, and he goes out there and hits 24. And it's a couple of guys that if you are not a very big baseball fan, even Luis Robert, who actually just eliminated Adley Rutschman, he was unbelievable. Rutschman did great. Robert did even better. Like, people don't know who that is.
Why do you think in Home Run Derby, Adley Rutschman's wearing an Orioles jersey? Because otherwise,
so that they know
could
who
give
he
him an
is.
all-star.
Yeah.
I mean, I think in the past they may have just given them some kind of all-star representative jerseys. I don't think they've always worn their home jerseys.
I feel like you're right.
And it's like that is a major, especially if you're going to have baseball be somewhat, some of these stars are unrecognizable. I mean, you could put Adley Rutschman on the corner of Sansom and Broadway.
Oh, forget it.
And he could stand there and people would walk by him like he was a nobody forever.
How many baseball players is that not the case for?
Right.
How many guys in the league, honestly, could stand on the street corner if they don't play for the home team? Right, like Camilo Doval.
Aaron Judge, maybe.
Judge. How about Shohei?
Shohei, possibly.
Okay. I mean, how many more baseball
players? We're talking
players?
about very few.
Tatis? Machado?
It would have to be somebody,
Mookie
maybe
Betts?
Altuve or somebody who looks like somebody who's been around a while.
Would he have the microphone, the earpiece on? Because I could recognize him if he's got that on.
Yeah. Don't rip his jersey off.
Yeah. All right, hey man, tons of fun having you here today.
Seriously, 4 hours.
I usually ask Dibs right about now if you want to do this again tomorrow, but I won't ask you because the answer is no. You don't. But Alan Stiles will be hanging out for the rest of the week, and another reminder: every day, every show, a phenomenal prize as we continue through our All-Star Week blowout here on 95.7 The Game. Now, what's coming up next in the game, which is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It is the best of the game. A full hour of today's best content hosted by our guy, Sterling Bennett. So that is what's coming up next for Larry, for Sterling, for Lucas. Thanks so much. My name's Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Did you know a bar could sound like this?
Hey, welcome.
Cutwater brings the bar where you are. Bar quality cocktails in a can. So now you can enjoy the bar whenever, wherever. Cutwater. Open the bar. Copyright 2023, Cutwater Spirits, San Diego, California. Enjoy responsibly.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3. It's because of the Xfinity 10G network. Internet that can handle a house full of screens at once, with basically no interruptions. And it's only getting faster. When I was their age, internet like this was a pipe dream.
You sound like my grandpa.
Please go home.
The next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through September 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited internet data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's all just $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary.
Now is the time to be part of the premier Rugby Sevens action. Join Rugby's biggest party on Saturday, July 15th at PayPal Park, San Jose. Catch the best professional rugby in the world as both men's and women's teams battle for a spot in the championship. Don't miss our ultimate fan festival experience, starting 1 hour prior to the event and running throughout the day. Enjoy live music, wear a crazy costume, play yard games, have a few drinks, enjoy great food, and so much more. Get your tickets today at pr7s.com and have a ball.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aww. He just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Vamos a tener mucha diversión.
And that means we're going to have so much fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
At Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, we know how hard it is to care for loved ones. Come and check out the 5-star facility named one of the top skilled nursing facilities by U.S. News and World Report. Visit us at lifegen.net or call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
It's your last chance to shop July 4th savings at Lowe's. Right now, save on select major appliances. And when you buy more, you save more. Get up to an additional $1,000 off select major kitchen appliances. Plus, right now, when you buy a Craftsman V20 string trimmer or blower for just $99, you'll get a select Bear tool free. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 7/12. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Buy more, save more. Valid on appliances $396 or more. While supplies last. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details.
If this were a Reese's TV ad, you'd be staring at a Reese's peanut butter cup. And sure, my voice is peanut buttery smooth, but still, you need to see the peanut butter cups, right? No? I can really just say Reese's and you'll go get some? Okay. Reese's. 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 Really working, actually. Reese's. Reese's. I'm on to something. Reese's. Reese's. Reese's.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile. And the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time. There's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com,